This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Summoned Warrior. Demon King. This is a common existence in various myths and legends. A symbol of evil. A synonym for cruelty. A person who endangers the world. Endangers mankind. Brings fear and disaster to many beings. And plunges the world into chaos. Such a person is the Demon King. In many myths and legends, in order to defeat the Demon King, the gods usually look for heroes and give them a lot of help to save the world. What's more, the gods summon heroes from another world and ask them to come and defeat the Demon King. That is also a development that seems to be a convention. Therefore, am I the unlucky one who was chosen? You can think so. The above dialogue appeared because of this situation. This is the center of the unknown temple. There were no magnificent decorations in the temple, nor was there a sacred and solemn atmosphere. Just a white building. At this moment, there were two figures in the temple. Among them, one was a figure that seemed to exist forever, standing in the center of the temple all the time. That was the goddess. Yes, the goddess. Because, apart from using this word to describe her, there was no other word that could be used to describe her. She had long silver white hair, which hung down along her extremely attractive back, all the way to her knees, and was still moving without wind, swaying gently while emitting a faint glow. Her pupils were pure blue, like a blue planet, and she was wearing a holy white dress. Her jade-like white feet were not wearing anything, and she stood naked on the ground, with her impeccable body curves and graceful figure. So beautiful that she didn't look like something that should exist in the world at all. It was like looking at a completed work of art of the highest level, full of fantasy and illusion. Such beauty, such holiness, such dream and illusion, can only be fully described by the word goddess. At least, the other figure in the temple, floating in the air, like a ghost without substance, thought so. At first, he couldn't help but stare at it, until the goddess said this to him. Although it's abrupt, please let me get straight to the point. What's the point? In summary, it's, you are dead. But I hope you can come to my world and defeat the devil. So I plan to revive you, let you become a brave man, and go to the world of swords and magic omnipotence in. That's what happened. So, the conversation at the beginning appeared. To be honest, he didn't really want to believe it. Goddess? Demon King? Hero? World of swords and magic. It's not that he didn't understand these words, but when these words turned into real events and happened to him, he was really confused. He didn't even know how long it took him to accept such a setting. But there was one thing he was very clear about. I don't have any other choice. Right? If it was as the goddess said, then he should have died. If he didn't accept the goddess's proposal, he would have to disappear like this. Right? In this case, what other choice is there? By the way, the reason why he said it was because he didn't remember whether he was really dead. No. It should be said that he didn't remember anything about himself. Why is this so? It's very simple. No matter what you choose, it is something you don't need. That's what the goddess said. There's no way. If he refuses the goddess' request, the outcome has already been mentioned. If he decides to accept, in order to prevent the attachment of the past life from affecting the new life, and in order to prevent the skills and knowledge of the past life from going too deep into the other world, not retaining those memories is a very straightforward approach. In view of this, he no longer remembers his own affairs, and the knowledge of the world he originally lived in is only the common sense part, such as knowing the existence of the internet, and knowing the role and purpose of the internet, but not knowing its existence principle and the conditions for its formation, etc. This is not caused by the goddess. Once a person dies, he will soon disappear without leaving anything, including existence and memory, etc. It is only because I need you that I will summon you as an existence, and then restore your common sense memory for you, so that you will not be unable to understand the current situation and what will happen next. The goddess looked at him with her pair of bright and beautiful eyes like stars, smiling lightly, and explained this. Anyway, you are dead, and the memories of your past life have nothing to do with you. Even if you choose to go to another world, I don't want the attachment to your past life to affect your second life, and I don't want the technology and knowledge of your previous life to have an excessive impact on my world. In other words, no matter what, the memories of the past life will never come back. He didn't complain. First, since he had forgotten those memories, he naturally wouldn't have any obsession. Second, even if he opposed it, it would be useless. Again, He was dead and should have disappeared, since they were going to revive him and give him a second life. How could he ask for more? Being able to survive and have a second life was already a gift. He should be content. It seems that you have made up your mind. As if the goddess could see through his inner thoughts, she nodded nonchalantly and stretched out her flawless hand in his direction. Then, in the name of God, I will give you a person from another world, another life. Accompanied by a solemn voice that seemed to echo throughout the entire temple, a light burst out from the transparent figure in the air. That light was as dazzling as the sun and as bright as the stars. Under such circumstances, an equally dazzling sword emerged from the transparent figure. From now on, you will be called Xian. Don't let me down. I have waited for 1,000 years for the hero. As soon as the voice fell, the man and the sword suspended in the air disappeared into the temple. After doing all this, the goddess withdrew her hand. However, the goddess' eyes were still staring at the air, as if she was still looking at the figure. And she murmured, "This is the first time I have seen such a strong light. I hope he can fulfill my long-cherished wish." Leaving such a murmur, the goddess closed her eyes and let the temple return to silence. And the story, as a starting point, announced the beginning. Chapter 2. A bit too much? When he came to his senses, Xian found that he was already standing on the ground. Is this the other world? He opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him with a confused look on his face. At this time, Xian was in a green forest. He was surrounded by layers of trees. The gentle sunlight was shining overhead. Plants that had never been seen before were everywhere. There were no sounds of birds, beasts, or insects, but the air was frighteningly heavy, as if telling Xian, an outsider, that he was not welcome here. Did I come to a very extraordinary place? This was Xian's first impression of this world. To be honest, Xian is still very confused now. Although he remembered what happened to him, he suddenly came to a different world and was thrown into a completely unfamiliar place. He knew nothing except common sense, and he didn't even know the slightest about this world. It was impossible not to feel confused. However, Xian has an advantage that ordinary people cannot match. That is, no matter how unreasonable the situation is, he can treat it as something helpless and accept it quickly. This is why Xian can accept the facts so readily after learning about his experience, and accept the goddess's request to come to this different world. I don't know whether this is because I was such a person in my previous life, or because of the spiritual transformation after dying once. Xian muttered to himself as if he was mocking himself. At this moment, Xian felt a heavy feeling in his hand, which made him subconsciously move his eyes and look at his hand. This look stunned Xian. I saw that in Xian's hand. I don't know when. A sword appeared. It was a sword that was dazzling and emitting the same dazzling light. The sword is a two-handed sword, with a golden hilt and a golden gem on the top. The blade is dazzling white, with a stream of light spinning around it, making it look exceptionally gorgeous. Looking at the sword, Xian couldn't help but feel amazed. However, while being amazed, Xian also felt something strange about the sword. It was as if it could merge with the sword in his hand, blending seamlessly with the other party. This feeling even gave Xian a sense of déjà vu, as if he was looking at himself. What surprised Xian even more was that when he was staring at the sword, a message appeared in his mind. Holy Sword. Exclusive, Xian. Level plus 100. All skill levels plus 10. All types of damage are weakened by 99%. All negative statuses are immune. The sharpness is at the highest level. The durability is at the highest scale. Causes great damage to evil objects. Has the effect of purifying and expelling evil forces. Limited to the user. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be transferred. Cannot be destroyed. Cannot be transformed. And cannot be interfered with. Are you kidding? Xian was stunned. His intuition told Xian that this sword was extraordinary. Although, according to the goddess, he seemed to be a hero. And it seemed natural for a hero to have his own holy sword. But even so, isn't this effect a bit too much? Even if Xian didn't know what level of performance and power this sword had in this world, just looking at the rows of effects, Xian could tell everyone with certainty that this was definitely something that could not appear. Specifically, if such a weapon appeared in the game, it would destroy the balance of the game in an instant, and all players would curse the creator. But that was not the end. In addition to the holy sword in front of him, other information appeared in Xian's mind. The information was divided into two parts, level and skill. This game-like operation made Xian's eyebrows raise. Then, Xian found that he could freely check the status of these two parts with his consciousness. So, Sheen checked the status of level. It seems that Sheen's current level LV.1 is displayed here. Well, it is very concise and clear, which makes Sheen clearly know that he is a real rookie. Then, Sheen checked the status of skill. It seems that what is displayed here is Sheen's current skills, and something called skill points. Among them, the skill points are displayed as a value of 100. And Sheen doesn't know whether it is more or less. Then, there are the skills that Sheen currently possesses. Currently, Sheen only possesses 2 skills. Tion's Grace. Unique skills. When upgrading, all ability types are increased to the maximum value. When upgrading, the amount of skill points obtained is the maximum value. All skill acquisition conditions are reduced to the minimum. All skill upgrade conditions are reduced to the minimum. Permanently effective and cannot be cancelled in any way. Blessing of the Supreme God. Special skills. Obtain the protection of the world. Only for the gods. All conditions can be met. Only for the gods. All interference can be avoided. Only for Protoss. All roles can take effect. Only for Protoss. All effects can be added. Sheen fell into silence. Again, I always feel that these 2 skills are incredible. Sheen, who has not known this world at all, naturally has no idea how incredible they are. But, again, just looking at the rows of effects, this is really a bit too much. Could it be that the goddess wants me to defeat the Demon King at level 1? Sheen now seriously doubts this. After some troubled contemplation, Sheen decided not to think too much for now. Let's take it one step at a time. After all, even if you want to defeat the Demon King, you have to find the Demon King first. Right? Besides, Sheen doesn't think he can really defeat the Demon King like this. Apart from anything else, Sheen didn't even know how to fight. Even if he held the legendary Holy Sword in his hand, he could only swing it around. Ask him to defeat the Demon King? Sheen couldn't imagine that scene at all. Rather, all he could think of was himself trembling in front of the Demon King, rather than defeating the Demon King, which was unrealistic. He should think about how to get out of this forest next. Looking around, Sheen instantly decided that it was not suitable to stay here for long. Looking at the sky again, based on the position of the sun, Sheen roughly knew what time period it was and identified the direction. Finally, he climbed up a higher tree to watch for a while. After choosing a direction, he began to use the holy sword in his hand to open the way while entering the forest. Sheen didn't notice that there was a black shadow in the sky, staring at Sheen, who was shuttling through the forest, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 3. How cliché. I don't know if it's summer now. The sun is very strong, and the temperature is quite high. As Sheen shuttled through the forest, he swung the holy sword with great effort, cutting off the weeds and branches that were in the way. At some point, he became breathless and sweaty. It's so hot. Sheen groaned weakly, but he didn't stop and continued on his way. Because, as he went deeper and deeper into the forest, Sheen felt that it was more and more dangerous. There was no sound of birds or animals. Sheen had a bad premonition, which made him want to leave the area quickly. In particular, this bad premonition became stronger and stronger, so strong that Sheen gradually felt uneasy. Then, at a certain moment, a message suddenly appeared in Sheen's mind. Get the skill enemy sense. Do you want to learn? Sheen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. So he got a new skill? While Sheen was surprised, he did not hesitate and chose to learn directly. At this moment, the bad premonition before seemed to turn into a real warning sign and flooded into Sheen's mind. Sheen felt a pain in his head and a chill on his back. Then, as if he had vaguely sensed something, he turned around and looked into the air. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air came suddenly. Bang! The muffled sound rang out like an explosion. Sheen felt as if he was hit by a heavy mountain. He could not even groan. He was knocked away and hit the trunk of a tree like a cannonball, breaking the tree. Woo! It was not until then that Sheen felt a dull pain in his chest, which made him cry out. Get the skill physical resistance. Do you want to learn it? As new information flooded into his mind, Sean was still confused. What happened? What happened? I was attacked? Sean, who slid down the tree trunk, had no idea what was happening. And the amazing thing was that Sean was not hurt much. Even though he was attacked enough to knock him off the ground and crack the tree, he just felt a little stuffy in his chest. When Sean came to his senses, he didn't know if it was the effect of the enemy sense skill, but he finally clearly noticed the location of the attacker. So he quickly got up from the ground and looked up. Sean froze when he saw this, because what appeared before his eyes was a scene beyond reality. Guji! The angry cry echoed in the sky above the forest, lingering for a long time. A huge black shadow fell from the sky and appeared in front of Sheen. It was a bird. A bird with a pitch-black body. A snake body. Bird wings and a human face. A huge body. A wingspan of 10 meters. And a very strange and evil look. Just now, it seemed that this huge bird fell from the sky, attacked Sheen, and knocked Sheen away. Now, this bird still opened a pair of bloodshot eyes, staring at Sheen, telling Sheen that it was not going to let go of the prey in front of it. Ha ha ha. Sheen couldn't help laughing. There's no way. Isn't this joke a bit too big? After meeting the goddess, reincarnated into another world, thrown into the forest alone, and then immediately encountered the attack of strange monsters? This development is really cliché. Guji! Sheen's curse and the bird's cry burst out at the same time. Then, the bird turned into a black shadow again, broke through the air, and attacked Sheen. Sheen only felt that the enemy's sense skill was chirping like a warning. So he rolled to the side without thinking, regardless of his own image. Bang! The muffled sound rang again. The tree that Sheen had just cracked was directly smashed by the bird, turning into wood chips flying all over the sky. Get the skill of void you want to learn? Sheen, who was rolling on the ground in a mess, had new information in his mind. Learn. Learn. Sheen agreed crazily without even thinking. In a critical moment, this skill is definitely used to save lives. So, Sheen, who didn't care too much, learned the physical resistance skill he had just acquired and the avoid skill he had acquired at this moment. Guji! On the other side, the fierce bird that smashed the tree flew back into the air, as if it was angry about its failed attack and angry at Sheen's resistance. After a cry, it actually spit out a lightning bolt in Sheen's direction. The lightning seemed to be able to burn people's eyeballs. And Sheen, who had just climbed up, felt that his eyes were white, and he was hit instantly. Boom! The lightning struck Sheen's position, setting off an explosion and blowing Sheen away, turning Sheen into a rolling gourd and rolling all the way out. Obtain skill magic resistance. Do you want to learn it? Another new skill was obtained. Cough. Sheen, who turned into a rolling gourd, coughed violently. And just like before, he learned the new skill without any hesitation. And this time was the same. Although he was hit by lightning, Sheen still did not suffer much damage, but felt pain all over his body. At this point, Sheen understood what was going on. Is this the power of the holy sword? Sheen lay on the ground covered in dust. His eyes turned to the holy sword he had been holding tightly in his hand. The holy sword was flowing with brilliant light and gorgeous colors as it did at the beginning, because the holy sword has the effect of reducing any type of damage by 99%. Sheen can be intact until now. Right? Guji. Guji. The fierce bird in the air didn't know all this, looking at Sheen lying on the ground, looking like he was dying. But in fact not even a drop of blood was shed. It made angry cries one after another. Presumably, the other party didn't expect that the prey he had finally found could not be taken down until now. Right? Therefore, the fierce bird swooped down, as if wanting to completely solve Sheen, and a fierce wave surged all over his body. Watching this scene happen, Sheen's heart also burst into a fighting spirit. Don't think I won't fight back. Facing the evil figure that fell from the sky like a nightmare, Sheen held the holy sword tightly, and stood up shakily, as if struggling. Clang! On the dazzling and gorgeous holy sword, the light that originally flowed quietly suddenly became brighter, and shone brightly. An amazing force flowed from the holy sword into Sheen's body. Sheen just raised the holy sword and pointed it at the evil figure in the sky. Then, get the skill two-handed sword. Do you want to learn it? There is no doubt that Sheen chose to learn it. Chapter 4. Not a human thing to do. Even though he had no memory of his past life, Sheen still knew that he was an ordinary person who had nothing to do with fighting before reincarnation. At least, based on the only remaining memories in his mind, Sheen could judge that he should have lived in a very peaceful era in his past life, and was born in a very peaceful country. Let alone fighting. He probably had not experienced many fights. Let such a Sheen fight against the vicious monsters from another world. In any case, it is impossible to see a chance of victory. However, from the moment Sheen raised the holy sword in his hand, and learned skills one by one, all this was destined to change. Guji! The call of the fierce bird still echoed in his ears. Clang! The holy sword in his hand continued to shine. Feeling the amazing power pouring into his body from the holy sword, Sheen calmed down incredibly. The time around him seemed to slow down. The speed of the swooping bird with ferocious waves all over its body seemed to be slowing down. The enemy perception skill gave a clearer and more precise warning than before, allowing Sheen to grasp the speed and position of the monster falling from the sky. The avoidance skill was also like stimulating Sheen's instinct, making Sheen's body seem to be able to naturally know the best evasion speed, evasion action, evasion time, and evasion direction. The two-handed sword skill that he had just learned made Sheen's mind surge with countless methods and techniques of using the holy sword in his hand, which gave Sheen a feeling. That is, he could perfectly use the holy sword in his hand to kill the enemy in front of him. So, swish. Just when the swooping bird was about to hit Sheen, Sheen suddenly moved as if he had divine help, following the prompts of the avoidance skill. And in a faint sound of breaking through the air, he instantly rushed to the left and rushed a distance. The ferocious bird just passed by where Sheen was a second ago, and one of its wings almost passed in front of Sheen's eyes as he rushed to the left, causing a strong wind. However, at the moment when the ferocious bird's charge missed, Sheen moved again before the other party flew away. This time, he moved the holy sword that he had been holding tightly in his hand. Crank! The holy sword made a clear sound that cut through the air, like a bright arc of light, and slashed at the ferocious bird that was completely unable to react at all at an astonishing speed. Puff! The next moment, a crisp cutting sound was heard, and a large amount of blood splattered. The ferocious bird didn't even have time to scream, and its head was chopped off directly. The human-like head flew into the air, and the huge body also hit the ground by inertia, rubbing against the dust all the way, dyeing the ground into a shocking blood red. Sheen, who was so close, was splashed with blood. He maintained the slashing posture, breathing rapidly and his body trembling. Get the skill military god, do you want to learn it? New information appeared in his mind again. But this time, Sheen could not learn it in the first time. Feeling the heat of the large amount of blood on his body, and smelling the pungent smell of blood, Sheen could not help but bend down and vomit wildly. This vomiting made Sheen's face pale, his whole body weak, and his heart beat faster than ever before. In the end, Sheen collapsed on the ground, and he couldn't even hold the holy sword. The whole person looked so embarrassed and weak. Sheen could only struggle to take off his bloody clothes and throw them aside, until the pungent smell of blood was far away from him. His face looked better. This is really not a human thing to do. Sheen couldn't help cursing again. If possible, Sheen really wanted to ask those protagonists in the online novels, who can kill people and demons without changing their faces when they travel to another world. How did they do it? Apart from anything else, just the hot blood all over his body and the pungent smell of blood. Sheen didn't believe that anyone could endure it without changing his expression when experiencing it for the first time. Maybe I'm not the protagonist. Sheen could only smile bitterly. But he didn't dare to lie here any longer. The appearance of the fierce bird told Sheen that this forest was not safe at all, and various dangers could occur at any time, especially when he just used the holy sword. Perhaps because of the effect of the holy sword that could improve the skill level, Sheen's enemy perception skill's range of action suddenly expanded a lot, allowing him to feel many vicious existences like the fierce bird. Now, because of the release of the holy sword, Sheen's enemy perception skill's range and effect have become smaller, and he no longer feels any other enemies. But this seems to be limited to the situation within a radius of 100 meters. Just now, when the enemy perception skill was enhanced by the holy sword, Sheen felt the range of more than a kilometer, and noticed the existence of many similar fierce birds, among which there were even more dangerous monsters than the fierce birds. Therefore, it is really not advisable to stay here for long. Let's leave this forest quickly. Sheen climbed up and picked up the holy sword that fell on the ground. As soon as the holy sword was picked up, the effect of Sheen's enemy sense skill was amplified again, allowing Sheen to once again sense the monsters within a kilometer radius. This also confirmed Sheen's previous thoughts that his skills were upgraded because of the effect of the holy sword. After checking his various states, Sheen found some changes. First of all, after the battle just now, Sheen's level was upgraded from the initial level 1 to level 2. In addition, Sheen's skill points also increased from 100 points at the beginning to 195 points. Seeing this situation, Sheen thought for a moment, and then learned the newly acquired military god skill. Suddenly, Sheen's skill points decreased a little. Does learning a skill consume a skill point? Before killing the fierce bird, Sheen learned a total of 5 skills, thus consuming 5 skill points. Then, the upgrade gave Sheen another 100 skill points. So Sheen's skill points became 195 points. Now, Sheen has learned a new skill, and the skill points have been reduced to 194 points. In addition, Sheen also found that every skill he learned can be upgraded. And now they are all at the first level. No. It should be said that except for the 2 skills Heaven's Grace and Blessing of the Supreme God that he had at the beginning, the rest of the skills can be upgraded. No wonder the Holy Sword has the effect of increasing the skill level. Thinking of this, Sheen upgraded the skill Two-Handed Sword. As a result, this skill seemed to be maxed out after it was upgraded to level 10. The skill display changed from Two-Handed Sword, LV.1, to Two-Handed Sword, LV, max, and it could no longer be upgraded. In other words, every skill that can be upgraded has a max level of 10. Moreover, every time a skill is upgraded by 1 level, 1 skill point is consumed. And if I guess correctly, every time my level is upgraded, Sheen can get another 100 skill points. In other words, can I practice 10 skills every time I upgrade 1 level? Sheen was speechless. It is obvious that this is definitely not a normal situation. Sheen could not help but turn his attention to his skill. Chapter 5 Various Skills. T-on-N. Unique Skills. When upgrading, all ability types are increased to the maximum value. When upgrading, the amount of skill points obtained is the maximum value. All skill acquisition conditions are reduced to the minimum. All skill upgrade conditions are reduced to the minimum. Permanently effective and cannot be cancelled in any way. There is no doubt that the current situation is all due to this skill. Whether it is so easy to learn skills, so many skill points can be obtained when upgrading, or even the skill level can be easily improved. It is all because of the effect of this skill. Right? Is this really a cheat? Sheen can only think so. And if T-on-N is like this, what about the effect of Blessing of the Supreme God? Not to mention the Holy Sword. Sheen has already experienced how powerful this sword is. Recalling the amazing power that flowed into his body from the Holy Sword when he used it just now, Sheen had reason to believe that he was able to kill the ferocious bird with 1 blow. All thanks to this sword. If the effect of the Holy Sword is correct, then this sword can not only help Sheen reduce the damage he has received and improve the level of his skills, but also improve his own level, which is the origin of that amazing power. Compared with these cheating abilities, the skills that Sheen has learned are quite normal. Now, Sheen can clearly see the effects of these skills. Enemy Sense. Permanent Skills. Perceive hostile objects. Physical Resistance. Permanent Skills. Reduce the damage of physical attacks. Avoidance. Permanent Skills. Increase the ability to dodge. Magic Resistance. Permanent Skills. Reduce the damage of magic attacks. Two-Handed Sword. Permanent Skill. Increases the skill and attack power of two-handed sword type weapons. Military God. Permanent Skill. When entering combat, depending on the skill level, you will be able to exert a certain degree of combat capability as if instinctively. Have a certain degree of control over the combat situation and the direction of the battle. Improve combat intuition. Improve control over the body. These are the effects of the 6 skills that Sheen just acquired. Each one is very practical, simple and easy to understand, which makes Sheen feel that this is right. This is normal. In this environment, any skill that can improve one's strength is extremely valuable. Therefore, Sheen upgraded all 6 skills until they were fully upgraded. 6 skills consumed a total of 60 skill points. But Sheen felt that it was all worth it, because Sheen could clearly feel that with the improvement of skill levels, the effects of these skills had also undergone earth-shaking changes. For example, the Enemy Sense skill can detect enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer even without the amplification of the Holy Sword. For example, the Two-Handed Sword skill also brings more skills and methods to use the Two-Handed Sword, and also improves the attack power of the Two-Handed Sword. The same is true for the other skills, and the effects are all improved, which makes Sheen feel that if he does it again, he may not need the power of the Holy Sword, and he can deal with the fierce bird just now. Of course, it is absolutely difficult to kill the fierce bird so cleanly without the Holy Sword. Thinking of this, Sheen glanced at the corpse of the ferocious bird exposed in the wilderness, and his head shrank reflexively, as if he was looking at some psychological shadow, and he almost didn't recall the pungent and disgusting strong smell of blood. Let's leave here quickly. Sheen didn't stay any longer, and left quickly with the Holy Sword. About half an hour later, new monsters appeared here, and they seemed to be attracted by the smell of blood, and began to eat the corpse of the ferocious bird happily. In this way, Sheen experienced the first battle in the other world, and the first baptism of life. Thanks to this, Sheen didn't dare to wander around in this forest anymore. As the saying goes, You have to be timid when you should be timid. Sheen didn't want to mess up the second life he had finally obtained. So, next, Sheen undoubtedly became much more cautious. If it were before, at this time, Sheen really didn't know what to do. If you go into the forest, you don't know what monsters and beasts you will encounter. If he chose to walk in an open area, he might be discovered by monsters with good vision and be attacked. Therefore, if it were before, Sean would definitely be very distressed and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, because he learned the enemy sense skill, Sean, who can sense many monsters in a large range, can bypass those monsters. Sean followed the monster positions fed back by the enemy sense skill, wandered around in the forest, and successfully avoided countless monsters. In the end, Sean successfully got lost without knowing it. Think about it. Right? How can you not get lost if you wander around like this? Looking at the setting sun, facing the evening light, Sean sat down against a tree and sighed bitterly. It seems that it is impossible to leave this forest today. Originally, Sean was not familiar with the terrain here, and didn't know how to get out of this forest. He didn't even know how big this forest was. He could only wander around like a headless fly. In this case, it would be a miracle to get out of this forest. Am I going to get lost in this forest? I will die. Even if I am not killed by monsters, I will starve to death. I might as well die again. Maybe I can be summoned by the goddess again and get a third life. Such thoughts came to Sheen's mind. This also shows how powerless and even desperate Sheen feels about the current situation. Is there no teleportation or flying skills for me to learn? Thinking about such things, Sheen finally patted the dust off his body and stood up. Although he said that, Sheen didn't really want to give up. Even if he wanted to give up, he had to struggle to the end. Now let's think about how to spend the night in this forest. At least there must be a safer hiding place. Otherwise, if I just sleep in the wild, I know that tomorrow morning, I may only be a pile of bones. The sun is about to set. So hurry up. Relying on the enemy's sense skill to detect the monsters, Sheen stared at several of their reactions, gritted his teeth, and went in the direction of a reaction. There is no way. If you want to find a place to hide, unless you try your luck, it is really difficult for Sheen, who is unfamiliar with the place. In this case, Sheen can only go to the location of those monsters that have not moved. The place where the monsters have been living and are unwilling to leave should not be too bad. Right? Anyway, it's all about luck. It's better to try your luck with a purpose. Maybe you can achieve your goal faster. With this idea in mind, Sheen went to the location of those monsters that have not moved. Chapter 6 Smoother than expected. Night finally came. After the sun went down, the air in the forest became heavier and heavier. Many of the monsters here seemed to be nocturnal creatures. So as soon as it got dark, the monsters appeared in every corner of the forest and began to become active. Under such circumstances, there is no doubt that the night here is definitely more dangerous than the daytime. Fortunately, after the sun went down, Sheen finally found a hiding place that met his requirements. It was a cave located at the bottom of the cliff. If it was there, I should be able to spend the night. Right? Sheen, who was hiding in the bushes on the side of the cave, looked at this scene, but his face did not show joy. Because, no matter how you look at it, that guy doesn't look like he will agree to let me go in. Looking closely, in front of the cave, there is a monster lying there. It was a demon dog that looked like a cheetah, with spots all over its body, black fur, and flames on its back. The demon dog seemed to have fallen asleep, lying in front of the cave, eyes closed, back slightly up and down, breathing quite steadily. But every breath was accompanied by an extremely hot, making the flame spray out of its mouth, nose, and even the closed eye slits. It looked like a fire dog guarding the gate of H.L., which was timid. Sean felt helpless, although I had been mentally prepared for a long time. After all, it was specifically following the monster reaction feedback from the enemy sense skill to find it, and it was natural to encounter monsters. However, seeing such a fierce creature appear in front of him, Sean was still a little scared. Even if according to the reaction of the enemy sense skill, this demon dog should be weaker than the fierce bird in the daytime, resulting in a weaker reaction from the skill feedback. But this time was different from the daytime. This time, Sheen was not attacked, but had to attack the opponent in return. In this way, Sheen could occupy the cave and turn it into his hiding place. Huh? Sheen slowly adjusted his breathing. It's okay. With the holy sword in hand, I can do it. Xian tightened the holy sword in his hand and encouraged himself. The opponent is weaker than the bird in the daytime. And I can kill the bird in seconds. There is no reason why I can't kill this dog in seconds, Xian told himself. However, this time, Xian did not intend to fight the opponent head-on. In theory, with the protection of the holy sword, and the two full-level skills physical resistance and magic resistance that can weaken the damage Xian received, Xian should be able to win even if he faces the demon dog that is weaker than the fierce bird in the daytime. But, forgive Xian. After all, he is a person from another world who has not experienced much fighting. It is too difficult for him to rush head-on against such a ferocious monster. Besides, if you can win without any risk, why rush head-on? So, Xian tried to suppress his breathing and footsteps as much as possible, and followed the direction of the bushes and grass, hiding his body while moving lightly. Obtain skill hide. Do you want to learn? At this moment, such information emerged in Xian's mind. Xian was stunned at first, and then hurriedly checked. Hide. Permanent skill. When entering the hidden, lurking, ambush and other states, the smell, breathing, footsteps, and even the sense of existence will be eliminated to a certain extent depending on the skill level. If the skill level is high enough, the skill will also work on the surrounding environment and other individuals around. The appearance of this skill is completely a timely rain. Originally, Xian was worried that he would be discovered by the other party. After all, the other party was a dog, and Xian was actually prepared to be exposed because of the smell. But the appearance of hide completely eliminated Xian's worries. So, Xian learned this skill without any hesitation and upgraded it to the maximum level. In this way, after the full level hide was further amplified by the holy sword, the effect was completely exploded. By the time Xian reacted, he had actually come behind the demon dog silently. The sleeping demon dog was so defenseless that its whole body was exposed to Xian's eyes. At that moment, Xian made a decisive move. Puff! As the holy sword fell, the brilliant and sharp sword blade directly pierced through the body of the demon dog. Awooh! The demon dog howled shrilly, finally waking up from its deep sleep, opened a pair of red eyes that seemed to be burning, and a terrible burning flame broke out all over its body. Xian, who was close at hand, was immediately sprayed by the flames, and turned into a fireman and burned. However, Xian's magic resistance skill seemed to take effect, and the protection effect of the holy sword was also triggered, so that Xian did not suffer any damage even when bathed in the flames, and did not even feel a trace of burning. Not long after, the flames disappeared. The demon dog, whose body was pierced by the holy sword, fell directly on the charred ground. All the flames on its body had been extinguished, and the ground under it was gradually stained red with blood, leaving only some weeds around it that were ignited and burned slowly. Obtain skill assassination. Do you want to learn it? After successfully killing the demon dog, Xian gained a new skill again. Assassination. Permanent skill. Attack and hiding, lurking, ambushing, etc. will increase the probability of a one-hit kill. When hiding, lurking, ambushing, etc., it will be possible to find out the enemy's weaknesses with a high probability. Undoubtedly, this is also a very practical skill. Xian upgraded it to the maximum level directly with his heart beating fast. Thanks to these skills, the situation went more smoothly than I thought. Xian pulled the holy sword out of the dead demon dog, and then subconsciously moved away. After killing the monster for the second time, Xian finally got used to it. Only the smell of blood still made him feel as if he had awakened some psychological trauma, and he didn't dare to approach. But he couldn't just leave the body alone. Otherwise, there would definitely be monsters attracted by the smell of blood. Considering this, Xian still endured the discomfort. First buried the blood with the surrounding soil, and then dragged the body of the demon dog into the cave. The cave was full of the smell of wild beasts, which was very unpleasant, and was also covered with various bones and rotten meat, which seemed to be the souls of the dead under the mouth of this demon dog. No wonder you ran to sleep outside. It turned out that this place is so smelly. Xian wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 7 Limit Transformation. Finally, Xian did not choose to turn around and leave. In order not to camp in the wilderness full of monsters, Xian chose to endure this smell. Rather, the strong smell here should be able to cover up the smell on Xian's body and prevent monsters from looking for him. After entering the cave, Xian kept staring at the various monster reactions fed back to his mind by the enemy sense skill, so that he could detect the situation of monsters looking for him at any time. But, staring. Goo. Without any surprise, Sean's stomach began to growl wildly, draining all of Sean's strength. Looking back, I haven't eaten anything all day. Although Sean had a lot of water to replenish his water in the forest because of the small stream, Sean didn't eat anything except water today. If this continues, he will starve to death. He must find something to eat. But, in such a place, what can be eaten? Do I have to go out hunting? Compete with monsters for survival in the middle of the night? When thinking of this, Xian felt sick. The next second, Xian turned his head in silence and looked to the side. There, the body of the demon dog was still lying. Xian stared at the body of the demon dog closely, and after going through many complex psychological changes, he sighed. This second life is really absurd. After throwing down such a sentence, Xian resigned himself to holding the holy sword, came to the side of the demon dog, and cut pieces of meat from it, in order to fill his stomach. Now is not the time to disdain. Anyway, the holy sword can also be immune to negative states. Not afraid of poison, Xian is willing to go all out. Of course, it is impossible to eat raw, and it is impossible to eat monster meat raw in this life. In order to roast the meat that he had finally obtained, Xian left the cave, picked up some dry branches from the surrounding bushes, piled them up, and skewered the monster meat. As for the fire, there was no need to worry about it. Before dying, the demon dog released a fierce fire, igniting the surrounding weeds, which were still burning slowly. Xian used local materials to successfully light a bonfire, roasted the demon dog's meat, and then put it into his mouth. It tastes so bad. Xian's face was bitter, as if he was chewing wax. However, without salt, soy sauce, or any seasoning, it seemed natural that the roasted meat was unpalatable. Moreover, chewing wax was better than eating dirt, and Xian finally filled his stomach until he was full. Afterwards, Xian extinguished the bonfire, buried the fire and the corpse of the demon dog with sand, and then returned to the cave, found a more comfortable place, and lay down. Perhaps because this is the den of the demon dog, the temperature is not low, but a little hot, so Xian will not be cold. Xian put the holy sword beside him and looked at the night sky outside the cave. There seems to be no moon tonight, but there are many stars dotting the night. Looking at the night sky with dazzling stars flashing, Xian's heart, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed a little. This world is not completely undesirable. At least, this night view should not be seen in the previous life. Right? Even though Xian has completely forgotten his previous life and has almost lost all his memories except common sense, Xian still remembers that in the big city in his previous life, he could not see the stars very much. And I seem to be an ordinary person in my previous life. I really don't know why the goddess summoned a guy like me to be a hero. Is it because I can cheat? But aren't those cheats given by the goddess? Xian doesn't understand. Come to think of it, I don't even know the name of that goddess. Thinking back to that beautiful goddess, who was unlike anything in the world, both in fact and in perception, Xian couldn't help but fall into thought. Then, Xian fell asleep unconsciously. The next day, Xian woke up from his dream and left the cave, continuing to look for a way out of the forest, in order not to lose his way again. This time, Xian realized that he couldn't avoid the disaster, so he no longer changed his direction to avoid the monsters, and began to actively face the location of some monsters. Thanks to this, Xian encountered many monsters. He encountered a demon pig that could emit poisonous miasma. He also encountered a black snake that could transform the surrounding terrain into a swamp. He also encountered groups of monsters, and was surrounded and killed one after another. These encounters made Xian encounter several crises even with the holy sword in hand. However, while encountering crises, Xian also learned various skills. When he was corroded by the poison gas emitted by the demon pig, Xian learned abnormal state resistance. When he was trapped in the swamp and was almost suffocated to death, Xian learned immortality. When he was besieged by a group of monsters, Xian was careless and his holy sword was knocked away. But he finally learned limit transformation, abnormal state resistance, permanent skill, improved resistance to abnormal states, immortality, permanent skill, improved the recovery ability of oneself, and the recovery effect of recovery type abilities. Has a certain resistance to instant death attacks and abilities. When the situation where one's own vital signs cannot be maintained occurs, by consuming magic power, the vital signs can be forced to continue to be maintained. Limit transformation, active skill, directly effective on the life level. When used, it will enhance all abilities. and the effect depends on the amount of magic power consumed and the level of the skill. Each of these skills is very useful, especially the two skills Immortality and Limit Transformation. One allows Sheen to maintain vital signs even if he is completely submerged in the swamp, and he will not die even if he cannot breathe. It can be said to be the ultimate life-saving skill. The other is the first active skill Sheen has obtained. After using it, Sheen can directly obtain a Superman-like body. Even a tree more than 10 meters high can jump to the top in one breath, which is quite amazing. It was the appearance of this skill that made Sheen feel a power that he had never felt before for the first time. That kind of power is magic. This seems to be a power that can be used to use skills and magic. By consuming this power, Sheen can use active skills such as Limit Transformation, and can also use permanent skills such as Immortality that require mana consumption, which can be described as a fantastic power. And by using magic, Sheen also obtained the two skills Magic and Magic Recovery. Magic. Permanent skill. Greatly improve magic. Greatly improve the effect of magic. Magic Recovery. Permanent skill. Consumed magic will be automatically restored. The appearance of these two skills finally made Sheen feel that he was indeed different. After being able to feel and use magic, Sheen felt that he had indeed come to the world of swords and magic. This finally made Sheen look forward to it. I wonder if I can use magic. With such expectations, Sheen traveled safely all the way, defeated many monsters, completely adapted to the battles, and gradually settled down in this forest. Chapter 8: How to Escape from the Forest. Time keeps passing. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. On this day, in one corner of the forest, Sheen, dressed in rags and holding a dazzling holy sword, was fighting the enemy. Ah! Ah! A group of monsters holding sticks, covered with hair, with a single horn, and hideous faces, like evil spirits, roared one by one and rushed towards Sheen. Each of them was sturdy, like an orangutan. There were ferocious fluctuations all over their bodies, just like the fierce bird with a human face and a snake body. Today, Sheen already knows that the fluctuations are magic. These monsters in front of him also have magic power. By using magic power, he can not only strengthen his strength, but also improve his body's resistance to injury. Some monsters can even consume magic power to achieve the same purpose as using magic, such as spitting fire and lightning, which is very dangerous. In recent days, Sheen has also encountered monsters that can petrify the target they are looking at, and even terrible monsters that curse the enemy and corrode the enemy's body. It can be said that if it were not for the full-level physical resistance, magic resistance and abnormal state resistance skills, as well as the protection of the holy sword, Sheen would not know how many times he would die in the face of these monsters. Now, facing these monsters in front of him, Sheen is no longer timid. Looking at the unicorn monsters rushing in groups, Sheen did not retreat but advanced. Evolve. While running, Sheen used the extreme evolution skill without hesitation. At this moment, the full-level Limit Transformation brought a great degree of increase to Sheen, making all aspects of his abilities explosively increase. Whoosh! Suddenly, Sheen's speed increased geometrically, like a residual shadow, rushing straight into the group of monsters. Puff! The holy sword flashed with a dazzling sword light, and instantly cut a unicorn monster that rushed to the front in half, and blood spilled on the ground. Ah! Ah! The unicorn monsters roared angrily, and rushed up one after another, swinging sticks, making the whistling sound of strong winds continue to sound. And the shadows of the sticks are like deadly weapons, attacking Sheen madly. In response, Sheen seemed to have eyes all over his body. His body was like the wind, constantly moving, sometimes rushing forward, sometimes retreating, sometimes darting to the left, sometimes to the right, and sometimes even diving low, sometimes jumping high, and perfectly avoiding all the incoming attacks. With the constant reminders of enemy sins, the location of each monster was transmitted to his mind, and the assistance of the avoidance skill, Sheen could not be hit at all. In addition, the military god skill gave Sheen an instinctive god-level combat ability and intuition. However, after a while, Sheen's figure was completely invisible. Only a gust of wind could be vaguely seen blowing back and forth, making the monsters spin around, and making these monsters frightened and angry. At the same time, the dazzling sword light pulled by the holy sword also kept flashing and sweeping back and forth. Puff! 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 As the battle progressed, one after another one of the unicorn monsters was buried under the slashing light of the holy sword, and one by one, they turned into broken limbs and fell into pools of blood. Compared with 10 days ago, this kind of combat power is simply a world of difference. This is all thanks to the series of skills that Xian has learned. Now Xian has learned a full 13 full-level skills. At heaven's grace and blessing of the Supreme God, Xian has a full 15 skills, which is naturally completely different from when he just came to this world 10 days ago. Especially the two skills Military God and Extreme Transformation. One makes Xian, who has never fought, seem to be possessed by the real Military God, and can exert amazing combat capabilities like divine help. The other can amplify and improve Xian in all aspects. In this way, coupled with the power of the Holy Sword, Xian naturally took off directly on the spot, and he was just short of achieving the status of a god. Not to mention, Xian also upgraded these two skills to the maximum level, and the effect is quite different from that at level 1. Even so, Xian still has a lot of skill points left. After 10 days of continuous fighting, Xian has upgraded himself to level 10, with a total of 1,000 skill points. Even if he has practiced all 13 skills, he only used 130 skill points, and there are still 870 skill points left. Therefore, based on his feeling of progress, Xian can say with certainty that compared with his previous self, he is definitely reborn. However, he has fallen to the point of sleeping in the open every day, and he doesn't know whether he should be happy about it. Xian's mood was very complicated. He didn't know when he stopped fighting. He shook off the blood on the holy sword inside. All the unicorn monsters around him were lying in a pool of blood, with corpses everywhere, and no one was spared. On the contrary, Xian was unscathed, and not even a drop of blood was stuck on him. This was naturally due to the psychological shadow caused by the first day in the other world, which made a certain down-and-out hero completely afraid to get close to blood. So he had always consciously avoided the splashing blood and the pool of blood on the ground, recalling the experience of sleeping in the open every day, being awakened by monsters that attacked in the middle of the night, and sometimes having to cut off the monster's meat to eat because of hunger. Xian had the urge to cry. When will this kind of day end? Goddess, Xian sighed, but his hands did not slow down at all. He began to cut the meat of the unicorn monsters around him, and selected the edible parts. 10 days was enough time for Xian to hone some skills for survival in the wild, and he had no objection to eating monster meat. Anyway, I have the abnormal state resistance skill, and the negative state immunity and purification effect of the holy sword, so I don't need to worry about getting an upset stomach. Of course, whether it tastes good or not, and whether I want to eat it or not, is another matter. This is forcing me to become Bear Grylls. Xian cut a unicorn monster in two in anger. At this moment, cry, accompanied by a sharp cry, a black shadow passed in the sky. Xian looked up the moment the enemy sense skill reacted, and then saw a monster. That was the moment he saw the monster. Xian was stunned at first, and then his eyes lit up, because Xian thought of it. He thought of a way to get out of this forest. Chapter 9, Take Me Out of This Forest. At this time, the black shadow was flying leisurely in the sky above the forest. The real body of the black shadow is a monster with a lion's body and claws, an eagle's head, and a pair of eagle-like wings. It is a monster born from the combination of a lion and an eagle. That is a very famous monster, the griffin. The griffin is a monster that is recognized to be quite powerful. It has the courage and strength of a lion, and the speed and wings of an eagle, which makes this monster not inferior to a flying dragon, and even surpasses it. Therefore, even in the previous life, the griffin was a very famous fantasy beast, and in this alien world, it is also an existence that cannot be underestimated. Such a griffin seemed not to appear here because it found prey, but just passed by, flying quite leisurely, and had no idea that it had been stared at by someone. Xian stared at the griffin flying through the sky. If he could ride on the griffin, he should be able to fly all the way out of the forest. Right? Xian was thinking of this idea. Moreover, the more he fought, the more he was eager to move. If he wanted to leave the forest as soon as possible, this was the best way Xian could think of. It would be a pity if he missed this opportunity. In these 10 days, except for the fierce bird with a human face and a snake body that he met at the beginning, this griffin was the most suitable flying monster Xian had encountered for riding. It's not that Xian hadn't encountered flying monsters during this period of time, but those monsters were either too small to be ridden at all, or they were so strange that it was impossible to ride them at all. Only this griffin, riding on its back, there was no problem at all. Good. After thinking about it, Xian, who has always been decisive and receptive, no longer hesitated. Evolve. At that moment, Sheen activated the skill Extreme Evolution directly, allowing the magic power to circulate rapidly in his body, turning it into strength and gaining a superhuman body. Then, Sheen did a squat and gathered all his strength on his feet. Thanks to the effect of the full-level military god skill, Sheen, who can perfectly control his own body, easily gathered all his strength on his feet. The next second, pound. With a loud bang like an explosion, Sheen crushed the ground under his feet, shaking up a strong wind, carrying thick sand and dust, like a rocket that broke through the air. Cry! In the sky, the leisurely flying griffin was frightened by the sudden loud noise, and then saw a figure shooting like a sharp arrow. Direction, just aiming at himself. Bang! Not long after, a muffled sound was heard from high above the forest. The griffin only felt that it was hit hard, cried out, and its whole body rolled in the air, almost falling down and losing its ability to fly. When the griffin stabilized its body, flapped its wings, and flew steadily in the air again, it immediately discovered something strange about itself. On the back of the griffin, a figure landed on it at some point. Success? With one hand holding the holy sword and the other hand holding the fur of the griffin, Sheen laughed and rode on the back of the griffin. Get the skill mount, do you want to learn it? When such information flooded into Sheen's mind, Sheen had not made a choice yet, and the griffin under him finally responded. Cry! The griffin, who realized what was happening, cried angrily the moment he reacted, and magic power surged from his body, turning into fluctuations. Then, a tornado appeared on the griffin. The magic power of the griffin turned into a tornado, carrying an endless wind blade-like effect, and it blew wildly on its body. Sheen's face changed, and he subconsciously grabbed the fur on the griffin's neck. The tornado that blew up from the griffin's body carried amazing power, and blew on Sheen's body. If it were an ordinary person, under the crazy blowing of this tornado, he would definitely be blown off the griffin's body immediately, and then minced into meat by the power inside the tornado. Right? Sheen has 2 full-level skills of physical resistance and magic resistance, and he is also protected by the holy sword. Naturally, he will not be minced into meat, but it is inevitable that he will be blown off the griffin's body. However, Sheen learned the riding skill he had just acquired at the fastest speed, and upgraded it to the full level without a pause, so that he has the highest level of riding technology. So, not only was Sheen not blown away by the tornado, he instantly clamped the griffin's body with his legs with the greatest strength, and used the greatest strength to hold the fur on the griffin's neck. He immediately lowered his body and resisted the power of the tornado with all his heart and soul. Swish! 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 Suddenly, Sheen's clothes, which were already very tattered, were constantly torn and torn by the tornado. However, Sheen still rode steadily on the griffin. Intact? Cry! Realizing this, the griffin screamed in extreme anger and began to fly wildly, spinning, leaping and sweeping back and forth in the air, trying to throw Sheen off. It's a pity that Sheen was like a most skilled rider, always controlling himself firmly on the griffin's back, sometimes adjusting his position, sometimes converting his strength, sometimes lowering his body, sometimes straightening his back, and he perfectly controlled the centrifugal force and balance. Be quiet! At the back, while still firmly controlling the griffin, Sheen raised his hand holding the holy sword, held the holy sword in reverse, and hit the griffin's head hard with the hilt. Bang! The griffin groaned in pain with a muffled sound. At the same time, obtain the skill Taming. Do you want to learn it? Sheen was slightly startled, and then immediately practiced this newly acquired skill, and then upgraded it to the maximum. At this time, Sheen's eyes showed a look of realization, and he put one hand on the griffin's back and began to inject his own magic power into it. This magic power was slowly injected into the griffin's body with a specific frequency and flow path. Ting! Ting! The griffin, which was furious because of the pain just now, suddenly made a comfortable cry, and the strength of its struggle also weakened. Seeing this, Sheen was delighted and quickly used the same method to continuously inject magic power into the griffin, making the griffin's cry more and more comfortable, and no longer resisting Sheen. After an unknown amount of time, the griffin completely stopped struggling and no longer resisted Sheen's riding. Instead, it kept shouting at Sheen, as if it wanted Sheen to continue to inject magic power into it. What? Still want it? Sheen smiled and said to the griffin under him, if you are willing to take me out of this forest and go to the nearest town nearby, Then I will satisfy you." Hearing this, the griffin shouted a few times, as if to express that it had received it. And with a flap of its wings, it flew in one direction. Xian, who understood something, could no longer hide his joy on his face. The man and the beast flew to the outskirts of the forest at a high speed. Chapter 10 Another World. Here I come. On this day, a griffin crossed half of the forest, carrying a human, and flew continuously over the forest. During this period, no blind monsters came to harass, because most monsters can't fly, and the flying monsters don't seem to dare to provoke monsters as high as the griffin. Xian passed through half of the forest unimpeded, and the efficiency of traveling was higher than the previous 10 days combined. This made Xian more and more happy, and he felt more and more that he had hope of escaping, so he became more and more expectant. Of course, Xian did not break his promise, and continued to inject magic power into the griffin under him, making the griffin fly faster and faster, and the cry became more and more comfortable. Obviously, Xian's move completely captured the heart of the griffin. This made Xian take a look at the effect of the taming skill. Taming. Active skill. Use magic in a specific way to achieve the effect and purpose of taming monsters. The higher the level of the monsters that can be tamed, and the more rare and powerful monsters can be tamed. This skill is very useful. So, Xian worked even harder to inject magic into the griffin, so that the griffin also flew even harder. This naturally consumed a lot of magic power for Xian. However, because of the skill magic guide, Xian's magic power is not less at all. If, under normal conditions, Xian's magic power is 100, then after the skill effect of magic guide is amplified, his magic power will be 1000, and the increase is no less than 10 times. This is the effect when magic guide is only level 1. Therefore, after Xian upgraded magic guide to the maximum, Xian's magic power became countless times more than before. And as the level increased, the magic power would increase more and more, allowing Xian to use the skill limit transformation quite casually. In this case, coupled with the effect of the skill magic recovery, Xian's magic power would be recovered at the fastest speed as soon as it was consumed, especially after it was upgraded to the maximum level. Xian's consumed magic power would almost be recovered within 1 second, which was quite foul. In view of this, Xian did not need to worry about his lack of magic power. Even if he kept consuming a lot of magic power like this, his magic power was still full, as if he had never used it at all. In this way, Xian could keep injecting magic power into the griffin to tame the griffin and let the griffin carry him to fly. After a long flight, Xian finally saw the boundary of the forest. Is it finally out? Looking at the vast plain outside the edge of the forest, Xian became excited. 10 days have passed, and finally I can leave this damn forest. Xian can't wait to see people other than himself. Eat food from human society, instead of dealing with monsters all day, eating monster meat, and playing survival competition in the wild. Cry! As if the griffin could sense Xian's thoughts. It cried out, and its wings fluttered again, and its speed increased again. It must be said that the speed of the griffin is really quite fast, comparable to the fighter planes in the previous life, which allowed Xian to cross this forest that took 10 days to reach the end. It is said that the griffin has the instinct to predict the weather, and can fly in any weather. In some myths and legends, it is even the mount of the gods. It is true. Xian offered his praise, which made the griffin cry proudly, and then flew faster. Xian hurried on at a speed that was completely incomparable before, and left the forest half a minute later and entered the vast plain. After entering the plain, Xian began to see some figures. They were people rushing on roads that seemed to be artificially expanded. Some of them were riding in carriages. Some were riding horses, and they seemed to be merchants. And some even looked like soldiers or knights. In some corners of the plain, Xian could vaguely see several pastures and farmhouses. However, the appearance of the griffin seemed to cause some commotion, making the people below panic and making unnatural movements. Some soldiers and knights were ready to draw their bows and arrows to prevent the griffin's sudden attack. However, they probably didn't realize that there was a person on the back of the griffin. Xian wanted to go down and communicate with those people. However, if he appeared with a monster like this, he might be treated with unnecessary hostility. I don't know how people in this world view monsters, so it's better to be cautious. If you are attacked because of acting with monsters, it will not be worth it. Let's go to the town first. Xian suppressed the urge to land and made this decision instead. Fortunately, the town soon appeared in front of Xian. It was a town with a large area. There were high walls outside the town, and there were many figures on the walls, which should be soldiers or knights patrolling and guarding. Okay, let's land nearby. Xian made this decision directly. Otherwise, once the monsters were found approaching, those people on the walls would definitely attack immediately and prevent the monsters from entering the town. Cry! The griffin cried loudly and landed very obediently. Not long after, the griffin came to an uninhabited suburb and let Xian jump off its back. You've worked hard. Xian patted the griffin's head and said softly, Okay. You go back. Hearing this, the griffin did not obey, but kept shouting at Xian. What? Do you still want to continue? Xian was slightly startled, and then laughed. That's really a pity. Next, I need to enter the human town. I can't take you with me, and I can't let you continue to enjoy it. So you should go back, Xian said to the griffin. And the griffin didn't know whether it understood Xian's words or not. It shouted at him several more times, and then looked at Xian for a while with some dissatisfaction. After a long time, it let out a cry, flapped its wings, and flew into the air. The griffin hovered over Xian for a long time, and then let out a clear and loud cry and flew away. Xian watched the griffin leave until the other party's figure completely disappeared at the edge of the sky, and then turned his head and looked at the town at a distance. Another world? Here I come. After saying these words, Xian took a step forward, as if he couldn't wait, and walked towards the town. Chapter 11 Limijin. Oh! Standing on the street full of exotic atmosphere, looking at the scene in front of him, Xian finally couldn't help but let out a sigh. The scene that caught his eyes had the reason for him to do so. At this time, Xian had entered the town and was on the street in front of the city gate, surrounded by medieval stone and wooden buildings. On the street were people riding carriages or carrying luggage, wearing retro corsets and Greek-style clothes. The ground was paved with stone bricks, and the roads were connected in all directions. There were shops and stalls selling various goods everywhere, and people shouting and noises rose and fell, creating a very lively market scene, which made Xian feel like he had returned to ancient times, rather than reincarnated into another world. Except for one scene. That is, in addition to all kinds of civilians and merchants on the street, there are also people who carry weapons, are fully armed, look ferocious, and exude a murderous atmosphere. Some of them are soldiers patrolling the streets, on high alert. However, among these people, the most are those who are equipped with different equipment, dusty and bloody, carrying heavy backpacks from outside the town, or preparing to go out of the town. At a glance, you can tell that they are ready to go out and kill. The existence of these people told Xian that this is not ancient times, but a real different world. After all, among them, there are people who are carrying huge monster corpses, and I don't know whether they are going to sell or bury them. Thanks to the existence of these people, Xian can enter this town so smoothly. Otherwise, based on Xian's current appearance, he is likely to be stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. After 10 days of living in the wild in the forest, Xian was not only in tatters, but also because of the high-altitude fight with the griffin. His clothes had become strips of cloth and could hardly cover his body. In this way, if there were not people in the town who were exhausted and even covered with wounds constantly coming in from outside, Xian would have been stopped. In addition, it seems that you need to pay a fee to enter the town. Before entering the town, Xian saw merchants and civilians handing over some money bags and currency to the guards before they were allowed to enter. At that time, Xian thought that he should not be able to enter the town without money. Who would have thought that the guard just looked at Xian and let him go directly? Adventurers do not need to pay the entrance fee. Just go in by yourself. This is the reason given by the other party. In other words, the other party regarded Xian as an adventurer. And the so-called adventurers are probably those people around who exude a solemn atmosphere and keep going in one direction. Right? Adventurer? Xian was a little excited. This is a popular profession in another world. By completing other people's commissions and tasks, you can get paid to make a living. This is a dream profession that is well known among people who have dreams of another world. Xian cannot be unaware of it. So, is there a place like the Adventurers Guild here? Thinking of this, Xian couldn't help but take a step and follow the flow of adventurers around him to the front. It is worth mentioning that Xian also carried a long package that was obviously made of animal skin. In the package, of course, was Xian's holy sword. This was the preparation Xian made before entering the town. There was no way. The holy sword was too conspicuous in all senses. If it was brought in like this, Xian would instantly become the focus. and even attract the covetousness and greed of others. Therefore, Sheen wrapped the holy sword with the animal's skin that was originally used as a blanket to keep warm in the wild at night. In this way, Sheen brought the holy sword with him to avoid being coveted. In this way, Sheen followed the flow of people and a group of adventurers who were obviously heading in the same direction and came to a building. It was a building that was obviously different from others. It was located in a vast square, with no other houses around, although it looked like it had only 4 or 5 floors. It occupied a very large area. The design and decoration were also different from other buildings, making it more unique. There was also a door plate hanging on the gate of this building. On the left side of the door plate was a sword, and on the right side was a ball of fire, as if showing the symbol of sword and magic. In the middle was a line of words written in the language of another world, Adventurers Guild. Sure enough, there is an Adventurers Guild. Sheen smiled at first, and then was stunned again. No. How can I understand those words? That's right. Sheen can understand the words of those other worlds. No. Not only the words. Sheen can also understand the language of the people in this world. Like what the guard said at the beginning. Sheen only realized now that he actually understood it at that time. And now, he can also understand the words of the people around him. I heard that someone witnessed a griffin appearing in the suburbs. No way. Griffin? There was actually a griffin. Wouldn't such a high-level monster only appear in the dangerous Tria forest? I hope that monsters of that level will never fly here. That's right. I don't want to be summoned to deal with monsters of the level of griffins. The adventurers around were talking like this while going in and out of the gate of the Adventurers Guild. They were clearly using a language that Sheen didn't know. But for some reason, Sheen could understand it and distinguish the words. He didn't even realize until now that even what he said had become the language of another world. Is this the benefit of the reincarnated hero? Sheen scratched his head. However, Sheen did not think too much, but felt that this saved him a lot of trouble. It would be great if he did not have to worry about not being able to communicate in the other world. With this thought, Sheen walked into the Adventurers Guild in front of him. Adventurers Guild? First floor lobby. This is a vast hall without any extra rooms. The hall is full of adventurers wearing various equipment. Some of them sit in groups of 3 or 5 at the tables and chairs in the hall, chatting lively, while others gather in front of a bulletin board, looking carefully at the parchments on it. And some gather in front of counters, communicating with people dressed as clerks. The lively level is even more than that of the streets outside. Sheen's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. Only some people turned their eyes and glanced at him, then retracted their eyes and continued to do their own things. Obviously, for adventurers, the ragged Sheen is not worth paying attention to. However, some people noticed Sheen's abnormality. There is nothing to be done about it, because it was Sheen's first time here. He would inevitably look around, and he knew at a glance that he was a new guy. Hey! The new guy over there. The counter is over there. Go over there if you want to handle any procedures. Don't hang around. A rough man who was drinking yelled impatiently at Sheen, who was passing by like this, with a very bad attitude. But he was pointing Sheen the way. It seems that the other party has a warm heart that is completely inconsistent with his appearance and behavior. Thank you. Sheen naturally understood this, smiled at the other party, and went to the counter. When Sheen came to the counter, the guild staff immediately received him. Welcome to the Lemidgen Adventurers Guild. Is there anything I can help you with? A beautiful girl with a pure look sat at the counter, smiled at Sheen, and asked like this. This made Sheen know one thing. That is, this town is called Lemidgen. Chapter 12 Adventurers Guild. Looking at the guild staff smiling at him, Sheen spoke after a moment of hesitation. Excuse me, if you want to become an adventurer, what kind of procedures do you need to go through? Sheen asked this question. Yes, Sheen is ready to become an adventurer. As a newcomer, he wants to make a living in this world, and becoming an adventurer seems to be an inevitable thing. So, Sheen plans to try to be an adventurer first, and then continue to plan the next things. At least, you can't let yourself starve to death. Right? Okay. You want to be an adventurer. Right? The smile on the face of the guild staff did not diminish, as if he had already anticipated Sheen's intention. Then, please allow me to explain to you the necessary explanations between adventurers and the Adventurers Guild. Having said this, the guild staff began to explain at a fluent speed. First of all, you may have already known something, but let me explain to you what adventurers are and what the Adventurers Guild is. As she knew before, the so-called adventurers are groups that engage in adventure activities and work by accepting various commissions. They are all over the world, and their traces can be seen in all countries around the world. At first, they appeared in the period when the war just ended 1,000 years ago. In order to heal the various damages caused by the war, the various races with insufficient manpower will have such a group of people one after another, and work for the people who commissioned various jobs in the form of rewards. After thousands of years of development, these people have become today's adventurers. Today, adventurers are already everywhere in omnipotence, and they are also a group that the top leaders of various countries rely on, and they are deeply trusted by people. The Adventurers Guild is the organization to which the adventurers belong. It is responsible for managing adventurers and accepting commissions from various places and forces for adventurers, and screening these commissions, classifying them according to difficulty, and providing them to adventurers for selection. In every city and town in the world, there is at least one branch of the Adventurers Guild. The headquarters of the guild is located in the capital of the Kingdom of Mitra. The origin of adventurers. This Kingdom of Mitra is also the country of Limijan, where Sheen is currently located. At the same time, this country is also the largest country known to date. Sheen wanted to know more about this country, but the guild staff did not seem to want to explain. Then, Sheen also had the urge to ask about the war 1,000 years ago and the various races mentioned by the guild staff. Of course, Sheen could understand the latter, because, since entering the town of Limijan, Sheen has seen all kinds of incredible existences along the way. There are orcs with animal ears and tails. There are dwarves with broad bodies and short stature. There are even elves with pointed ears and extremely outstanding looks. These races that originally existed only in various legends in the previous life now naturally appear in the town. Even in this Adventurers Guild, you can see a lot of them, mixing harmoniously with humans, which is really full of fantasy. This other world seems to have not only humans, but also various races. After all, even gods and demons exist. So this is not surprising. However, Sheen was a little concerned about the war 1,000 years ago, but this seems to be common sense in this world, and the guild staff did not seem to want to explain it specifically. Sheen could only suppress his curiosity and continue to listen. Under such circumstances, the guild staff began an important explanation. To become an adventurer, you must first reach the legal age of adulthood within your race, such as 15 for humans and orcs, 50 for dwarves, and 150 for elves. You must also reach level 10 or above to meet the requirements of becoming an adventurer. Adventurers are also divided into different levels. Adventurers above level 10 are first-class adventurers, and will be awarded the first-class Black Iron Primary Medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 20 are second-class adventurers, and will be awarded the second-class Bronze Intermediate Medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 30 are third-class adventurers, and will be awarded the third-class Silver Advanced Medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 40 are fourth-class adventurers, and will be awarded the fourth-class Gold Top Medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 50 are fifth-class adventurers, and will be awarded the fifth-class Platinum Special Medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers above level 60 are sixth-class adventurers, and will be awarded the sixth-class Mithril Celebrity Medal by the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers with a level of 70 or above are called seventh-class adventurers, and will be awarded the Obsidian 7th Class Honor Medal by the Adventurers Guild. In theory, 7th class adventurers are the highest level adventurers, even in our adventurers guilds all over the world. There are only 33 adventurers of this level, 4 of whom have even reached 80 or above, and 1 has reached 90 or above, even if they are still 7th class adventurers to the outside world, and have Obsidian 7th Class Honor Medals. The status of these 5 is different from that of other 7th class adventurers. They are generously entertained by countries around the world, and some are even named honorary nobles. Sometimes they accept national commissions that can determine the national conditions, or are directly commissioned by the royal families of various countries, and enjoy great reputation. Our Adventurers Guild welcomes anyone to join, and looks forward to everyone being active as adventurers on the world stage, as long as they are not people who have lost their blessings. We will never refuse. Upon hearing this, Xian raised his eyebrows. This so-called blessing is another intriguing term. Not knowing what Xian was thinking, the guild staff took out a prop and placed it on the counter. It was a prop with a suspended crystal, which looked like a small globe without a map. This was a magic detector, which had the same effect as the level 6 identification skill. It could detect the level of characters below level 70, and could also detect skills below level 7. Although it could not detect unique skills and special skills, it could detect the existence of blessings. even if it was impossible to tell which god's blessing it was. As long as it had a blessing, it would emit white light. Otherwise it would emit black light. The guild staff said so. Please stretch out a hand and place it above the magic detector. Hearing this, Sheen couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Obviously, if this magic detector emits black light, then at that time, his treatment would be immediately changed. What exactly is this so-called blessing? According to the guild staff, it seems to be a skill related to God. Sheen couldn't help but glance at a skill in his skill column, blessing of the supreme God. This should be considered a blessing that he has. Right? Thinking of this, Sheen calmed down, stretched out his hand, and placed one of his hands on the top of the magic detector. Clang! The next second, the crystal on the magic detector burst into light, and lines of words from another world appeared on the top of the instrument one after another. Fortunately, the light was white. Seeing this, the guild staff smiled slightly, and then shifted their gaze to look at the words that appeared on the top of the magic detector. Seeing this, the guild staff was stunned. Chapter 13 Unexpected Situation. A 20-year-old human at level 10? And he doesn't even have a single skill? The guild staff spoke in a somewhat unexpected voice. Seeing the rather unexpected performance of the guild staff, Sheen's heart sank. What's wrong? Did something strange happen? Sheen pretended to be calm and asked the guild staff. His tone still seemed very puzzled, as if he was completely unaware of what had happened. No, there is nothing strange. The guild staff said this with a smile on his face. But Sheen naturally didn't believe it. So, Sheen asked the guild staff various questions in disguise, trying not to expose his lack of common sense in this world, and trying to obtain information in an indirect way. This is certainly not easy, but Sheen can only do this. At present, Sheen does not want to expose his side that is different from ordinary people, especially for common sense. If you really show excessive ignorance, you will not only be ridiculed, but also doubted. So, after a lot of effort, Sheen finally understood what was going on. According to the guild staff, in this world, all lives have levels. Even gods are no exception. The higher the level, the stronger the power and ability in all aspects. Starting from level 1, as you grow and exercise, your level will gradually increase, up to level 100. However, not everyone can reach the limit, depending on personal potential and quality. Some people upgrade slowly, some upgrade quickly, some can reach a higher level, and some will stop growing without knowing it, and their level will no longer increase. In view of this, in Omnipotensen, the more people can reach a higher level at a young age, the higher their status will be. Fighting is the main means of upgrading, but the reason for upgrading is that you have grown up. So you can only upgrade after sufficient fighting and training. Once you defeat the opponent too easily, the speed of upgrading will become very slow. Therefore, the best way to upgrade is to fight with opponents of similar strength or stronger than yourself. Especially fighting with monsters is the most conducive to upgrading. In addition, exercise and training can also achieve the purpose of upgrading. As long as you can grow, you can upgrade. Thanks to this, people of all races can reach a certain level after adulthood, as long as their quality and potential are not a problem. No matter which race they are, they can reach level 10 after adulthood. In other words, according to human standards, people should be able to reach level 10 at the age of 15. People who reach level 10 at the age of 20 should be less likely to have outstanding potential. Of course, this is not surprising. There are also some adventurers who are unwilling to be ordinary. Even if their qualifications and potential are low, they still want to become adventurers, fight monsters, and try their best to improve their own levels. Therefore, many people have seen human adventurers who are only level 10 at the age of 30. However, it is a bit surprising that he has no skills even though he is already level 10. You should know that skills are abilities with various effects. As long as you have a certain talent and meet the conditions for learning, you can master them. And you can use the skill points obtained when you upgrade to improve the skill level. In this world, the only skills that cannot be mastered through learning are unique skills and special skills. Unique skills are unique skills that an individual possesses. There is no second skill with the same effect, in addition to being born with them. Some people will suddenly awaken during the growth process. The effects are high and low, and there are even completely useless unique skills. Special skills are skills obtained under special circumstances, and the effects are also different. The so-called blessings are classified here. Both types of skills are types that cannot be upgraded, and they can exert the greatest effect when they are possessed. Skills that can be upgraded are the same as personal levels. It depends on personal potential and quality to determine whether they can be acquired. Some people can easily learn the skills they are good at, while some skills cannot be learned in their lifetime, which is why people in various fields are derived, especially some powerful skills, which are very challenging to personal quality and potential. If you want to learn them, you usually need to meet very demanding conditions and consume a lot of skill points to learn them. This shows the difficulty of learning. Fortunately, the number of skill points that each person can obtain when upgrading is also different, and the amount obtained is also determined by their own potential and quality. The higher your potential and quality, the more skill points you can get when upgrading, and vice versa. Therefore, if your potential is about to be exhausted, the skill points you get will become less and less. Only after desperate training and death fighting can you get more skill points than usual, and the highest can get 100 points. In other words, no matter the level or skills, it is impossible to improve everyone equally as in a game. But it depends on your personal potential and quality, which can be called reality. However, there are skills that are difficult to learn, and there are skills that are easy to learn. Generally speaking, even if a person has mediocre qualifications, if he practices weapons for a few years, he can also learn some weapon skills. For example, if an ordinary person practices sword skills with a two-handed sword for a few years, he may be able to learn it. People with outstanding talents can even learn it in a few months or even a few days. In this case, it stands to reason that even if the qualifications are poor, he can practice to level 10 and should have mastered 1 or 2 skills. But what about Xian? He has no skills at all. Because of this, the guild staff was surprised. Only Xian knew that the reason why his level was relatively low was because he had only been in this world for 10 days. As for skills, the reason why there are none is that the magic detector did not detect them. Not only does Xian not have no skills, but he has a total of 17 skills, among which one is a unique skill, one is a special skill, and the remaining 15 skills are all full level 10 skills. In other words, if according to the guild staff, the magic detector can only detect skills below level 7, and cannot detect unique skills and special skills, then it is impossible for it to detect any of Xian's skills. Thanks to this, the magic detector will not show Xian's skills, making Xian have no skills. This gradually attracted the attention of the adventurers around, and they looked over. Xian, who understood the whole cause and effect, could not help but remain silent. It was not until this moment that Xian realized how abnormal his situation was. It is understandable that the level is low, because Xian has just been in this world for 10 days. Rather, it was incredible that he could reach level 10 in 10 days. If he hadn't killed so many monsters in the forest, he would never have been able to reach level 10 so quickly. Right? But in terms of skills, Xian's condition was obviously abnormal. Chapter 14, become the topic of others. Because of the unique skill Tian, Xian can easily obtain skills that ordinary people need to practice for several years, or even a lifetime to obtain, and can also obtain the maximum skill points every time he upgrades. And even upgrading skills has become extremely easy, from the fact that the magic detector equipped by the Adventurers Guild can only detect skills below level 7. It can be seen that the guild should not think that anyone can easily obtain skills above level 7. Right? What's more, if a person with average talent obtains few skill points, and the skill points required to upgrade the skill are too many, then it is impossible to upgrade the skill to a high level. And how many people can have full level skills? Even if they can, how many can ordinary people have? Whether it is level or skill, the degree of growth depends on personal qualifications and potential. This proves that even if a person with extraordinary talent can fully practice a skill, it is impossible to fully practice too many skills. Right? People cannot be perfect. Even if they can easily acquire skills in the field they are best at, it is impossible to easily acquire skills in other fields, let alone upgrade them easily. At least, according to the guild staff, even gods and demons cannot obtain the full 100 skill points in every upgrade. At best, they can only obtain the full 100 skill points in a few upgrades. Moreover, from the guild staff, Xian also learned that various skills require more or less skill points to learn and upgrade, depending on the effect. No one has ever learned any skill with only 1 skill point, let alone upgrading skills. Generally speaking, the stronger the effect of a skill, the more skill points are needed to learn and upgrade it. And the higher the level of the skill, the more skill points are needed to upgrade it. But because of the effect of Tian, Xian can get the full 100 skill points every time he upgrades. and only one skill point is needed to learn and upgrade skills every time. This is something that even gods and demons cannot do. In addition, now Xin also understands how terrible the power of his holy sword is. Apart from other things, the effect of raising the level by 100 is extremely scary to Xin now. You know, in this world, the maximum level is only 100. In other words, Xin holding the holy sword is equivalent to the maximum level, and can even add his own level. Am I already invincible in this world? As soon as this thought flashed through Xin's mind, it was immediately denied. Because, according to Xin's own feeling, although the power of the holy sword is strong, it cannot be said to make him directly invincible. Anyway, in addition to the level, there are also differences in skills. A high level only means that strength, physical fitness, agility, magic power, etc. are all high. But how strong a person is depends not only on the level, but also on the skills. Compared with a person with a weak constitution, who can use fighting skills, and a person with a strong constitution, who does not know how to fight, the former is often the winner. Although a high level means that more skill points can be obtained, which can be used to learn and upgrade more skills. Not everyone has the talent to learn many skills, and the level of the Holy Sword blessing will not allow Xin to have additional skill points. But it is just a pure increase in Xin's level. Then, Xin does not think that the skills of the Demon King will not be as good as his. Even if the Demon King does not have 15 full-level skills like himself, the opponent may have 157th level or 8th level skills. Moreover, who knows whether the opponent will have any unique or special skills that are foul? Just thinking about it, it is clear that Xin is still far from being invincible in this world. Don't forget that Xin has only been in this world for 10 days. If Xin continues to grow in his current state, it can be said that surpassing the Demon King in the future is a foregone conclusion. Right? Not to mention, the Holy Sword not only adds levels, but also skills, and even has other effects. Therefore, even if he cannot be called invincible, Xian does not need to belittle himself. Of course, now, Xian only shows his abnormal side to others, looking at the adventurers who were looking at this side with surprise, doubt or inquiry. Xian sighed silently in his heart. Now, I should become the topic of others for a while. Right? Forget it. Let's get back to the topic. Since I am an adult, and have reached level 10, I should be able to become an adventurer. Right? Xian spoke to the guild staff in front of him. Yes. The guild staff immediately nodded, picked up the quill and parchment, and started to make some notes. While saying this, now, you will be registered as an adventurer for the time being. However, because your level is still very low, and you are still a novice, for your safety, our guild will be responsible for arranging you into a veteran adventurer team, so that you can get used to accepting and completing commissions. If you can get the recognition and recommendation of your adventurer team after 1 month, you will be given the official adventurer qualification and awarded the adventurer medal. In other words, if you cannot get the recognition and recommendation of your adventurer team within 1 month, then Xian will have to retire from the adventurer path. Think about it. Adventurers often have to fight monsters to the death and deal with various clients, including some people with extremely high status. If you want to complete various commissions, you also need knowledge and abilities in all aspects. It is not realistic to want to become an adventurer easily like in games and novels, and then rely on completing a lot of commissions to earn a lot of money. As an organization spread all over the world, the Adventurers Guild needs a great reputation to develop to this day. If the commissions are messed up by unqualified people or cannot be completed, it will also be questioned by the public. Therefore, if you want to become an adventurer, you still have to pass the assessment. This is a license issued to you, recognizing that you have the right to temporarily accept the commissions of the Adventurers Guild, and you can enter and exit Lemidgen freely without paying the entry fee. It is valid for 1 month. Please keep it properly. The guild staff handed Xin a rolled parchment tied with a rope, which looked like a scroll. Please report to the guild tomorrow morning, and the adventurer team assigned to you will be waiting for you here. Hearing this, Xin took the license, thanked the guild staff, and left the guild. The adventurers present watched Xin leave until Xin walked out of the guild and then talked. From this moment on, the news of a novice adventurer who had reached level 10 but had no skills spread in a small area. As Xian thought, he would become a topic of conversation for the time being. Chapter 15. Who are you? As for what will happen next, Xian naturally does not know. However, Xian can more or less guess part of it. If possible, I really hope to be able to start my first life experience in a different world in an ordinary and smooth way. With this thought, Xian's heart, the excitement that has been echoing since leaving the forest, has disappeared without a trace. Basically, Xian is not a person who likes to act in a high-profile manner. Although he can no longer remember anything about himself in his previous life, Xian still has some reservations in terms of personality. Therefore, Xian knows himself very well, and knows clearly what kind of person he is. He is a person who is curious about new things, but does not like overly exciting developments and events. If possible, he hopes to live an ordinary life, not to join in the fun, let alone become different. He just wants to blend in with the crowd and quietly watch all kinds of new things. However, on the other hand, if something irreversible really happened, Xian would not blame others, nor would he deliberately avoid it, but would just accept it as something helpless. Therefore, Xian basically had no special feelings about such an incredible thing as reincarnation into another world, but just accepted it helplessly and showed his curiosity under appropriate circumstances. Thanks to this, Xian has a strong ability to accept, or it can be said that he is very good at facing objective facts, and is even better at finding joy in suffering. Even if he is curious about the adventurer industry and the customs of the other world, he will not want to become eye-catching, like the protagonist in the novel, who is keen to make a great reputation and career in the other world, so as to leave a name in history and change the ordinary and boring life in the past. In other words, Xian actually hopes to live a plain life, even if he reincarnates into another world, has a second life, becomes a legendary hero, and is asked by the goddess to defeat the devil. He does not want to act too high-profile. If possible, Xian plans to be an ordinary adventurer, complete various commissions and tasks in an ordinary way, slowly improve his level and strength, and when the time is right, find an opportunity to defeat the devil and complete his mission. What's more, Xian also hopes that he can defeat the devil unknown, quietly, and before everyone reacts. By then, the people in this world may be extremely surprised, or even shocked, but no one will know that it was Xian who did all this, so that Xian can continue to live his second life in this world in an ordinary way without any merit or fame. This is what Xian wants to do. Ambitious people may look down on such Xian, thinking that Xian has been reincarnated into another world, and has become a hero, and has opened such a foul cheat. But he has no ambition at all, which is really a waste of his fate. People who fantasize about having such a life, like a protagonist, traveling to another world to start a magnificent life, may also complain about such Xian, thinking that Xian has already got what others dream of. But he is still so unmotivated, which is really hateful. However, Xian is such a person. He does not want to seek excitement, let alone fame and success. He just hopes to live a stable life. That's enough. Make a living by working as an adventurer. If possible, visit the world by the way. See all kinds of new things, and then steadily improve your level. Isn't it okay to live such a life? Xian sighed while walking on the busy road. Such Xian didn't notice at all that someone just passed by him, and happened to hear what he said, and then stopped. Hey, adventurer over there. You seem to be saying something interesting? When such a pleasant voice came into Xian's ears, Xian was startled, stopped, turned around and looked at the source of the sound. When Xian saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned, because a beautiful girl caught Xian's eyes. She looked only about 17 or 18 years old, 1 or 2 years younger than Xian, but she was tall and more than 170 centimeters tall. She had a noble and elegant feeling all over her body, as if she was a rich lady going out for a walk. The girl had long straight black hair and red eyes. She was wearing a dress that was very consistent with her temperament and convenient for movement, even though the dress was not gorgeous. Due to the girl's overly beautiful appearance and outstanding temperament, the dress was also set off like a princess dress in the palace. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, saddles make the horse. People need clothes. Buddha needs gold. It should be the clothes that set off the person, but the other party is the person that sets off the clothes, which is really incredible. Such a girl held a snack that was torn open and ate it bite by bite, and her eyes were cast on Xian, as if she was in a whim. She spoke to Xian. Are you an adventurer? Don't adventurers hope to make a big name to achieve themselves? The girl asked like this, curiously. She was right. Basically, adventurers hope to make a name for themselves, so that they can enter the eyes of the nobles and even the royal family, and take on more high difficulty, and high-paying commissions. It can be said that what adventurers need most is fame. Only with fame can more people pay attention, get more profitable opportunities, and finally leave a name in history. This is what every adventurer is pursuing. Many people have expectations and aspirations for the adventurer industry because successful adventurers will be as dazzling as stars, and will be entertained by major forces or even countries, pocketing money, fame, and status. Therefore, for ordinary people, even nobles, becoming an adventurer is something worth aspiring to. Under such circumstances, Sheen made such a statement. No wonder the girl was curious. Just, excuse me, who are you? After a moment of silence, Sheen asked such a question in confusion. He did not get carried away by the curiosity and attention of the beautiful girl, nor did he feel at a loss when the beautiful girl suddenly spoke to him. He did not even feel happy about it. In order to attract the attention of the other party, he talked freely and set up the banner of a beautiful encounter. Instead, he expressed his doubts in a very unromantic way. This made the girl raise her beautiful eyebrows and put down the snacks in her hand. Do you want me to introduce myself? The girl's attitude was a little playful. But you have to know that not everyone can let me give my name. Right? The atmosphere began to become subtle because of the girl's words. Chapter 16 Sisters. At this moment, Xian's face was stiff, and he was a little speechless. For Xian, who was from another world, the girl's words were undoubtedly quite arrogant. If it was in the previous life, it would not be surprising to be regarded as a pretentious person by others. Unfortunately, this is a different world of swords and magic, where there are gods, demons, and even nobles and royal families. There are not only humans in the race. This statement may not be a big deal in this world, but this also means one thing. That is, the girl in front of him is either an arrogant and ignorant person, or a real rich lady with a good background. No matter which one it is, Xian doesn't want to have anything to do with the other party. Otherwise, according to the development trend of the story, various troubles will definitely arise in the future. So, Xian made a very straightforward decision. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me for asking such an ignorant question. I will withdraw now. After saying this, Xian lowered his head as if he was very humble, and then ran away quickly. You? The girl was stunned. Obviously, the girl had never expected that Xian would do such a thing. By the time the girl reacted, Xian had already mixed into the crowd and could not even see his shadow. The girl stared blankly at the direction where Xian disappeared for several seconds, and then burst out laughing. The laughter was as pleasant as a silver bell. Such a scene would not be an exaggeration to make the people around look at it sideways, or even obsessed and intoxicated. However, the people around seemed to have no idea that there was such a girl with amazing beauty around them, and they walked by as if no one was around. Until, Miss, just when the girl stopped laughing, a voice without any emotion and even without any ups and downs sounded. At some point, a person separated the crowd and came towards the girl. If Xian was still here, he would be surprised. Right? Because this person who separated the crowd looked exactly like the girl, as if they were carved from the same mold. Like the girl's twin sister, with the same height, figure, hair color and eye color. However, unlike the former, this girl not only had a blank expression on her face, but also showed no emotion at all. And she was not wearing a dress, but a maid's outfit. If the girl was a rich lady who was walking on the street on a whim, then this maid was a smart and reliable servant. You are here, Laxia. The girl looked at the maid who separated the crowd and looked exactly like her, like a sister, and smiled kindly and happily. Yes, I have bought what the young lady wants. The maid called Laxia responded indifferently, holding a bag in her arms. From the fragrance emanating from it, it can be known that it should be all delicious food. It can be imagined that Laxia should have been entrusted by the girl to buy delicious food. However, looking at the happy expression on the girl's face, Laxia was a little confused. You seem to be in a good mood, Miss Laxia. Laxia saw through the girl's mood. The girl Laxia didn't seem to have any intention of hiding it. Don't worry. I just met an interesting adventurer. Laxia seemed to be still thinking about what happened just now. While smiling happily, she said, It's not because of fear and awe, nor because of knowing my origin. It's just because I didn't report my name and I looked like I was afraid of getting into trouble. So I fled in a hurry. This is the first time I have seen such a person. Hearing this, Laxia didn't ask anything else. Although she didn't know what happened, Laxia was no longer surprised when Lycia did something on impulse. Because the young lady that Laxia served, who was like a twin sister, was so casual and liked to do all kinds of things on a whim. This time, she must have done something on a whim. Right? But it's been a long time since I saw the young lady so happy. Laxia told her thoughts truthfully. That's right. Lycia couldn't help but restrain her smile a little, and said with some nostalgia, "How long has it been since I laughed so happily last time?" Lycia couldn't remember it clearly, but Lycia didn't think about it anymore, and soon showed a relaxed expression. Speaking of which, Lycia looked in the direction where Xian left again. Her eyes flickered slightly. The magic power of that adventurer seems to be a little special, and the package he brought seems to have a familiar power. It shouldn't be my illusion. Right? Lexia was quite thoughtful. The reason why he talked to Xian was not only because he acted on impulse after hearing Xian's words, but also because of this reason. It seems that my cognitive impairment has no effect on him. Otherwise, even if I took the initiative to talk to him, he would not immediately notice my existence and clearly cast his eyes on me at the first time. Lexia murmured so. Could he be, perhaps thinking of something? Lexia's eyes began to become cold and dangerous. Miss? Not knowing what Lexia was thinking, Laxia woke her up and let her come back to her senses. It's okay. Let's go. Lycia smiled again and said this to Laxia. Of course. It seems that I have to stay in this town for a while. With this thought, Lycia turned around and left here. Seeing this, Laxia still didn't ask anything and followed quietly. From beginning to end, no one around noticed the twin girls, making them leave quietly like unnoticed ghosts. On the other side, Xian, who didn't know that he had been targeted, was still feeling lucky. Fortunately, I was smart. Xian, who ran a distance in the crowd, breathed a sigh of relief like this. His own troubles have not been solved yet, and Xian doesn't want to get involved in new troubles. Let's find a place to rest and enjoy the first night in the human society of the other world. Xian, who no longer thinks about troublesome things, decided to do so. After 10 days of living as a savage, he really wants to change the quality of life. As for other things, we will talk about them later. So, Xian began to wander around the town. Chapter 17, Meeting Again. Xian walked around Lemidjan until the evening. Thanks to this, Xian also learned a lot of things. For example, in this world, the common currency is gold coins, silver coins and copper coins, which is no different from many other worlds of swords and magic. The purchasing power of a copper coin is just enough to buy an apple. 100 copper coins are equivalent to a silver coin. 100 silver coins are equivalent to a gold coin. And the value of a gold coin is the same as the value of 10,000 copper coins. Therefore, generally speaking, one gold coin is enough for an ordinary family of 3 to maintain their livelihood for a whole month. And there is even more. Of course, for ordinary people, having a gold coin is already good. But for adventurers and nobles, it may not be the case. Because, in this world, ordinary items may not be worth much. But items related to magic are extremely expensive. For example, in this world, there are magic potions that can take effect immediately and have various and magical effects. Unlike general medicines that take time to take effect and have insignificant effects. Xian went to the magic potion store and found that the cheapest life recovery potion required 3 gold coins to buy a bottle. And the magic recovery potion required more than 5 gold coins to buy, which was extremely expensive. However, using this kind of magic potion, both injuries and magic power can be quickly recovered to a degree visible to the naked eye. And the effect is extremely obvious. Therefore, in an emergency, having such a bottle of magic potion is equivalent to having an extra life. Only people with a harmony skill can make magic potions. So the price of magic potions is naturally impossible to be low. In addition to magic potions, this world also has props with magical effects. Even if you don't know how to use magic, as long as you hold the magic prop, you can use the magic attached to the prop. Only people with a production skill can make it. So the price is also very expensive. Naturally, if there are magic props, there are magic weapons. As the name suggests, they are weapons that can be used to release magic and various magical effects that are beneficial to combat. Like magic props, they are weapons that can be used by anyone. But the price is more expensive than ordinary magic props. And only people with a forging skill can make them. Such magic items can be said to be the characteristics of this world, which makes Xian dazzled and curious. In addition, whether it is magic potions, magic props or magic weapons. They all need to use a precious mineral called magic crystal as a material, which is one of the reasons why they are so expensive. This magic crystal is a mineral containing magic power. It only appears in rare high-level veins. It is a necessity for making magic potions, magic props and magic weapons. It can also be used to replenish magic power, and as a resource for magic power consumption. Therefore, it is a strategic resource that has been developed and desired by any force or country. Through the introduction of various shops, she learned about various kinds of knowledge about the other world. And he also had a preliminary understanding of this world. So, in order to survive smoothly in this other world, Sheen felt that he also needed to plan his livelihood. Unfortunately, Sheen had just registered as a temporary adventurer in the Adventurers Guild today, and the adventure activities would not officially start until tomorrow. At present, he could only find a way to spend this day. Fortunately, Sheen disintegrated the group of unicorn monsters before leaving the forest. Although he hurriedly subdued a griffin and left the forest, he also took some things with him, like the animal skin used to wrap the holy sword, because it is very tough. Unlike ordinary animal skins, it will break when it touches the sword edge of the holy sword. It is also good for cold protection at night. So Sheen brought it with him. And this animal skin was identified by some shops as a kind of animal skin called the fallen scale beast, which is very tough. This kind of monster is known as the hardest monster below level 50, although it does not have extraordinary strength. If you want to defeat it, you must at least use high-level magic or very high-performance magic weapons to break its defense. Because of this defensive power, the skin of the fallen scale beast can be used to make protective gear, which is sought after by many adventurers and even nobles. Those shopkeepers who recognize this skin also have shining eyes. In order to buy it, the price is even as high as 80 gold coins. Sheen doesn't mind selling it. After all, this so-called extremely difficult to break the defense of the monster. Sheen just used the holy sword to chop it, and the opponent's head flew off. The skin was also cut off by the holy sword without much effort. Sheen didn't cherish it very much. But now, this skin is the only thing Sheen has that can barely cover the holy sword and will not be broken by a scratch. Sheen still needs it. So naturally he can't sell it casually. What Sheen sold was not the hide used to wrap the holy sword, but the horn of the only one-horned monster he still had on him. According to the shop owner, this was the horn of a thorn-horned monster that could reach level 30 when it reached adulthood. The horn of this monster can be used to make magic potions for detoxification, and can also be used to make daggers. However, the thorn-horned monster is a group of monsters, and it is very difficult to defeat a lone thorn-horned monster. This horn is also a relatively rare material. People have been lamenting that Sheen is very lucky to have encountered a lone thorn-horned monster, which made Sheen embarrassed to tell them that he did not defeat the lone thorn-horned monster, but slaughtered the entire tribe. In the end, the horn was sold for the price of 2 gold coins, so that Sheen would not be penniless. After getting the first pot of gold in the other world, Sheen immediately bought clothes and changed out of the clothes that had almost turned into cloth strips, and then successfully found a hotel and checked in at the price of 1 silver coin a day. After 10 days, Sheen was finally able to live in a place where humans should live. After checking in, the first thing Sheen did was to take a bath. You know, in the forest, Sheen only took a few baths in the river, and there were monsters in that river. Night fell quietly like this. It was so comfortable. After taking a bath, Sheen lay on the bed, still with moisture all over his body. His face was full of refreshment, and you could tell how comfortable it was at a glance. Ah, I always feel that all the troubles of the day have disappeared. Sure enough, I am more suitable for this kind of plain life. Just when Sheen was so moved, a laugh came into his ears. You are the first brave man to say this. With the sound of such a voice, the world began to turn. Then, before Sheen could react, he had already stood up from the bed and stood on the ground. The hotel room seemed to have been replaced and turned into a temple. In the center of the temple, in front of Sheen, a familiar and beautiful figure came into his sight. Goddess. Sheen opened his eyes wide. Yes. Sheen once again returned to the temple where he was summoned. Chapter 18. The Only Thing Given. Although it has only been 10 days since we last met, you have indeed changed compared to before. Looking at Sheen, who was staring at her blankly, the beautiful goddess said this sentence, not knowing whether it was admiration or ridicule. The pleasant voice that seemed to be able to sing a song that would be remembered for thousands of years entered Sheen's ears, leaving Sheen speechless for an unknown period of time. However, It was definitely not because Xian was fascinated by the beautiful goddess in front of him, and could not extricate himself. Xian was just speechless and choked. There was no way. Why am I here again? Could it be that I died again? When Xian was thinking this, the goddess seemed to see through Xian's thoughts and smiled suddenly. Don't think too much. You didn't come back here because you died. The goddess said, you can check it yourself. This time, you were summoned by me with your body. After the goddess said this, Xian realized this fact. Indeed, unlike the last time he was summoned here, this time, Xian did not appear in a disembodied way, but he really brought his body with him. And his feet were also stepping on the ground. Unlike last time, he was directly suspended in the air. In other words, this time, I was summoned alive. Xian looked at the goddess in front of him. That's right. The goddess nodded and said, seeing that you finally escaped from the monster forest, entered the human town, and became an adventurer, and are about to settle in this world. I summoned you to say hello. It was such a willful motive that Xian really wanted to say that if you are so looking forward to entering the human town and officially settling in the other world, then don't throw people into the forest full of monsters at the beginning. And this voice in his heart once again got the goddess's answer. If you are not thrown into the forest at the beginning, then you will not be able to upgrade. And you will not be able to learn so many skills? The goddess said with a half smile, if you don't experience your own uniqueness, how can you so quickly discover how much more outstanding you, the brave warrior, are than ordinary people? This sentence made Xian's face fall. In other words, in order to make herself fully understand how different she is, this goddess deliberately threw people into a forest full of monsters instead of a town where humans live. Isn't this guy afraid that he will be eaten by monsters directly? This thought just arose. And the goddess's answer came immediately. Of course not. The goddess said very confidently, with the protection of the holy sword. Even if you are thrown into the demon world, it will be fine. Not to mention a forest with only level 50 monsters at the highest. Hearing this, Xian finally couldn't help it. I said, Goddess, can you read my mind? How come you know everything I think? Xian protested, also. Don't say it as if nothing has to do with you. This is all caused by you. Right? Whether it is the holy sword or various skills. Aren't they all given to him by this goddess? You know, originally, Xian is an ordinary person. Just when Xian was thinking this, the goddess actually denied his statement. No, this is what you are wrong. The goddess said, whether it is the holy sword or the skills, they are your own things. I just awakened them. After these words came out, Xian was stunned. My own things? Xian was a little bit unable to react. Seeing this, the goddess explained, the so-called holy sword is actually the power born from the concept of the brave, which is a characteristic that you, the people from the other world, who are summoned from the other world as a brave, will have. The goddess explained in an extremely beautiful voice, like singing, just like someone in omnipotence can awaken all the skills that belong to him. That is, unique skills. You heroes from other worlds also have your own unique skills. And you have one more feature than the people in omnipotence. Once you are summoned to this world as a hero, you can naturally awaken your own holy sword and unique skills. I just accelerated the process and awakened your holy sword and unique skills directly. If it is not the case, why summon heroes from other worlds? If you can freely give powerful holy swords and unique skills to others, then the goddess does not need to summon people from other worlds specifically to defeat the Demon King, and can directly select heroes from her own world. In the final analysis, since I, as a god, need to ask others for help to defeat the Demon King, it proves that at least I can't defeat the Demon King. Right? The goddess said very straightforwardly, if I can give others such a powerful holy sword and unique skills, then I can just defeat the Demon King by myself. What else do I need a hero for? The overly reasonable argument almost made Xian speechless again. But if you think about it carefully, it seems to make sense. Right? In your world, it seems that there are gods who cannot interfere with the direction of the human world at will. So even if you see a Demon King harming the world, you can only watch and at most help humans, and let humans defeat the Demon King by themselves. Right? The goddess felt a little funny and said, unfortunately, this is not the world in the myths and legends you know. Even if there are many similarities, it is still reality. And there will be some things that are different after all. What are the differences? For example, in this world, the gods and demons are mortal enemies that have continued for thousands of years, and have been at war since a long, long time ago. The goddess said calmly. For us, The Demon King is the biggest enemy. If we can destroy them by our own strength, we would have done so a long time ago. There is no law that cannot interfere with the human world. It is better to say that the gods often affect the human world and bring a lot of interference to the human world. Therefore, in this world, for the life of the human world, God is a belief. But it is not illusory, but does exist. You already know about the blessing, right? The goddess pointed out, blessing is the most common interference of the gods and us in the life of the human world. You also have the blessing given by me. And that is the only thing I really give you. Except for the blessing given by the goddess. Everything else is Xian's own power. Whether it is the holy sword or the unique skills, those are destined to be owned by Xian himself, and have almost nothing to do with the goddess in front of him. In a word, your abnormality is almost all from yourself, and has nothing to do with me. To use the words of your previous life, that is, don't put the pot on my head casually. The goddess' words left Xian speechless. Seeing Xian like this, the goddess smiled. Anyway, there is still some time. Let's talk about the things in this world. With this expression, the goddess waved her hand and summoned the tea table and tea. Chapter 19, The Principle of the World. It is said that when the world was just born, there were only two races in Omnipotent. One is the gods. The other is the demons. The gods and the demons appeared in this world almost at the same time, and they have been fighting like natural enemies. Unlike the demons who are born with powerful strength, the gods also have various powers. But compared with the demons, the gods are not a race born specifically for fighting. Gods can do a lot of things. They can create the earth and create life. But in terms of the power used for fighting, they are actually slightly inferior to the demons, who were born for destruction and destruction. Moreover, the number of gods is limited. Generally speaking, gods have their own duties. Some are in charge of life. Some are in charge of nature. Some are in charge of destiny. And there are duties such as health, harvest, wisdom, culture, etc. However, there are only so many duties. So it is impossible for so many gods to appear, let alone too many gods with the same duties. Therefore, the number of gods is fixed from the beginning. Only when a pillar god dies can a new god be born. In view of this, the number of gods is very limited. On the other hand, the demons have no such restrictions. After a long time, the number is getting bigger and bigger, and the race is getting more and more prosperous. In the end, they even completely overwhelm the gods. In order to fight against such demons, the gods began to create other races, allowing humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, etc. to be born one after another, and gave them guidance to let them grow. And finally they barely resisted the demons. But the demons were not to be outdone. They not only created magic, but also created monsters. Yes, whether it is magic or monsters, they are actually from the hands of the demons. Therefore, they are named as demons. Even the word magic power comes from demons. It can be seen that demons are indeed more powerful than gods. However, magic is not important. Although demons are created by demons, they are not as omnipotent as gods. As a result, the intelligence of the demons they created is quite low. Even the demons, as the creators, sometimes cannot control the ferocious demons. As a result, although demons gradually multiply and eventually spread to every corner of the world, they are not tamed. Even demons will attack. Thanks to this, even if they have magic and create demons, demons cannot directly overwhelm gods. In addition, gods have also created magic systems such as sacred magic and auxiliary magic. In the end, neither side can do anything to the other. However, in general, compared with gods, demons are still more powerful. Sitting in front of the tea table just summoned, the goddess talked while drinking the fragrant black tea. That's how it is. In order to resist the demons, the gods created the ritual of summoning heroes. By summoning heroes with unique characteristics from another world, they fight against the demons. The ultimate goal is to expect the heroes to defeat the demon king, the devil. While saying this, the goddess also mentioned Xian, who was sitting opposite her and seemed to be concentrating on tasting black tea. Although we gods can do all kinds of things, we can't directly grant power. Therefore, we gods have expectations for the brave who are born with holy swords and powerful unique skills, hoping that they can defeat the devil one day. In this way, the goddess explained various things to Xian. In this regard, Xian had a few questions. For example, why can't gods directly grant power? Xian raised his question. The goddess also gave a straightforward answer. Because levels and skills are concepts engraved in reason. Even gods cannot interfere. The so-called reason refers to the laws and rules of the world itself, also known as the law of the world. Whether it is the gods, demons, humans or monsters, they all have levels and skills. According to personal qualities, talents and potential, their growth in all aspects is different. These are all concepts engraved in reason. In other words, they are the rules of the world itself. We gods can only interfere with phenomena and events. But we cannot interfere with the rules of the world itself. And we cannot interfere with reason itself. The goddess explained. Of course, if it is within the scope allowed by reason, then some interference can still be made. For example, magic is to intervene in reason by using magic power, thereby interfering with phenomena and events, and finally forming power. That is magic. Then, some magic weapons, magic props and magic potions can also temporarily improve skill levels and personal abilities according to this magical characteristic. The holy sword you have also belongs to this category. However, interference with reason can only be within the permitted range. If it destroys the balance too much, it will never be allowed. For example, God can give humans weapons or items that can increase their strength, and can also bless humans. But there is absolutely no way to directly increase a person's level. Otherwise, people don't need to upgrade, let alone grow, and can just be given by God. As for weapons or items that can directly increase levels, they don't exist in this world at all. So far, the only weapons and items that can increase levels are the holy swords held by the heroes from the other world. And this world only has items that can at best increase the level of a certain skill or improve a part of an individual's ability. The goddess said so. This is probably because you are not the existence of this world. So you have deviated from the rules of this world's reason to some extent? Most of the heroes in the other world can also awaken very powerful unique skills. Perhaps for the same reason. So, God wants to summon heroes. It's a pity that not every person from another world has the qualities to become a hero. Otherwise, all the people from another world would be summoned here without a single one left. Right? The goddess said the sensational words, as if nothing had happened. She unrolled his eyes calmly, but was also very puzzled in his heart. According to this, doesn't it mean that he was summoned here and became a hero? Not randomly selected, but because of his own special relationship? That's it. The goddess saw through Xian's thoughts again, smiled, and said, at least, from ancient times to now, there have been less than 10 heroes summoned to this world. The implication is that there are so few people from another world who have the qualities to become a hero. Xian is one of them. By the way, the heroes summoned in the past all came from different worlds than you. The goddess said something even more shocking. Chapter 20 Pretty cute. From a different world from me? The sudden fact made Xian pause as he was preparing to drink tea, and his face was full of astonishment. This reaction made the goddess smile. Did you hear it right? The goddess smiled and said, there are many other worlds different from this omnipotence, and the world you lived in your previous life is just one of them. The only thing in common is that the world you live in is very ordinary, with neither gods nor demons, and no special powers. So it is an absolutely independent existence. Even the gods of the gods like us cannot interfere. We can only summon the aliens with the characteristics of heroes within the scope allowed by reason. That is the limit. This is really unexpected. However, if you think about it carefully, this seems to be understandable. If the gods can really summon people from other worlds casually, then the gods would not have to create various races to resist the demons. They could just summon people from other worlds. Right? Although, even in the other world, there are very few people who have the qualities to become a hero. And not everyone can awaken their own holy sword and unique skills. But in this respect, the people in this world are also in the same condition. There is no holy sword. And even unique skills are not available to everyone. People who can only start from scratch and gradually upgrade and learn skills to stand out in this world still occupy the majority. Therefore, if we only consider the issue of manpower, people from any world are the same. If the gods can summon people from other worlds to this world, then most of those people will be like the people in this world, training from scratch without any advantages. And only a few people can awaken their own unique skills. And it is unknown whether these unique skills can be used in battle. Only those who have the qualities to become a hero can awaken powerful unique skills and have their own holy sword. Therefore, what the gods actually need is only heroes. And they can only summon heroes. However, the number of people who have the qualities to become a hero seems to be very rare. From ancient times to the present, there are less than 10 heroes summoned to this world. And each hero comes from a different world. Which means that at most one person who can become a hero will appear in a world. And even in many worlds, there is not even one person who can become a hero. Moreover, heroes are also strong and weak. The goddess said, in the past, the holy swords and unique skills awakened by heroes were different. In this way, naturally some heroes will awaken extremely powerful holy swords and unique skills, while others will be relatively weaker. This is bound to cause a problem. That is, even if you are a hero, you may not be able to defeat the devil. At this point, the goddess' eyes also looked a little dim, and even disappointed. Seeing this, Xian understood. I'm afraid that none of the heroes summoned in the past could defeat the Demon King. Right? Otherwise, if the Demon King had been defeated, there would be no need to summon Xian. It is because the Demon King is still at large that God has to continue to summon heroes. From this, we can see how powerful the Demon King is. And even the heroes of all generations have not been able to successfully defeat him. Then, what about me? Can I defeat the Demon King? Just as Xian was thinking this, the goddess's eyes came over. The other party looked at Xian steadily. I think you will be the most confident hero to achieve this goal so far. The goddess seemed to be talking to herself. After all, whether it is the holy sword or the unique skills, I think that the heroes of all generations cannot match you. This made Xian a little unsure of how to react. Logically speaking, it should be worth being happy to get such an evaluation. Right? Unfortunately, you can't be happy. Right? The goddess said with a smile. In your world, in those novels and myths and legends, there are many protagonists who are born with the strongest talents. And there are even situations such as waste materials counterattacking and mediocre qualifications. All kinds of situations may appear in the protagonist. Even if I say that you are the most promising hero in history, you will only find it strange. Right? Hearing this, Xian's mouth twitched suddenly. Could this goddess really see through people's inner thoughts? After all, she is a god. And it is normal to have the ability to read minds? Otherwise, let's try it. Thinking of this, Xian began to imagine some scenes that are not suitable for children in his mind. At this moment, the goddess, who was originally smiling, suddenly froze, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. You guy? What on earth are you thinking about? The goddess slapped the table hard and spoke angrily, which scared Xian. Can you really see through people's hearts? Xian stood up in fear. I didn't say I couldn't do it. Did I? There was still a little blush on the goddess' face. It seems that this goddess is surprisingly innocent. When Xian thought so in his heart, a murderous gaze fell on him, causing him to tremble all over. And he quickly looked at his nose. His nose looked at his heart, and put aside all distracting thoughts and stopped thinking about it. The goddess snorted coldly, stood up, and said, let's talk about this today. I'll take you back. Having said that, without giving Xian time to react, the goddess waved her hand, causing the world to distort again. Wait! Xian then hurriedly said, you haven't told me your name yet. This is also what Xian has always wanted to know. All along, Xian only knew that the other party was a goddess. Now that he has learned that there is not only one god in this world, but also a tribe of gods, Xian certainly wants to know the other party's name. Then, just call me Nian. After saying that, the goddess who called herself Nian snapped her fingers, and Xian disappeared into the temple with the distorted world around her. In the hotel room, Xian opened his eyes and found that he had returned to the bed without knowing when, as if he had never left. Is it back now? Xian was a little uncertain, and even doubted whether he was dreaming just now. However, the fact that the aftertaste of delicious black tea was still lingering in his mouth told Xian that what had just happened was definitely not a dream. If I had known earlier, I would not have been a hooligan. Wouldn't it be better to ask more questions? After all, Xian still didn't understand a lot of things. But, to be honest, the goddess is quite cute when she is shy. Xian smiled slyly. The night passed by like this. Chapter 21 Ignored Possibility. Lamijin, Adventurers Guild. In the dead of night, one of the rooms on the top floor of the Adventurers Guild was still lit. In the room, a young girl dressed like a military advisor was sitting at a desk and working seriously. The girl had a beautiful appearance, although she wore a pair of glasses on her face. It did not cover up her outstanding face at all. Instead, it added a bit of intellectuality and literary temperament. If she were on Earth, she would definitely be the most popular female professor on the internet. At least, the clever temperament lingering around her made people feel that they didn't dare to resist her, and even wanted to ask her for advice. It wasn't until a while later that the knock on the door interrupted this mood. "Please come in." The girl didn't raise her head, and continued to work while saying this. Suddenly, the door was opened, and a person walked in slowly from outside. "You are still working." Riley, the one who said this in a gentle tone, was a young girl who was also in her prime. The girl walked in slowly from outside the door. Her appearance exposed under the light was as gentle and kind as her voice. She looked like a considerate lady, which was very attractive. However, such a gentle and kind beautiful girl was wearing a heavy armor that wrapped her whole graceful body. In this case, the girl also carried a huge tower shield on her back and a slender knight's sword on her waist. She was just like a female general who was ready to lead the army into battle, which formed a great contrast with her gentle and kind beautiful appearance. Thanks to this, the sound of the girls walking carried the sound of metal and iron, which made people imagine how heavy this equipment was. The young girl called Riley raised her head and looked at the other party. A trace of helplessness appeared on her intellectual and calm face. "I said, Vivian, you haven't given up this armor yet?" From the helpless tone, it can be known that Laylee must have told her about this many times. The girl Vivian's expression is still so gentle and kind. "You won't give up?" Vivian said softly, as if she was not tired of it. "I have said it many times. I hope to be a knight who can protect my companions from wind and rain, and block all malice and harm. This armor and this shield, no matter what. I don't want to give them up." The tone of the girl named Vivian seems very submissive, but the content has nothing to do with the word obedience. As a good friend who has been in contact with Vivian for a long time, Laylee naturally knows that she can only complain a few words, and it is impossible to persuade the other party, even if this is obviously not suitable for you at all. Laylee sighed helplessly. "Not really," Vivian replied with a smile. The two seemed to have a really good relationship. They chatted for a long time before getting down to business. "Sorry, Vivian. I need to trouble you with something." Laylee handed a piece of parchment to Vivian. "What is this?" Vivian took it with some doubts. "This is the report submitted by the staff of the guild today." Laylee knocked on the desk in front of her and said, "It is said that a new person who seems to be a bit strange came today. I don't know how to arrange him, so I handed him over directly." "Newcomer?" Vivian was a little interested. After taking a quick look at the report in her hand, she was stunned and said, "At the age of 20. He reached level 10, but didn't even have a skill? How is it?" Laylee said intriguingly. At that time, many adventurers witnessed the newcomer's status on the magic detector. It seems that the news has spread. Even the magic detector used at that time was checked and confirmed to be faulty. It should be true, right? Is it? Vivian immediately said sincerely, "That's really weird." "You think so too, right?" Laylee picked up the feather pen and pointed at the parchment that recorded the new adventurer's information, saying, "If there is no talent and talent, it's fine. But since he can be promoted to level 10, it proves that he still has some potential in combat. He shouldn't be unable to learn even one skill. What do you think this situation is?" Hearing this, Vivian thought seriously, and then raised 3 fingers. There are 3 possibilities that come to mind first. The first is that this newcomer has taken the wrong path. He has the potential to upgrade, but he has not learned the skills he is good at. He has been working hard in the wrong field. For example, he has the talent of a magician, but he has practiced a sword that he does not have the talent for. As a result, while his level has grown, his skills have not been mastered. The second is that this newcomer may have encountered something in the past, such as a serious illness or other things, which prevented him from fully growing and training. He did not start to grow until later, so that his level naturally rose to 10, and his talents began to show, but he did not have time to learn skills. The third. At this point, Vivian spoke thoughtfully. Perhaps this newcomer has some unique skills or special skills, which led to this situation. The 3 possibilities mentioned by Vivian are exactly the same as Laylee's guess. However, neither of them thought that it was not that this newcomer did not have skills, but that the magic detector could not detect those skills. Probably because no one would believe that a 20-year-old new adventurer would have skills above level 7. Generally speaking, it is almost impossible to have a skill at that level unless you are at level 70 or above. Unless someone can do not learn other skills and concentrate all skill points on one skill, then it may be possible to stack this skill to level 7 at level 30. But it is usually difficult to fight alone and train yourself to level 30 by learning only one skill. In this world, except for special circumstances. People learn several skills at once before they can form mature combat power, participate in battles, and improve their level faster. In other words, generally speaking, people practice several skills together, and when one skill is upgraded to level 7, the level is naturally not low, and this newcomer is only level 10. It is impossible for him to have a skill above level 7, and there has never been a situation in history where someone has a level 7 skill at level 10, not even among the gods and demons. Therefore, this possibility was naturally ignored by Layli and Vivian. However, even so, the strangeness of this newcomer is enough to arouse the interest of others. No matter which possibility it is worth observing carefully. Right? Layli's words finally made Vivian smile bitterly. Because Vivian guessed why Layli called her here. You want to put new people into my adventurer team again? Vivian directly revealed Layli's plan. As expected of Vivian, she guessed it right away. Layli chuckled. Chapter 22: The Destined Destination. Although Vivian is not the strongest adventurer in Lemidgen, she is the captain of the best adventurer team. Moreover, all the people in this adventurer team were taken care of by Vivian when they were rookies. It was because of Vivian's guidance that they grew up to become the best adventurers in Lemidgen. Not only that, because of Vivian's naturally gentle and kind personality, she has guided many rookies and helped them become talents. Therefore, in Lemidgen and even in other towns, Vivian's reputation or popularity is very high. Gentle, kind, approachable, and a guide for so many rookies. Plus, she is also a beautiful girl. In order to protect her companions, she wears heavy armor and raises a huge shield. Such a person. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a goddess in people's minds. Layli and Vivian are also old friends. And Layli also trusts Vivian quite a lot. Whenever there is a difficult commission in the Adventurers Guild, she will recommend Vivian to solve it. When something happens in the guild, Layli will also often discuss with Vivian. Even if there is a newcomer with extraordinary potential, Layli will directly recommend the other party to join Vivian's adventurer team and let Vivian guide him. Although the newcomer who appeared this time with a strange situation cannot be said to be the type with extraordinary potential, if the other party really has any unique skills or special skills, then it is worth paying attention to. You also know that unique skills and special skills often have extraordinary effects different from general skills. Especially unique skills. Some unique skills are completely useless in combat, but they can also make achievements in other fields. And some can completely change a person's future, allowing him to ignore any unfavorable conditions and finally stand out. Layli became quite serious. Basically, people who can awaken unique skills may be the best in various fields. The best example is the 2 court advisors of the current kingdom. The levels of the 2 court advisors are very low, both less than level 10, and they have not learned any combat skills. However, their status in the kingdom is higher than most high-level existences. Because of these 2 court advisors, one has a unique skill that can greatly increase the success rate of the taming skill. So he can tame high-level monsters such as flying dragons in batches, thus providing a large number of flying dragons as mounts for the kingdom's knights, creating one flying dragon knight after another. And the other has a unique skill that can quickly ripen any plant, providing great protection for the kingdom's food, and greatly shortening the growth time of many medicinal materials that can be used to make magic medicine, making the Matrock Kingdom a famous food power and magic medicine power on the continent. In view of this, the kingdom attaches great importance to people with unique skills, and the Adventurers Guild will also pay attention to people who may have unique skills, and those who may awaken unique skills. If it weren't for this, Xian's information would never be mentioned on Layli's desk. Although the possibility of this newcomer having unique skills is relatively low, even if he has some special skills, it is worth paying attention to. If he is a genius who is forced to grow insufficiently for some reason, it is better. In short, it is definitely right to observe him a little. Layli is thinking this way. Of course, Vivian doesn't mind leading newcomers. It is better to say that nowadays, there are not many adventurers who can lead newcomers with patience and goodwill. Except Vivian. Not to mention, the news that Xian conducted magic testing in the Adventurers Guild today has also spread. If he is casually arranged into someone else's adventurer team, whether others will accept it is another matter. The greater possibility is that he will be regarded as a waste who can't even learn skills by the adventurers in the team, and thus be ignored or even insulted. Considering this, it is also good to arrange him into Vivian's adventurer team. I have to say that for a newcomer who just joined today and is not sure whether he can become a formal adventurer, Riley was able to make such a thorough and proper arrangement. She was really dedicated and tried her best. Even if she did this because she considered the possibility that Sheen had unique skills. Judging from Sheen's situation, the possibility that he had unique skills was indeed very low. It was more likely that he was a waste who could not even learn a skill. And it was not worth such a careful arrangement. Riley was able to do this. Probably because she was considerate of others. Right? It's just that. It's been a long time since there have been new male adventurers in my adventurer team. Which is a bit troublesome. Vivian's distressed words made Riley shrug. There was no way. In addition to being excellent, Vivian's adventurer team also had a well-known focus. That is, in this adventurer team, including Vivian, all of them were beautiful girls with outstanding looks. In this world, there are many women who choose to become adventurers. But there are also very few female adventurers who are both beautiful and capable. If such a person appears in the Adventurers Guild, he will definitely become the target of competition among various teams, and eventually cause all kinds of disputes, and even cause some people's malice and ill will. Knowing this clearly, Vivian deliberately cultivated this adventurer team in order to protect these female adventurers from all kinds of malice and ill will. However, even so, there have been several unpleasant incidents in the past. As mentioned earlier, Vivian is kind and friendly to newcomers. Lely often entrusts newcomers with good potential to Vivian for guidance. But these people have potential, but not necessarily humanity. In the past, people who joined Vivian's adventurer team had malice towards the girls in the team, and eventually attacked these girls. Therefore, Vivian had not allowed newcomers to join her adventurer team for a long time. Unless the other party was a woman, Vivian would only provide some help within her ability. This time, Laley arranged a male adventurer to come in, and Vivian was really a little hesitant. Laley would naturally consider this. With Tira here, if this newcomer really doesn't know what's good for him, then let her break his hands and feed directly like the previous times. And then I will cancel his adventurer qualification and expel him directly from the guild. Laley ordered this without hesitation. Well, then, Vivian thought about it, and finally nodded. So, Sheen's destination was decided. Chapter 23. Another cliché development. The next day, early morning, when the sky just got light, Sheen woke up. It was not because Sheen was good at getting up early, but during the 10 days of survival in the forest, Sheen had developed the habit of getting up quickly at dawn. In the wild, even wanting to sleep comfortably is a very difficult thing. During those 10 days, Sheen would be awakened by almost any movement or light, so he would wake up early in the morning now. Fortunately, Sheen slept very comfortably last night. Sure enough, sleeping on a bed is the most comfortable. Sheen was satisfied. So, Sheen got up early to wash, clean himself up, and then prepared to go to the Adventurers Guild. Because there are no toothbrushes or toothpaste in this world, people seem to use a toothbrush with an unknown powder to brush their teeth. Sheen, who is not used to these, also took a lot of effort to finish the morning wash. Then, Sheen put on the clean clothes he bought yesterday, took the package containing the holy sword, and made all preparations for going out for adventure. Looking at himself wearing clothes from another world and carrying a long package, Sheen couldn't help but sigh. Now, no one will doubt that I am from another world. Now Sheen can't find any characteristics of being a person from another world on his body. It seems that he was born and raised in this world, and he has the style of this world. Well, it's not bad. Sheen smiled, then walked out of the hotel room and went to the Adventurers Guild. The morning in Lemidgen was as lively as yesterday. Even though it was just dawn, there were already all kinds of people on the street, and shouts could be heard from all the shops and stalls, attracting many people to linger. Fully armed adventurers were also mixed in the crowd, and they came from the direction of the Adventurers Guild one after another, as if they were preparing to go out of the city to work. While watching this scene, Sheen went to the Adventurers Guild with adventurers who had the same destination. Not long after, the square where the Adventurers Guild was located appeared in front of Sheen. Sheen and many adventurers walked into the Adventurers Guild and entered the guild hall that they had visited once yesterday. Perhaps because it was still early, many adventurer teams were still gathering and choosing the commissions to be accepted today, making today's guild hall seem much more lively than yesterday. Sheen walked through the crowd and went to the counter where the guild staff was yesterday. At this time, the other party was also working, explaining something to several adventurers. However, when he saw Sheen coming, the other party waved to Sheen. Sheen immediately came in front of the other party. Sorry, I'm late. For the time being, Sheehan still politely apologized to the other party. No. You came just in time. The guild staff also smiled politely. And then said, the members of the adventurer team that you are arranged to join have just gathered. If you have no questions, please report now. Got it. Sheehan nodded and asked, where is that person? On the second floor. Please take that staircase. The guild staff pointed to the stairs in one direction and guided Sheehan. After going up, there will be a guild staff to lead the way for you. Just tell the other party, and let him take you to see Miss Vivian. Vivian? Sheehan was a little surprised. This is obviously a girl's name. Right? Could it be that the adventurer team he was about to join was led by a girl? Could it be that it was another cliché of encountering a beautiful girl adventurer? Sheehan muttered in his heart. Sheehan didn't notice that the adventurers around him were pointing at him. Is that him? Yes. That's him. I didn't expect that there would be a male adventurer who could join Miss Vivian's adventurer team now. It's just temporary. In the end, he will be like those people before. He will have to leave the team after staying for a month. Right? It should be said that if he can be honest, he can stay for a month. If he is not honest, you are right. Similar conversations appeared among the adventurers around. Sheehan didn't notice these. After asking a few questions to the guild staff, he followed the direction pointed by the other party, climbed the stairs, and went to the second floor. The second floor of the Adventurers Guild is not a hall like the first floor, but a series of rooms. Those are rooms prepared for adventurers. Of course, these rooms are not prepared for adventurers to rest, but for official business. For example, some commissions must be explained to the adventurers in person by the client. If some clients do not want their commissions to be made into commissions and posted on the bulletin board in the lobby on the first floor for everyone to see, they also need to explain and assign them to the adventurers separately. In addition, there are some commissions for trading items and transporting materials, etc., which all require a place for handover. The Adventurers Guild prepared these rooms on the second floor. It is said that there are also people with good status who will issue some secret commissions that cannot be carried out in public, and these rooms will also be used. Therefore, there are many rooms on the second floor of the Adventurers Guild, which are provided for adventurers and clients to use. Sometimes they are borrowed by adventurers to hold meetings within the team to discuss important matters. When the guild is responsible for arranging some affairs for adventurers, these rooms will also be borrowed for use. The adventurer team that Sean was about to enter borrowed a room on the second floor, where they gathered and waited for Sean to report. Sean went up to the second floor under such circumstances, explained the person he was looking for to the guild staff, who came to lead the way, and was then taken to a room. It is worth mentioning that when he heard that he was looking for someone named Vivian, the guild staff in charge of leading the way showed some surprise, and muttered that it was him, which made Sean quite puzzled. Unfortunately, the other party did not explain, and Sean could only follow the other party, and came to a room. Miss Vivian, the newcomer mentioned above, is here. The guild staff in charge of leading the way knocked on the door, and said so. Please come in. The next second, an unexpectedly gentle voice came from the door. The guild staff opened the door, and let the scene in the room enter Sean's eyes. It was a room like a box. The room was not spacious, but it was not narrow either. It was a good place for temporary use. However, Sheehan, who was standing in front of the door, was stunned, because the person who appeared in the room surprised him again. Chapter 24. First time in the adventurer team. You are Sheehan, right? The young girl who spoke to Sheehan in a gentle voice was a very beautiful girl with a beautiful figure. But she was wearing heavy armor, and leaning her huge shield and sword against the wall beside her. Around the young girl, there were 3 female adventurers of similar age and good look sitting at the same table. In other words, the box was full of young and outstanding female adventurers. Such a scene made Sheehan stand at the door and fall into silence, and he was reluctant to step in. The beautiful girls in the box were also looking at Sheehan, with different expressions, as if they were observing him. Under such circumstances, the gentle young girl took the initiative to stand up. I am Vivian, currently serving as the captain of this adventurer team, and will also be your guide for the next month. You can just call me Vivian. Vivian smiled at Sheehan, and her attitude was very kind. However, the others were not like that. Sheehan looked at the 3 girls other than Vivian. They were 3 girls who were as conspicuous as Vivian in every sense. Sitting next to Vivian was a girl wearing a hooded black robe. She was petite, almost covering her whole body under the black robe, and her face was hidden under the hood. People could only vaguely see a fair and delicate lower half of her face, and even her eyes could not be seen. Next to this black-robed girl, or hiding behind her, was an orc girl who was also petite, with a pair of animal ears and an animal tail. She looked cute, but her face was full of timidity and shyness, which made people want to bully her. As for the last girl, she was an elf with a pair of pointed ears and waist-length emerald green hair. She wore a magician's robe and held a long staff in her arms. Her pretty face looked more delicate than the others, and she was even more dazzling than the debut idols. In addition to Vivian, there were 4 beautiful girls in the box, who were quite eye-catching in various senses. Even the black-robed girl, who almost hid her entire face under the hood, could be judged from her fair lower half of the face that her appearance was definitely not inferior to the others in such an adventurer team. At this time, except for Vivian's face full of gentleness and kindness, the attitudes of the other 3 were not friendly. The black-robed girl didn't even raise her head. The orc girl kept hiding behind the black-robed girl, looking extremely shy. The elf girl was even more tense, and her eyes showed some vigilance when she looked at Sheen. Sheen didn't say anything for a long time, because of complicated emotions. A team of adventurers made up entirely of beautiful girls? I didn't expect this setting to actually happen. Moreover, it seems that I am about to join this adventurer team as a newcomer, and the only male adventurer. This plot, sure enough, it's as cliché as ever. Sean only felt this way. Vivian, who didn't know that Sean felt this way, looked at him standing at the door without moving or saying a word. But the gentleness on her face did not fade. I think Vivian also understands the fact that her team is quite conspicuous in various senses. Right? A newcomer, and a male, is suddenly assigned to join such a team. Generally speaking, when they meet, they will still feel at a loss. So, please don't feel restrained. Come and sit down. Vivian then kindly entertained Sean. To be honest, Sean didn't really want to go in. It's not that he doesn't like being with beautiful girls. Sean is also a man. It is not unpleasant to be with such a group of beautiful girls. However, due to his personality, Sean is more depressed than happy. There is no way. I can already imagine how many troubles I will encounter after joining this team. Sean sighed silently in his heart. For him who wants to carry out ordinary adventure activities and improve his strength in a low-key manner, joining this team with various eye-catching factors is really not what he wants. Unfortunately, things have come to this point, and Sean can only walk into the box and sit down in one of the seats. Opposite him, Vivian and her group of 4 sat in a row, and no one sat with Sean. And in front of the 4 beautiful girls, Sean couldn't remain silent any longer. Sean sighed in his heart and spoke. I am Sean. H. Low. Sean has also done his best. Seeing Sheen's honest and well-behaved appearance, Vivian also felt relieved. In the past, most of the male adventurers who joined Vivian's team performed poorly when they first met. Some of them kept looking at Vivian and others' appearance and figure in a subtle way. Some even wrote their inner desires directly in their eyes or faces. Some liked to pretend, deliberately acting very gentlemanly and easygoing. But it was difficult to hide their little thoughts. And some even wanted to please Vivian and others even if they had no bad intentions, which made them look very humble. Vivian didn't dare to determine the character of the newcomer in front of her, but it seemed that he should be an honest person, so there was no need to worry about him doing anything wrong. Of course, it still needed to be observed. Now it was just the first meeting, and the other party's true character needed to be observed carefully. Thinking of this, Vivian winked at her companions. Seeing this, the 3 girls raised their heads. Tear, the black-robed girl, introduced herself in a cold voice. Although her voice was cold, it was unexpectedly pleasant and a little childish, which made people feel no bad feelings. I am Lumia. Please give me more advice. The orc girl stammered and reported her name, holding Tear's hand tightly with both hands, showing her timid and shy personality. My name is Melika. Please give me more advice. The elf girl also bowed her head to Sheen. Her delicate face was still tense, although she was not hostile to Sheen. But it was obvious that she was nervous and wary of strangers. Then, the 3 girls stopped talking, which made Vivian feel a little helpless. As for Sheen, she was relieved. This is a normal reaction when a man suddenly joins a team full of beautiful women. But because of this, Sean wants to make it clear what needs to be said. Miss Vivian. Sean said to Vivian, can you really let me join this team? Sean went straight to the point. Chapter 25 Obligation and Reserve. Can you really let me join this team? Sean's question made Vivian and others slightly stunned. What? Vivian seemed a little strange and said, do you have any scruples? This sentence made Sean want to answer truthfully for a moment. However, if he really answered like that, it would be too dog. So, Sean mentioned it in a euphemistic way. It seems that all the teams you are in are female adventurers. It should be inconvenient for a male adventurer like me to suddenly join in. Right? Sean's implication is that regardless of whether he has scruples or not, Vivian and others should have scruples. Vivian and others did not expect that Sean would take the initiative to raise this point. At the moment, Vivian also smiled. Maybe it will be affected? Vivian didn't perfunctorily answer, but replied very frankly, but don't look at us like this. In fact, we have experienced the same situation many times. And this time it was also arranged by the guild. Whether it is out of obligation or the reserve of adventurers, we should not hesitate to train newcomers. Obligation and reserve? Xian immediately raised his eyebrows. That's right. Vivian looked at Xian, smiling kindly, and said, we were also newcomers struggling on the road of adventurers. At that time, it was also thanks to the guild's thoughtful arrangements and the guidance of the predecessors that we were able to get all the way to now. The guild and adventurers have always been like this, contributing to the adventurers' careers, so that adventurers and the adventurers' guild have grown stronger now after 1,000 years. Adventurers and adventurers' guilds have been able to develop to this day and become a major force all over the world. The perfection of the system in all aspects is imaginable, even if it seems that the relationship between adventurers and the adventurer guild is mutually beneficial. One side takes on various commissions with the help of the adventurer guild platform, earns rewards, and improves strength. And the other side grows and develops with the help of the intermediary relationship between adventurers and clients. However, in order to make the adventurer's career more perfect, the guild does make many restrictions and proper management. For example, if new adventurers are allowed to take risks on their own without any training and assessment, then regardless of the completion of the commission, the probability of encountering danger and losing their lives will increase significantly. Therefore, it is reasonable for the guild to conduct a certain degree of enlightenment and assessment for the adventurers who have just joined. On the one hand, so that they can better complete the commission, and on the other hand, to prevent people who are not suitable for this adventure from encountering danger. Then, it becomes necessary for the adventurer's predecessors to lead the newcomers. For thousands of years, the guild has been training newcomers with such a system, so that the adventurer's career can grow stronger. Vivian and the others were also newcomers who had been taken care of by their predecessors. In this case, they should be grateful for the kindness they had received. Is that so? Xian nodded, but he was also grumbling in his heart. As a person from another world, Xian knew very well that even if this was the truth, there were very few people who could actually do this. In the previous life, I don't know how many people accepted the kindness of others while doing some ungrateful things for their own interests. Even if no one wants to be an ungrateful person, how many people just accept kindness with peace of mind? And how many people will be grateful and repay the kindness in the end? Perhaps, here, training newcomers is an unshirkable obligation for veteran adventurers. But whether everyone will be willing to do such an obligation is another matter. After all, once you become adventurers in the same team, you will need to act together, carry out adventures, and even go through life and death together. The strength of each member of the team will directly determine the extent of the adventures that the team will carry out in the future. If the team members are strong enough, they can naturally take on some more dangerous commissions and do some more profitable work. If the team members are not strong enough, they must consider the issue of safety, which will lead to the team not being able to easily accept some more dangerous commissions. And the subsequent adventures will inevitably become a lot more troublesome. In other words, the addition of newcomers is unexpectedly a drag on an old adventurer team. With such an influence in it, there must be very few adventurer teams that really want to take newcomers sincerely. And Vivian's team is full of beautiful female adventurers. If a male adventurer joins, the impact will definitely be greater. In this way, the other party can still claim that it is their duty. At least Xian should admire this heart. What's more, Vivian said so. At most, it's just a month. Our team activities were quite frequent before, and we haven't had a good rest for a long time. This time, just relax and take a rest. This is the common opinion of everyone in the team. You don't have to worry about it. That's what Vivian said. Hearing this, Xian thought about it, and then bowed to Vivian and others. Then please give me more advice in the next month. Xian accepted the current situation. Okay. Vivian smiled suddenly, and then suggested, without further ado, let's take some simple commissions today to let you get familiar with the work of adventurers. Xian naturally couldn't refuse this proposal. In any case, Xian also wanted to understand the work of adventurers as soon as possible, so that he could improve his strength smoothly afterwards. The others did not comment either. They left the box with Sean and Vivian and headed for the first floor lobby of the guild. When Sean and his group came down from the second floor and entered the first floor lobby, the originally noisy first floor lobby suddenly became quiet. Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Melika did not say anything about the situation. They looked at each other and walked towards the bulletin board. Sean, who was traveling with the four, had a change of expression and sighed silently in his heart again. Things really became troublesome. In the guild hall, the eyes of the adventurers were first attracted by Vivian and others, and then all focused on Sean. Obviously, Sean, who was acting with Vivian and others, would receive great attention whether he wanted to or not. Sean noticed such a scene, but his face seemed indifferent. After all, Sean had already expected this situation. Chapter 26 Level of Commission. Since it has already happened, you have to accept it even if you can't help it. Xian once again demonstrated his ability to accept. Besides, Xian was just afraid of trouble, not afraid of things, and not timid. So there was no need to keep dwelling on this matter. So, Xian followed Vivian and others to the guild bulletin board, shielding the surrounding sight and looking at the situation on the bulletin board. The bulletin board used by the Adventurers Guild to post many commissions is actually a decorated wall. There are pieces of parchment posted on it, and the colors of the parchments are different. Some are black iron, some are bronze, some are silver, some are gold, and there are also white and gold parchments. However, the more you go back, the fewer colors of parchments are posted, and the higher they are posted. In other words, on the bulletin board, black iron parchments are the most, and they are posted at the bottom, while white and gold are the least, and they are posted at the top. Vivian began to explain to Xian. These are all commissions posted after being screened by the guild. As you can see, each commission has its own color, and those colors are the difficulty of the commission recorded on the commission. Before, the guild staff also told Xian that there are also levels of distinction between adventurers. From first-class adventurers to seventh-class adventurers, they will be awarded 7 kinds of medals by the Adventurer Guild: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, mithril, and obsidian. The guild made the same commission according to the material of the medal to indicate the difficulty of the commission. Generally speaking, a first-class adventurer with a black iron first-class primary medal can only accept black iron level commissions. Similarly, a platinum level commission can only be accepted by a 5th-class adventurer with a platinum 5th-class special medal. At the same time, low-level adventurers cannot accept high-level commissions, but high-level adventurers can accept low-level commissions. This is the system adopted by the guild. However, there are exceptions to everything. It is not impossible to accept commissions of a higher level than your own. But the premise is that you must form an adventurer team, and the team strength must be recognized by the guild before you can accept higher-level commissions. Vivian said so. Like our team, it is reasonable to only accept commissions of the same level that the highest level adventurer in the team can accept. But we are allowed by the guild to accept commissions of a higher level. This is also the reason why many adventurers are willing to form a team. First, with companions, it is naturally easier to carry out adventure activities, and it is also safer when adventuring. Second, you can get the authority to accept higher level commissions by forming a team like this. Of course, it is not enough to just form a team. If the strength of the team members is uneven, or there are problems with coordination, and they cannot form a more effective combat force, the guild will not issue permission. Therefore, it is not okay to just find someone to fill in the numbers, or to randomly make up the number of people. Forming a team is a more serious matter, which is related to issues such as treatment and achievements, which you must also consider carefully in the future. Vivian continued to explain while saying this. At the same time, the higher the level of the commission, the more difficult it is to complete, and the more generous the reward. You should have discovered this. Right? Xian did discover this. For example, on a platinum level commission that is now posted high on the bulletin board. It says this: Magical Potion of Immortality. Mission: explore the ruins of an ancient civilization sleeping in the deepest part of the center of the Felicigagn Lake, and bring back the legendary magic potion that can make people immortal. Reward: 100,000 gold coins. This commission, whether it is the content or the reward, is quite stimulating. Not to mention how much immortality is valuable to people with a limited lifespan. Just the reward of 100,000 gold coins is enough to drive countless people crazy. In this world, 1 copper coin can buy an apple, and 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. These 100,000 gold coins are probably equivalent to tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions in the previous life. Right? However, this is the highest level of commission on the bulletin board, and it is the most difficult and rewarding commission among the platinum level commissions. If it is a black iron level commission, the reward is much more affordable. There are commissions ranging from commissions of several copper coins to commissions of several silver coins. The content of the commission is also everything, from collecting medicine to missing persons notices, which makes people sigh at the huge gap. If I hadn't joined the team, I'm afraid I would only be able to accept commissions of this level. Right? Thinking of this, Xian was glad for the first time that he joined this team. By the way, Xian suddenly discovered something and asked Vivian, saying, "Aren't there 2 levels of mithril and obsidian? Why haven't I seen commissions of this level?" Hearing this, Vivian laughed. Mithril and obsidian commissions usually don't appear on the bulletin board. Right? Vivian explained. Mithril level commissions are usually related to the life and death of a town or a noble family, and they will never appear casually. Obsidian level commissions are the most difficult commissions that are related to the fate of the country. Even if they appear, they will be carried out in secret, and the king or the royal family will directly appoint a famous 7th level adventurer to execute them. Therefore, not to mention in Lamijin, even in the Adventurers Guild in the royal capital, mithril level and obsidian level commissions will not appear easily. Xian suddenly realized it. In other words, under normal circumstances, the highest level commissions are only up to the platinum level. Right? Just as Xian figured this out, Vivian and others began to select commissions, tear them off the bulletin board, and go to the guild staff at the counter to register. The commissions torn off the bulletin board need to be taken to the counter to go through the execution procedures, and the guild staff will approve the execution before they are officially accepted. There were 3 commissions torn off by Vivian's team. Collection of spring water. Task: recover 3 bottles of spring water from the source of magic power. The source must be medium-sized. Reward: 20 gold coins. Fire lizard membrane. Task: go to the Mongol mountains where fire lizards live. Defeat 30 fire lizards, and bring back their membranes. Reward: 10 gold coins. Clearing blood-sucking vines. Task: a large number of blood-sucking vines have grown on the main road leading to the northern town of Frisia, causing great harm. Please clear them as soon as possible. Reward: 10 gold coins. Of these 3 commissions, 1 is gold level and 2 are silver level. Moreover, they are all the type that can be completed in a short time. Chapter 27: Need a weapon. The commissions posted after classification and screening by the guild are not classified by the amount of rewards, but by the pure difficulty and danger. That is, the higher the level of the commission, the more difficult and dangerous it is to complete, and the higher the reward. However, this is not absolute. Among the low-level commissions, there are also some commissions with high rewards. Those commissions are the kind that although there is no danger, and it is not difficult to complete, it takes a long time and even a lot of luck to complete. And even more so, it requires specific conditions to complete. For example, among the black iron level commissions, there is a commission to be a tutor for the children of nobles in terms of weapons. It requires adventurers with corresponding weapon skills to reach a certain level to accept it, and the commission is considered completed until the other party is taught the skills. The reward is 30 gold coins, which is quite generous. Such high-paying commissions are usually not classified as high-level commissions because they are not dangerous and impossible to complete. Even first-class adventurers with black iron can accept them. However, as mentioned before, it usually takes several years for ordinary people to learn skills, unless the other party is a genius. Accepting the commission means that it will take several years to complete it. If the person being taught is a mediocre person without any talent, he will not be able to learn no matter how many years he is taught, which will eventually lead to the failure of the commission. Not only will a lot of time be wasted, but no reward will be received. Therefore, the level of the commission depends only on the difficulty and danger of its completion. For this reason, the 3 commissions that Vivian's team took in the last breath were all of the type that could be completed in a short time, but were somewhat difficult. Such commissions are generally of higher level, and the rewards are comparable to those low-level safe commissions that take several years to complete. But they are also dangerous. However, looking at the relaxed expressions of Vivian and others, this level of commission should not be a big deal for them. Right? Otherwise, Vivian and others would not want to take 3 commissions at once. Of course, the reason for taking 3 commissions at once is also because the completion paths of these 3 commissions are the same. There is a medium-sized source of magic power in the Mongol mountains where the salamanders live. And the main road leading to the northern town of Frisia is also the only way to the Mongol mountains. So these 3 commissions can be completed together, Vivian explained to Sheen, making Sheen understand that adventurers' adventures are usually like this, and they will take several commissions at once depending on the purpose. Originally, Sheen thought that the commissions taken by adventurers would be accepted and completed one by one as mentioned in most games and novels. But in fact, taking several commissions at once like this seems to be the norm for adventurers. Just as Vivian said, since there is a medium-sized magic source in the Mongol mountains where the fire lizards live, and the main road leading to the northern town of Frisia is also the only way to the Mongol mountains, then these 3 commissions can be completed together. Right? In view of this, when adventurers accept commissions, they not only need to choose commissions of appropriate difficulty according to their own strength and conditions, but also need to think carefully about how to complete the adventure activities better, faster and more conveniently. In addition, adventurers also need to know a variety of knowledge in order to complete the commissions, like the 3 commissions that Vivian's team accepted this time, such as what is the magic source, where it usually appears, how to peel off the membrane of the fire lizard after defeating it, and how to remove the blood-sucking vines, etc. Similar knowledge is required. Otherwise, even if the strength is outstanding, it is still difficult to complete the adventure activities. This made Sheen realize once again that reality is indeed reality, and it is still different from novels and games. Not everyone can make a living as an adventurer. Under such circumstances, Vivian's team left the guild in full view of everyone, carrying 3 completed commissions. That's right. After leaving the guild, before they had time to move towards the gate of Lemidgen, Vivian suddenly looked at Sheen. Do you need to gather your equipment before setting off? It's no wonder Vivian said so. Adventurers need to enter places full of monsters to carry out commissions and encounter various dangerous groups. When carrying out adventure activities, the more complete and advanced the equipment, the better. Not to mention wearing airtight heavy full-body armor like Vivian. At least you can't be without any protective gear. Right? Like Lumia, she was equipped with light leather armor that would not affect her movements too much. It seemed that Teal was also equipped with chest guards, wrist guards, knee guards and other protective gear under her black robe. Only Melika was wearing a robe. But this robe exuded quite outstanding magic fluctuations. It was probably an extraordinary magic prop. On the other hand, Sheen, in addition to carrying a long package, was wearing a completely randomly selected black casual clothes. It was more like a traveler than an adventurer, going out for adventure in this look. No wonder Vivian would suggest so. If you are short of money, I can help you a little within my ability. Vivian's implication was obvious. That is, she could lend money to Sheen to get all the equipment. Sheen was a little hesitant about this. In fact, Sheen had considered this issue. It's just that. Not to mention that the protection I get when using the Holy Sword almost never hurts me. Even if I don't use the Holy Sword. With the physical resistance and magic resistance skills, I don't think I need any armor at all. These 2 skills have been upgraded to the maximum level by Sheen. So even though they are not as foul as the Holy Sword that can reduce 99% of the damage, Sheen feels that unless it is a very scary big shot, it will be difficult for him to be harmed. In this case, what kind of armor is needed? However, putting aside the armor, I do need a weapon. Sheen said this to Vivian. Weapon. At this moment, not only Vivian, but also Tyr, Lumia, and Melika, who have been silent all the time, are a little strange. Vivian then spoke in confusion. Don't you have a weapon? Vivian was referring to the long package that Sheen was carrying. There must be a weapon in it. Right? However, Sheen touched his nose. My weapon is not very useful. It is better not to use it. That's what Sheen said. Chapter 28, finally. We can part ways in peace. This is not a lie by Sheen. In fact, it is not good to use the Holy Sword in front of others. If others knew about the existence of the Holy Sword, Sheen could not imagine what would happen at that time. According to Nian, the Holy Sword is a weapon exclusively for the brave. Once it is exposed, Sheen's identity will be exposed. Naturally, Sheen did not want to expose all this. In view of this, not only the Holy Sword, but also the existence of unique skills and special skills, and even the existence of 15 full-level skills. For the sake of his future smooth life, Sheen had to hide them. In this case, it is okay to say that the holy sword is not very useful. Right? As for how others understand it, it is none of Sheen's business. Vivian still felt a little strange, but nodded. Then I will go to buy you a weapon first. Vivian asked, where is the armor? I won't use the armor for now. Sean thought about it, then shook his head and said, I will prepare the armor when I have enough money. Now, since you are here, let's do it this way for now. Hearing this, Vivian wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end, as if she wanted to respect Sean's opinion, even if not preparing armor is not a good thing to recommend. As Sean said, with them here, they should be able to take care of him during these commissions. Besides, if he really suffers because of not preparing armor, it is also a lesson. Vivian thought so and chose not to interfere with Sean's decision. And since Vivian did so, the others would have no objection. Sean, Vivian and others went to the weapon shop together. There, Sean bought a very sharp broadsword. The so-called very sharp is actually within the scope of ordinary weapons, and it is naturally incomparable to magic weapons with magic effects. Therefore, this sword was bought by Sheen for only 1 gold coin. Then, the group left the weapon shop, rented a carriage, and rode in the carriage, leaving Lemidgen and heading north. Sheen's first adventure as an adventurer began. With the sound of the wheels, a carriage ran at a constant speed on a road north of Lemidgen. Heading north along this road, the one driving the carriage was Vivian. I sat in the driver's seat and rode the horse, glancing at the carriage behind me from time to time. In the carriage, an indescribable atmosphere was spreading. Sheen sat on one side of the carriage, and opposite him were the other 3 members of Vivian's team. However, the crowd did not even form a conversation, just sitting opposite each other, which made the atmosphere seem a little heavy. Sean glanced at the 3 girls sitting opposite. Lumia had been sticking to Teal like a child, not daring to look at him at all. She lowered her head timidly and held Teal's arms tightly in her arms, making people clearly feel her nervousness and anxiety. Teal sat there quietly, not even looking at Sean. Only Melika would secretly look at Sean from time to time, and once she met Sean's eyes, she would hurriedly look away, revealing her vigilance. This scene has been maintained since Vivian left. Originally, in this team, the only one who was kind and friendly to Sean was Vivian. Except for Vivian, the other 3 people had not said a word since they introduced themselves in the box. If Vivian had not been communicating with Sean, this heavy atmosphere would have appeared a long time ago. Right now, Vivian is driving the carriage, leaving Sheehan alone in this group. So it naturally becomes like this. Sheehan remained calm on the surface, but he was still complaining in his heart. Do we have to spend the next month in this environment? It really makes people feel depressed. Why not? Everyone, Sheehan spoke up. Since the other party does not break the deadlock, then I will do it myself. However, the reaction of the 3 girls on the opposite side was greater than Sheehan imagined. Ah! Woo! Lumia and Melika seemed to be frightened by Sheehan's sudden voice. One of them couldn't help but let out a small cry, and the other trembled all over, and the hand holding the staff tightened. Even Teal seemed to focus on Sheehan, and raised his head slightly. The eyes under the hood seemed to release a sharp sight, and instantly nailed Sheehan. The already heavy atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became even heavier. Sean said with a half-surprised and half-bitter smile. You don't have to react so strongly. Right? With this sentence, Lumia and Melika looked away as if embarrassed. Only Tyr still stared at Sean. Seeing this, Sean scratched his cheek. It seems that they are different from Vivian, and are very wary of me. Want to have a relaxed and pleasant conversation with such a beautiful girl. How should I do it? In the novel, those protagonists who can do this without changing their expressions are really cheating. Right? I really hope that my cheat is also in this aspect. While sighing in his heart for who knows how many times, Sean pondered for a while, and relaxed his shoulders. Forget it. Sean muttered this in a low voice. Yes. Sean gave up very simply. Since they had no intention of talking, and were so wary of this side, Sean didn't want to do anything unnecessary to increase the variables. In a word, Sean couldn't do such a thing as putting a warm face on a cold butt. So, Sean only said one sentence. You don't have to look back and forth because of my existence. Anyway, it's only a month. I will try my best to reduce my presence and won't affect you. I hope we can part ways in peace in the end. After saying this, Sean didn't say anything more, and his words made the 3 girls stunned. Tyr, Lumia, and Melika looked at Sean in surprise, as if they didn't expect Sean to say such a thing. So, the three looked at each other, and finally fell silent again. In the carriage, the air seemed to be a little heavier. Vivian, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had been paying attention to the situation in the car. She listened to Sean's speech, felt the heavy air, and a trace of helplessness appeared on her face. Sure enough, the previous event still had a great impact on Teal and the others? Thinking so, Vivian was also surprised by Sean's speech. I didn't expect Sean to draw a line so simply. Thinking of this, Vivian became a little interested in Sean. Maybe he is different from the male adventurers in the past. While thinking so, Vivian continued to ride forward. The sound of the wheels was still rumbling. At the same time, on one side of the road, a huge rock suddenly moved. Chapter 29 Golem. Inside the carriage, Sheen, who had originally planned not to speak again, suddenly changed his expression and looked in one direction. Enemy? Sheen's enemy sense skill reacted, telling Sheen that an enemy had appeared. The reaction was not very strong. The level should not be high, and there was only one. Sheen quickly made such a judgment. However, Sheen did not remind Vivian and others. After all, he was a new adventurer who had not learned a single skill at present. If he reminded them casually, he would probably be suspected later. Therefore, Sheen prepared to observe quietly and wait for an opportunity. However, Sheen underestimated the people in Vivian's team. Vivian. In the next second, Teal, who had been silent, suddenly raised his head and spoke in a vigilant voice towards the direction of the carriage driver's seat. Vivian, who was driving the carriage, straightened her face and immediately tightened the reins, and stopped the carriage with a long neigh of the horse. In the carriage, Lumia and Melika had already stood up and entered a state of alert. Seeing this scene, Xian was stunned at first, and then understood. Have you found the enemy? Xian looked at Tyr, who jumped out of the carriage with a meaningful look. This girl probably also has the skill of enemy sense like Xian. But unfortunately the skill level should not be high, so it took Xian so long to detect the enemy. Vivian and others knew this very well. They immediately became alert when Tyrika reminded them. Their quick reaction made people feel that they were worthy of being adventurers in a team, with full tacit understanding. So, Xian followed Lumia and Melika, carrying a package and a sword, and also jumped out of the carriage. Everyone gathered in front of the carriage and looked at Vivian, who was soothing the anxious horse. At this time, Vivian looked calm and her eyes were on Sheen. Look over there. Sheen. In the direction Vivian pointed, a rock was moving slowly, and finally it seemed to stand up and turned into a huge stone statue. It was a monster called Golem. It was originally just a rock mixed with special magical minerals. But because it existed near the source of magic power, and was affected by the magic power flowing through, it eventually turned into a monster. Vivian explained to Sheen like this. Some magicians also use magic to create this kind of monsters, and drive them to fight and work. They may also appear in any place. The higher the level, the bigger the size. If they are golems in some secret realms, they may even contain precious minerals, so they will be coveted by many people. But there are also golems like this that disguise themselves as rocks on the roadside and attack when people pass by. Naturally, this kind of golem must have very little magical minerals mixed in its body, and its level will be very low. Otherwise it would not leave the magic source where it lives and come to the roadside to attack humans. They target caravans transporting minerals, and adventurers, like us, who carry weapons and equipment made of precious metal minerals. Swallowing these metal minerals is the best way for them to increase their strength, upgrade their levels, and gradually deteriorate their bodies. Vivian looked at the golem that began to run towards this side and spoke to Sheen. Judging from the size of this golem, its level should be around 15, and at most not more than 20, so it will not be a dangerous opponent for you. This sentence made Sheen instantly understand Vivian's plan. It's up to you, Vivian said to Sheen. Let's see how strong you are. This is the first assessment after becoming an adventurer and joining Vivian's team. Sean noticed that not only Vivian, but also Ter, Lumia, and Melika were focusing their attention on him. In front of him, the heavy footsteps of the rock-like golem were approaching. Got it. Sean nodded to everyone, and then walked towards the golem, pulling out the sword from his waist and holding it in his hand. One person and one rock approached each other, shortening the distance. Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Melika watched quietly from behind. Feeling the gazes behind him, Sean began to think in his mind. What level of strength should I show? Since he is a new adventurer who has not even learned a skill, he must not show too high combat power. Right? First of all, limit transformation cannot be used, and resistance skills cannot be displayed, so they cannot be hit. Unlike active skills such as limit transformation that need to be used by oneself, permanent skills are as it means. From the moment of learning, they will take effect permanently, and you cannot choose whether to use them or not. In this case, in order to prevent these permanent skills from being exposed, Sheen can only try to avoid being discovered. Then the means of fighting need to be slowed down. Not too much performance, and attention must be paid when evading, so that the god of war and avoidance skills can be hidden well. As for the holy sword, of course, it must not be used. However, I can't perform too poorly. Otherwise, if Vivian and others think that I am not strong enough and have no potential to become an adventurer, then the result of the assessment will not be good, and the purpose of becoming an adventurer will eventually fail. Therefore, Sheen needs to have a certain performance, but not too much performance. And at the same time, he must try his best to hide his many skills so that he will not be exposed. It's too difficult for me. Sheen felt uncomfortable in his heart, but the monster would not understand Sheen's feelings. With heavy footsteps, it rushed to Sheen. Come on. Sheen could only shake off all the thoughts in his mind, concentrate, and stare at the golem in front of him. The next moment, the golem that rushed to Sheen raised his heavy arm and let the rock-like fist hit Sheen. The avoid skill immediately responded, moving Sheen's body and letting Sheen dodge. However, in order not to expose the skill, Sheen could only try his best to restrain himself until the golem's fist hit him in front of him. And then he twisted his body at a very close distance, deliberately dodging the blow with a rather unfamiliar movement. Suddenly, a whistling strong wind blew over Sheen's body. Bang! With a loud rumbling sound, Gorham's heavy fist brushed against Sheen's body and fell to the ground, causing vibrations and rolling up the sand and stones. At this time, Sheen, who had dodged to the side, suddenly moved and rushed forward when Gorham fell into a state of stiffness after the attack. Ding! With the sound of knocking, the sharp sword drew an arc and hit Gorham's foot hard, causing Gorham to kneel on the ground. Chapter 30 Growth in all aspects. It must be said that Sheen used this attack very skillfully, because the weapon in his hand was just an ordinary two-handed sword, not even a magic weapon, let alone comparable to the holy sword. And because he had to hide many skills, Sheen used some tricks to knock the golem's knee joints to make it lose its balance and fall to the ground. If he used the holy sword, Sheen could have split the golem into pieces with one blow, even if he didn't use the holy sword. In fact, with the attack power increase brought by Sheen's full-level two-handed sword skill alone, Sheen could have split the golem in half. And if he added the increase brought by the extreme transformation skill, it would be no problem at all. However, in order not to show too much, Sheen restrained his strength and deliberately created the appearance that he defeated this opponent with tricks. In this way, Sheen could conceal many skills and show enough highlights to allow himself to pass the adventurer assessment. So, as Golem lost his balance and fell to his knees, Sheen began to launch an unceremonious attack. Clang! 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 Amidst the fierce knocks, Sheen kept hitting Golem's knee joints with great force, causing the hit place to continuously burst out stone fragments and fly around. Golem, who was kneeling there, waved his arms and tried to attack Sheen. But Sheen dodged behind Golem, preventing the thick stone arm that raised a strong wind from hitting him, and continued to hit Golem's knee joints, making it impossible for it to stand up. Bang! After Sheen had hit Golem countless times, Golem's knees were finally broken, turning into a lot of gravel and scattered on the ground. Golem, who had lost one foot, fell heavily to the ground with a heavy collision. Take advantage of now. As if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, Sheen jumped onto the back of the Golem, and as if he had used up all his strength, he raised the sword in his hand high and chopped it down heavily at the Golem's head lying on the ground. Bang! With an explosion-like sound, the Golem's head was split open and shattered into countless pieces. In this way, after a lot of effort, Sheen successfully defeated the unfortunate Golem. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Sheen wiped his forehead, as if wiping off the sweat, pretending to be a little tired, and secretly made a victory gesture in his heart. However, when Sheen turned his head and looked behind him, he saw a series of surprised expressions. He actually won? Woo! Such strength! Tear! Lumia and Melika were either surprised or amazed. Not only these three people, but even Vivian had the same expression. I didn't expect to win. It seems that your strength is much higher than I thought. Sheen. Vivian spoke in such a surprising way. That performance made Sheen's mouth twitch slightly. Is this strange? Sheen said weakly to Vivian. Didn't you say that this golem would not be a dangerous opponent for me? Hearing this, Vivian's face became a little strange. I was right. Vivian smiled bitterly and said, because golems are notoriously clumsy monsters. Even if they are newbies. As long as the level gap is not too large. They should be able to barely avoid the golem's attack and not be hit. So naturally they are not dangerous. But if you want to defeat such a monster, it is also not something that a novice adventurer, who is about 10 levels behind, can do. Hearing this, Sheen's expression froze. Seeing Sheen like this, Vivian still said with a strange expression, after all, although golem is bulky, and it is not easy to hit the opponent with its attacks, its defense is well known to be high, because its body is made of rock minerals. If you want to defeat such a monster, you must at least prepare weapons with considerable destructive power, such as large weapons such as heavy hammers or heavy axes, or use intermediate or higher magic to bombard it. I have never heard of someone being able to chop it down with a sword when the level is lower than the opponent. In other words, Vivian's purpose is not to let Sheen defeat Golem, but to take this opportunity to see how Sheen performs when fighting a monster that cannot be defeated but is not dangerous. As a result, Sheen, who did not know Vivian's purpose, naturally wanted to complete Vivian's assessment by taking some effort to defeat the monster, and finally defeated Golem. You are only level 10, and you haven't learned any skills yet. The weapon you use is also a new piece of equipment that you just got. It has almost no advantages except being sharp. Not to mention that compared with magic weapons, you can defeat monsters with higher levels than you, and are not easy to defeat under such conditions. Do you think we will feel strange? Vivian's speech made Sheen feel unwell. Seeing that tear, Lumia and Melika were still looking at him with quite surprised eyes. Even Vivian's eyes became deeper. Sheen laughed dryly. In other words, my strength is still good, and I didn't disappoint you. Right? Sheen could only continue the topic. Well, although it was unexpected, it was a good thing. Vivian looked at Sheen meaningfully, and then said, since you can even defeat a golem that is nearly 10 levels higher than you, you should be able to learn skills quickly. No. It's strange that you haven't learned any skills. But maybe this also shows that you have high growth potential in all aspects. Growth potential in all aspects? Sheen asked subconsciously. What does this mean? What? Don't you know? Vivian was startled, and said even more strangely, according to the direction of personal training and talent, everyone's growth in various aspects is also different. This should be common sense. Right? Common sense? For Sheen, this so-called common sense is really irrelevant to him. And the most troublesome thing is also about this aspect. However, Sheen still understands what Vivian wants to express. When a person improves his level, although his strength will definitely become stronger, not all abilities will become stronger. Vivian explained, when the level is improved, the ability to be improved will be different according to the different training directions, different areas of expertise and different talents. For example, when a strength-type warrior is upgraded, his own strength must be improved the most. In the same way, when a magician is upgraded, the first thing to be improved must be magic power. If the physical ability is not good at, and has no talent, and has not undergone any training, then when the level is upgraded, this ability will not be improved. Therefore, everyone's ability to grow when the level is upgraded is different. For example, because I am a defensive vanguard, when the level is increased, the improvement of durability and injury resistance is the most obvious and huge, while the improvement of other abilities is not obvious. Vivian continued to explain, for someone like Melika, when the level is increased, the improvement of magic power will be the greatest. But the physical ability is no different from that of an ordinary girl even now. That's it. Chapter 31 Need to work hard. Vivian's explanation finally made Sheen understand why she said that her growth potential in all aspects was very high. Since you can defeat Golem by leaping about 10 levels under such conditions, then your growth potential in all aspects must be very high. Right? That's what Vivian thought. It's easy to imagine that under the same level, a power-type warrior will definitely lose to a warrior who is both power-type and defense-type, and can even use magic. Right? Therefore, if the growth potential in all aspects is very high, then when upgrading, no matter which aspect of the ability can be fully improved, the comprehensive improvement will naturally be much higher than those who only improve one or two aspects of ability. However, this is without calculating other conditions including skills. If you have combat skills, and can also improve the skills to a certain level, then the situation will naturally be different. Level is hardware. Skills are software. And both are required to form a truly powerful strength. Therefore, only those who have both high levels and high skill levels are strong. Those who only have the former are like idiots, who only grow their bodies, but not their brains. And those who only have the latter are like sickly people, who only have brains but no physique. No matter which one it is not a good thing. In a nutshell, to calculate a person's strength, you must combine the level and skills. Perhaps, Sheen is the type who has an advantage in the growth of level, but a disadvantage in learning skills. Vivian thought silently in her heart. Although, generally speaking, this should be impossible. After all, as mentioned earlier, being able to raise the level to 10 proves that it has a certain talent. Logically speaking, at the very least, some simple skills can still be learned. What is going on? Vivian looked at Sheen and fell into deep thought. On the other hand, Sheen also fell into deep thought because of Vivian's words. Because Sean remembered one of the effects of his unique skill Tion. In addition to the extraordinary effect on skill acquisition and improvement, Sean's Tion also has an effect. When upgrading, all ability types are increased to the maximum value. Before, Sean didn't know what this effect meant. Now, Sean understands. This effect means that when I upgrade, all my abilities can be improved to the maximum extent. Right? Whether it is strength, durability, magic power, or even reflex nerves. All aspects of ability can be improved to the maximum extent when upgrading. This is the true manifestation of this effect. In Vivian's words, Sean has the highest growth potential in all aspects. This forced Sheen to realize once again how excessive his cheat was. And he felt even worse. The bigger the cheat, the harder it is for me to hide it. Sheen sighed in his heart. Suddenly, Sheen thought of another question. What is the standard for the level blessing granted by the Holy Sword? Since the abilities that can be improved when upgrading vary from person to person, and are related to personal talents, abilities, and training directions, then in which aspects of ability will the level of the Holy Sword blessing improve? And to what extent? It can't be like the effect of Tion, where all ability types are improved to the maximum value. Right? At least, when using the Holy Sword, Sheen can feel that his magic power has not improved. As for the abilities in other aspects, according to Sheen's current improvement, when it reaches level 100, it seems that it will be stronger than the level 100 granted by the Holy Sword. Thinking of this, Sheen made a rough summary based on his own feelings when using it. The level of the Holy Sword's blessing should be that all abilities except magic are evenly improved. For example, when Sheen himself upgraded, all abilities were improved by the full value of 10. The level of 100 granted by the Holy Sword is to evenly distribute 100 to all abilities except magic. In other words, each level gives Sheen an ability equivalent to 1 increase except magic. In this way, when Sheen reaches level 100, his all-round abilities will reach 1000, which is naturally stronger than the 100 blessings brought by the Holy Sword's level 100. Of course, this is just an analogy. However, from Sheen's own feeling, in the end, when he reaches level 100, he will definitely be stronger than the level 100 granted by the Holy Sword alone. Apart from other things, the Holy Sword does not increase the magic alone. But Sheen's own level increase will increase the magic, which is already a difference. But the Holy Sword also has other effects. It cannot be said that it is inferior to my unique skill. If you want to say that, Sheen's unique skill also has other effects. Both are powerful in their own way. However, Sheen has both. This should be the reason why the goddess thinks that I have the best chance of defeating the Demon King. Right? Sheen began to murmur. Then, okay. Vivian clapped her hands and attracted the attention of everyone present. Now, we have a general understanding of Sheen's strength. Although he is still a novice, I think his potential is much better than we imagined. Vivian looked at Tyr and others and asked, do you think so too? Tyr, Lumia and Melika were silent and did not answer. What do you think? Tyr? Vivian turned to Tyr as if she had expected this situation. Let's keep going. But Tyr did not give any answer. After a moment of silence, he coldly said this and returned to the carriage. Wait a minute. Tyr! Lumia hurriedly followed. And Melika hurriedly followed. The three people's behavior, which seemed to be deliberately avoiding or escaping, made Vivian helpless. She didn't think so much and was also ready to return to the carriage. However, when passing by Vivian, the other party said this. I hope you don't blame them. Vivian sighed and said, "They don't hate you, but because they have encountered some unpleasant things in the past. They are a little too wary of you who just joined." These words made Xian stop. Then, after thinking about it for a while, Sean could probably understand what happened. A team with so many female adventurers with extraordinary looks would encounter a lot of trouble. Sean could understand this as well. "I will keep a proper distance. Please rest assured." Sean smiled at Vivian and then went back to the carriage. Vivian was stunned for a moment. And then she was helpless. "My original intention was not to ask you to keep a distance." Vivian just wanted to say that if she wanted to get close to Teal and the others, she would need to make a lot of efforts to gain their trust. Who would have thought that Sean would choose to keep a distance without hesitation? What a strange newcomer. Vivian also started to grumble and returned to the driver's seat. The carriage that had stopped for a while moved again, with the sound of wheels, and continued to move forward. Chapter 32 Magic. Half a day later, Sheen and his party arrived at their first destination. Is that the blood-sucking vine? After getting off the carriage filled with a dull atmosphere, Sheen saw the target of his trip. The blood-sucking vine. At first sight, it was a group of vines growing on the road leading to the north, crossing the road like a roadblock and blocking the road. The vines were a dazzling blood-red color, and they grew extremely lush, like entangled vines tightly entangled with each other, forming a low and extremely large plant wall. However, that was not something worth appreciating, because Sheen could clearly see that those vines were like blood vessels, not only repeatedly bulging and contracting as if transmitting something, but also constantly wriggling, which looked quite disgusting. If he had just been summoned to this world and saw such a scene, Sheen felt that he must have started to vomit. Is this also a monster? Sheen muttered in disgust. Next to him, Vivian, who was pulling a carriage, walked over and answered Sheen's muttering. No, it's not a monster, but a plant that grows in places where a lot of blood has been shed. Although it looks like a conscious monster, it is actually no different from other plants. The only difference is that it never absorbs water to grow, but only absorbs blood. So if you are accidentally entangled by it, you will never escape. The vines will pierce your skin and suck all the blood out of your body and die. For many people, this kind of blood-sucking vine is as threatening as a monster. Not only that, the vitality and toughness of this kind of blood-sucking vine are also quite strong. Once it grows out, it will proliferate at a very fast speed until it absorbs all the blood components in the earth. Ordinary swords can't even cut off a layer of its skin. And if you get too close, there is a risk of being entangled and sucking blood. Therefore, in many places, these blood-sucking vines have brought a lot of trouble. It is difficult for ordinary people to remove this kind of blood-sucking vine. For this reason, no matter which town, once a large number of blood-sucking vines are found nearby, the town management will send troops to remove them, or entrust them to adventurers from the Adventurers Guild to let adventurers remove them to avoid causing too much damage and obstruction. Vivian explained patiently. This time, the blood-sucking vines grew on the only way to the northern town. It must have caused a lot of losses to many merchants and brought a lot of inconvenience to the communication and trade between the two towns. Let's remove them as soon as possible. As she said, Vivian looked at Melika. Is it okay, Melika? Vivian asked. No problem. Melika immediately tightened the staff in her hand, glanced at Sheen without leaving a trace, and then walked out. Seeing this, Sheen raised his eyebrows, because he seemed to have guessed how to get rid of the blood-sucking vines next. It is difficult to remove the blood-sucking vines with ordinary swords, and you can't just approach them casually. That would be too dangerous. After seeing Sheen's faint expectation, Vivian smiled and said, So, the best way is to set a big fire first. Burn them all, and then slowly dig out the roots that are stuck in the ground to prevent them from growing again. However, due to their extremely high vitality and toughness, if you set a normal fire, it will probably take a long time to burn. Unless, use magic to burn the blood-sucking vines at once. When this sentence fell from Vivian's mouth, Melika moved in front. This is the breath of the sky wheel. Melika raised her staff and chanted a solemn spell from her seductive red lips. The crimson fire spirit and the transparent truth, fueled by prayer, rose here. At this moment, Melika's face no longer maintained the previous tension and tension, but seemed to have transformed into a natural fairy, rolling up magic power on her body and shouting loudly, Heaven fire! On the staff held high by Melika, the crystal embedded at the top of the staff burst into light. Suddenly, a stream of heat surged from the sky above Melika, turning into countless flames, like a rain curtain, sprinkled on the blood-sucking vine. The flames turned the surrounding area into crimson, as if the sunset glow was called in, and the temperature in the air continued to rise. Bang, 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 bang. The next second, the endless rain of fire fell on the blood-sucking vine, like an explosion, and set off waves of fire one after another, completely covering the blood-sucking vine. The blood-red vines just fell into the sea of fire and were burned. It was like a silent scream, and the blood-sucking vines in the sea of fire all struggled wildly. I believe that no matter who saw that scene, they would not think that it was just a plant, but would seriously suspect that they were monsters. Just like Sheen. Unfortunately, monsters at least know how to escape or counterattack when facing a life-and-death crisis. But the blood-sucking vines can't do these. They just tumbled in the sea of fire, as if making a final struggle. Not long after, under the burning of the fire, the vines turned into charcoal one after another, and were burned to ashes. The air was completely filled with the high temperature and heat of the flames. That is magic. Sheen, whose face was illuminated by the fire, looked at this scene and said this with emotion. I don't know whether he was moved or sighed. Although Sheen had seen monsters that could spit fire and lightning more than once in the monster forest, this was undoubtedly the first time for Sheen to see magic like this. Sheen stared at the back of Melika, who performed this magic feast, until all the blood-sucking vines were burned out. The fire was like an illusion. As Melika put away her magic power, it gradually extinguished. The large area of blood-sucking vines was burned out, leaving only a charred ground. Huh? Melika seemed to be relieved and put away her staff. You have worked hard. Vivian came forward and comforted Melika. It was still as powerful as ever. Tyr also made a faint comment, worthy of being an elf. Rumia, holding Tyr's arm, cast an admiring look at Melika. In response, Melika just shook her head and said, I didn't do anything special. I just used magic as usual. As she said this, a smile broke out on Melika's face. Obviously, facing these companions, Melika's emotions were not so tense and nervous that she slightly recovered her original personality. Seeing this, Sheen, who was originally planning to go forward together, stopped. Looking at Melika's smile that was obviously from the heart, Sheen gave up a plan that had just arisen. It seems that there is no way to let the other party teach me magic. I have to say, this is a pity. But, magic? Feeling the abundant magic power flowing in his body, and thinking of his magic skills, Sheen felt that he should find an opportunity to learn magic. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his ability. Chapter 33 Unexpected Words. After that, in order to completely eradicate the vampire vines, under the leadership of Vivian, Sheen and others walked into the scorched land burned by fire magic and dug out all the roots of the vampire vines in the ground. The roots of the vampire vines will not move like the main body, but are similar to the roots of ordinary plants. They will not entangle the human body. They will only absorb the blood that penetrates into the soil from the earth and spread seeds to allow the vampire vines to proliferate. In addition, the roots are not very deep, so Sheen and others used their weapons as tools to quickly dig out all the roots. Then, under Vivian's instructions, the group gathered all the roots of the vampire vines, and then let Melika release fire magic once to burn all the roots. Only then did the work end successfully. After that, the guild should send someone to confirm, and we will go to the next commission location, the Mongol Mountain Belt. Under Vivian's instructions, the group set off again. This time, the journey was completely smooth and there were no incidents. If I must say, it is that when Sheen deliberately kept his distance, perhaps because of his low presence, the carriage was not so dull. After the work just now, Melika's nervousness seemed to have eased, and she began to talk more, causing Tyr and Lumia to no longer remain silent, and they would have more or less conversations, which eased the atmosphere. Of course, this does not include Sheen. Sheen ignored the interaction of the three girls and looked out the window by himself, thinking about magic in his head. Under such circumstances, the carriage arrived at the Mongol Mountains before dusk. Well, we are here. Vivian stopped the carriage at the foot of the mountain, calling Sheen and others to get out of the carriage, while replenishing water and salt for the horses pulling the carriage. After getting off the train, Sheen looked up and saw a series of mountains. That was the Mongol Mountains. Although we didn't need to go deeper, the sun was about to set, so it was undoubtedly inappropriate to enter the Mongol Mountains at this time. Let's camp at the foot of the mountain. That's what Vivian planned. Camping? Sheen looked over. That's right. Vivian looked at Sheen and said patiently, night is the time when most of the more dangerous monsters are active. and the visibility in the mountains is very low at night. It's better not to take risks, so as to avoid most accidents. Sheen was silent, because he remembered how he spent those nights in the monster forest during the 10 days. That's right. Camping is good. Camping is the best. I like camping. When she came to her senses, Sean had said this in a decisive manner. Seeing Sean's sudden change of attitude, Vivian's head was full of question marks. At this time, Thea and others got off the car. Do you want to camp, Sister Vivian? Lumia asked weakly, and glanced at Sean, with a shrinking emotion on her face. There should be a hotel at the foot of the mountain nearby. Can't we stay there? Melika also said so, and also glanced at Sean, and the previous nervousness appeared in her eyes again. As for Thea, she didn't say a word, raised her face slightly, and the eyes under the hood seemed to glance at Sean. This time, it was Sean's turn to have a head full of question marks. Of course, when these question marks were typed out, it proved that it was not me who had a problem, but you who had a problem. What does it mean when they all glanced at this side after hearing about camping? Are they still afraid of being attacked at night? Sheehan was about to speak up and said this. However, Vivian seemed to have noticed something was wrong and quickly spoke out to stop them. The nearest hotel would take until midnight to reach even if we took a carriage, and we would have to rush back from there early tomorrow morning, which would waste a lot of time. If we missed the activation of the magic source, we would have to waste another day. Considering this, we might as well camp here directly. After saying that, Vivian immediately took the luggage from the cargo rack of the carriage and handed several black curtains to Thea and others. You guys go set up the tent first, and I'll feed the horses. Please? Vivian didn't give Thea and others a chance to refuse. Vivian. Thea spoke up, with a rare hint of blame in his voice, as if he was dissatisfied with Vivian's decision. However, Vivian stared straight at Thea. I think you should understand. Right? Vivian said to Thea with an extremely serious look. He did nothing wrong. Thea was speechless. Not only Thea, but even Lumia and Melika were speechless. The three looked at Sheen again, but they were no longer as rude as before. Lumia even had a hint of apology in her eyes. Immediately, the three took the curtains and walked to the side in silence, ready to set up the tent. By the way, those curtains are actually magic props. As long as magic power is injected, they will automatically open, like heat expansion, and turn into tents. Therefore, the work of setting up tents is no problem even if Sheen, a big man, does not take action. Sheen watched Tyr and the other two leave, then looked at Vivian. Sorry, I made you unhappy. Vivian immediately said apologetically, in the past, there were several male adventurers arranged by the Adventurers Guild who joined our team, and some of them took advantage of the camping time. Hearing this, Sheen probably understood what was going on. No wonder they were so wary of me. Sheen muttered. I'm so sorry. Vivian apologized again, sighed, and said faintly, although it was not our intention. From various aspects, we are quite concerned about men and male adventurers. In addition, we are also adventurers, and some unavoidable troubles are really unavoidable. So, I formed this team to gather all the female adventurers who may encounter similar troubles in various aspects, hoping to more or less dispel some people's bad thoughts. Vivian was very frank and even said these words. It's not that I can't understand it. Sheehan spread his hands and said, it's just that you and the guild are a little too careless to let me join this team like this. Maybe. Vivian did not deny it, but smiled and said, however, we naturally took all the disadvantages into consideration, and finally made this decision, which proves that you have such value. Value? Sheehan then looked at Vivian and said, as if jokingly, what value can I have? Can I still be a hero? Hero? Vivian was stunned for a moment, and then said with a smile, if you were a hero, we would have a headache. These words also made Sheehan stunned. Why? Sheehan said in surprise. Don't you want to see a hero appear and defeat the Demon King? Such words made Vivian stunned again and again. Then, hasn't the Demon King been defeated long ago? When this sentence resounded, the air was silent. Sheehan's expression was completely frozen, and his pupils suddenly shrank, and he could no longer hide his astonishment. Chapter 34 The Hero Who Cannot Appear. What did you say? At this moment, Sheen could not help but lose his voice. What happened? Vivian was frightened by Sheen's reaction. It's okay. Sheen tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart, but still couldn't help but say, you said the Demon King had been defeated a long time ago? Yes. Yes. Vivian looked at Sheen with surprise, as if confirming Sheen's expression. Until a while later. Perhaps because she found that Sheen didn't seem to be joking. She said strangely, the Demon King had been defeated by the hero of the Mitrok Kingdom in the war 1,000 years ago. So the world has restored peace. The adventurer industry also began to appear from that time, because of the shortage of manpower caused by the damage caused by the war. Isn't this historical knowledge that even children know? Hearing this, Sheen's expression became not very good-looking. No. It should be said that it became very ugly. What's wrong with you? Sean's performance made Vivian look a little worried. And there was a hint of uneasiness in her tone. It's okay. Sean wanted to say something, but he finally held back. However, Sean still asked the question. Can you tell me more about this? Sean made a request to Vivian. Vivian frowned and was about to ask something, but stopped because of Sean's expression. Because, at this moment, Sean's face showed a patience that he had never seen before. It was as if he found that there was something wrong with the meaning of his life. And he almost took the wrong path. And it was the kind of situation that was caused by the deception of others. As if he had been betrayed and urgently needed to know the truth. This made Vivian hesitate and finally chose to remain silent. This is something everyone knows. Vivian said this first. You should know that since the birth of the world, the gods and demons have been hostile to each other, which has set off a long history of wars, and has led to the emergence of humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, and even monsters. Right? In response to Vivian's question, Xian nodded. This is indeed the history of this world that Xian learned from Nian. There is no deviation between Vivian's explanation and that of the goddess, because the gods are inferior to the demons in terms of strength as a whole, and their numbers are naturally limited. The gods have always been at a disadvantage in wars since ancient times, even if they have successively created races such as humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, facing the ever-growing demons. The gods still cannot take advantage of the situation. Therefore, in order to defeat the demons, Omnis, the supreme god at the top of the gods, finally created a ritual that can summon heroes from another world, thus summoning the heroes. The heroes are born with powerful unique skills and exclusive holy swords. Each of them shows amazing potential, even compared with the top demons. As long as they can grow up, they can easily become stronger than them in the end. Every time they join, the situation on the battlefield will change, allowing the gods and humans to reverse the situation and begin to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, there is still a top demon, the real king, that is, the Demon King. The Demon King is so powerful that even the supreme god Omnis is terrified. Even the heroes cannot easily defeat the Demon King. Therefore, although several heroes appeared in history and reversed the situation on the battlefield, the gods still could not overwhelm the demons and win the war. Up to this point, Vivian's explanation is no different from Nian. Until 1,000 years ago, the last hero, who was hailed as the most powerful in history, appeared. The hero possessed a holy sword and unique skills far more powerful than his predecessors. He easily overwhelmed the strongest subordinate of the Demon King, and was finally sent to the Demon King with the help of the gods and the humans. At this point, the hero and the Demon King entered a decisive battle in the true sense. In that battle, not only the hero and the Demon King, but also the supreme god standing at the top of the gods, the other three highest goddesses, and the 6 demons directly under the Demon King participated in the battle. The strongest among humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves also participated in that battle. In that battle, the hero defeated the Demon King. The demons were completely defeated, and the gods were also severely damaged and could no longer continue the war. So, under the auspices of the hero, the gods and the demons announced to each other that the war would no longer continue, and the world returned to peace. Later, in order to give the major races a chance to buffer the relationship, the supreme god Omnis exerted his power to divide the world into 3, and led the gods to one of the worlds, calling that world the God Realm. The demons also retreated to another world under the leadership of the only remaining demon, turning it into the Demon Realm. As for the human race formed by many races including humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, they stayed in this world, and this world became the human world. In this way, the war that lasted for thousands or even tens of thousands of years ended, and the gods and demons became a state of non-aggression. The human race began to recuperate under the leadership of the brave, and the brave himself founded a country and became the king, which is the Mitrok Kingdom. In view of this, the war has ended for 1,000 years, and the Demon King has long been defeated and no longer exists. Nowadays, the human world, the gods' world, and the demon world all have exchanges with each other. The gods are still protecting the human race and blessing the children of the human race. In order to make the demon world prosperous, the demons have connections with the major kingdoms in the human world. Even the gods and demons sometimes share what they have with each other. Even though the hostility caused by past wars has not been completely eliminated, it has been eased to some extent. In about 1,000 years, the three tribes will completely be indifferent to each other and live in peace. This is what many people are looking forward to. Vivian's statement made Sheen completely speechless. The hero. Sheen's voice was a little hoarse. In response, Vivian looked at Sheen steadily and spoke after a while. The hero has not appeared since the death of the founding king of the Mitra kingdom. And the gods have also sealed the ritual of summoning the hero, and no longer use it. That's also natural. Right? The hero is the trump card used by the gods to defeat the demon king and even the demons. Now that the war is over and the three tribes need to move towards a path of peaceful coexistence, they are no longer needed. It's better to say that if the hero appears again, that would be a big problem. Because that means that the gods are ready to attack the demons again. And the demons will naturally not have no reaction to the hero, who can threaten them to the greatest extent. At that time, the human race will definitely not be able to stay out of it. Therefore, if a hero appears, the peace between the three tribes is likely to be broken, and war is likely to occur again. For this world, a hero is the biggest fuse of war, and must never appear again. Chapter 35 The Secret You Absolutely Don't Know. Night fell quietly. At the foot of the Mongol Mountains, the members of Vivian's team had already set up their tents and lit a bonfire, illuminating the surroundings. At this time, led by Vivian, the girls of the team gathered around the bonfire, but their eyes were cast to the side. There, Xian turned his back to this side and was walking away. Seeing Xian like this, Vivian's expression was always worried. And Tyr, Lumia and Melika looked at each other. That? Sister Vivian. Lumia asked timidly, what's wrong with him? Lumia asked what everyone was thinking. Obviously, everyone found something wrong with Xian and Vivian. Weren't you guys chatting just now? Why suddenly? Melika also spoke, but she didn't know how to describe it specifically. In this case, even Tyr cast a questioning look at Vivian. In response, Vivian sighed. I don't know what happened. Vivian said helplessly, I don't know why. Xian suddenly became like that. Recalling the conversation just now, Vivian found that after she said that the hero must never make such remarks again, Xian was completely silent and never said anything again. No. Xian still said something to Vivian later. I'll take a walk around the neighborhood. Leaving such words, Xian left like this. Did I say something wrong? Vivian reflected. I don't think this is your problem. Tyr spoke, and said lightly, it should be the man's own problem. Right? Tyr's words are quite sharp. But this is Tyr, just as Xian has always felt, with a decisive and calm personality, and a little taciturn. Even in Lemidjan, many male adventurers are afraid of her. On the other hand, Lumia and Melika have become more cheerful now that Xian is not here. Lumia still looks shy, but at least she is no longer intermittent and speaks more fluently. Melika is even more so, as if she is free of shackles, and even her facial expressions have become much lighter. This is the true appearance of everyone in Vivian's team. Vivian is gentle and considerate. Tyr is cold and taciturn. Lumia is timid and shy. Melika, on the contrary, is quite lively, contrary to her previous nervous appearance. But she has restrained this aspect of her personality only because of Xian's arrival. Now that Xian is not here, Melika has become less restrained. Is Sister Vivian worried about that man? Melika asked Vivian with great interest, although Sister Vivian has always been so gentle. It seems a little different this time? Is that so? Vivian didn't seem to expect to be said like this, and was stunned for a moment. I think so too. Lumia secretly looked at Vivian, and then hesitated and said, I always feel that Sister Vivian pays more attention to Mr. Xian than to those newcomers before. After Lumia said this, Vivian was not unconscious. Although Vivian is basically gentle and considerate to anyone, and also takes good care of newcomers. This time, her attention to Xian seems to be much higher than before. There is no way, since Xian defeated Golem. I felt that he should have some secrets that we don't know. Vivian had no intention of hiding anything, and confessed truthfully, saying, although I don't know what kind of secret it is, I have to say that he has indeed attracted some of my attention. If it weren't for this, Vivian wouldn't have confessed the situation in the team to Xian so quickly, and wouldn't have protected Xian so much in front of her teammates. Even if it was someone else, Vivian would do the same. But she would definitely choose to confess the situation of the team members to the other party more carefully at the right time. And the intensity of the protection would not be as great as when it came to Sheen. After all, they have only been together for a day. And no matter how gentle and considerate Vivian is, she would not be so caring to the opposite sex, who cannot be trusted. As a result, Vivian did this to Sheen. Precisely because she noticed something different about Sheen. Besides, you also know that I am not the same as ordinary humans or human race. Right? Vivian's words made many girls quiet down. Vivian smiled and said, because of my own special nature, I will have special feelings for some unusual individuals. Tyr and others understood what Vivian meant. In other words, did that person give you such a special feeling? Tyr looked at Vivian. That's right. Vivian nodded and said so. I couldn't help but pay more attention to him. Because he not only has a secret hidden in him, but this secret is not small. Vivian guessed. I'm afraid that Sheen was blessed by a very high-level god. Vivian said very confidently, the blessing gave me a feeling that was probably higher than that of Her Royal Highness the Princess. So I had to pay more attention to it. This sentence surprised everyone. A blessing that is higher than the blessing on Her Royal Highness the Princess. Lumia was quite surprised and said, how is this possible? It is indeed impossible. Tyr was silent for a moment, and then said quietly, Her Royal Highness the Princess has received the blessing of one of the three goddesses. A higher level blessing than that. And there is only one person in the entire god clan who has received it. That's right. There is only one. Vivian couldn't help but whisper, but that one has been living in the Holy Land at the end of the god realm since the war ended 1,000 years ago, and has never appeared again. How could anyone have the blessing of that one? It should be said that even in the distant past, no one has ever had the blessing of that one. At least, Vivian has never heard of that supreme being blessing anyone. But if not, what's going on? It was because of this question that Vivian couldn't help but pay more attention to Sheen. Tyr and others finally understood what was going on. In other words, Mr. Sheen is not an ordinary person, Lumia said in confusion. But isn't he a novice adventurer with low potential who has not learned any skills and only reached level 10 at the age of 20? It is precisely because of this that this person is more likely to have secrets. At this time, I can probably understand Sister Vivian's feelings. Melika suddenly spoke. And after a moment of hesitation, she said, in fact, I can also feel something unusual from that person. You? Vivian. Tyr and Lumia looked at Melika in surprise. Melika was a little embarrassed, and said evasively, I don't know why. From the moment we met, I could feel a sense of closeness from that person. How should I put it? Different from ordinary people? This is a very surprising thing, because elves are a race known for their purity and holiness. Generally speaking, they should not feel any closeness to strange men. In addition, she was almost offended by a male adventurer in the past. So how could Melika feel close to a strange male adventurer? But Sheen made Melika feel this way. If this feeling was placed in Sheen's novel in his previous life, it would probably be a signal of a strategy-free gift. But in fact, Melika was not happy about the inexplicable feeling she had, but was a little scared. Because of this, Melika was too nervous in front of Sheen. Perhaps this is the most authentic reaction of a truly pure and innocent woman. Vivian and others were very surprised. Even Melika felt this way? Lumia was surprised. Tyr seemed to frown. Elves are born from nature, the closest to nature in the world, and are even known as the race closest to the gods. Vivian was a little surprised and murmured, the elves should have a sense of closeness from the beginning. Logically, it should be the gods. Is Sheen a god? Impossible. There are only women in the gods. Right? Tyr said this straightforwardly. That's right. Vivian also said with certainty, because the first god born, the supreme god Omnis, is a goddess. The rest of the gods were born after they received power from that goddess, and obtained corresponding duties and powers. It can be said that they are life forms based on the supreme god Omnis. So all the gods are goddesses. And only goddesses. In this case, Sheen naturally cannot be a god. So, who is Sheen? Thinking of the other party's performance just now, and his overreaction to the Demon King and the hero, Vivian's eyes flickered. It can't be. Before Vivian finished thinking, Tyr raised her head. Since that man is so special, what are you going to do? Tyr asked for the time being. What should we do? Vivian came back to her senses, pondered for a while, and said, we don't need to do anything special. Just train him as an ordinary newcomer. No matter what secrets the other person has. Vivian doesn't intend to go too deep before she can confirm that it is something bad. After all, who doesn't have some secrets? Apart from other things, Vivian herself has secrets that others absolutely don't know. Not only Vivian, but also Tyr. Vivian looked at Tyr, thought for a while, and said, "Now Xian's mood seems to be a little wrong. It is too dangerous to let him act alone. Can you follow him in secret and protect him temporarily?" Hearing this, Tyr did not answer, but stood up after a while and went in the direction where Xian left. Lumia and Melika continued to talk while looking at Tyr like this. As for Vivian, she couldn't help but think in her heart, "I hope it's not what I think. Otherwise, this world will probably be in turmoil again." Chapter 36 No More Heroes. Alas, in the rather dim forest path, a sigh was heard very clearly, as Xian walked along the path. He walked forward aimlessly, thinking about the new information that he had just learned that he absolutely could not ignore. And he could not stop sighing. Originally, I thought I had come to a world full of clichés. What is the result now? Isn't this a sudden reversal? At least, until now, Xian has not recovered. Because, this means one thing. Have I been deceived? Isn't that right? Obviously, the Demon King has been defeated, and the world has restored peace for thousands of years. In this situation, why does a hero need to save it? But the goddess did use this reason to revive Xian, who had died once, and let him awaken to become a hero and descend into this world. What does this mean? Xian was completely confused. What's worse, Xian feels that all his efforts so far have been in vain. He became an adventurer just to achieve the goal of defeating the Demon King. Yes, Xian chose to become an adventurer not just because he wanted to make money. If he wanted to make money, then Xian could just stay in the forest full of monsters for a few days, defeat many monsters, collect their body materials to sell, and then he wouldn't have to worry about his livelihood, even to upgrade and improve his strength. Xian doesn't need to deliberately become an adventurer. He can just fight monsters continuously to ensure that his level will rise. But in the end, Xian still chose to become an adventurer. Not just because he was interested in this legendary fantasy profession in another world, but also to gain a foothold in this world and finally achieve the goal of defeating the Demon King. Otherwise, as a newcomer to this world, how can Xian find the Demon King and defeat him? Therefore, Xian needs intelligence, and more importantly, a channel that allows him to obtain all kinds of intelligence in this world without any obstacles. Becoming an adventurer is a good way. After all, no matter which story you look at, adventurers need to travel all over the world. In addition, with the Adventurers Guild, a force that spreads all over the world, Xian can fully rely on the identity of an adventurer to integrate into this world first, and then naturally obtain all kinds of intelligence in this world. Moreover, Xian also needs to solve the problem of identity. Otherwise, maybe there is no problem now. When the level is raised a little, and he becomes a little more noticeable, Xian will definitely enter the field of vision of various people, and may be investigated by them. At that time, if Xian does not have an identity, it will definitely cause all kinds of trouble. Therefore, Xian could fully imagine that if he did not become an adventurer, just kept his name, did not communicate with anyone, quietly earned money, and upgraded his level, he would be questioned by others one day. Apart from other things, if Xian did not become an adventurer, used Lamijin as a base, went in and out of that town every day, and brought back a lot of monster materials, then even the guards would remember Xian's face. Right? If that happened, Xian would sooner or later arouse suspicion from others. When someone with a motive appeared and investigated him, his abnormalities in all aspects would be exposed. In the end, he might even be targeted, and the existence of the Holy Sword would be discovered, which would lead to greater troubles, and ultimately lose more than he gained. In view of this, considering various problems, Xian chose to become an adventurer, using this identity as a springboard to integrate into this world and then make plans. In this way, when the level is almost raised, the intelligence is almost collected, and the Demon King can be defeated, Xian can set off directly to achieve his goal. At that time, in order to run freely in this world, Xian also needed an identity. So, Xian would take this path now. Who would have thought that? He would die before he could accomplish his mission. Now, the biggest goal was lost. In fact, personally, Xian felt that he could still be happy about this important information. Since the Demon King has been defeated, and the world has long since restored peace, I don't have to work hard to fight with the guy that even God is afraid of. And I can start my second life peacefully, and live as an ordinary adventurer. From this point of view, This matter is quite gratifying. However, Sheen did not think that the goddess who summoned him to this world would just revive him and make him a hero just for fun. There is no doubt that the goddess summoned Sheen for a purpose. Moreover, the other party deceived him with the excuse that the Demon King had been defeated. This made Sheen feel as if he was involved in some invisible conspiracy. Anyway, such an unfolding is also a routine. Right? Sheen was very open-minded. And as always, he accepted this sudden situation with a helpless mentality. Besides, it is not certain now that everything is a conspiracy. Maybe the Demon King is not dead yet. And Nian knows this, and will hold the ceremony of summoning the hero again. Who knows? Or, in fact, after 1,000 years of recuperation, the demons are planning to provoke a war again in order to redeem the shame of losing to the gods. So Nian will summon the heroes again. What about this setting? But, even a gentle person like Vivian claimed in an absolute tone that the hero must not appear again. Presumably, the relationship between the three tribes cannot tolerate any change now. Right? If the matter of the hero's reappearance is exposed, then no matter how many inside stories and how many shady plots there are, the relationship between the three tribes will become precarious. Just as Vivian said, no matter what. If the demons know the existence of the hero, they will never give up and will not ignore this threat. Once the human race knows that the gods have summoned the hero, they will definitely suspect what the demons have done and have a grudge against them. Then, the gods may also want to use the power of the hero to completely eradicate the demons who were once their mortal enemies. No matter which world it is, ambition and malice are things that will never be lacking. If there are people who desire peace among the three tribes, there must be guys who want to destroy it all. Once the existence of the hero is confirmed, Sheen can think of dozens of ways to use this as an opportunity and excuse, and let those who are interested do whatever they want. Presumably, Vivian knew this and was so determined to claim that the hero must not appear again. Right? Once a hero appears, no matter what the reason, his existence itself will become the spark that breaks the peace. And this is definitely something that most people don't want to see. So, does this world no longer need heroes? Sheen sighed again. At this moment, a voice came into Sheen's ears. Indeed, this world no longer needs heroes. Such a sentence echoed in the dim forest, causing Sheen to stop suddenly. Chapter 37 Why Should I Be Sad? Sheen raised his head with all his strength and looked forward. The next moment, Sheen saw it. Good evening. Should I say that? The one who said the sweet words in such a half-smiley tone was a girl. A girl wearing a dress that was set off like a princess dress, with black hair and red eyes, sitting on the branch of a tree in front of her like a swing, shaking a pair of small feet, holding a dessert in both hands, and eating it in small bites. Sheen had seen this girl before. And it was yesterday. Are you the pretentious criminal from yesterday? This sentence came out directly from Sheen's mouth. Pretentious criminal? The girl was stunned for a moment, then frowned in displeasure, and said, You can call me Laisha directly. But although I don't know what the word pretender means, I can still feel that it is not a good thing. Can you please not call me that? Hearing this, Sheen's eyebrows were raised instead. Is this okay? Sheen said in a half-smiled tone. Just like Laisha just now, you seem to have said before that not everyone can ask you to give your name. Right? Indeed. Laisha looked at Sheen, and the unhappiness between her eyebrows disappeared, replaced by a hint of amusement, and said, But I don't want you to run away like last time. So this time you should give your name obediently. Then, Lord Laisha, who gave your name obediently, what are you doing in such a place? Sheen rarely said in an aggressive tone, Don't tell me it's a coincidence. Okay? Perhaps because the other party heard his mumbling just now. Sheen's bad mood was reflected in his tone and attitude. However, Lexia didn't seem to care at all. Just treat it as a coincidence. Lexia responded to Sheen in a light tone, saying, If it wasn't a coincidence, how could I hear such interesting words? Sure enough, the other party heard the words just now clearly. Originally, I just happened to pass by Lemidgen during my escape, and I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Lexia looked directly at Sheen, as if he wanted to see through all his secrets, and said, however, Thanks to this, it seems that there will be unexpected gains this time. In one sentence, it told Sheen that the other party was indeed coming for him. Perhaps, after yesterday's meeting, the other party has been paying attention to Sheen, paying attention to the point of following him to such a place. In other words, am I being followed? Sheen murmured. Laisha did not respond to this. but just smiled. And the look in her eyes when she looked at Xian became intriguing. Just like last time. You seem to be saying something interesting this time. Right? Lai Xia smiled and said, what you said this time is true. This world no longer needs heroes. Isn't it sad? Sad? Xian narrowed his eyes, pretending to be puzzled. But he said from the bottom of his heart, why should I be sad? In fact, Xian is actually too happy to be happy. The world does not need heroes. So he can throw away this responsibility and live freely. Right? But? You should be worried about whether you will be involved in some conspiracy vortex? Lai Xia saw through Xian's heart at a glance and said, I don't know why the gods summoned me. And I don't know what the current situation of the 3 tribes in this world is. In short, the intelligence is seriously insufficient. So you don't know which side to believe. Am I right? A new hero. When Lai Xia's voice fell, the air at the scene suddenly became extremely heavy. Xian also completely gave up luck. Because the facts are already very clear. His identity is exposed. Don't you take out the holy sword in the package on your shoulder? Lai Xia said provocatively, if you don't use the holy sword, you can't be my opponent with your current level? Opponent? Xian met Lai Xia's gaze and said, are you here to deal with me? What? Lai Xia still smiled and said, is it strange? Of course it's strange. Xian ignored Lai Xia's provocation and directly pointed out, if you really came to deal with me, I would have discovered your existence long ago. After all, Xian has a skill like enemy sense, which can detect objects that are hostile to him. In this case, if someone approaches him with hostility, Xian would have discovered the other party long ago. However, Xian did not discover Lai Xia's existence in time. This proves that the other party did not actually have hostility towards Xian. Of course. You are too naive. Right? My brave sir? Lai Xia seemed to be amused. And the smile in his eyes began to disappear. Indeed, I have no hostility towards you. But, in this world, you don't have to fight only when you are hostile. Just like me. If I just want to test your true ability instead of being your enemy, don't you think that this is enough reason to deal with you? As soon as the voice fell, the magic power rose from Lai Xia's body like a dark whirlwind. The magic power set off a hurricane, blowing around, making the surrounding trees sway, rustling, and the fallen leaves flying everywhere. Xian's heart tightened, and he drew his weapon without hesitation. The weapon drawn was not the holy sword, but the broadsword that Xian hung on his waist. The next second, boom! The magic power rising from Lai Xia's body turned into gravity, like a stand, shaking the entire world and pressing Xian. In an instant, all the fallen leaves flying in the air were pressed down to the ground, and the surrounding trees seemed to be held down by an invisible force. They not only creaked, but also broke into pieces. Xian also felt that his whole body was pressed down by the amazing gravity, pressing him to the ground. If nothing unexpected happened, this gravity should be enough to press Xian to the ground. But I don't know whether it was the magic resistance skill or the abnormal state resistance skill that took effect. The gravity acting on Xian suddenly weakened a lot before pressing him to the ground. Huh? Seeing this scene, Lai Xia spoke out in great surprise. Resisted my gravity magic without using the holy sword? Lai Xia had never thought of this. Unfortunately, it was too late for the accident at this time. Evolve. At the moment when the gravity weakened, Xian activated the extreme evolution skill very neatly. Suddenly, the magic power flowed through his body, causing Xian's strength to increase significantly in an instant. Bang! So, Xian crushed the ground with a muffled sound, defied gravity, and rushed towards Lai Xia like a rocket. Since the opponent had already made a move, there was no need for any hesitation on this side. This was the decisiveness brought by Xian's strong acceptance ability, and also the ruthlessness tempered in the 10 days in the forest. Seeing this, Lai Xia laughed instead of being surprised. Things started to get interesting. Chapter 38 I won't. Bang! In the quiet forest path, a roar sounded without any warning, and the strong wind blew like a blast, mixed with sand and dust, flying all over the sky, which was spectacular. In the blast, 2 figures rushed out one after another. Ha! Lexia rushed backwards as if flying backwards. While flying, she stretched her hand forward and released magic power with a cry. The magic power directly turned into a substantial gravity wave, like an invisible undercurrent gushing out of a black hole, and hit Xian, who was also flying. Xian naturally couldn't see the invisible gravity wave. This may be the tricky part of this kind of magic, which makes people hard to guard against. But it doesn't matter even if you can't see the gravity wave, because Xian still had the avoid skill in effect. plus the combat intuition and combat instinct brought by the God of War skill. Xian didn't need to do anything at all. His body naturally moved to the side to avoid the invisible magic SHL. Pound. The powerful gravity wave immediately brushed Xian's body and hit the air, landing on the ground, blowing that area away. Xian directly rode the wind and waves of the explosion, accelerated in the stirred-up sand and dust, and rushed to the front of Lai Xiao. The next moment, the broadsword seemed to fall like thunder, crossing a cold arc of light, and mercilessly slashed at the girl in front of him. Ding! A loud blow like a bell appeared between the men and women in the battle. Xian's ruthless blow was blocked by Lai Xiao's slender and beautiful hands. Lai Xiao blocked Xian's slash with bare hands, making a loud impact like a bell. Xian could feel that his strike was like striking a ball of soft water, unable to bear any force. Looking closely, in front of Lai Xiao's raised palm, a circle of constantly rotating and fluctuating magic power burst out at some point. That magic power also turned into gravity, as if countless gravity waves were rolling around, forming a turbulent flow of gravity. Xian's strike was not on Lai Xiao's hand, but on the turbulent flow of gravity, like a stone being constantly washed in an irregular torrent, unable to fall, unable to float, and unable to drift in any direction, only swaying in it. The bell-like sound was not the sound of hitting a hard object, but the vibration sound of the broadsword's blade constantly swinging at high speed in the turbulent flow of gravity. It is conceivable how amazing the magic Lai Xiao used was. However, I was full of doubt. Are you really a novice adventurer of level 10? Lai Xiao was extremely surprised and asked, how did you achieve this level of power without using the holy sword? Hearing this, Xian responded with a smile without any smile. I should have said this. Right? Xian said with a fake smile. Doesn't magic require a long spell to be used? How come you can cast magic at will with just a wave of your hand? After saying this, Xian didn't wait for Lai Xiao to reply. He suddenly freed one hand, grabbed the package on his shoulder, and smashed it directly in the direction of Lai Xiao like a blunt weapon. Lai Xiao calmly removed the gravity turbulence, and he seemed to have changed the gravity around him and the light leaves. He flew out like a kite and pulled away. As long as the level of the chanting skill is high enough, you can give up chanting to a certain extent and release magic directly? Lai Xiao smiled and said, of course. Even if the level of the chanting skill is high, you still have to chant the magic name to activate the magic. My situation is the effect brought by the unique skill, so I don't even need to chant the magic name. As long as the magic power is sufficient, I can successfully release the magic with just one thought. In other words, as long as there is enough magic power, you can cast magic infinitely. Right? Well, this kind of setting often appears. Xian put the bag on his back again, raised the broadsword with one hand, and pointed it at Lexia. In response, Lexia still smiled. Speaking of which, in addition to the holy sword, the brave also has extraordinary unique skills. Right? Lexia looked at Xian and said with interest, you can be so strong at level 10. Is it the effect of unique skills? Before this question was answered, Lexia's face condensed and suddenly floated into the air. Bang! A heavy broadsword immediately cut through the air and landed heavily on the position where Lexia was a second ago, hitting the ground, destroying the bedrock there, and inserted there in the raised gravel, rubble and dust, causing an explosion. Xian actually threw the weapon directly, almost hitting Lexia. Hey! This is very dangerous. Lexia, floating in the air, yelled at Xian, who was maintaining the throwing posture angrily. Do you still expect me to explain my ability seriously in the battle like you do? Xian looked at Lexia as if he was looking at a fool, and said, don't you know that if you can take action, don't talk too much. Villains usually die because of talking too much? As he said, Xian's eyebrows suddenly raised, and he rushed to the side. Bang! The same explosion sound as before rang out and echoed around. An invisible gravity wave hit the position where Xian was before, blowing up the dust there. How insidious! Xian, who rushed to the side and avoided the attack, couldn't help but reprimand. No. Do you have the right to say me? In midair, Lai Xiao couldn't help but complain. The two seemed to be playing around, and the conversation seemed very relaxed. However, while they were having such a conversation, the two of them started fighting without mercy. Bang! 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 Amid the continuous explosions, countless gravity waves bombarded like a barrage, causing explosions one after another, causing dust and blast wind to fly. Facing this continuous bombardment, Xian was like a ghost, his figure darting and moving at a fast speed. And he actually avoided all of Lexia's attacks, and successfully picked up his broadsword, jumped up, rushed into the air, and slashed at Lexia like a meteor, relying on his gravity magic to manipulate gravity. Lexia also avoided Xian's slashes again and again. Once he couldn't avoid it, he would set off a turbulent flow of gravity, either disrupting Xian's figure and preventing him from getting close, or bouncing Xian's sword and dissolving his slashes. As a result, the fluctuations of magic power were raging, and the broadsword's slashing light also brought up waves of sword lights and shadows, which appeared rapidly. The two fought extremely fiercely, but they could not do anything to each other. I have said that at your current level, you can't deal with me without using the holy sword, Lexia declared, although I didn't expect you to show such strength without using the holy sword. If you want to defeat me, this alone is not enough. Okay, pull out the holy sword. Let me see how strong the brave man who has been separated for 1,000 years is. Hearing this, Xian replied, do you think I am such a good protagonist who is easy to talk to? Use it just because you say so? That doesn't talk about the problem of whether there is face or not. Just whether there is a trap or conspiracy in it is enough to make people hesitate. Like the protagonist who immediately does what the opponent says to provoke or stimulate. Xian always thinks that there is something wrong with their brains. So, I won't. Chapter 39 can't deal with you. This man. Seeing Xian continue to rush towards him with a broadsword, Lixia felt annoyed and helpless. Last time. And this time. Does this man like to do things that people expect? Although this is indeed very interesting, Lixia also feels quite helpless that he can't make the other party use the holy sword as he wishes. Can't he just follow the atmosphere? Of course, the other party's scruples are not completely useless. At least, Lixia wants to force Xian to take out the holy sword. And he does have his own plans. Since the purpose is so obvious, it seems natural that the other party does not act according to his wishes. However, as Lixia said, if Xian really doesn't use the holy sword, she can't deal with her at her current level, because I don't have any hostility towards him. He doesn't seriously want to use all his means. Right? If Lixia really showed his intention to kill the other party, then the other party would naturally not be able to keep his trump card like this. Although he does not look like a hero at all. His eyes do not even have a trace of confusion. Logically speaking, if he finds out that the Demon King has been defeated, his identity as a hero may become the spark of war. And his summoning may also be the beginning of a huge conspiracy. No matter how to say it, as a party involved, he will still be uneasy. But although the new hero in front of him is struggling with this matter, he does not seem to be very confused. This is not because the other party has an extremely strong will, nor because the other party's mind is calm and composed, but because his ability to accept is a little different from that of ordinary people. Therefore, this new hero may continue to struggle with this matter, but he will definitely not be confused. Right? This means that the other party does not actually have a strong desire to defeat the Demon King as his mission. I heard that these heroes from other worlds were summoned to this world after death and resurrected, so they would help the gods defeat the devil in exchange for resurrection. Perhaps, the man in front of him regarded this as a pure transaction, or a repayment. Then, it is normal for the other party not to be obsessed with this. With such an acceptance ability, if Lexia showed real hostility, the other party would definitely not hesitate and directly take out the holy sword. Right? There is really no way. Thinking of this, Lexia closed his eyes for a while, and then slowly opened them. Xian, who was about to rush towards Lexia again, suddenly stopped, because Xian's enemy sense skill suddenly reacted wildly, turning into a real warning sign, attacking his whole body. Boom! At the same time, in front of Xian, Lixia, who was floating in the air, was bursting with air waves all over her body. Magic power that was far more terrifying than just now was burning continuously from the girl's body. It's almost time to have enough fun. Right? Hero? After saying this, Lixia not only had amazing magic power rising from her body, but her eyes and expression also became extremely cold. That look was completely different from just now, feeling the warning signs fed back by the enemy sense skill. Xian understood. From this moment on, the opponent really had hostility towards him. No, it should be said that he had murderous intentions. Are you impatient? Xian forced a smile. That's right. I'm tired of playing, Lixia said lightly. Next, I will make a move with the determination to kill you. If you still don't care about this, then continue to hide your holy sword. Such words were exchanged for a playful smile from Xian. Xian stopped attacking Lexia and stood there steadily. If you can do it, just give it a try. Answer. That's enough. Seeing that Xian was still not going to use the holy sword, Lexia was upset and angry. Then don't regret it. As he said, Lexia stretched out a hand to Xian. I have used a lot of magic, but the most powerful ones are two. Lexia said so. One is gravity magic. The other is space magic. These two kinds of magic can be said to be Lexia's greatest means. Especially space magic. Whether it is attack, defense, restraint or movement, it is at the forefront of all types of magic. Just like this. Lexia stretched out his hand and aimed at Xian. Buzz! Suddenly, the space around Xian seemed to sway, filled with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Xian felt as if he was nailed to this space and could not move anymore. This is a magic that directly fixes the space itself. Once it is done, the fixed space itself will not change at all. Just like turning into a rock. The things inside cannot move or change, unless the space itself can be broken. Otherwise, you will be locked in this space, and you will not be able to escape anyway. Right? Lixia explained ruthlessly. Of course, as long as the skill level of magic space is high enough. It is not just about fixing, but also about twisting space, moving space, and even cutting space. Even space annihilation can be done. These words made people feel a chill in their hearts. What? Are you not going to draw your holy sword yet? Lixia confirmed. No. It should be said that it was a final warning. However, in that fixed space, Xian still looked at Lixia. The playful emotion in his eyes remained. Stupid. Lixia's eyes turned cold, and he no longer hesitated. Snap! As Lixia snapped his fingers, the world changed. The space where Xian was like being swallowed by a black hole, and suddenly turned into a black box. Bang! Immediately, the black box shattered, causing that space to disappear completely. The interior of the space became empty. Whether it was the earth or the soil, it seemed to have been dug out of thin air, leaving only a dark pit. Until, bang! The second shattering sounded. What? In midair, Lixia showed a stunned expression. Because the destruction of space still sounds scary. In the dark pit, a figure appeared out of thin air, as if floating out of a broken space. Xian stood there unscathed and spoke cheerfully. Unfortunately, magic is ineffective against me. Yes, magic is ineffective against Xian. Not only magic, but even physical attacks can't have much effect on Xian. After all, both physical resistance and magic resistance have been trained to the maximum level by Xian, almost invalidating all physical and magical attacks. There is one thing that Lixia got wrong. To deal with you, I don't need to use the holy sword at all. Even without the power of the holy sword, Xian is difficult to kill. Without the holy sword, I can't deal with you. Maybe so? But that doesn't mean you can deal with me, Miss Pretender. This is why Xian is so confident. Chapter 40. That's alright. At this moment, Lixia was really shaken. He actually cancelled out the space annihilation? No, that's not right. That's not cancelling out, but resisting. If it was cancelling out, then the opponent should have released a powerful magic that was no less powerful than his own to be able to do it. However, the opponent did not do that at all, and really just resisted Lixia's magic. Could it be that he has learned resistance skills? Resistance skills. That is the highest level skill among the defensive skills. Because, usually defensive skills are basically aimed at improving defense, allowing the user to bear damage, so that the damage cannot reach the user. For example, if a person's original defense can only resist the attack of a level 10 object, then if he learns a defensive skill, this defense will be improved to the point where it can resist attacks of level 20 or 30. But resistance skills are different. Resistance skills do not increase the user's defense, nor do they allow the user to suffer damage. They achieve the purpose of defense by resisting it, but directly weaken the damage itself that acts on the user. This is completely different from the former. If it is the former, no matter how much defense is stacked, it will eventually encounter an attack power that exceeds this defense, which is the so-called defense being broken. But resistance skills are different. No matter how strong the opponent's attack power is, resistance skills can directly weaken the damage itself. And the higher the skill level, the more damage can be weakened. In other words, the former has a so-called tolerance limit, while the latter has no such limit. Whether it is level 1 damage or level 100 damage, it can be treated equally to weaken the damage. However, if you want to learn resistance skills, You must let yourself continue to suffer damage, so that you can resist and be immune to certain types of damage before you can learn it, which is quite difficult. Therefore, resistance skills are the most difficult to learn among the defensive skills. But they are also the most powerful defensive skills, since Xian can resist even the magic of space destruction. Then unless he has used some rare unique skills or special skills, or used a legendary magic item. Otherwise, it is only possible that he has learned a resistance skill that can weaken magic damage. The problem is, that is a high-level magic cast using the 7th level magic space skill. Even if it is a resistance skill, it is understandable to be able to resist some damage. But to completely invalidate it, how high should the skill level be raised to? At least it should be the same level as the magic space skill. That is, it should reach level 7 to be able to do it. Right? And Lixia also has a unique skill to assist, which not only exempts the chanting condition, but also has an amplifying effect on magic. In this way, unless the opponent has learned the 8th or even 9th level resistance skills, it is impossible to do this. But this man is obviously only level 10. How could he learn such a high level and difficult skill at level 10? He must have used a unique skill, or the power of the Holy Sword. It is said that the Holy Swords of the heroes have all kinds of amazing effects. For example, it can improve the user's level. For example, it can improve the user's skills. Another example is that it can also help the user resist damage, such as resistance skills, directly immune to a certain degree of damage. There have been descriptions in the legend that when the heroes resisted the strong men of the demon clan, relying on the protection of the Holy Sword, no matter how many demons there were, their attacks would be immune to a certain extent. Especially the hero who defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago. He could even be immune to half of any opponent's damage. This incident is still regarded as a legend, written in books of legends, and even in various novels. In this case, she must have used the Holy Sword. While Lexia was so sure, she couldn't help but look at the package that Sheen had been carrying on her shoulders. That package showed no signs of being opened. This made Lexia waver again. On the ground, Sheen's eyes lit up when he saw this clearly. Good opportunity. Take advantage of the other party's wavering, and hit the fallen dog directly. Sheen made such a decision without any psychological burden. However, at this time, Lexia seemed to suppress the wavering emotions and exhaled. It seems that not only the Holy Sword, but your unique skills are also quite powerful. Lexia said this. Obviously, in the end, Lexia attributed the reason to the power of the hero's unique skills. Just like you said, I should not be able to deal with you. Lixia looked at Xian deeply and said, You are more extraordinary than I thought. Maybe even the brave man who defeated the Demon King thousands of years ago. Speaking of this, Lixia stopped and sighed again. Let's stop here today. Lixia gathered all her magic power, and her expression returned from cold to the previous state. Do you want to escape? Xian immediately provoked her. Do you still want to keep me here? Lixia said with a smile. No. Even if you use the Holy Sword, it is no problem to defeat me. But it is absolutely impossible to stop me from leaving. Who let Lixia learn space magic? As long as the space moves, Lixia can easily leave the battlefield. However, you don't have to worry about me running away. I just don't want to fight with you anymore. Lixia took out an envelope that looked like an invitation from her chest and threw it in the direction of Xian. Xian watched the scene. Then she let the envelope fall to the ground. Why didn't you take it? Lixia couldn't help complaining again. And Xian's answer was also very powerful. Seeing the enemy who just wanted to kill you throw something to you. Isn't it stupid to take it? Xian just retorted. According to the atmosphere just now, maybe it would be the coolest to take it naturally. It is often written like this in novels. She had often thought about it when he was reading novels before. What if it was a bomb thrown over? Therefore, Xian subconsciously resisted. You? Lixia was so angry that her chest was heaving, which attracted Xian's attention to some extent. I have to say, this girl has a great figure. Forget it. Lexia gnashed her teeth and said, I will return to Limijan. If you want to see me, just come to the address written above. After that, Lexia seemed to be worried that Xian would not play by the rules again, and kept shouting, Remember to come. Otherwise you will regret it. After leaving these words, Lexia turned around and disappeared as if blending into the space. Xian stared at the place where the other party disappeared. And it was not until a long time later that he relaxed his shoulders and moved his eyes to look at the invitation letter that fell on the ground. Regret it? I always feel that I will regret it if I run to find the other party like this. It seems like I will be involved in new troubles. Xian has not forgotten that Lexia said, when he first appeared, that he fled to Limijan. Collaborating with a fugitive? Trouble. Quite troublesome. So, Shah. A handful of soil flew over and buried the conspicuous invitation. That was all right. As if nothing had happened. Xian stretched his body, turned around, and left. However, after Xian left, a figure appeared silently and picked up the invitation from the soil. The girl in black robes just watched Xian leave and was silent for a long time. Chapter 41. Don't let yourself down. The camp at the foot of the mountain in the Mongol mountains. When Xian came back, Vivian was the only one left in the camp, staying by the campfire. Are you back? Seeing Xian coming back, Vivian stood up. Sorry. Have you been waiting for me? Xian looked at Vivian, who relaxed after seeing him, and was somewhat touched. He came forward and said apologetically, Where are the others? Lumia and Melika have gone to rest. Only I am here to keep watch and will take over in the second half of the night. Vivian smiled slightly and said, As for Tyr, she should be patrolling nearby to see if there are any monsters running down the mountain approaching. Vivian looked at Xian while saying this, and said with concern, How are you? Are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Xian answered immediately. Really? Vivian said with relief, It seems that you have figured it out. Xian scratched his head immediately. Figured it out? This statement is just like saying that Xian just had something that he couldn't figure out. In fact, you don't have to worry so much. Xian said embarrassedly, I am indeed very surprised by some things. But I am not to the point of being confused. This is the truth. Just as Lai Xiao thought. Although Xian was entangled in the summoning of the hero, and the fact that the Demon King had been defeated, he himself was not so confused. The reason why Xian responded to the mission of defeating the Demon King was just for a pure transaction. Nian resurrected herself, who had died once, and gave herself a second life. She used this as a condition to help her defeat the Demon King. It was just like this. In this case, even if the Demon King had been defeated, Xian would not have any trouble. The real trouble, judging from the current situation, is his identity as a hero. Once this identity is exposed, it will inevitably affect the world. This is certain. No matter what kind of inside story is behind this matter, it is not what Xian should care about. Of course, Xian also understands that he may have become the center of this inside story, and it is very likely that he has fallen into the vortex of some conspiracy. However, this does not make Xian feel confused. I have been bombarded with so many similar storylines in my previous life. At this time, how can I not know what I should do? Now, there is only one thing Xian should do. That is, to improve his strength. No matter what kind of conspiracy he encounters, as long as he can improve his strength, he will have enough ability to deal with and solve it when the situation occurs. Xian unconsciously spoke out his thoughts. So, I will work hard to improve myself. This is what Xian should do next. Without any hesitation, Xian plans to slowly collect information and understand the world while constantly improving his own strength. In that way, the mystery will sooner or later come to contact himself as the insider, and he will have enough strength to solve it by then. First of all, let's take becoming a formal adventurer as the goal, with the identity of an adventurer, and the guild as a source of information and a channel to understand the world. Xian can gradually solve some mysteries in his heart. Not to mention, the Adventurer Guild has influence all over the world, and it will definitely be able to contact all kinds of people, which will also help Xian's own strength improvement. If Xian wants to improve his strength, there are two directions. One is to increase the level. The other is to acquire skills. As for the former, it is easier to fight to the death with opponents of similar strength, but it is difficult to achieve the goal by killing them easily. For Xian, who has the Holy Sword and various full-level skills, it is not the most efficient. Therefore, Xian plans to focus on the latter, learning skills by himself through taking various adventures and contacting various characters, or letting others teach him to learn new skills. With the unique skill Tian, Xian believes that he will be able to quickly learn various skills and upgrade them all to the maximum at the moment of learning. This is definitely a way to greatly improve strength, which is undoubtedly more efficient than working hard to upgrade. Anyway, Xian does not want to be like some classic developments. In order to improve strength, make himself like an ascetic monk, and then shut himself up in a forest full of monsters to train himself into the sword god of Shilippo. Not only is it hard, but it will also lose contact with the outside world and have no source of intelligence. When something happens suddenly, it is also difficult to respond in time. When he saw such a plot in his previous life, Sean had thought more than once that those protagonists, who had been secluded for so long, weren't they afraid of being out of touch with the outside world? Or even suffering from communication and social barriers? And no longer being able to keep up with the times and the group? You know, reality is not as gentle and kind as the background of novels. If you only think about your own affairs, you will be beaten by society. Besides, I have already opened such a big cheat. Even if I don't go out, I can't wrong myself. Right? Recalling the 10 days in the monster forest, Sean's face turned green. I must become an adventurer. At the moment, Sean made such a firm statement. This made Vivian, who had no idea of Sean's psychological activities, show an admiring expression. I am very happy that you can think so, Vivian said softly. If you encounter any difficulties and need my help, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. Sean thanked from the bottom of his heart. If it is really necessary, let me do it. In fact, Vivian can help Sean a lot. At least, Sean wants Vivian to tell him more about this world and let him understand the situation of this world better. In this case, Sean will not be hypocritical. Come on. Vivian patted Sean on the shoulder and encouraged him. After a while, in the direction Sean came back, a petite figure came back quietly. That, of course, is Tyr. You have worked hard. Vivian looked at Tyr and smiled at Tyr. Tyr nodded, then glanced at Sean, and then went to the direction of the tent. Sean blinked. I don't know if it's an illusion. Sean seems to have felt that just now. Tyr looked at him with a complicated look. It should be an illusion. Right? Sean started to grumble. Afterwards, Sean followed Vivian to keep watch. During this period, Sean also asked Vivian many questions. It was not until the second half of the night when Lumia and Melika came out to take over that Sean stopped with regret and went back to the tent to sleep. By the way, there were 3 tents in total. Vivian and Tyr shared one. Lumia and Melika shared one. And Sean used one himself. For some reason, the location of the tent was quite a subtle distance from the first 2. It must be said that this was a very hurtful thing. Chapter 42. Will I really not die? The next day, at dawn, when the sky was still a little bright, the campfire was extinguished in the camp at the foot of the mountain. While Sean was still snoring, Vivian entered his tent and dragged him up. Now is the time when nocturnal monsters return to their nests, and most of the diurnal monsters will not appear until dawn. Now is the best time for us to enter the mountain. Vivian gathered everyone together for this reason. However, the girls seemed to have been prepared for this, or they were used to this kind of life. So they all looked energetic and did not seem to be sleepy at all. Only Sean kept yawning among the energetic girls, looking like he would fall down at any time. Really? It's too indecent. Go wash your face quickly and be energetic. Vivian rushed Sean to wash up like a worried sister, which made Sean smile bitterly. I thought I was used to getting up early after coming to this world, but I still can't compare with the orthodox adventurers. As an adventurer, not only do you have to keep watch for several hours in the middle of the night, but you also have to get up early and sneak into the mountains to complete the commission. It's really hard. Unfortunately, after entering the mountains, you have to encounter various dangerous monsters. So you can't be careless. So even if you don't get enough sleep, you have to force yourself to be energetic and can't relax. This aspect is also demanding. Don't they consider taking a beauty sleep or something like that? Sean washed up in a distracted state, thinking about things in this way, until he splashed cold water on his face and rubbed his face hard a few times. And then, he was energetic. Then, Sean returned to the side of the girls, and together with the girls who were ready to go, they were ready to enter the Mongol mountain belt. Everyone come here. Vivian greeted everyone and took out a map from her luggage and spread it out in front of everyone. That was naturally the map of the Mongol mountains. On the map, there were not only detailed path markings, but also several special signs. There were signs with red times, icons that looked like pools, and some other miscellaneous signs. This map was drawn very carefully. First, let's confirm the goal of our trip. Vivian's eyes swept over everyone. Now, we have cleared the vampire vines, and the remaining 2 tasks are to collect spring water from medium-sized magic sources and obtain the membrane of fire lizards. Vivian confirmed this first, and then said this. There are a total of 17 magic sources in the Mongol mountains. 1 large, 3 medium, and the remaining 13 are all small. So let's eliminate all small magic sources first. As she spoke, Vivian took out her feather pen and marked the 13 pool icons on the map with an X. Only then did Sheen realize that those pool icons were the locations of all the magic sources in the Mongol mountain belt. Then, we will not go to the large magic source either, Vivian said, although the client will be ecstatic to announce that we have completed the commission and even pay us extra rewards if we bring back the spring water from the large magic source. The large magic source generally gathers the highest level of dangerous monsters in the area. The large magic source in the Mongol mountain belt is said to be inhabited by powerful monsters of level 80. For safety, we cannot approach there. Vivian crossed out a pool icon with a brilliant golden color on the map, and also crossed out a nearby pool icon, because that magic source is too close to the large magic source. So Vivian crossed it out directly. Right? In this way, there are two remaining magic sources, one of which is closer to us, and the other is in the other direction of the mountain. It is clear which side we should go to. Vivian crossed out the other pool icon neatly, leaving only one pool icon. Then, Vivian marked the road on the map with a feather pen along the path between the current location of the crowd and the remaining pool icon. This is the closest road to the target magic source. So we will go from here. Vivian pointed to the road with the tip of the pen and said, "Follow this road. If everything goes well, when we arrive at the destination, it should be the time when the monsters start to become active. We will try to collect the spring water before then, and then stay near the magic source. Wait for the monsters to approach, and hunt them immediately when we find the salamander group. In this way, all the tasks will be successfully completed. This is the battle plan. If you have any questions, you can raise them now." Vivian asked everyone. Fear, Lumia, and Melika didn't speak, so it seemed that there was no problem. But, I have a question. Sean raised his hand with a serious face and asked, "What is the source of magic?" Sean wanted to ask this question a long time ago. Until now, Sean still didn't know what the source of magic was. However, when they heard Sean's question, Lumia and Melika couldn't help but tilt their bodies and almost fell to the ground. Even Fear was speechless, and Vivian was also speechless. "It seems that you lack common sense, Sean." Vivian said this helplessly. However, Vivian no longer looked at Sean with doubts as before. "You should know that everyone has magic in their body, right?" "Sorry, I don't know." "That's it." Vivian began to look at Sheen with sympathy and even pity. Even the other girls felt helpless to some extent, which made Teal silent, Lumia at a loss, and Melika also had a subtle expression, making Sheen feel like he was treated as a bad student with poor grades by his elementary school teacher. And he laughed dryly. "Then I will explain it to you from the beginning." Vivian laughed for a while, and then began to explain patiently. Everything in the world has the possibility of carrying magic, especially life itself, which is magic since birth, because the essence of magic is vitality. After the vitality is transformed, magic can be generated. So even civilians have magic in their bodies, but it is very weak. Only when they improve themselves to a certain level can they have a considerable amount of magic to use magic and skills. As the existence that breeds all life and things, the world itself has extremely huge vitality in operation. Therefore, whether it is the atmosphere or the earth, there will be magic belonging to the world flowing. When these magic powers gather in large quantities in one place and are materialized, they will form a source. This is the source of magic. Vivian's explanation is quite easy to understand, and Sheen instantly understood the nature of the source of magic. However, there is one thing that Sheen has actually wanted to ask for a long time. Is magic converted from vitality? Sheen said this in a tone that seemed to be complaining. This setting is indeed very common, but I have always wanted to say that in this way. If a large amount of magic and vitality are consumed, will people really not die? This is a question that Sheen has been struggling with for a long time. Chapter 43. You are so insidious. In his previous life, Sheen often saw various settings related to vitality, which made him quite concerned about the nature of this power. In particular, the mechanism that can be used to convert into magic power made Sheen always wonder whether those magicians who squandered magic power would suddenly die on the spot one day because of exhausting their vitality. However, no matter what kind of storyline, people seemed to use this power as a matter of course. And finally they were all safe and sound, which puzzled Sheen. And these slots will eventually be classified as novels. And if you take it seriously, you will lose such a statement, and no longer pursue it. Now, Sheen feels that since he has encountered this problem in reality, he must get a good answer. Otherwise, this rhythm will drive obsessive-compulsive disorder to death. Vivian naturally couldn't know these psychological activities of Sheen. So, in response to Sheen's question, Vivian smiled back. I don't think you need to worry too much about this kind of thing. Vivian said, because vitality is the power that any life uses to maintain its own survival. Just like flowers. Plants and trees need to absorb nutrients and water to grow. Perhaps without it, no life can survive. But it will still be consumed. Hearing this, Xian understood a little. Simply put, vitality is the same as nutrition. It is needed to maintain life activities. Without it, malnutrition or even weakness will occur. But it can be replenished. Right? Many people understand vitality as something like the lifespan of an individual, and think that consuming it will shorten lifespan. But in fact, vitality is just the energy needed for life activities. Of course, living organisms cannot do without it. But even if it is consumed, it will not die immediately. Just like a person needs to eat to replenish the nutrients and energy needed by the body. Vitality can also be restored through rest, sleep and eating. At the same time, it itself is something that needs to be consumed to maintain life activities, not something that must not be lost. Of course, if you completely lose your vitality, you will not be able to carry out life activities and will eventually die. However, under normal circumstances, this thing is the same principle as being hungry. Temporary hunger will never lead to death. Only if you continue to be hungry, you will die. Therefore, vitality cannot be lost all the time. Once it cannot be restored and is completely drained, it is over. As for magic power, although it is converted from vitality, the human body originally needs to consume vitality to maintain life activities. Now it is just an additional function of converting into magic power, which is one of the many life activities of a person, even if more magic power is converted. As long as daily rest, sleep and eating are maintained well, and vital signs are normal, and vitality is fully replenished, it will not be exhausted. However, magic power and vitality have a direct conversion relationship, and the connection between the two is stronger than ordinary life activities. If the magic power is exhausted, it will also affect the body, causing fatigue and lack of energy, and in severe cases, even coma on the spot. Vivian added these explanations. Thanks to this, when a person's magic power is abnormal, it will usually be directly reflected in the body. So you must pay attention to it at ordinary times. Vivian's words reminded Xian of one of his skills, immortality. This skill can forcibly maintain Xian's vital signs by consuming magic power. This may be the best proof that magic power and vitality are directly related. The world is like the human body. Maintaining various natural activities requires the consumption of vitality. But vitality will still be naturally replenished as long as there is nothing wrong with the world itself. Vivian pointed to the pool icon on the map and said to Xian, "These magic sources are like our own life force that will be transformed into magic. They are the magic transformed from the life force of the world itself. If these magic powers gather in one place in large quantities, they will be materialized into the form of spring water after a long period of change, or even materialized into solid. At that time, it will become magic crystal or various magic minerals and metals. In view of this, the spring water in the magic source can be used for various purposes. Just like magic crystal, whether it is making magic potions, magic props or magic weapons, it may be used. Of course, the larger the magic source, the higher the concentration of magic contained in the spring water. The spring water in some magic sources can also directly replace the effect of magic crystals, so it is also a very precious resource. The problem is that not only our human race wants it, but also monsters want it." Vivian became serious and said, "Because monsters can gain power by directly absorbing magic. These magic sources are very attractive to monsters. In this way, all kinds of monsters will naturally gather around the magic source. And the larger the magic source, the more powerful monsters will live there, which is very tricky. What's more, the magic in the magic source may also affect and interfere with the surrounding environment, causing some special monsters to be born. And the previous golem was born in this way." Vivian smiled and said, "It should be because of its low level that it was driven away by the other monsters who targeted the magic source. It can only attack people on the roadside and increase its strength by absorbing metal minerals. But it met you. It's really unlucky. What else can Xian say?" I can only laugh. But, thanks to Vivian's thoughtful explanation, Xian finally understood why he made such a battle plan. Since monsters will be attracted by the magic source, we just need to wait near the magic source. And sooner or later we will wait for the target to appear. Right? Not only that, if everything goes well, the monsters will fight each other for the source. And Xian and the others can lie in ambush nearby and wait until the fight is over. Then reap the benefits and directly peel off the membrane from the fire lizards killed by the monsters. Salamanders are social monsters between level 30 and level 40. According to the scale of this magic source, it should be possible to attract a group of salamanders. Vivian summarized it in one sentence and told Sheen that she was planning to do just that. In response, Sheen also had only one sentence. "You are so insidious." This sentence stunned Vivian, Ter, Lumia and Melika. Then, Sheen changed the subject and added one more sentence. "But I like it." After that, Sheen gave Vivian a thumbs up. This made Vivian, who had reacted, roll her eyes. Even Ter and Melika didn't know how to react. Only Lumia still looked embarrassed. Then, "Let's go!" Vivian put away the map. After everyone packed their luggage, tied the carriage in the deep forest beside them, and entered the Mongol Mountains. Chapter 44. I didn't. Not long after, the sky was completely bright. The sun shone from the sky, illuminating the earth, making the vegetation in the Mongol Mountains seem to be covered with a layer of golden gauze, which looked particularly beautiful. However, in this beautiful nature, there are undoubtedly many dangers. The monsters that acted during the day began to become active during this period of time, causing fierce roars to rise and fall in every corner of the mountains. However, the people in Vivian's team arrived at their destination without any risks and obstacles. "Well, we are here." Vivian, who was walking in the front, stopped and told her companions behind her. This made everyone feel relieved, as if they had relaxed their tense nerves. "Have we finally arrived?" Melika was crying and panting tiredly. "Are you okay, Melika?" Lumia supported Melika, her face full of concern. "You should also exercise, Melika." Tyr stood behind the two girls, as if she was guarding the rear of the two, and said lightly, "But she is a magician." Melika's cheeks puffed up immediately, since they had to reach the destination before the monsters became active. The people in Vivian's team had to march hard along the way. In this case, let's not talk about the others. Melika became out of breath and almost couldn't move after a while. According to the information revealed by Vivian before, this elf girl is a pure magician. When she upgrades, her magic power is the greatest, but her physical ability seems to be no different from that of ordinary girls. In this case, it would be very difficult for this delicate elf girl to travel quickly in the mountains. If Lumia hadn't been supporting her and even carried Melika for a distance, they would not have been able to reach the destination smoothly in this time period. But you can't judge a person by his appearance. Following the back of the team, Sheen cast his eyes on Lumia, who was supporting Melika with a worried look on her face. She looked weak, but she was able to keep up with everyone else and was able to carry a person on her back without blushing or panting. Sheen was not surprised at all that Vivian and Ter behaved like this. After all, it was obvious that these two people were of high level, and they were not magicians like Melika. They had always given Sheen the impression of being strong women, so it was normal for them to behave like this. But Rumia's performance was no match for these two. Since yesterday, she was like a delicate and shy pendant, either hanging next to Tyr or next to Melika. She almost had words like "I'm weak, please don't bully me" written on her face. But the result was such an unexpected performance, which made Sheen feel that he had misjudged her. Of course, Melika's performance also surprised Sheen. Is there no magic that can enhance physical abilities? Sheen asked this question for the time being. Although he asked, Sheen did not expect to get a reply from Melika. He just wanted Vivian to explain it to him, who made everyone in his team, except Vivian, wary of him. However, something unexpected happened to Sheen. Physical enhancement belongs to the category of auxiliary magic. I have not learned the magic assistant skill, so I can't use it at all. Melika still said angrily, I am proficient in fire and freezing magic, so I only practice the magic fire and magic ice skills. And I didn't learn auxiliary magic at all. As soon as this was said, the surroundings became quiet. Sheen was stunned, with surprise on his face. Vivian, Ter and Lumia were also stunned, and looked at Melika in surprise. Melika came back to her senses and realized her attitude just now. Her puffy cheeks began to show some panic. No, not that me. Melika seemed to be at a loss, and began to speak hesitantly. Seeing this, Sheen scratched his face, and said with an awkward rather than polite smile, Thank you for your answer. Sheen also gave Melika a way out. You're welcome. Melika's pretty face began to turn red. The originally quiet atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. It was not until a while later that Vivian broke this subtle atmosphere. Let's collect the spring water first. Vivian looked at Melika with a smile on her face and said, Melika, can I ask you? All right. Melika immediately ran forward as if relieved. Wait a minute. Melika, be careful of monsters. Lumia hurriedly chased after them. Really? Tira muttered something in a low voice. And then followed. As if to protect Lumia and Melika. Only Sean and Vivian were left at the scene. How is it? Vivian said in a teasing manner, Melika is cute. Right? Cute? Sean immediately rolled his eyes at Vivian and said, it's just a sentence. What does it have to do with cuteness? Sean almost swore, destroying his image as an honest man. Isn't this good? Vivian didn't care about Sean's sudden turn of words, and said to herself, at least, this can let you know that they don't hate you as much as you think. Maybe it is true. Sean muttered, but this is just Melika. Right? And what about Thierry and Lumia? One is still cold and taciturn. The other is shy and timid. And they have no intention of interacting with Sheen at all. Right? Is that so? Vivian said meaningfully, maybe someone has already let down their guard against you. But you just don't know it? Leaving the sentence, Vivian left Sheehan and walked towards her companions. Someone else? Sheehan looked confused. There is also this? Why don't I know? I didn't do anything special. Did I? Could it be the suffocating development of some cliched invisible strategy? Goodbye. Sheehan didn't feel happy at all. Otherwise, wouldn't the crazy complaints he made when he saw similar novel plots like this have to come back to him? Will he become the protagonist of the real life who is complained about by others? And it's the kind of slow, passive strategy type? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Sheehan seemed to be explaining to someone. What are you doing? Come here quickly. At this time, Vivian's voice came from the front. Here she comes. Sheehan immediately ran over with full of energy. Chapter 45 Team Vivian. The magic source that Team Vivian targeted was no different from a pool. In terms of size and scale. However, the spring water inside was not ordinary water, but the form of magic after materialization. It was still magic in essence, so it would emit a hazy glow, which looked like a pool covered with a layer of light mist, which was quite pleasing to the eye. If there was such a place in the past life, it would definitely become a tourist attraction in an instant, attracting a large number of tourists and making a lot of money. Right? Sheehan had such an idea the first time he saw the magic source, which shows that the appearance of the magic source is indeed pleasing to the eye. However, considering that there are monsters around, no one would think of traveling and sightseeing in such a place unless they are desperate. Right? Otherwise, collecting spring water would not be regarded as a commission and handed over to adventurers. It is because the location of the magic source is usually where monsters are rampant, so people cannot collect the spring water at will, and can only entrust it to adventurers to do it. Otherwise, all the magic sources will be drained out, and it is absolutely impossible for adventurers to complete it as a commission and earn rewards like now. Moreover, collecting the spring water from the magic source also requires skills. Because the spring water is materialized magic, it not only needs a special container to hold it, but if it leaves the magic source, it will evaporate into ordinary magic and dissipate into the atmosphere. Therefore, special props must be used to assist in extracting and preserving the spring water. Vivian explained this to Sheen, and at the same time asked Tyr and Lumia to take out a set of equipment that seemed to be used for chemical experiments from their luggage, and gave it to Melika, asking Melika to be responsible for the operation and collect the spring water from the magic source. The spring water extracted through specific steps can be stored in a special container for a certain period of time. The storage time is also related to the size of the magic source. The spring water in a small magic source can be stored for about 3 days, a medium one for about 7 days, and a large one for a month. Vivian's detailed explanation solved a mystery for Sheen. Originally, Sheen was thinking, since the spring water in the magic source is so useful, why not make a big move and transport the spring water away at once? If there is a shelf life, it is not difficult to understand. This also dispelled Sheen's idea of sucking all the magic source dry and then taking the spring water to the town to sell it. It must be said that this is a pity. In addition, the steps to extract spring water are also quite complicated. Even if Melika, the magician with the highest affinity for magic, does it, it will take a lot of time. During this period, monsters inevitably appeared. Scary. Amidst the sharp screams, a black shadow slowly walked out of the forest. Be alert. Tear was the first to discover the enemy and shouted a warning, causing everyone to tense up and face the enemy. Sheen also drew the broadsword from his waist and stayed beside everyone like a low-key newcomer. Of course, what Sheen was thinking was, it's really hard to find the enemy but not be able to warn them. With a full-level enemy sense skill, Sheen was the first to discover the enemy in the true sense. But he couldn't warn everyone, so he didn't react until now. As for the enemy that appeared, it was a humanoid monster with a long sword and a round shield, covered with green scales, a reptile head and tail, and a rag around its waist. Lizard Man? Vivian took out the tower shield that she had been carrying on her back and equipped it on her hand. There's more to come. Lumia also clenched her fist nervously and said this to everyone. As he said, behind the lizardmen, in the forest, shadows similar to them slowly appeared. Those are all lizardmen. 1, 2, 3. A total of 22. Tear seemed to have sensed the number of enemies with the enemy sense skill and notified them in a calm voice. I'll help too. Melika, who was extracting spring water, immediately stopped working and picked up the staff beside her. The group faced the lizardmen. At this time, Vivian suddenly spoke to Sheen. Speaking of which, it seems that we haven't shown our strength in front of you yet. Right? When she said this, the smile on Vivian's face was not the usual gentle and kind type, but full of shrewdness and competence. This is a good opportunity. Let me introduce you to the adventurers of this team. When Vivian said this, the lizardmen in front began to move. Scary! Scary! With threatening cries. The lizardmen who slowly emerged from the forest rushed over here. Seeing this, Sheen wanted to meet them reflexively. However, someone was faster than Sheen. Ha! Lumia, who had been standing there nervously with her fists clenched, suddenly shouted and rushed out like an arrow from a string, and instantly rushed in front of a lizardman at the speed of a bullet. The speed was so fast that Sheen was surprised. Scared. The lizardman seemed to be startled as well. After reacting, he roared angrily, raised the long sword in his hand high, and slashed at Lumia. Danger? Sheen spoke subconsciously. There was no way. Lumia had always given Sheen the impression of being weak and timid. Seeing the lizardman attacking her so close, Sheen naturally couldn't sit idly by. Don't worry. But Vivian was very calm and didn't make any rescue moves. The next second, clang, with the sound of metal colliding, the long sword chopped down by the lizard man was bounced away. Facing the chopped long sword, Lumia punched directly and knocked the long sword away. Looking closely, Lumia's hands were equipped with metal gloves at some point. Bang! With a muffled sound, Lumia punched out and blasted the lizard man whose weapon was bounced away, causing a strong wind of impact. The scene was quite shocking, and even Sheen was stunned. On the contrary, Vivian didn't make any unexpected sound. Lumia, the forward of our team, is a dog from the orcs. She has an extraordinary sense of smell and the orc's natural strong physical ability. So she uses the two skills barehanded combat and physical strengthening as her main means of combat. I also practice these two skills and upgrade them to level 6. My current level is 44. A 4th level adventurer. As Vivian finished speaking, Lumia had already rushed to the second lizardman, deflected the weapon that the lizardman chopped it again, and punched it high into the sky. Immediately, burn off. Melika raised her staff and mobilized her magic power, making the crystal on the staff shine. Boom! The lizardman who was blasted high into the sky exploded with flames all over his body, instantly burning him to ashes. Melika, the magician of our team, is an elf, as you can see. Because elves are close to nature, they have a high affinity for magic, and they are all born magicians. Melika's magic is among the best in the same level. She is proficient in fire and ice magic, in addition to the chanting and meditation skills that magicians must practice. Melika has used all her skill points on the two skills magic fire and magic ice, and has practiced them to level 4. Therefore, Melika can use intermediate magic of these two systems. Her current level is 42. And she is also a 4th level adventurer. As she said this, Vivian suddenly turned around and slammed to the side. Bang! A lizard man who had come unknowingly was hit hard by the tower shield in Vivian's hand and fell on the trunk of a tree, becoming dying. As for me, you should have known that as the captain of the team. I am a defensive vanguard. The skills I have learned are one-handed sword, shield, light equipment, parry, provocation and damage reduction, etc. My current level is 50. A 5th level adventurer. Vivian turned around and smiled at Xian. Next, let me introduce you to the strongest person in our team, who is also the most outstanding genius in Limijin. As if writing on Vivian's words, a petite figure swept out from the side of the crowd. Chapter 46 Magic Sword. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistled through the mountains. It was not the wind brought by nature, but the wind brought by a person. The petite girl in black robe turned into a gust of wind at this moment. She swept forward and raised her head to look at the group of lizards. Her eyes under the hood flashed coldly. The next moment, a pair of weapons fell into the hands of the girl. It was a pair of sharp blades with ferocious serrated edges. Holding such a pair of lethal blades, Thea rushed into the group of lizards. Scared. Scared. The lizards screamed. But this was the only reaction they could make in time. Puff! When the sound of flesh tearing sounded, a lizard man didn't even have time to react. His body was cut open by a ferocious blade, splashing a lot of blood. Thea killed the closest lizard man cleanly and swiftly, and shook off the blood on the blade. Scared. Scared. The surrounding lizard men reacted and watched the scene. They were all furious and surrounded Thea. They chopped at Thea with their swords without mercy. In response, Thea seemed to have already mastered the enemy's movements and trends. His figure flashed like a gust of wind, creating a series of phantoms and avoiding all the incoming sword strikes. Moreover, while avoiding, Thea also used his footwork and inertia when dodging to follow the weapons of the lizard men and approach at a very fast speed. Puff! The blade flashed and cut off the head of a lizard man, separating his head from his body. Puff! 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 The sharp blades flashed one after another, ruthlessly cutting the bodies of the lizard men. Tear flashed at a very fast speed, and the double blades in his hands were like the sickle of the god of death, constantly harvesting the lives of the lizard men. It was simply bloody. Xian showed a surprised expression. Even he could see that Tear's combat power was obviously much stronger than the rest of the team. Vivian smiled slightly, as if she had expected the scene. Tear, a guerrilla warrior who focused on training attack power and explosive power, was best at one-hit kills and attacks against weaknesses. In order to kill the enemy as quickly as possible, he formulated the best skill ratio at level 1. And after rigorous training, he successfully learned them all. Vivian stared at the figure like a gust of wind and spoke word by word. Skills that can improve blade skills and attack power double blade. A skill that can ignore a certain degree of defense piercing. The skill speed up that increases the speed of the player as the level increases. The higher level extension skill close-up evasion that can detect the enemy's movements and not only dodge the enemy's attacks, but also use all means to get close to the enemy as quickly as possible in the process. In addition to the skill enemy perception that can detect hostile targets, all of Tear's skills are for approaching, detecting, and killing enemies, and all of them have been upgraded to level 5 or above. Because the number of skill points is also determined by personal talent and potential. Tear can upgrade so many skills to level 5 or above. You can imagine how many skill points she gets when she upgrades, and what her talent and potential are. The current level is 59, and it is only one step away from the level 60 to become a 6th level adventurer. Such a Tear is only 16 years old this year, 2 years younger than me, and even Lumia is 1 year older than her. Therefore, Tear is regarded as the most famous genius in Limijin. With such high talent and potential, it is estimated that there is only one person stronger than her in the entire Mitra Kingdom. Vivian's statement made Xian raise his eyebrows, and his eyes were also cast on Tear. Unexpectedly, this girl is also a famous genius. Moreover, the other party is the strongest in Vivian's team, and the level is as high as 59. Xian also did not expect this. What Xian did not expect was that Tear was the youngest in Vivian's team. Lumia, who always regarded her as the backbone and stuck to her, was 1 year older than her. As for Melika, who was not mentioned, this elf girl is probably the oldest in Vivian's team. Right? After all, Sean still remembered that the staff of the Adventurers Guild had said that elves could only become adults and adventurers when they were 150 years old. In this way, Thea was naturally the youngest in the team, but also the strongest and most talented. Then, Thea also learned a skill. Vivian said in a rather amazed tone. Look carefully. That skill is incredible. It is indeed incredible. Because Sean has seen the scene of Thea using this skill. Scary. As his companions were constantly killed. A lizard man who was Thea's next target seemed to be afraid and directly abandoned the long sword in his hand. Instead raised the round shield equipped in the other hand and firmly protected himself, but facing the enemy with a shield. Thea not only did not bypass it, but rushed up at an accelerated speed. Buzz! In his hand, one of the sharp double-edged blades suddenly trembled. A surge of magic power surged onto the blade, covering the edge of the blade, causing it to glow red. Die! Teal made a ruthless announcement in a cold voice. Puff! With the flash of the red blade, the lizard man and the round shield in his hand were cut in half. That was. Sean's face showed surprise again. Vivian's explanation came from the side immediately. That was the advanced skill magic sword that should have been learned only at level 70 with a very low probability. Vivian said so. As the name suggests, this is a skill that can add magic attack to your weapon. The higher the level, the stronger the power. And it can be stretched and changed in shape freely. Even at level 1. The attack power is enough to cut steel. In history, there are people who have used magic sword to split the city wall. And there is even a legend that a brave man used magic sword to split the sea. It is a skill that all melee people dream of. The status of people who have learned this skill in the industry is very different from those who have not learned this skill. Because the defense of high-level monsters, and even demons, is usually very high. And physical attacks are extremely difficult to cause considerable damage. Even elemental monsters and monsters without physical bodies that are completely immune to physical attacks can cause effective damage with this skill. Tyr learned this skill 3 months ago and practiced it to level 2. Which is also the reason why she became a famous genius. Hearing this, Xian's mind became active. Chapter 47. Is this a secret code? Soon, all the lizardmen fell. Not only under the sharp blade of Tyr, but also under the fist of Lumia and the magic of Melika. These 3 girls all showed extraordinary strength. Especially Tyr, which made Xian change her view of them to a certain extent. Even Lumia and Melika looked at Tyr with admiring eyes. Sure enough, Tyr is still so powerful. No. Should she become more powerful than before? Lumia and Melika came to Tyr and kept chattering about something like this. It seems that these 2 girls are still Tyr's little fans. However, have they forgotten the fact that Tyr is younger than them? Well, there is no rule that you can't worship people younger than you. In the previous life, weren't there a bunch of so-called young ladies who pretended to be young and were crazy about young men who were much younger than themselves? I'm used to it. Thank you for your hard work. While Sean was daydreaming, Vivian came forward to comfort all the friends. And her expression was once again filled with gentleness and kindness, which was completely different from the shrewd look just now. Of course, Tyr also didn't take everyone's praise seriously. This level is nothing, Tyr said in a calm voice. At least it should not be as good as that princess. These words attracted Sean's attention. Princess? Who is this? Ignoring Sean's contemplation, Vivian laughed and said, the object of your comparison is a bit strange. That person is unmatched in Mitra. Not to mention in the entire human world. Even if you search the gods, demons and humans. I'm afraid that only the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons can do it. Right? Vivian's words were met with the L's silence. But this was not a silent rebuttal, but a tacit agreement. Obviously, Teal also agreed with Vivian's statement. But, Sean was suddenly stunned. Because, for some reason, Teal suddenly turned around and looked at him. Although he couldn't see the face and eyes under the hood, Sean could feel that Thiel's gaze on him was full of thoughtful meaning. It seemed that she was making an evaluation of Sean and comparing him to something. This performance made Sean somewhat confused. However, compared to this matter, Sean cared more about another matter. The magic sword just now was very powerful. After considering the words, Sean made such a hint to Thiel. Yeah. Tyr was silent for a moment, then nodded, which was considered a response. If you can learn that trick, no matter who you are, you should feel honored. Seeing Tyr's weak reaction, Xian's mouth twitched and continued to make obscure hints. Yeah. This time, Tyr looked at Xian with a strange look, and then nodded coldly, making the minimum response. Although you are young, there is a saying that the first to achieve is the first. So even if you are someone's teacher, you must be able to do it. Right? Xian continued to hint wildly with a stiff smile. Tyr was silent and no longer gave any response. Xian was immediately at a loss for words. This girl is really difficult to deal with. What are they doing? I don't know. Is this a secret code? On the side, Vivian, Lumia and Melika looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little strange. Sean and Tyr looked at each other and fell into silence. After a while, Sean felt that he had to take the initiative. Sean once again simulated hundreds of crazy hints in his mind and was ready to show his strength. Unfortunately, Sean's ambition was completely strangled by Ter's words. Do you want to learn? Ter bluntly hit the point. Sean, who was about to show his strength, was immediately blocked. And the crazy hint at the mouth became such a response when he couldn't stop the car. Who wants to learn? I don't want to learn. Sean's words became like this, and his tone was full of inexplicable arrogance. Now, not to mention Ter, even Vivian, Lumia and Melika fell into silence and had nothing to say. Sean reacted and wanted to slap himself. Where did I get this Sundra? Sean wanted to die. However, at this time, Ter said this. I can teach you. In front of everyone. Ter actually said this. Ter? Vivian was surprised. Huh? Lumia was also stunned. Want to teach? Melika was also full of surprise. Because everyone who knows Ter knows that this genius girl is not a person who is very keen on communicating with others. Her attitude towards others is often quite indifferent. She will only relax her attitude more or less in front of her teammates. But it is just an attitude. In essence, she is not the type who will take the initiative to help others. Moreover, Teal was wary of Sheen before, and had always been on guard against him. Such a sudden change in Teal was really surprising. What was even more surprising was that Teal actually declared so directly that he would teach Sheen the skill of Magic Sword. That was Magic Sword. Huh? Even a level 70 melee system has only a very low chance of learning this advanced skill? These words blurted out by Melika should be what everyone who knows about this situation would want to say. Right? Even a level 70 melee system has only a very low chance of learning this advanced skill. Teal was already praised as a top genius before level 60 when he learned it. But now, he wants a level 10 rookie adventurer to learn it. Those who know will definitely say, stop it. But Teal was indifferent. Come find me after you return to Lemidgen. After saying that, Teal turned around and left. Lumia and Melika looked at each other again, and then hurriedly followed. Xian had not yet reacted, and kept blinking there alone. The remaining Vivian looked at Xian with a meaningful look, and then smiled after a while. See, I said that there are people who have actually let down their guard against you. But you just don't know it. Vivian said this in a chuckle-like tone, leaving Xian speechless. Okay. It seems that as a brave man who traveled to another world, I still have some face. Chapter 48, the end of the adventure. Next. Everything went smoothly according to the battle plan formulated by Vivian. After Melika extracted the spring water, everyone had been lying in ambush around, waiting for the monsters to appear. There were quite a lot of monsters attracted by the magic source, and the types were quite diverse. It was not much different from the forest where Sheen had stayed for 10 days when he first came to this world. There were even a group of thornhorn monsters that Sheen had slaughtered at the beginning, which made Sheen feel very familiar. That period was undoubtedly Sheen's black history, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a period of psychological trauma. So Sheen almost couldn't help but rush out and get rid of all the thornhorn monsters. Unfortunately, it seems that Sheen doesn't need to do it. Just as Vivian said at the beginning, the monsters attracted by the magic source all fought for the spring water. That scene was much more spectacular than when Teal slaughtered the lizards. Not only were there various monsters spitting fire and discharging electricity, but there were also extremely tragic attacks and bites on each other, which made Sheen feel like he had seen an unprecedented bizarre movie. And he felt a little nauseous. If he hadn't experienced the 10 days in the forest, Sheen felt that he would have vomited directly. It is worth mentioning that the girls in Vivian's team were much calmer than Sheen. Even the most timid Lumia looked at such a scene seriously, and was not scared at all. Their psychological quality was much stronger than those girls in their previous lives, who could scream for a long time when they saw cockroaches and mice. After all, they are adventurers, and they are used to seeing it. At least, Sheen thinks he should learn this quality. This is also a common problem of cheating characters. They have strength, but the quality of other aspects is completely bad. So, are you really not considering a skill that can make people realize some supreme realm and become a calm and handsome king? My cheat. While Sean was doing nothing and immersed in his own world, the fire lizards that were the target monsters of Vivian's team finally appeared in groups. They also participated in the fierce fight, and in the end many of them died tragically under the claws of other monsters and became corpses. This battle lasted until a level 62 rhino monster appeared, and then it was declared over. This rhino monster showed overwhelming strength, and finally killed all the competitors, and then drank all the water in the magic source spring, and left with satisfaction. It was not until then that the people of Vivian's team came out of the ambush bushes. Is this okay? Sean turned to Vivian and asked. What he meant was naturally letting the rhino monster drink up all the spring water, and not fighting against it, and letting it go directly. Don't worry. Vivian shook her head and said, after one night, the magic power in the atmosphere and the earth will gather in the magic source again and turn into spring water. There is no need to fight such a high-level dangerous monster for purposes other than the commission. After Vivian said this, Sheehan was relieved. No wonder he mentioned something like the activation of the magic source before. That should mean that the magic source will be filled with spring water again. Right? Usually the magic source is like this. After attracting a large number of monsters to fight each other, it will be drunk by the victorious monster. And then after one night, it will form a new spring water again. This stage is repeated. So people call the stage when the magic source is filled with spring water the activation stage. Vivian fully explained why she and others camped at the foot of the mountain yesterday. It was because, at that time, it was not only not suitable to enter the area where monsters were active, but also not suitable for collecting spring water from the magic source. The water of the magic source spring must have dried up by then. Right? And Vivian didn't want to miss the time when the magic source spring was activated. So she camped at the foot of the mountain and collected the spring water before the monsters were attracted by the magic source spring. After a while, those monsters who were too low in level and too weak to compete for the magic source spring would be attracted by the corpses and blood of the monsters here. Vivian continued, those who can't compete for the magic source spring will target the corpses of these monsters and obtain the magic that has not completely dissipated by devouring their flesh and blood, and slowly improve their own strength. Let's collect all the materials of the monsters before they arrive. This is the goal of Vivian's team. At this moment, under the leadership of Vivian, the team members began to disintegrate the corpses of the monsters with skilled techniques. During this process, Vivian also explained a lot of knowledge to Sheen, such as how to dismantle monsters, what parts of monsters are in demand, which parts can be taken back and sold for money, how to store and carry these materials, etc. All kinds of knowledge. Vivian will explain to Sheen. Vivian's explanation is also quite easy to understand, so that Sheen, a newcomer to the other world, who doesn't know much about this world, can understand it. Of course, during this period, many monsters also approached. However, the level of these monsters is relatively low, and Vivian seems to want Sheen to practice with them. But for some reason, she gave up later. I feel that these are not suitable for you to practice. I will find a suitable opponent for you next time. After Vivian hesitated to say this, Sheen could only nod his head in confusion. In the end, all these monsters were solved by Lumia and Melika. Are you ready? At the foot of the Mongol Mountains, Vivian, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the carriage, spoke to the carriage behind her. Ready! Let's go! Sister Vivian. Lumia and Melika responded nervously, and Vivian smiled with a lively answer. Then, let's go back to Lemidgen. Vivian started the carriage and let it run forward. A closer look showed that the roof and cargo box of the carriage were full of luggage filled with monster materials. It was obvious how good the harvest was. She had also sat in the carriage, looking at the Mongol mountains gradually receding behind him, feeling the end of his first adventure. But Xian was not reluctant to leave, but was looking forward to returning to Lemidgen. After returning, I will learn the magic sword skills from Tyr. If you can learn the rest of the skills, you should try to learn them. Otherwise, the skill points will be wasted. And magic. I really want to learn magic. Sheen has a lot of things he wants to do, compared to the troublesome things like the dispute between the hero and the devil, the dispute between the gods and the demons, and the peace between the three tribes. Sheen is more looking forward to these. This other world is quite interesting. Adventure is also quite interesting. Right? Chapter 49, this money is really easy to make. Lemidgen, the Adventurers Guild. As usual, the Adventurers Guild today is still so noisy. In the first floor hall of the guild, adventurers wearing various equipment and carrying various weapons gathered together as if to vent their emotions, eating meat and drinking wine in big mouthfuls, which seems to have become a normal state. Of course, there are also people gathering in front of the bulletin board, selecting various commissions, and there are also queues in front of the counters of the guild staff, which is also one of the reasons for this lively scene. Until a certain moment, the noise in the guild was significantly reduced. The reason is simple. Because a team that is very conspicuous in every sense appeared in the first floor hall of the guild. Look! The people from Vivian's team are back. Oh! It's quite fast this time. Miss Vivian is still as beautiful as ever. Sister Melika is still so beautiful. Worthy of being an elf. Isn't little Lumia cute too? Hey. Keep your voice down. It will be terrible if Tyr hears. Sure enough. The women in that team are so beautiful. I really want to join that team. Look. The new guy is still in there. It seems that he didn't do anything offensive. What a lucky guy. With such discussions, Sheen and his party returned to the Adventurers Guild and stepped into the hall of this guild again. Sheen could naturally hear the discussions around him, and could also feel those judgmental and even thorny gazes, and shrugged silently for himself in his heart. Sure enough, there was nothing new in the reaction. She no longer took it seriously. As for the people in Vivian's team, they seemed to have completely gotten used to such sights. They ignored the others around them and went straight to a counter. Welcome back, Miss Vivian. The guild staff immediately stood up and expressed their condolences to Vivian. Well, we are back. Vivian gave her a gentle smile, but her words were straightforward, saying, we have completed the commissions we received before. As she spoke, Vivian gestured to Melika beside her. Here are 3 bottles of water from the medium-sized magic source, and the skin membranes of the fire lizards. We have collected them all. Melika put a package on the counter and said politely, please check it. Okay. We did receive 3 bottles of water from the medium-sized magic source, and the skin membranes of 30 fire lizards. The guild staff merely glanced into the package, and then immediately confirmed the delivered entrusted items. It was not known whether he trusted Vivian and the others, or had the ability to quickly confirm these materials. He then said, in addition, the guild has also confirmed from the caravan that all the blood-sucking vines on the main road to Frisia have been cleared away, and the 3 tasks you have accepted have been confirmed completed. This efficiency is really high, worthy of being an adventurer's guild with influence all over the world. This is your reward. The guild staff pushed out a tray filled with golden coins. Gold level commission, collecting spring water. The reward is 20 gold coins. Silver level commission, salamander's membrane. The reward is 10 gold coins. Silver level commission, removing blood-sucking vines. The reward is also 10 gold coins. A total of 40 gold coins. Please confirm. Hearing this, Vivian nodded, collected all the gold coins, handed them to Melika, and talked to the guild staff. Are there any commissions for collecting lizardman scales, thornhorn monster horns, and bristle spider poison sacs? There is a request for the horns of the thornhorn monster, although there is no request for the poison sacs of the hard-haired spider. The potion workshop on the west side street seems to need materials containing toxins. Apprentices will come to the guild regularly to issue requests, and we can give them directly next time. It seems that there is no demand for the scales of the lizardman. What about the eyeballs of the purple-eyed beast, the heart of the gargoyle, and the tendons of the sharp-toothed salamander? Sorry. Someone brought the eyeballs of the purple-eyed beast this morning. The tendons of the sharp-toothed salamander were in stock in the guild warehouse before, so we handed them over directly. However, the heart of the gargoyle is a rare material. There will be many people who want it, and they may appear at any time. We will trade with them when the time comes. Thank you. We still have some materials here. It doesn't matter. These are high-level monster materials, and the demand is very high. Someone will come to commission them to collect them soon. Then I'll leave it to you. Okay. Vivian talked to the guild staff so smoothly, and asked Lumia, who had been carrying a backpack bigger than her body, to come forward and hand the backpack to the guild staff. What is this for? Xian was a little confused. Unexpectedly, Tyr, who had been silent beside him, answered Xian's question. That is to confirm whether there is a need for the materials outside the commission we collected. Tyr said quietly, because adventurers often defeat monsters that are relevant to the commission target when they are outside, and collect their materials. Although these materials are not within the scope of the task, the guild may receive a commission to collect these materials or defeat such monsters. Therefore, usually at this time, adventurers can report to the guild to complete the commission that has not been accepted but has been completed. Xian immediately understood. Yes, if you collect materials for other monsters during adventure activities, and the guild has a commission to collect these materials, you can deliver these materials afterwards, complete these commissions, and earn extra commission rewards. Even if there are no commissions to collect these materials at present, there may be no commissions in the future. So adventurers seem to hand over some materials to the guild for management, so that the guild can directly deliver them when commissions that require the collection of such materials appear and complete these commissions. Some people don't do this. They will take the monster materials they collect to the shops in the town to sell in exchange for money. It depends on the individual how to do it, Tyr said in a flat voice. Our team usually gives the materials to the guild, unless they are very high-level and valuable materials. If you think this is inappropriate, you can make a suggestion to Vivian. Vivian will calculate the part of the materials that need to be distributed to you and leave it to you to deal with. This is the policy of our team. That's quite humane. While thinking this, Shin also said, I have no objection. Let's deal with it this way. Tyr nodded and didn't say anything else. Not long after, Vivian, who had handled the commission and material affairs, came back with Lumia and Melika. Luckily, there were several materials in demand, and several other commissions were completed, and I was rewarded with 60 gold coins. Vivian smiled and said with the money bag divided into amounts. In this mission, we have gained a total of 100 gold coins, and each person can get exactly 20 gold coins as reward. Here, keep them. As she spoke, Vivian handed 4 money bags to everyone. This money is really easy to make. With this thought, Shin stretched out his hand to the money bag handed to him. At this moment, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and took away the money bag that Vivian was about to hand over to Shin. It is not good for a newcomer to take so much reward, so it is better to use it to treat everyone to a drink. A voice full of laughter sounded and reached the ears of everyone. Chapter 50 Razahad. The sudden voice and the situation stunned everyone present. Sean also raised his eyebrows, turned his head, and looked at the owner of the hand that took the purse. It was a girl who appeared in the hall at some unknown time and appeared beside Vivian. She was about the same age as Vivian. The other party was wearing a decent military uniform and a pair of glasses on her face. She exuded an intellectual and capable atmosphere. Riley? Seeing this person, Vivian was stunned for a moment, and then called out the other party's name. The person who came was Riley. The surrounding guild staff and adventurers stood up immediately. President. Everyone saluted Riley like this, including Tyr, Lumia, and Melika. President? Sean was also surprised. You are Sheen, right? Riley stared at Sheen, first narrowing her shrewd eyes behind her glasses, then smiled and said, Nice to meet you. I am Riley Razahad, the president of the Lemidjan Adventurers Guild. Please give me more advice in the future. This is the first time Sheen has heard someone report their last name. Moreover, the other party is the president of the Lemidjan Adventurers Guild. Why did you come down? Vivian spoke with some surprise, and her attitude showed that she was familiar with the other party. This is also the fact. I heard that you were back, and I just finished the work at hand, so I came down to see. Riley's eyes swept over the people in Vivian's team and the big backpack on the counter, and smiled. It seems that your trip was quite smooth. Well, it was quite smooth, and there were basically no accidents. Vivian nodded, and said with a little smile, What? Are you worried? Do I look like such a cold-blooded person? Riley rolled her eyes and said, Since I gave your team the extra work, if I don't care about it, wouldn't it seem like I just want to shirk my responsibility? I didn't say that. The smile on Vivian's face turned into a laugh. The conversation between the two seemed so natural and familiar, telling others what their relationship was like. The adventurers and guild staff around were also not surprised by this, and it was obvious that they all knew about it. What's going on? Sheen retreated as if retreating, returned to Till's side, lowered his voice, and asked in a low voice. As you can see, Vivian and President Riley are friends who have known each other for a long time. Tyr said calmly. Unmoved, the two knew each other before Vivian became an adventurer and before President Riley became the president of the Adventurers Guild. They had been interacting with each other for at least 10 years. It is said that the reason why Vivian chose to come to Lemidjan to become an adventurer was because President Riley was transferred here to take up the position. In other words, these two are childhood friends? The person who arranged you to join our team is actually President Riley. Like Vivian, President Riley is a well-known big shot who takes good care of newcomers. You should thank her. Otherwise, given your situation, you might have been bullied in the Adventurers Guild. Tyr glanced at Sheen and said so. Also, I believe you have also discovered that President Riley's identity is not ordinary. She is not only the president of the Adventurers Guild of Lemidjan, but also the only daughter of a famous noble. Even the lord of this territory cannot be rude in front of President Riley. You should also pay attention. No wonder even the adventurers around saluted so well and politely after Riley appeared. A noble? Sheen muttered softly. It seems that in this world, only nobles have surnames. While Sean was thinking about these things, Vivian had already questioned Lely. So, If you come down, why do you want to take away the reward for Sean? Vivian said dissatisfiedly. This is very rude. Isn't it? Indeed. Lely did not deny it, and admitted it openly. At the same time, she changed her tone and looked at Sean, saying meaningfully, "What do you think? Newcomer?" The shrewd and capable president threw the topic to Sean. Sean did not waver, because Sean has realized why the other party did this. "I think what the president said makes some sense," Sean said calmly. "As a new adventurer, it is indeed not good to take so much reward. As a new member who has just joined the team, and is only level 10, and has not even learned a single skill, such a person joining Vivian's team has already caused various controversies. If he still takes the same reward as the old members of the team and shares it with them, this is not reasonable. Right? At least, in the eyes of others, Xian is just running with Vivian's team. With his level, he is definitely unable to complete the silver level or even gold level commissions. If Xian just accepted those rewards, I am afraid that at this time tomorrow, he will be criticized by the entire Adventurers Guild. This is not only bad for Xian himself, but also for Vivian's team. Is this the reason why the president came here? Since she is Vivian's childhood friend and has been with her for more than 10 years, then Lely must know Vivian's personality and style very well, and knows that she will not treat Xian unfairly. So she came to stop him. In other words, Riley came to help Xian and Wei Wei to eliminate the possibility of being criticized. I didn't help much in this commission. Everyone contributed, and I just watched from the side, Xian said consciously. For this reward, I will just take a gold coin shamelessly. This is understandable. After all, the blood-sucking vines were removed by Melika's magic, and the spring water was also collected by Melika. Even the monsters and disintegration materials were done by Teal and Lumia. She'd only defeated a golem from beginning to end, and this action had nothing to do with the commission. It was inappropriate to charge too much. If he didn't think Vivian would not accept it, Xian didn't even want to take the reward. After all, Xian still has the self-esteem of a man. At present, he has been taken care of by Vivian, so he can't be so rough in other aspects. I didn't think of it for a while before. Now that Lely reminded me, Xian naturally won't accept this reward. But? Vivian frowned, seemingly unable to accept it. Okay, since they said so, don't be too stubborn. Lely patted Vivian's shoulder and said, gentleness should also be used in different occasions. You can't distinguish between public and private affairs. It's not the first time you have led a new person. You should have realized this before. This time you should reflect on it. As she said that, Lely took out a gold coin from the stolen purse and came to Xian. You have a promising future. I am optimistic about you. Lely reached out and raised Xian's hand, and handed the gold coin to Xian, showing him an appreciative smile. Praise. Xian smiled back, looking at this generous and thoughtful beautiful president, and admired her in his heart. What an interesting woman. Chapter 51. I will remember this favor. After that, Riley dragged Vivian, who looked unhappy, upstairs. I guess they should have a lot to talk about. Right? After Riley left, everyone in the guild seemed relieved and resumed their noisy state. But Thier, Lumia and Melika stayed and came to Xian, who had been looking at the direction where Riley and Vivian left. Let's go! Thier spoke calmly and walked out of the guild with Lumia and Melika. Xian retracted his gaze and followed Thier and others out of the guild hall. When the group left the guild and came outside, Xian was stopped by someone. That. Lumia spoke to Xian in a timid manner. Xian looked at Lumia. Being stared at by Xian, Lumia immediately shrank her neck, and seemed to be afraid to talk to Xian. But in the end, Lumia still plucked up the courage. This is for you. Lumia held something in her palm, closed her eyes, and handed it to Xian. That timid and shy look made Xian almost think that this cute orc girl wanted to hand him a love letter and confess to him. Unfortunately, Lumia handed Xian not a love letter, but a purse. What is this? Xian was confused. That. Lumia stuttered and couldn't speak coherently, which made people anxious. Melika on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and after hesitating for a while, she spoke for her. That was what President Riley just secretly gave us. Melika said softly, I think this should be something the president intends to give you. That's it. Xian was stunned for a moment, looking at the money bag, and then he suddenly realized on the surface. It is to help us eliminate possible criticism in the future in front of everyone. But in fact, the president did not intend to let me only take one gold coin as a reward. This is the reason that Xian could think of. However, He guessed wrong. That is not your reward. Tyr still said calmly, considering the style of the president. This is probably the aid fund she gave you? Aid funds? Xian could not understand this sentence. For such Xian, Melika explained again. In fact, President lately has always been subsidizing newcomers. Melika said, because newcomers are usually prone to difficulties due to external factors, such as not having enough funds to gather the equipment used in the early stage, and not having money to buy magic medicine for treatment when injured, which leads to frustration of adventure activities, and even loss of life. Therefore, since taking office, President Laley has often proposed to the Adventurer Guild headquarters in the King's capital to set up a mechanism for newcomer subsidies to help newcomers overcome the initial difficulties. Teal also said that Riley, like Vivian, was the type who took special care of newcomers. Xian finally got a glimpse of how she took care of newcomers. However, this proposal has never been passed, Melika said with regret, because, in that case, some people will become adventurers just for the newcomer subsidy, and give up adventures after receiving the money, or deliberately fail the 1-month assessment, not using the money for adventure activities, but squandering it on themselves. If that happens, the guild will inevitably suffer a large loss. Therefore, this matter is not very realistic, and there is no possibility of passing, even if the recipient of the subsidy is not the intern adventurer who has just been assessed, but the official newcomer who has passed the assessment. The guild may bear huge expenses just by issuing subsidies. After all, the condition for becoming an adventurer is just to reach level 10. There are many people of this level in the world. Even if only 1% of them can pass the adventurer assessment and become formal adventurers, the guild will be burdened by providing aid to these people. Therefore, this matter can only be left unresolved. But President Laley still assists newcomers in her own way, as long as the president judges that they have enough potential to become excellent adventurers. The president will provide financial assistance in a private capacity. Melika said to Xian, this matter is not a secret among adventurers, so this should be the aid funds given to you by the president. After hearing this, Xian was surprised without any surprise. Is that president actually doing such a thing? Xian didn't expect it at all. It was Teal who said it like this. The real purpose of the president coming to the guild hall should be to see you. Tyr said calmly, otherwise, even if she is the president and the only daughter of a noble, she cannot forcibly intervene in other people's teams and interfere in the distribution of rewards within the team. In the final analysis, how to distribute rewards is actually the business of the adventurers in the team. Although Lely's starting point is for Xian and Vivian, it is not appropriate to intervene in the affairs of other people's teams like this. Xian feels that he really shouldn't take so much reward, so he thinks it's nothing. But if it were someone else, he would probably feel unhappy about it. Right? Apart from anything else, Vivian still looked unhappy until the end. And now she is probably blaming Lely. But, in fact, Lely didn't show up to stop Vivian's distribution. Even if the president knows Sister Vivian very well, he would never have thought that Sister Vivian would directly distribute rewards in public. Right? Melika made a reminder. That's right. Distributing rewards doesn't have to be done in public. Vivian could just take the rewards and the team members away and distribute them privately. In this way, no one would know how much Xian got. And naturally there would be no criticism. That is to say, the president did not come to stop me from getting too much reward to avoid being criticized, but wanted to see if I needed help. But he happened to see Vivian distributing rewards in public, and felt that it was inappropriate. So he stopped me? Sean understood. That should be the case. Tyr nodded and said, from your actions and Vivian's attitude, the president made a judgment that he could help you. So he secretly gave the funds to Lumia and asked Lumia to bring it to you. Yes. Yes. Lumia said nervously, please accept it. As she said that, Lumia lowered her head and handed the purse to Sean again with a blushing attitude like handing out a love letter. Sean laughed slightly, but finally took the purse, opened it, and took a look at the amount inside. Sean was shocked when he saw it. So much? The purse was full of golden coins. At least 100. It should include the amount just collected from you. Tyr told Xian the reason. That's too much. Xian frowned. 100 gold coins are equivalent to 1 million copper coins, which is equivalent to millions in the previous life. Even if it is aid, is it really okay to give so much money to a newcomer? Moreover, Xian has decided not to charge too much. If it also includes the part that was just taken away, then Xian doesn't want to take it. In response, Tyr only gave one sentence. Just think of it as the president's expectation of you, and return it to her later. This sentence made Sheen silent. Okay. Sheen was silent for a while, and then said, I will remember this favor. Riley Razahad. She is really an interesting woman. Chapter 52. Can you guarantee this? At the same time, in the president's room on the top floor of the Adventurers Guild, Riley was complained by Vivian as expected. Okay. It's my fault. Okay. Riley surrendered. I also wanted to help you. How did it become like this? The president of the Limited Adventurers Guild was helpless, and he must have been afraid of Vivian. But Vivian still had the same attitude. In any case, this is our own team's affairs. It's not good for you to force yourself to intervene like that. Right? Vivian still had a complaint. But Vivian was not wrong. If you, as the president, casually intervene in the affairs of the adventurer team, and the rumor of such a sensitive matter as remuneration is deliberately spread by someone with ulterior motives, then other adventurer teams may have a gap with you from now on. Is this okay? Vivian was not without worry. This is not alarmist. Riley understood that if what she did today was really not good, and was used by someone with ulterior motives, she would inevitably get into trouble in the end. However, Riley was not too worried. Do you think that I have been lying for the past 3 years, as the president of Limigen? Riley smiled and said, situations like this will be killed by me before they can happen. Others may not know. But don't you know? Hearing Riley say this, Vivian finally felt relieved. Just as Riley understood Vivian, Vivian also understood Riley very well, and knew clearly how meticulous the only daughter of this noble family was, and would never allow such a possibility to happen. Other superiors may show their abilities after the incident occurs, solve the incident perfectly, show their intelligence and superb means to the world, and win the praise of the world. But Riley is different from those people. She does not want to wait until the incident occurs to solve it with great effort. Instead, she is very persistent in taking measures before the incident occurs to nip the danger in the bud. Thanks to this, most people in Limigen have the impression that Riley is noble and kind-hearted. They regard her sponsorship of newcomers and her special care for newcomers as a manifestation of benevolence. But they do not know that the reason why Riley takes such actions is also because of her way of doing things that wants to nip the danger in the bud. Newcomers often encounter danger? Then help them, improve their equipment and supplies, and ensure their safety to the greatest extent. Excellent adventurers are difficult to appear. Then pay enough attention to them when they are still in the new stage and cultivate them. These policies are actually because Riley is good at preparing for a rainy day. Or rather, she is persistent in preparing for a rainy day. Following this style of doing things, Riley has nipped several major incidents that almost happened in the bud, making the 3 years since she took office peaceful and smooth. Therefore, the world only knows the kindness and generosity of this president, but does not know that she is thoughtful enough to discover the signs of many events and kill them all. It is also because of this that newcomers, like Sheehan, will be noticed by Lely, and then arranged into Vivian's team. Lely will go directly to the hall to meet Sheehan as soon as Vivian's team returns. If it were someone else, I am afraid that they would not act directly like this and take the initiative to meet the person they want to meet, but would use their status as the president to ask the guild staff to go to the hall and invite people to meet in their room. Right? To be honest, the reason why Vivian cares so much about newcomers and is determined to train newcomers is actually influenced by Lely. Otherwise, gentleness is gentleness. Vivian would not give equal care to everyone. Lely, who has influenced Vivian in this way, will naturally not allow any restless rumors to appear. Okay. Vivian sighed and said, I know I don't think as much as you do. Nor am I as smart as you. Vivian could only admit this. Don't say that. Lely chuckled and picked up the feather pen, knocking on the table, saying, I am glad that I went down this trip. Otherwise, how could I meet such a newcomer? What? Vivian said in surprise. Have you seen that Sheehan is extraordinary? No, I didn't see that. Lely said directly, but looking at the way you and Tare treat that newcomer, I can probably guess that there should be something about him that makes you look at him with new eyes. Obviously, Lely keenly saw the subtle attitude of everyone in Vivian's team toward Sheehan. Originally, I thought that because of the past things you put aside, Tare and others should be very repulsive to that newcomer. Lely smiled and said, as a result, today I saw that except for Lumia, your attitude towards that newcomer is unusual, especially the performance of Tare, which surprised Lely the most, because Lely had never seen a male adventurer so close to Tare, not to mention male adventurers. Even female adventurers. Too unfamiliar. Tare would not shake the other party. This can be said to be the arrogance of genius. Laylee is used to it. And the more used to it, the more surprised Laylee was today. Even Tyr, who dared to break the limbs of the heir of the noble family, behaved like this. No matter what. I can only think that the newcomer has something extraordinary. Laylee looked at Vivian and said, "How is it? Do you see anything in him?" This is also the task that Laylee gave to Vivian, asking Vivian to explore Sheen to a certain extent to see if this newcomer really has no skills, or if there is something abnormal. However, sorry, I don't really want to talk about this matter. Vivian was silent for a while, and then gave such an answer. Don't want to say it? Laylee didn't expect Vivian to say such a thing, and was stunned for a moment. Sheen does have a secret. Vivian smiled bitterly and said, but, from what I have seen so far, I can only say that this secret may be bigger than we imagined. And I am afraid we can't afford it. These words made Laylee speechless. Is it troublesome? Laylee straightened her back slightly, and looked directly at Vivian. Well, it should be troublesome. Vivian met Laylee's gaze, and said very seriously, I hope it is not what I think. Otherwise, Sheen's existence may cause the balance between the three tribes that are currently barely maintaining peace to completely collapse. At this moment, even Laylee couldn't help but change her face. It has come to this point? Laylee frowned tightly and began to tap the table faster. Vivian knew that this was Laylee's habit when thinking. Laylee's mind must be weighing the pros and cons at a speed that ordinary people can hardly imagine. Right? And this period of time did not last long. Since even you said so, it seems that I have to believe it. Laylee came to this conclusion. What are you going to do? Vivian asked. What else can I do? Laylee said unhappily, help the newcomer to clean up the mess. Clean up the mess? Vivian understood at once and said, have you investigated Sheen? For the time being. Laylee curled her lips and said, you also know my personality. I like to plan ahead. Since I have taken special care of the newcomer, I have to investigate first to prevent any problems. But in the end, Laylee did not investigate anything. As if Sheen had jumped out of a crack in the stone. I originally thought that the time was too short, so I couldn't find anything useful. Now it seems that not only can the investigation not be carried out, but I have to find a way to help him conceal the information. Or even forge his identity. That's what Riley planned. Is it possible? Vivian asked for the time being. It's not a big problem. Just pretend that he came from the orphanage I sponsored. Riley thought it through without much worry. Because many adventurers who have already established their own families encountered danger and died gloriously during adventure activities. Riley once set up an orphanage for the children left behind by those adventurers. From those orphanages, there are often children who embarked on the same path as their parents, or became adventurers in order to thank Riley and make themselves independent. In view of this, as long as Riley took action, it would be completely easy to help Sheen forge an identity. The premise is that he is trustworthy enough. Okay, Laylee reminded, I don't want to help a spy from another country, or even a spy from the demon clan in disguise. Can you guarantee this? Laylee stared at Vivian closely. Vivian couldn't help but hesitate for a moment, and then nodded heavily. Although the contact time is still very short, his existence itself is also a very unstable factor. But I can guarantee that he is not a spy from another country, or a spy from the demon clan. Vivian recalled Sheen's reaction when he was involved in the war thousands of years ago, and spoke as if she had made up her mind. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Hearing this, Laylee immediately smiled. To be able to let you do this. The newcomer is also lucky. Laylee spread her hands and said, okay. I will get on your boat. Vivian's heart suddenly warmed. She also knew that Laylee's decision to do this would definitely be a huge risk. This is definitely not a decision that Riley, who wants to nip any risk in the bud, can make easily. Vivian could only say one thing. Thank you. Everything is in these short words. Anyway, I have already helped the newcomer. So let's do it to the end. Riley smiled. However, I am getting more and more curious about the newcomer, and I have to find a chance to have a drink with him. Chapter 53 Conditions for Acquiring Skills. It was impossible for Sheen to know about the conversation and decision between Laylee and Vivian. After all, his cheat was not omniscient, and it was impossible for him to know that he had received more care than he imagined in an unknown place. After separating from Tyr and others, Sheen returned to the hotel and slept a long sleep to rest his spirit. Then, the next day, Sheen did not go to the Adventurers Guild, nor did he meet up with Vivian's team. Instead, he left Lamidjan alone and came to a forest in the suburbs. Should it be here? Looking at this forest that maintained its natural appearance, Sheen confirmed the address mentioned in his memory. After coming out of the east gate, walk south along the avenue, and then enter the forest in the suburbs. This is right. But what should I do next? Sheen became troubled. Fortunately, Sheen didn't need to worry for too long. The target appeared by itself. Are you here? With some cold words, the girl in black robes walked silently from the front. Who else could it be except here? Sorry. I'm late. Sheen hurried forward. It's okay. I just arrived too. Tyr responded calmly. The conversation between the two seemed sparse and ordinary. But if Tyr's attitude and tone were not very cold, the content alone really looked like the mushy words said by a couple who were about to date after meeting. At least, that's how Sheen felt. Unfortunately, the person involved didn't mean to do that at all. Since we're here, let's get started. Tyr turned around and said, let's go to a less conspicuous place first. Okay. Sheen immediately followed obediently. There was no way. Today, Sheen was here to be a student. Before, Tyr promised to teach Sheen the magic sword skills. And now this will come true. Yesterday, after the group separated, Tyr asked Sheen to come here to find her the next day. So Sheen came here. But after coming here, Sheen has been confused. So you don't live in Lemidgen? Sheen felt a little strange. No. Tyr led the way in front, leading Sheen to the depths of the forest, and said lightly, I don't like crowded places. It doesn't look like there are people here. Sheen looked around the natural scenery around him, but can people live here? Yes. Tyr said concisely, there is a ranch nearby, and the rancher has his own house in Lemidgen. I live there on the condition that I drive away the monsters that attack every day. That's it. Sheen muttered. I thought that elves like Melika would maintain a natural life. The impression of elves has always been beautiful and pure. Such a race also gives people the impression that they don't want to live in towns, but live in the outside nature. Of course, this is undoubtedly what Sheen took for granted. There is also a hotel in Lemidgen that is specially open for elves. And Melika lives there. Tyr said indifferently, Lumia lives in Lemidgen with her 7 sisters. And some rent a house to live by themselves. Vivian lives in the president's house. Only I live outside. First, I don't like crowded places. And second, I can hunt nearby monsters and do some exercise when I am not adventuring. The latter should be the real reason why Tyr chose to live outside the city. Right? Obviously a genius. But still working so hard. Really no one can easily become stronger? Sheen completely ignored his own existence, thinking about things like this. Suddenly, Sheen was stunned. Just now. Did I hear something that I shouldn't hear? Lumia has 7 sisters. Sheen realized that he had heard something shocking. That's right. As if she didn't notice Sheen's surprise, Tyr said calmly as always, Lumia's parents are adventurers. And they married relatively late. They gave birth to Lumia at the age of 40. And gave birth to 7 daughters at the age of 50. So Lumia has 7 sisters, who are 10 years younger than her. This is something everyone in the team knows. In other words, did Lumia's parents give birth to 7 babies at the age of 50? At this moment, Sheen had endless admiration for Lumia's parents. Especially Lumia's father. His admiration was as vast as the ocean. And he admired him very much. It's a pity. Now, Lumia's parents have passed away. The reason is that they suffered many hidden injuries when they were adventurers, and finally passed away one after another when they were only in their 50s. The news that Tyr said immediately made Sheen pause. What about Lumia? Sheen hesitated and spoke. Just as you thought. Tyr looked at Sheen and said, she is now the only pillar of the family. She became an adventurer to raise 7 7-year-old sisters. Now she is dependent on her sisters. Sheen was silent. If this is the case, Sheen can understand why Lumia, who is so timid and shy, chooses to become an adventurer and engage in dangerous adventures. It's not that Lumia wants to do this, but she has to do it for her sisters. Bring some gifts to Lumia next time. Sheen decided so. Just don't scare her. Tyr didn't seem to have any objections. While talking, the two came to a relatively empty wilderness. Let's do it here. Tyr turned around and faced Sheen, saying, let's not waste any more time. Let me tell you the conditions for learning magic sword. She nodded and began to concentrate. In this case, Tyr began to explain. I believe you also know that this skill is a melee trick. It is an advanced skill that can only be learned at level 70 with a very low probability. Compared with ordinary skills, it is more than 1 level higher in terms of attack power, lethality and practicality. Tyr explained in a cold voice. However, The conditions for learning the magic sword skill are not too high. There are only two. 1. Raise a melee weapon skill to level 5 or above. 2. The magic power must meet the standard. As long as these two conditions are met, it is generally possible to learn the magic sword skill. But these two conditions are rarely met. The reason is very simple. Melee masters usually don't have enough magic power. And people with enough magic power usually choose to become magicians. So, although it's not difficult to meet these two conditions separately, it's harder than you think to meet them at the same time. Tyr cast his eyes on Sheen and spoke like this. If you can't meet these two conditions, then even if I teach you, you can't learn the magic sword skill. Tyr's meaning is very clear. Have you met these two conditions? That's what I mean. Chapter 54 Perception and Operation. Sheen's expression suddenly became a little sullen. This was not because he felt guilty for not meeting the conditions for learning. On the contrary, Sheen felt that he had already met the conditions to the point where he could not be satisfied anymore. Raise a melee weapon skill to level 5 or above? Sheen's two-handed sword had already reached the maximum level. Must the magic power meet the standard? Although I don't know what the standard is. Not only does Sheen's full ability grow to the maximum value every time he upgrades, he also has a skill like magic that can greatly increase magic power and magic power. And this skill is also at the maximum level. If this still does not meet the standard, then Sheen does not believe it. In summary, Sheen undoubtedly meets the conditions for learning. And it can even be said that he exceeds the standard. However, to those who don't know, Sean is only a level 10 novice adventurer. And he hasn't learned any skills. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like he can meet the requirements to learn magic sword. It is precisely because of this that everyone in Vivian's team was surprised when Tyr said that he would teach him magic sword. If Sean admitted that he met the requirements to learn here, it would be equivalent to telling Tyr that he actually hid the information about his skills. In this way, maybe Tyr has discovered something. Sean suddenly woke up. After all, Tyr agreed to Sean's request to learn magic sword without hesitation. If Tyr felt that Sean did not meet the requirements to learn magic sword, would she agree so straightforwardly? Definitely not. So, this girl has discovered some abnormalities in me. Right? Sean stared at Tyr, speechless. Tyr did not urge Sheen to answer, just waiting quietly. After a while, Sheen was the first to relax his shoulders. So what should I do next? What this means is self-evident. Tyr naturally understood. And after a long silence, he gave an answer. Since the conditions for learning are met, let's start with the basic steps. Tyr said, can you feel the existence of magic? I think you can. Sheen was relieved that Tyr did not dig deep. But he was not sure and said, it is the kind of vicious fluctuations emitted by monsters when they fight. Right? You can say that. Tyr did not deny or confirm, but just said, generally speaking, magic cannot be easily perceived. Unless you learn the skill of magic perception. Most people, like you, can only perceive the existence of magic in the form of fluctuations. Breath, atmosphere, etc. This is the same as the sound waves. People who have learned the magic perception skill are like holding a sound wave detector. They can clearly feel the existence of sound waves, and can also see sound waves through the instrument. Under normal circumstances, people naturally cannot perceive the existence of sound waves. They can only hear sounds within the range that the human hearing can accept. But they cannot directly perceive the existence of sound waves. Magic is like this. It is usually not directly perceived by people. Only people with keen senses can perceive its existence in other ways. However, if you want to directly perceive and feel magic, you still have to learn the magic perception skill. If you learn this skill, you can directly perceive and even see magic. This is quite useful. Take Sheen as an example. Although he can detect hostile beings with the skill of enemy sense, he cannot detect individuals who are not hostile. As a result, even if he can detect danger, he still cannot detect if someone is monitoring or tracking him. He cannot use it to detect other individuals who are not directly connected to him, like radar, to find out the location and movement of people around him. Of course, monsters are an exception, because they are hostile to all humans at all times, and will attack once they see humans. Therefore, it is limited to monsters. People with enemy sense can detect their existence anytime and anywhere within the range of the skill. Based on this feature, enemy sense actually has many applications. For example, if someone wants to sneak into an important facility with strict security, enemy sense can detect the location of all patrol personnel, guards, and even troops in the facility, because they will be hostile to all intruders at this time. Once you stand in the intruder's place, you can use enemy sense to detect it. Thanks to this, characters such as thieves, spies, and adventurers will occasionally learn the skill of enemy sense, which is still quite useful. But the target of enemy sense is still hostility, not life reaction. So it cannot detect any movement at any time and anywhere. But magic sense is different. It can sense magic, and even directly see magic. Unless the opponent's magic is too low or the distance is too far, it will not be sensed. And this can also make the perception more and more acute and the range become larger as the skill level increases, which is the same as enemy sense. However, in one situation, no matter who can clearly feel the existence of magic, that is the magic flowing in your body. Tyr said, when the magic in the body grows to a certain level, no matter who can feel the flow of magic in the body. Tyr raised his head and stared at Sheen. Now, you should focus on your body and sense your magic. Hearing this, Sheen nodded and closed his eyes. His consciousness was sunk into his body. Boom. The sound of his heartbeat seemed to become unusually clear. Sheen then focused all his attention and searched for magic in his body. Not long after, he felt it. Sheen spoke with his eyes closed. In Sheen's feeling, there were streams of magic flowing in his body. That feeling was like seeing air or water flowing in his body. In the past, Sheen had felt the existence of magic in his body more than once, but never as clearly as this. Before, Sheen could not be said to be sensing magic, but was just following the techniques of using skills, and naturally letting the magic be mobilized with the activation of skills. So, acquired the skill magic perception. Do you want to learn it? Sheen easily obtained the qualification to learn the skill just mentioned. Before Sean could react, Tyr's voice reached his ears. Focus your mind a little more. Concentrate it deep in your body. Let your consciousness pull the magic power and release it. Remember, don't use the feeling when using the skill to release the magic power. Otherwise the magic power will only be released automatically in the way of activating the skill. And you can't control this part of the magic power, which is meaningless. You have to use your own feeling to manipulate the magic power. First mobilize it little by little, and then gather it into the hand holding the weapon and release it. Be careful not to release it all at once. Otherwise the magic power will disperse. The magic power must be injected into the weapon through the arm and gathered in the weapon. Listening to this explanation, Sean, who had unknowingly drawn the broadsword at his waist, mobilized the magic power in his body according to Tyr's instructions. Get the skill magic operation. Do you want to learn? The new skill was immediately acquired by Sean. Chapter 55 Earth-Shattering Accident. Learn. This time, Sheen reacted immediately and learned both skills he had just acquired. Not only that, Sheen also instantly upgraded magic operation to the maximum level. This skill, which took less than a second to learn, was transformed into the highest level of magical skills in Sheen's hands. At this moment, Sheen felt that the magic power in his body was like a wave of his arm, and was perfectly controlled by himself. Sheen's mind moved immediately, and the magic power immediately gathered from his body to his hands at a very fast speed, and then injected into the broadsword held tightly in his hand. Buzz! A slight vibration sounded. I saw that the broadsword in Sheen's hand began to emit light. That was the light of magic. After being manipulated by humans, the magic power turned into power like this, which can be recognized by the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Tyr was also a little surprised. Did he complete the stage of releasing and manipulating magic power so quickly? Because Tyr had also experienced this stage. She knew very well that this was not easy to do. Logically speaking, it is difficult for ordinary people to even directly sense magic power. In this case, even if they can feel the magic power in their bodies, it is naturally difficult to mobilize them smoothly, not to mention releasing them outside the body. Just like the spring water of the magic source will evaporate sooner or later and disperse into the atmosphere. The magic power in the human body can only flow in the human body. Once released from the body, it will usually disperse. Only after rigorous training can the magic power be maintained and manipulated. At the beginning, Tyr was stuck at this stage for a whole month before he successfully stepped over it. It is said that if you have the magic operation skill, this stage will be very easy to step over. But even so, isn't Sheen's success too fast? As expected, Taya muttered to himself. But soon, Tyr became serious again. That's it. Maintain the control of the magic power. Let it circulate in the weapon, and never relax the control. Otherwise it will dissipate immediately. Tyr reminded little by little. Then, in this state, consciously guide the circulating magic power to the position of the sword edge or the tip of the sword. and let the magic power continue to gather there. In this way, the quality and concentration of magic power will continue to increase. And finally, it will even undergo a qualitative change like the magic power in the atmosphere and the earth forming a substantial spring after high-density gathering. In this way, the magic sword that can cut through everything can be formed. Hearing this, Xian immediately concentrated his attention and continuously injected the magic power in his body into the broadsword in his hand, so that the magic power gathered in the broadsword continued to strengthen. The magic light on the broadsword suddenly became more and more dazzling and brighter. At this moment, Xian undoubtedly used all his strength, and all the magic power was poured into the weapon. Even the magic power that was quickly replenished by the magic recovery skill was used up without hesitation and poured into the broadsword in his hand. Originally, Xian had the highest growth in magic power, and would never lose to any magician's magic growth. Such magic power became extremely huge after being amplified by the full-level magic guide skill, which was extraordinary. As a result, in this situation, she not only poured all the magic power into the weapon, but also continued to pour the rapidly restored magic power. What will happen in the end if he does this? It's very simple. That is, Xian didn't have time to gather the magic power to the edge or tip of the sword, and the huge magic power had already rioted in the broadsword, and finally formed a qualitative change. Woo! Xian felt that the broadsword in his hand suddenly became ridiculously huge, causing him to raise his weapon involuntarily. Buzz! Accompanied by a vibration sound that was countless times stronger and louder than before. A red light burst out from the broadsword that Xian held high, soaring into the sky, and instantly turned into a dazzling and huge magic blade. What? Teal was shocked. At the same time, a message appeared in Xian's mind without any surprise. Obtain the skill magic sword. Do you want to learn it? Finally, Xian successfully obtained this close combat trick. However, Xian felt that the broadsword in his hand began to become extremely heavy, as if he was holding not a sword, but a mountain of swords, pressing him so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Even the magic power gathered on the sword was disintegrating, becoming extremely unstable. No, it wasn't a collapse, but an explosion. It's going to explode. As soon as the thought flashed through Xian's mind, he immediately learned the magic sword skill he had just acquired, and then upgraded it to the maximum level without hesitation. This approach is both right and wrong. It's right because Xian successfully stabilized the amazing magic power gathered on the broadsword with the full-level magic sword skill. And the wrong thing is that because the skill level was instantly upgraded to the maximum, the power of Xian's magic sword naturally increased significantly. Bang! The storm of magic exploded, causing the magic blade on Xian's raised broadsword to expand in the blink of an eye. The magic blade, which was originally hundreds of meters long, rushed directly into the sky. Xian waved his hand almost subconsciously. No! A familiar cold voice came into Xian's ears, and the voice was filled with panic and anxiety, which was rare. But, unfortunately, it was too late. The magic blade that soared into the sky fell down like a pillar of heaven, falling with dazzling brilliance and a storm of magic. Boom! On this day, in a wilderness outside Limijan, a thunderous roar suddenly appeared. Along with the roar, the ground began to shake, giving people a feeling of the collapse of the sky and the earth. Countless monsters were scared away by this strange phenomenon, forming various large and small beast tides. On the nearby avenue, the caravans and adventurers who were coming and going were also frightened and became panic-stricken. Even the citizens of Limijan felt a vibration under their feet, and there was a thunderous roar in the sky, which scared many people, and many children even cried directly. What happened? Such a loud roar suddenly appeared. It was really scary. Thunder? Was it thunder? No. It seemed a little different from thunder, and the ground seemed to have shaken just now. Did you feel it too? What happened? In Limijan, such fearful discussions were heard everywhere. Soon, the scout team of the Adventurers Guild and the knights of the town were dispatched, seemingly preparing to investigate. No one knew that all this was just caused by a novice adventurer practicing his skills. Chapter 56. Let's go. I've got into trouble. This is the only thought in Xian's mind at this moment. There's no way. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xian really couldn't think of any other way to describe what he had done except getting into trouble. I saw that in front of Xian. The originally empty wilderness had changed drastically. Bang, 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 bang. This is the sound of countless broken stones falling to the ground. Huh? This is the movement caused by the dust spreading and dissipating. A huge cut was like a crack in the ground, splitting the wilderness while continuously spreading forward. and finally reaching a mountain. At first glance, it looked like a bottomless cliff, which made people palpitate. What's even more palpitating is that at the end of the cliff-like crack in the ground, the tall mountain seemed to be split into two halves. In addition, the remaining magic power was still raging around like an invisible tornado. How could she not know what good things he had done? It was indeed a special move of the melee system, and its power was indeed extraordinary. She seemed to be a master in some martial arts novels, making an objective evaluation without hesitation. If you ignore the cold sweat that kept flowing out of his head. Cough. At this time, a hard cough came from the side, which made Sheen finally remember an important thing. Tyr. Sheen was not the only one here. At the moment, Sheen quickly turned his head and looked in the direction where the cough came from. There, Tyr knelt on one knee on the ground, raised his hands, and blocked in front of him, as if he was blocking the storm that attacked him a moment ago. But now he kept coughing and looked quite embarrassed. Are you okay? Sheen hurried over, wanting to help, but not knowing where to start, looking extremely embarrassed. You? Tyr ignored Sheen's embarrassment, just coughed, raised his head, and looked at Sheen. Although Sheen did not see the expression under Tyr's hood, he somehow knew the look in the girl's eyes at this moment. That look was like looking at a monster. I didn't mean it. Sheen defended himself with an extremely unnatural look. I didn't know it would be like this. And I did it according to your teachings. As he said that, Sheen unconsciously raised the broadsword in his hand, like a criminal suspect who wanted to hand over the tools of the crime and clear himself. Unfortunately, bang! The broadsword raised by Sheen was covered with cracks at some point, and then it broke directly as if it could no longer hold on. Moreover, the fragments had not fallen to the ground yet, because, before they touched the ground, they had already scattered like powder and were carried away by the wind. Sean and Tyr witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and they were all speechless. Then, Tyr looked at Sean again. Sean didn't need to identify it to know that Tyr's eyes now must not only be like looking at a monster, but also like looking at a human-shaped monster. No. Maybe Tyr's eyes will be more like looking at a new demon king. That's not certain. Sean's face suddenly turned red. That was held back. After holding back for a long time, Sean uttered a sentence. What should I do next? Sean seemed to have given up on defending himself. Tyr could only continue to look at Sean in silence until a while later. He looked at the crack that seemed like a bottomless cliff and the high mountain that was divided into two halves on the distant horizon. That scene reminded Teal of the magic blade that fell like a pillar of heaven, and his heart trembled. Let's leave here first. Teal tried hard not to let his voice tremble, took a deep breath, and said to Sheen in a cold voice, with such a big commotion, Lemidgen must have noticed it. Let's leave quickly before the investigators come. Hearing this, Sheen hesitated. Is this okay? Sheen's anxious and guilty expression made Teal calm down a little. You can stay if you want, Teal said, but if that happens, when the investigators come, you will be taken away directly, interrogated, or even tortured. And in the end, you may be regarded as a spy of the demon clan who deliberately sabotages. Is that okay? Sheen was immediately refreshed. Let's go! The thoughtless words made Tyr's eyebrows jump. However, now is not the time for a leisurely conversation. Tyr suppressed the mood of saying something and stood up. But when she stood up, Tyr's delicate body tilted and fell to one side. Are you okay? Seeing this, Sheen quickly reached out and supported Tyr. It's okay. Tyr's face under the hood turned slightly red, making her glare at Sheen fiercely, seeming very embarrassed. After all, she was so scared that her legs were weak that she couldn't even stand up. It was really embarrassing. Sheen seemed to understand what was going on. He shrank his head and said weakly, I really didn't mean it. Seeing Sheen's performance of being very aggrieved but not daring to say too much, Tyr felt angry and funny. After a moment of silence, Tyr spoke like this. You'd better not mention what happened today in front of anyone. Tyr said, You can't even tell Vivian. Not even Vivian? Sheen was stunned. It's better this way. Tyr said lightly, It's not that Vivian can't be trusted. But just in case, the fewer people know about this, the less trouble there will be. Okay. Sheen pondered for a moment, then nodded. Sheen is naturally willing to save trouble. Anyway, this is not a big deal. Right? It should be. And Tyr glanced at Sheen, and for the first time his voice became serious and serious, saying, in the future, don't use the magic sword casually. This matter is very important. and Tyr has to remind him specially. Otherwise, what will the consequences be? Thinking about it, Tyr has a chilling feeling. Can't use it? Xian said with some distress. Is it that learning this skill is equivalent to learning it in vain? Then, isn't everything we did today completely in vain? Tyr also frowned. Then, Tyr sighed. At least, before you can adjust the power as you like, it's best not to use this skill in front of people. Tyr said so. And as if he remembered something, he said, also, don't use it in crowded places. Okay. Xian was relieved and nodded without saying anything. After that, the two of them quickened their pace and left here as if they were really fleeing from the crime scene. But this earth-shaking scene still remained here. I believe that hundreds of years later, this place will still be like this. And it may even become a tourist attraction. Chapter 57 LV.18. Leaving the crime scene correction. After leaving the scene, she originally thought that he would be questioned by TL. After all, no matter how you look at it, the person who can use such a powerful magic sword cannot be a novice adventurer. No, it should be said that as far as TL knows, there is probably no one else who can make the magic sword reach such a level of power. If you want to compare someone who can match the magic sword used by Xian, then you can probably only find the hero who left the legend of splitting the sea. Right? But even if that hero was able to practice the magic sword to this extent, he must have spent a lot of time and effort to raise the level to a very high level before he could do it. And what about Xian? From the beginning of learning the magic sword to the time when the magic sword was exerted to such power, it is not known whether it took a minute. In addition, Xian's level was still very low, and it was impossible for him to achieve such a shocking result without being questioned. Therefore, after leaving the wilderness, Xian was ready to be questioned by Tyr. But who would have thought that Tyr did not even ask the slightest question, but just gave a sentence. Since you have already learned magic sword, do you still want to learn the rest of the skills? Tyr was like this. Not only did he not ask Xian's question, but he also said lightly, as if the scar healed, and the pain was forgotten. This made Xian a little unsure of Tyr's thoughts. However, since there was such a good thing, Xian did not want to refuse. So, after magic sword, Xian asked Tyr about the 3 skills of penetration, acceleration and close avoidance. In Xian's opinion, these 3 skills are also very useful. One can ignore a certain degree of defense, one can increase one's own speed, and the other can not only allow the user to successfully avoid the enemy's attack, but also use all conditions to approach the opponent at the fastest speed in the process. For people in the melee department, they are undoubtedly magical skills. Therefore, Xian still wants to learn these 3 skills. And Tyr did not hide his shortcomings. He taught Xian the 3 skills of penetration, acceleration and close avoidance unconditionally, and asked Xian to learn. As a result, in the process of learning these skills, accidents occurred again. However, this time it was not a shocking accident. Do you want to learn the skill penetration? Do you want to learn the skill armor destruction? Do you want to learn the skill acceleration? Do you want to learn the skill free movement? Do you want to learn the skill close avoidance? Do you want to learn the skill instant teleport? As mentioned above, in the process of learning skills, she not only learned the skills he wanted to learn, but also acquired unexpected skills. Just like when he acquired magic perception and magic operation, armor destruction was acquired in the process of learning penetration. And its function is to destroy the opponent's armor and disintegrate the opponent's defense. Free movement was acquired in the process of learning acceleration. Its function is as the name suggests. It can ignore external obstacles and move in any situation. So it can do things such as running on walls, moving on water, and crossing various obstacles like parkour in rugged places, without letting external factors affect speed. As for instant teleport, it is naturally a skill acquired in the process of learning close avoidance. This is the 4th active skill that Xian has acquired after Magic Sword. Taming and Extreme Transformation. Its effect is very simple. That is, when it is about to be attacked, it ignores the laws of physics and instantly teleports the user to another location. When he got this skill, Xian was more excited than when he learned Magic Sword, because this is basically a limited version of teleportation. However, this skill is teleportation after all, not teleportation. So there are still some limitations. It has 3 limitations. 1. It can only be used when under attack. 2. The position of teleportation after use is uncontrollable. That is, random teleportation, and the user does not decide where to teleport. 3. The range is limited. and the maximum teleportation distance is only about 10 meters in radius. When the skill level is only 1 level, this skill can only teleport within a small range of 1 meter in radius. But even so, this skill seems to be no less advanced than Magic Sword. It is said that no one in the current Mithra Kingdom seems to have mastered this skill. In view of this, Sheen did not hesitate to upgrade it to the maximum level. Of course, Sheen also upgraded all the other skills to the maximum level. This also applies to the magic perception skill he had learned before. In other words, this time, under Tear's guidance, Sheen learned 9 skills in total, and upgraded them all to the maximum level. Under such circumstances, Sheen was surprised to find that his level had also been upgraded. After knowing this, Tear was silent for a long time before finally speaking. Upgrading is not limited to fighting. Even ordinary training is fine. As long as you grow, your level may suddenly increase. In other words, this time is the case. After learning many skills, Sheen undoubtedly grew up, so his level went up. However, it may also be due to the influence of the previous magic sword. Tear also added this sentence, muttering, in that situation, even if a large number of unlucky monsters were involved, it would not be surprising. This sentence made Sheen smile awkwardly while praying in his heart that it was okay to deal with monsters. But he must not affect people. Otherwise, this sin would be really serious. Thinking of this, Sheen glanced at his current level LV.18. 8 levels in one go. It is increasingly felt that it is very likely that the upgrade is not just because of his own growth. In any case, one thing is certain. That is, after this day, Sheen has become much stronger. Facts have proved that cheaters do not need to become the 10-mile slope sword god. However, cheaters are also very scary to the people around them. At least, after witnessing Sheen learned all the skill ratios that he had planned to learn from level 1 in less than a day. Theora was silent for a long time. Then, you should go back today. Theora threw this sentence to Sheen. What about you? Immersed in emotion, Sheen asked subconsciously. Let's go fight a monster higher than our level for the first time in a long time. After saying this lightly, Tear turned and left. Sheen wanted to follow, but was rejected. Helplessly, Sheen could only turn his eyes and look in the direction of Lamijin. Next is magic. Who should I find to learn misfortune? It's really troublesome. Chapter 58 The Appearance of Uninvited Guests. About an hour later, Sheen returned to Lamijin and re-entered the town. However, walking on the streets of the town, Sheen looked a little guilty. Around Sheen, people passed by in 2s and 3s and brought such conversations. Haven't the Knights and the Adventurers Guild investigated the previous vision? It's been so long since they came back. Seeing how panicked they were when they came back, something big must have happened. Right? Could it be that the demons are doing something? Don't say that. Even if it's the demons, they are now maintaining a peaceful relationship with our human race and the gods, although the problem children in them have caused a lot of trouble. It is said that many of the leaders of the demons have been running around for peace among the 3 races. It's better not to exclude the demons so unreasonably. That being said, who else would make a big fuss besides the demons? Don't tell me that those problem children in the demon clan have done something troublesome again. Maybe it's just a natural phenomenon. Then the people of the Knights and the Adventurers Guild wouldn't be so panicked. Right? It's really worrying. Such conversations kept coming into Sheen's ears, forcing Sheen to lower his head and shrink his neck, like a suspicious person who couldn't see anyone. If he was seen by the patrolling soldiers in the town, he might be questioned. Right? Or rather, Sheen was questioned by the guards when he entered the town. Are you an adventurer coming back from that direction? Yes. Then you should have seen some strange phenomena. Right? What are strange phenomena? It's the inexplicable earthquakes and loud noises. If you have seen anything with your own eyes, please tell us. This is also the requirement above. I hope that all adventurers will cooperate with us and try to investigate the cause of the anomaly. Is that so? Yes. So did you see anything strange? No. Okay. Then please go into the city first. Thank you. This is the conversation that Sean had with the gatekeeper before entering Lamijin. With this experience in mind, and seeing the whole town that seemed to be in uneasiness and panic, and the worried looks of the citizens around him, who kept talking about the same topic, Sean, as the culprit of all this, felt that it would be better for him to keep his head as low as possible. After all, I was just practicing skills, and I didn't deliberately do anything terrible. Why did it become like this? Sean sighed to the sky. Obviously, I didn't use the holy sword. I use this skill completely as a novice adventurer of level 10. Even if I accidentally infuse too much magic power because of magic and magic recovery, and accidentally increase the skill level too high, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Right? Xian was really wronged. In other novels, the protagonists destroyed the world and even fought against the heavens and the earth, causing destruction many times more horrible than himself. But in the end, they were only admired and worshipped by passers-by. Why did he have to be treated like this? This is the real reality. Right? Imagine that when facing a real natural disaster, even if the natural disaster is humanoid, people can't admire and worship it just because it shows amazing destructive power. Right? People admire and worship only heroes who can use powerful forces to protect themselves and guard order. If this power cannot be used by the world, then the other party is probably not much better than the devil for ordinary people. Just like now, when people in the world face incomprehensible phenomena and forces, they will only show panic and anxiety. Want to be like those dragon-proud protagonists in novels. Disobey everything. Fight against the heavens, the earth and the universe, and still want to be admired and worshipped. That is simply a dream. Rather, what are those so-called protagonists proud of when they make people around them so uneasy and panicked because of their actions? Anyway, if it is Xian himself, seeing the innocent people who are uneasy because of his carelessness, he feels very sorry. No matter what, we should not harm the innocent. Right? We should be more restrained in the future, in order not to cause the situation today again. Xian feels that he must first think about the skill Magic Sword. Although after upgrading Magic Sword to the maximum level, Xian can fully control its power freely. But how much magic power can be injected to make how strong Magic Sword? He still needs to study it carefully. Otherwise, once the magic power is infused a little more like today, it will be a tragedy again. When thinking of the land and mountains that he split, Xian suddenly felt heavy. I'm already like that at level 10. Now my level has almost doubled. What will happen if I use the Magic Sword with all my strength? What's more, if I use the Holy Sword, what will happen? You know, although the Holy Sword cannot increase Xian's magic power, it still has the effect of raising the skill level by 10 levels. And the level 10 Magic Sword is already that powerful. If this skill is increased by 10 levels, spare me. Xian almost dared not think about it. At this time, Xian suddenly came back to his senses and turned in one direction, as if he was surprised. Because the magic perception skill that Xian had learned and also upgraded to the maximum level suddenly sent a very surprising reaction. Such a strong magic power. This magic power is not at the level that humans can have. Is there such a strong person in Lemidgen? Xian looked in that direction. He could feel that an individual with powerful magic was approaching this side. Then, not long after, the other party appeared. He was a tall and thin man with long limbs, wearing a cloak and a very feminine face. The man walked slowly, expressionless. His eyes did not stay on anyone, not even on anything, as if everything around him was not worthy of being put into his eyes. That attitude was neither arrogance nor contempt, but disgust. Yes, the man seemed to hate everything here, or everything in this world, and he didn't even look around. Such a man passed by Xian. Finally, the other party stopped. Is that you? The man looked at Xian, and his pupils were extremely dim, as if there was no figure of Xian at all. It looked like he was talking to an animal walking on two legs rather than a person. Xian narrowed his eyes and said nothing. The other party didn't seem to care, looking at Xian coldly, and then took out a piece of parchment from his arms. On the parchment, there was a picture of a person. Xian glanced at the person in the picture, and then his pupils condensed. Have you seen this person? The man asked coldly. The picture did show a person familiar to Xian. Chapter 59 At Your Grandma's House. Looking at the portrait held in front of him, Xian frowned tightly without saying a word. The man opposite looked at Xian coldly. Have you seen this person? The other party asked again. Who are you? Xian ignored the other party's question and asked this question instead. Who knows? The other party ignored Xian's question. You? Have you seen this person? The man's voice became colder than before. This made Xian frown deeper and deeper, and his mood began to deteriorate. The other party's attitude clearly showed that he did not take Xian seriously. Or in other words, he did not take anyone seriously. He did his own thing, and was the only one who respected himself. However, the other party did not take this attitude because he was arrogant or conceited, but simply hated everything here. In other words, the other party did not take Xian seriously. Not because he thought he was so great, but because he did not want to be dirty by something he hated. However, this undoubtedly made people angry. I said I had never seen it. What would you think? At that moment, Xian folded his arms, stared at the other party, and said this sentence. You have seen it. The other party did not change his expression, and said calmly, you have her magic left in your body. Either you have had close contact with her, or you have had a battle with her. And it was just recently. Presumably, it was because of this that the other party deliberately stopped and talked to Xian. Right? The opening line of "is it you?" should actually mean that the person she had contacted here is you? Xian did not deliberately conceal it. Indeed, I had a fight with her. Xian nodded and admitted, and smiled, but, so what? For this question, the man only had one sentence. Where? The man got straight to the point. How do I know? Xian was even more direct and threw such an answer back. Don't know? The man looked at Xian coldly and said, you can't not know. Really? Xian said sarcastically, why do you think I know? The man fell silent. Only his eyes and expression became more and more impatient. Where is she? The man's attitude was no longer just disgust, but also mixed with warnings and murderous intentions. With the magic perception skill, Xian could sense that the other party had mobilized magic. In other words, the other party could suddenly attack at any time. Faced with this situation, Xian just wanted to say, at your grandmother's house. Xian then greeted the other party's family cordially. The other party was silent again. However, the air around him began to become heavy. The man stared at Xian closely, as if he was considering whether to take action. Xian kept smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes, as if he was also considering whether to take action. After all, Xian was just afraid of trouble, not afraid of things. If he wanted to quarrel, Xian would spray him so hard that he wouldn't even recognize his own mother. If he wanted to fight, Xian was not afraid at all. Anyway, he still wanted to test the effect of the magic sword. If this pretentious guy dared to take action, Xian would definitely let him know how red the flowers were. Of course, Xian felt that it was more likely that this fight would not be successful. Not to mention that they were in the town now. If they dared to fight in the street, would it cause problems for the knights? Since the other party's purpose was to find someone, they would probably not want to alarm the snake. If the matter was made worse, and the target was scared away, it would be more trouble than gain. So, I'm afraid this fight won't work. As expected, I'll remember you. The man said this very coldly, then turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Xian moved. Bang! With a heavy blow, Xian suddenly jumped up and kicked the man, who turned around heavily on the back. Gwa! The man screamed suddenly, and was kicked hard by Xian and fell to the ground. The exclamations and commotions of the citizens were heard around, but Xian completely blocked them, ignored the exclamations and commotions around him, and rushed to the other person before the man could react. Bang! 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 With one blow after another, Xian rode on the man, opened his hands left and right, and punched him in the face. What are you pretending for? What are you pretending for? You keep pretending. Damn! As if possessed by the grumpy old man, Xian kept swinging his fists, punching down one after another. Gaw! Ah! The man could only scream in pain, and his hands subconsciously blocked. His mind was blank, as if he had never expected things to suddenly turn out like this. But Xian just wanted to say, put on an attitude of being the only one in the world, as if the whole world owed you money, and then want to run away after saying that? You run. Can't fight this? Afraid of alerting the enemy? Then don't fight. I'll beat you. And by the way, I'll help you alert the enemy. Are you satisfied with this? Don't want to make a big deal out of it? I'm going to make a big deal out of it. Show me how you can act again. Xian cursed and swung his fist, hitting the man's face mercilessly. Stop it! You? The man finally reacted, feeling the pain on his face, listening to Xian's ugly curse, and the anger and frustration in his heart burst out together. Boom! On the man's body, an amazing magic power finally broke out. The magic power was like a storm, sweeping away, causing the pedestrians around to panic again, shouting in panic and running away in a hurry. However, Xian not only did not leave, but raised his fist again. Buzz! In the buzzing vibration, the magic power on Xian's fist turned into red light. At this moment, Xian actually used the skill of magic sword to gather the magic power on his fist, forming a magic light. Immediately, Xian punched down. Bang! The thunder-like explosion sounded suddenly. The man, whose whole body was filled with amazing magic power, was punched into the ground by Sheen's fist that flashed red light, shattering the road below him. He sank into the ground and was buried by gravel and dust. The area within a few meters around him collapsed in a burst of explosions, turning into a pit, and cracks continued to spread around. Sheen jumped out of it. Phew, it's finally refreshing. Shaking off the dust on his body, Sheen looked refreshed. In the pit, the man had fainted and completely lost consciousness. Chapter 60 Suspicious? Reward? Hey! Adventurer over there. What are you doing? What happened? At this time, a chaotic sound of footsteps and scolding came over, causing Sheen, who was dusting himself off, to turn around and look at the source of the sound. On the other side of the street, a group of fully armed knights were walking quickly around. The frightened citizens were still hiding in the distance, pointing at this side and talking about it. In this scene, Sheen was not surprised to see the knights walking quickly. After all, the movement here was so big, and the knights guarding the town could not help but come to see the situation. Especially in the situation where the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth happened not long ago. It was impossible for them not to become sensitive. So, Sheen just watched the knights of the knights surrounded the scene. Then, a middle-aged man with a different aura from the average knight came out. I am the knight captain of the 7th squad of the 3rd Knights of the Marquis Moreau. The other party first looked at the big pit occupying the center of the street. His heart skipped a beat. And then he looked at Sheen with a serious face. What happened here? Hearing this, Sheen spoke without thinking. Just now, a suspicious man suddenly entangled me, and seemed to want to harm me. So I subdued him. Sheen actually said such words, with a serious face. Suspicious man? The knight commander was immediately confused. Yes, Sheen said seriously, I was just passing by here, and the other party suddenly took a portrait and asked me some strange questions to force me. These are all true, without any falsehood. At least, from these words, Sheen is completely a victim. Is that so? The knight commander glanced at the big pit, his face solemn, and said, the one who destroyed this place is you? Right. Why haven't I heard of an adventurer as high level as you? It seems that in the mind of this knight commander, Sheen is a little more suspicious. Unfortunately, Sheen had already prepared an excuse. You misunderstood. Although it was indeed me who destroyed this place. It was because I used the magic props given to me by the senior of my current team for self-defense. My level is not high enough for you to recognize me. Sheen began to talk nonsense seriously. There is no way. If he claims that all this is his own doing, then with his current public level and strength, it is impossible to beat up that pretentious person who is obviously not an ordinary person. Not to mention beating others like that. Even if the damage around here is so big, saying that it was caused by himself, it will definitely make others suspicious. At that time, if someone with ulterior motives investigates him, Sheen feels that some of his details will not be hidden, and troubles will follow. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't help but think that the other party could easily kill him and eat him, and didn't want to touch him just because of the current situation, so as not to ruin the real big thing, Sean would never want to do it so high profile. But in the end, Sean still did it. As I said before, Sean is just afraid of trouble, not afraid of things. He wants to avoid trouble as much as possible. So he doesn't want to be too conspicuous, but he doesn't want to be low-key. Sean himself is very annoyed by the trick of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. So he just wants to avoid trouble as much as possible, and live a peaceful and stable life. But he doesn't want to be a punching bag. In the final analysis, the kind of attitude of not fighting back when being beaten, not talking back when being scolded, and being despised as if nothing happened, as if others' ridicule is all due to ignorance, and he just doesn't want to be the protagonist who cares about others, is very painful in Sean's opinion, because that is just a disguised attitude of putting oneself in a higher position than others and looking down on others, which is really no different from self-righteousness in many cases. And what about Sheen? He is really an ordinary person. It is right to want to live a peaceful life. But there are many people in this world who live a peaceful life. Don't they allow or get angry when they are picked on by others? It does not exist. So, since the other party has already pressed the tire on his face, Sheen does not want to be like some traditional classic developments, where he lets the other party leave with a sense of superiority because the other party did not take action, leaving behind a body of pretentiousness, and then slowly slaps his face later. If you feel aggrieved, just rush forward. Do you only allow others to have the right to take action, and you must passively fight back to be considered high class? This does not exist either. In view of this, seeing that the other party was still threatening in the previous second, and then dared to turn his back to him in the next second as if he wanted to let him go, without even taking any precautions, Xian really felt that if he didn't kick him, he would be almost sorry for his IQ. Of course, it was a mess, and it was fun, but Xian didn't want to expose his unusualness for this. In this case, he could only talk nonsense. In the previous life, I read so many novels and have seen all kinds of plot developments. How to deal with this situation. I believe that as a reader, you will have your own way of thinking after putting yourself in it. Right? Therefore, Xian was not panicked at all. If you don't believe it, you can go to the Adventurers Guild to investigate. I am a new adventurer who has just joined the guild. The team I am currently in is the adventurer team led by Captain Vivian. You should know Vivian. Right? Xian's words made the knight captain suddenly realize. So you are an acquaintance of Miss Vivian? The knight commander changed his serious tone and said respectfully, I'm sorry. Sure enough, if it was Vivian, the other party would definitely know her. After all, Vivian was a high-level adventurer with a level of 50. And she was very famous. Her childhood friend was a descendant of a noble who even the nobles of this territory dared not neglect. And the president of the Adventurers Guild. The knights of this town could not have been unaware of Vivian's existence. And Vivian was not only famous, but her style of doing things must have been trusted by others. The knight commander did not doubt Xian much. She naturally did not hit a smiling person, and said very modestly, No, I am the one who was rude. No matter what. I am very sorry for causing such damage. So I will make compensation. Got it. The knight commander completely relaxed his expression. At this time, there was some commotion among the knights, who went to the big pit to investigate. A knight rushed over in a panic, and whispered something in the knight commander's ear. What? The knight commander's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he even went to check on the man who had been dug out of the pit. From his arms, the knights found the portrait that Xian had just mentioned. Now they won't doubt me. Right? The situation was well documented, and Xian was somewhat relieved. However, the panic of the knights made Xian realize that this matter might not be that simple. Especially the knight commander, who looked at the portrait with a very ugly expression. Then, the knight commander returned to Xian. We have confirmed that it is indeed a problematic person. If nothing unexpected happens, he is probably a wanted criminal in the kingdom. The knight commander bowed his head to Xian and said, Thank you for your assistance this time. After we confirm the identity of this person, the Lord is likely to reward you. Please do not leave Limijan recently. After that, the knight commander gave an order, took all the knights, and escorted the unconscious man away at a faster pace than when they came. The discussions around him suddenly became louder. Xian also watched the knights leave, and then thought of the person in the portrait, and gradually put away the smile on his face. Chapter 61 The Identity of the Subdued Man. The next day. Early morning. On this day, after coming out of the hotel, Xian went directly to the Adventurers Guild, having just returned from a mission yesterday. Vivian's team had a day off, and today they had to gather. I wonder what commission they will receive this time. While thinking about this, Xian arrived at the Adventurers Guild and entered the first floor lobby of the guild. However, the atmosphere of the Adventurers Guild today was more or less different from that of the past. Specifically, there were not only many more people in the guild than usual, but they were all discussing the same topic. That topic was the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth yesterday. Obviously, the adventurers seemed to be paying attention to this matter. Xian even heard such a conversation. You said that the wilderness southeast of the town was almost divided in half? Yes. Even a mountain seemed to have cracked. No way. This is too scary. How could something like this happen suddenly? Who knows? All we know is that it is definitely not a natural phenomenon, because the guild's investigation team and the town's knights have detected a large amount of residual magic power. In other words, it was man-made? According to the most powerful theory at present, it is generally believed that the phenomenon may have been caused by the attack of the magic sword. Magic sword? Are you kidding? What kind of magic sword can turn it into that? I don't believe it either. But this is indeed the most convincing theory at present. Only the magic sword can split the wilderness and mountains, like this, and cause such destructive phenomena. I really can't believe it. I hope this guess is wrong. Yes. This conversation made Xian feel involuntarily. Sure enough, no matter which world is there is no shortage of smart people. These people have almost concluded the truth of the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. But they still dare not believe it. And they can't imagine who can use such a powerful magic sword. I hope they don't investigate me. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. With this thought in mind, Sean went up to the second floor and came to the room where Vivian's team was scheduled to gather. However, Sean was caught by the team as soon as he entered the room. So, Mr. Sean, should you give me an explanation? Vivian stood in front of Sean and greeted him with a smile on her face. Looking at Vivian like this, Sean was stunned and cast his eyes behind Vivian in a daze. There, Teal was holding a drink and drinking. Lumia was huddled in the corner seat and looked at him timidly. And even Melika was holding a staff and showed Sean an expression of wanting to say something but not saying it. What happened? Sean asked everyone tremblingly. No one paid attention to Sean. No. It should be said that they didn't dare to pay attention. Lumia lowered her head quickly. And Melika also turned her eyes away quickly, pretending not to see it, as if she was afraid that Vivian would blame them. Only Thea glanced at Sean and spoke indifferently. The good things you did yesterday have been known. As soon as these words came out, Sean's heart couldn't help but jump. Is it true that the matter of magic sword has been known? Just as Sean was thinking this, Thea seemed to see through his thoughts and added an explanation. This morning, a night group came to the guild to find Vivian and confirmed that you subdued a suspicious person on the street yesterday. Thea's words made Sean feel relieved. So it was this matter? I thought it was really the matter of magic sword that was exposed. However, Sheen's performance did not satisfy Vivian. Otherwise, what do you think I am referring to? Vivian stared at Sheen closely, as if trying to see through his heart. No. No. Sheen waved his hand and shook his head, then changed the subject and said, I did do what you said. But is there any problem with that? Of course there is a problem. Vivian still looked directly at Sheen and said, according to the people of the Knights, you claim that you used the magic props I gave you for self-defense to cause excessive damage and subdue the suspicious person. But I don't remember doing this at all. Vivian came to ask for accusations for this. Unfortunately, Vivian was wrong. I didn't say that you gave me the magic props for self-defense. Right? Sheen corrected righteously, at that time. I said that I used the magic props for self-defense given to me by the seniors of the current team. Used the magic props for self-defense given to you by the seniors of the current team? Vivian was slightly startled, then reacted and said, are you trying to say that it was not me who gave you the magic props for self-defense, but someone else in the team? As she said that, Vivian turned her head and looked at the rest of the team. I didn't. Lumia immediately shook her head in panic. It wasn't me either. I didn't prepare that kind of magic prop. Melika also cleared herself of the relationship. Vivian immediately cast her eyes on Ter. To this, Ter was about to answer, but failed, because someone got there first. It was Senior Ter who gave it to me. Sheehan pointed at Ter fiercely, as if he was identifying a criminal. Alas, this time, even Ter couldn't help but be stunned. Did you give it? Ter? Vivian was a little surprised. Not to mention Vivian. Even Lumia and Melika were surprised. Ter wanted to deny it. But before that, Ter saw she making a begging gesture to herself behind Vivian, and subconsciously stopped talking. After a while, Ter glared at Sheen fiercely, then turned her head and answered in a low voice. It was indeed me who said it. Ter did this and became Sheen's accomplice. Huh? Sheen breathed a sigh of relief again. Yesterday, after using that excuse, Sheen had already thought of asking Ter to help him make up this lie. After all, Ter was the only one in the team who knew Sheen's true strength and secrets. With her previous attitude, she should be willing to help Sheen hide the truth. Facts have proved that Sheen's idea is right. And Ter did indulge him. But everyone in the team was surprised by this. I didn't expect that Thea actually. How could Thea use magic props when I have never seen him before? Lumia and Melika looked at each other. Vivian also frowned, looked at Sheehan, and then looked at Thea, with a smile and helplessness in her eyes that others could not detect. Forget it. Since you all said so, I won't pursue it, Vivian said. Anyway, the identity of the person who was subdued by Sheehan has been basically confirmed now. Sheehan has made a contribution in disguise. Not a bad thing. Hearing this, Sheehan became a little concerned. Has the identity of that person been found out? Sheehan asked Vivian. That's right. Vivian nodded. Immediately, Sheehan heard such a sentence. That should be someone from the old demon clan. Chapter 62. The bullshit is blown out of proportion. The old demon clan? In the box. Sean muttered the term mentioned by Vivian. On the other side, TL, Lumia and Melika all seemed to become solemn because of the appearance of this term. Some straightened their backs. Some swallowed their breath. And some tightened their faces, making the three of them exude a heavy atmosphere. Seeing this, Sean knew that it was definitely not a good thing. In fact, it was true. The so-called Old Demon Clan refers to a radical faction among the demons. Vivian seemed to understand Sean's doubts and began to explain. They advocate that the existence of the current demon clan is quite distorted, no longer as pure and orthodox as in the past, and believe that the current demon clan has lost its proper appearance. So the purpose of their existence is to correct this distortion and let the demon clan return to its original state. If these words fall into the ears of others, they may feel confused. However, Xian, who already knew the current situation of the demons, easily understood what this meant. Let the demons return to their original state? Xian curled his lips and said, that is to say, the demons should not maintain a peaceful state with the human race and the gods. Right? To put it simply, this is it. Vivian smiled bitterly and said, they believe that the origin of the demons is the demon king, and the gods and humans are the enemies who have conquered their king. The current demons are begging for mercy from the gods and humans in order to survive after the death of the demon king. In order to survive, they have abandoned their self-esteem as demons. They are all a group of traitors. So they have always wanted the demons to return to their original state. And they are very hostile to the gods and humans. Vivian's statement reminded Xian of the performance of that pretentious person. Indeed, that person has always been hating everything in this world. As if all humans and even human possessions are dirty garbage. Xian finally understood why the guy had that attitude. But, that fuss? Vivian looked puzzled, as if she didn't understand the meaning of this adjective. Don't worry about the details. Xian laughed dryly and said, what is he going to do in Lemijin? Xian, who asked this question, actually already knew why the other party came here. Because it's already obvious. You also saw the portrait he was holding. Right? Vivian said, his purpose is to find the person in the portrait. Yes, this is the purpose of that person. To be more precise, it should be said that it is the purpose of the old demon clan. However, there is one thing that Xian does not understand. Why do the people of the old demon clan want to find the person in the portrait? This is the real question in Xian's mind. Why would the problem children, who wanted to return the demons to their original form, go into the town of the human race, whom they hated and rejected, just to find that person? Combined with what that person had mentioned, Xian felt that there must be some incredible inside story behind this matter. Even the rest of the team said so. I heard that the people of the old demon clan have been committed to destroying the balance between the three clans. So they often do things that are no different from terrorists, causing many incidents. Melika raised her hand and said in doubt, are they going to do something in Lemijin for the same purpose this time? Could it be that Lumia also said tremblingly, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth that appeared yesterday was done by the people of the old demon clan? Xian's mouth twitched suddenly. How come the development of this conversation is a bit like someone is going to take the blame for him? When Xian was thinking about this, Vivian glared at Xian without being noticed. At present, the guild and the knights are indeed inclined to believe that all this is the work of the people of the old demon clan. Vivian said in a somewhat unpleasant tone, after all, they didn't know that someone went there to practice skills yesterday. And the ranch where the person who taught him lived was also nearby. Cough. Xian's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but cough violently. Sure enough, it can't be concealed. Tyr seemed to have seen this result a long time ago, and sighed silently. Alas? Lumia and Melika tilted their heads. And for a moment, they didn't seem to realize what Vivian meant. Vivian just seemed a little unpleasant. But as she said just now, she didn't intend to pursue it, and continued to explain. At present, the guild and the knights are still investigating this matter, and the identity of the infiltrator of the old demon clan has been basically determined. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be one of the three masterminds who once caused a large-scale assassination in the capital. Vivian said so. His name is Killian. He used to be under the command of Dragon Demon, one of the 6 great demons who now lead the demons. He was a vassal of Tyrannosaurus, one of the 4 major cadres under Dragon Demon. His rank was as high as 77. He was once even valued and was considered an excellent talent who was very likely to become the 5th cadre under Dragon Demon. It was not until 10 years ago that he suddenly planned a large-scale assassination in the capital with 2 other demons, resulting in the deaths of a large number of nobles and even royal family members. After that, He disappeared and his whereabouts were unknown. I didn't expect him to appear in Limijin. Everyone there was already in a mess. While saying this, Vivian also looked at Sheen and rolled her eyes and said, "Such a terrible person was actually subdued by a level 10 novice adventurer with a so-called magic prop for self-defense." The people of the Knights were shocked. They came to me this morning to confirm. Rather than confirming the cause and effect of this matter, it is better to confirm what that powerful magic prop is, and why such a powerful magic prop was given to a novice adventurer for self-defense. Sean almost shed a waterfall of sweat. This is terrible. The boast is directly exposed. Not panicking? Sorry. Sean is panicking now. Without being able to understand the other party's identity. And not even thinking about the rationality of pulling this boast. Sean felt that he was going to fall. Sean didn't know that Vivian had already helped him to make up for it. In fact, he is a very promising newcomer. And the magic prop is not my property. But President Laley gave it to him in the form of funding to prevent him from losing it when he was a novice. This is how Vivian explained to the Knights, who made Vivian only level 50. If there is a magic prop that can subdue a master of level 77, wouldn't it be nice for her to use it herself? Therefore, if it is said that the magic prop was given by Vivian, I am afraid that the Knights will still doubt it. So, Vivian simply pushed it to Laley. With Riley's identity, it's not strange that she has such a powerful magic item. Right? Moreover, Riley is indeed very caring towards newcomers with potential. Even if it's a bit exaggerated to give such a powerful magic item directly. As long as Riley insists on this statement, the Knights will have no choice but to believe it. Fortunately, Vivian has already discussed it with Riley in advance. And both of them have decided to conceal Sheen's identity and background. So there should be no problem with Riley. Of course, because of this incident, Riley told Vivian so much. Being able to subdue Killian and create such a strange phenomenon in the world. I really started to be curious. In other words, Sheen was completely targeted by this president. I can only say that this is the price. Chapter 63 this time. It's really a disaster. Regarding the private agreement between Vivian and Laley, Sheehan naturally didn't know anything at all. Sheehan could only laugh dryly. And his brain was working rapidly, trying to find a way to cover up the lie. However, Vivian was still the same, and didn't intend to investigate in detail, as if she just wanted to hit someone. She changed the subject in the next second. In short, this is the case. Because of the strange phenomena in the sky and the relationship with the old demon clan. Limijin is probably busy recently. Laley has already considered that there may be a bigger incident in the future, and is now contacting the Adventurer Guild headquarters in the capital. This is also the style of the president, who likes to plan ahead. What should the old demon clan do? Melika said with some concern, although he has been subdued now. His level is so high. Is there anyone in Limijin who can keep an eye on him? This is also a legitimate worry. You know, even in the entire Adventurers Guild, there are only 33 people who can reach level 70 or above. Although this number is limited to adventurers, there must be more high-level people in this territory and even in this kingdom. But Limijin is not a very prosperous city in the entire Mitrok kingdom. It is still difficult to find someone who can suppress a demon of Killian's level. Even Thier raised his head to express his opinion. In Limijin, the highest level is the Knight Commander of the 3rd Knights, Burin Mureo. Thier said coldly, although Captain Burin is the 3rd son of the Marquis Mureo's family who rules this territory. He has a lot of power, and can be said to be the highest authority in Limijin. Only President Riley can be on par with him. But his level is not yet 70. Right? Yes. Vivian nodded and said, after all, Mr. Burin is only 28 years old this year. If he is not the 3rd son of the Marquis, and his talent is the best among the children of the Mureo family, it should be impossible for him to lead the entire 3rd Knights at this age, and be sent here to guard. As a Marquis family, the Mureo family is rich and powerful. The territory it rules has many towns including Limijin. The scope of the territory is wide, which can be imagined. And such a Mureo family has 3 knights directly under the Marquis family. And each knight has more than 3,000 knights. Then, the 3 captains of the 3 major knights, and 1 general captain lead a total of nearly 10,000 knights. These 4 people are the highest combat power in the territory. Except for the adventurers, who often travel around the world. There are almost no locals with higher levels than them. In this case, the level of these 4 people is naturally not low. The level of each knight captain must be at least 70. And the general captain must reach level 80. Of course, this is the condition of the Marquis family. If it is an earl, Viscount or baron whose title is below the marquis. The combat power in their territory will naturally not reach this level. As for the dukes, who are the highest position among the nobles, and can only be granted by those who were once royal family members, they have at least 7 knight orders under their command, and there are at least tens of thousands of knights in their territory. It is not surprising that the level of the captain and the general captain are all above 80. However, this is only the condition of the Mitra kingdom. As a country once established by the brave who defeated the devil, the Mitra kingdom has a leading position on the continent and is not comparable to ordinary countries, let alone other things. Just talking about the knights, the minimum requirement for those who can enter and become a knight is to reach level 30. Those who do not reach this standard are just ordinary soldiers and guards. From this, it can be seen how difficult it is to become the captain of a knight order in a territory. But the captain of the 3rd knight order in the territory of Marquis Moreau has not yet reached level 70. The reason is that he is the 3rd son of the Marquis and has a high talent. So the Marquis will let him take the position directly and become the leader of the 3rd knight group. And send Lemidgen, it is said to be guarding. But in fact it is equivalent to letting him govern the town. For this reason, the leader of a knight group will rule Lemidgen. Because he is a noble. Mr. Burns' current level has reached 68. And he should be able to reach level 70 smoothly before he is 30 years old. Right? Vivian said, at the beginning. The citizens were all happy because of Lemidgen's appointment in a territory. Except for the city as the center of the territory. The rest of the cities and towns are governed by the family collateral or vassal sent by the noble family that rules the territory. The combat power of these places is naturally impossible to match the city in the center of the territory. Like the Marquis of Mureo, the highest combat power of some towns is not even level 60. Under such circumstances, how could the citizens not be happy that Lemidgen had a lord of such a high rank, such a noble status, and who led one of the 3 major knight orders in the territory to govern? But this time, Lemidgen's highest combat power was obviously not enough to deal with this situation. The opponent was a demon master of level 77, and he was once an outstanding talent under the command of the dragon demon. From the large-scale assassination incident in the capital 10 years ago, it can be seen that this person is not something that ordinary people can deal with. When saying this, Teal also glanced at Sheen without leaving a trace. Fortunately, someone was able to subdue him this time. But it may not be the case next time. It is not difficult to understand what the implication is. I know. Vivian nodded again and said solemnly, Riley has talked to Mr. Burren. They should have some arrangements. We just need to do our job well. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. Our job? She had also spoke in confusion. Vivian's expression became serious. In fact, Riley made a commission to our team. Vivian said, she will be responsible for the matter of the old demon clan and the phenomena of heaven and earth. And we have to find the person targeted by the old demon clan. Hearing this, everyone became serious one after another. Find her out? Only Xian's eyes jumped, and he was speechless. Vivian spoke like this without noticing Xian's performance. The existence targeted by the old demon clan is in Lemidgen, which is a very unstable factor in itself. Therefore, we must find her. Find out her purpose of coming to Lemidgen. And even find out the reason for the whole thing. This is the commission issued to us by the president himself. In other words, today, the work of Vivian's team is this. The level of the commission is platinum. And it may even be upgraded to mithril or even obsidian depending on the situation. This is undoubtedly a high-level commission that the entire Vivian team has only received a few times. But how can we find it? We are so few in number. If we want to find someone in Lemidgen, we might as well hand it over to the knights. Lumia and Melika spoke one after another. Only Tyr lowered his head slightly, and then spoke. I do have a clue. As he said that, Tyr took out something from under his black robe. Seeing that thing, Xian opened his eyes wide and cursed in his heart. This time, he really fell. Chapter 64 I Feel Sick. About an hour later, Vivian's team left the Adventurers Guild and came to a remote corner of Lemidgen. Walking on a deserted and dilapidated road, Vivian looked at the dilapidated road with many twists and turns, and turned to Tyr behind her. Are you sure it's here? Vivian asked Tyr to confirm. If the address above is correct. Tyr replied indifferently. But this doesn't look like a place where people can live. Lumia said timidly. I haven't heard of such a place here. If it's just for hiding, it's a perfect place. Melika seemed a little nervous, and kept holding the staff in front of her. The people in Vivian's team discussed it cautiously like this. Only Jean followed behind everyone with his mouth shut. fully demonstrating what it meant to stay out of the matter. Since Teal said there was a clue about the target person, Sheen has been behaving like this. Everyone didn't notice anything strange. So they followed the address provided by Teal and came here. But just as Lumia said, this place doesn't look like a place to live at all. Instead, it looks like a wasteland where many beasts and even monsters gather. It is estimated that the so-called slums are better than here. Sheen found it incredible. I don't know why there is such a place in a town. Is it an undeveloped area? With such a question, if it were normal, Sheen would have asked everyone in Vivian's team for advice. But today, Sheen just wanted to shut up and be a weak, helpless and pitiful baby. In this case, Vivian gave instructions. Anyway, let's go in and take a look, Vivian said softly. Otherwise, if there is no clue, we can only use extraordinary means to find the other party. Originally, Vivian planned to use money to solve this matter. According to what she said, she knows several guys like intelligence dealers. As long as they can pay, they will take action. But it will definitely take a lot of time. Now, since Tyr has a clue, it is naturally the best. That's right. Then let's go in and take a look. Lumia and Melika also compromised. So everyone walked in together. However, just in case, Vivian, as the vanguard tank, walked in front, took down the heavy tower shield, and acted alert. Lumia stayed beside Melika, the magician, to guard, and only Sheen and Tyr were responsible for the rear. This finally gave Sheen the opportunity to get close to Tyr. That Sheen said weakly, "Miss Tyr, can I ask you a question?" Sheen was finally ready to ask his own question. However, Tyr was indifferent. "You want to ask me why I have that clue, right?" Tyr said without turning his head. "You are really observant." Sheen said humbly, "If you can explain it to me, I will be grateful." "Don't use that strange wording. It sounds uncomfortable." Tyr still said indifferently, "I just picked it up by chance." "Picked it up by chance?" Sheen confirmed carefully. "Are you sure? Is it important to be sure?" Tyr said in a calm tone, "Unless I tell you directly that I was there at the time. Otherwise, no matter what I say, you will still doubt it. Right?" Well, Sheen had nothing to say. So he could only change the question and asked in a low voice, "How do you confirm that the address written on that thing is the person that the old demon clan is looking for? And is also our target? This is a very strange thing. Logically speaking, Tyr should not know who the pretender is looking for. Only Vivian may have seen the portrait in the hand of the pretender. But she doesn't know that the person in the portrait can be found with the clues in Tyr's hand. As a result, Vivian trusted Tyr unconditionally. So she brought everyone here without asking any reason. But how Tyr connected the clue with the person in the portrait? Sheen really couldn't figure it out. No, there is a possibility that can be thought of. However, Sheen doesn't want this possibility. Unfortunately, there are many things in this world that make people unhappy. When you confronted each other, didn't that person admit that he fled to Lemidgen? TL said in a shocking tone. In this case, it is very likely that the person is the one that the old demon clan is looking for. This statement is indeed reasonable and well-founded. Unfortunately, this is what Sheen least wants to see. After all, this explains a problem. So you have been watching from the side? Sheen just felt that all the mysteries were solved. Why did TL teach him the magic sword when she knew that her level and strength were insufficient? Because she had seen Sheen's true strength. Why did TL only express shock, but no doubt about Sheen's meeting the conditions for learning the magic sword, and the result of the earth-shaking vision? Because she knew Sheen's specialness. On the night when Sheen returned to the camp under Mongol Mountain, Vivian told him that Teal was patrolling around at that time. So, at that time, Teal saw Sheen outside the camp and saw Sheen's secret. Right? Let me make it clear first. I didn't follow you intentionally. Tyr threw out a sentence, saying, at that time, your condition was not quite right. Vivian was worried that you would be in danger if you were wandering outside alone. So she asked me to follow you and secretly protect you. Vivian? Sheen was stunned for a moment and asked quickly, did even Vivian know about it? I don't know about this. At least I didn't tell her about it. Tyr said directly, but looking at Vivian's appearance. Even if she didn't find out directly like me, she must have noticed your specialness to some extent. Otherwise she wouldn't know that you were the culprit of the strange phenomenon that day and night. But she didn't pursue it at all. These words made Sheen feel bad. In other words, the identity that he thought he had hidden well was actually known by Vivian and Tyr a long time ago. What's worse? Is it possible that more people know about it? Sheen really wanted to curse. Fortunately, Tyr told Xian this. Don't worry. I haven't told anyone about this. Not even Lumia and Melika. And Vivian must not have revealed it. Teal said indifferently. Your identity is too sensitive in today's era and situation. If it is exposed, the people of the old demon clan will definitely be the first to target you, and then take the opportunity to destroy the rare piece at present. This matter is serious, and we all know our limits. Is that so? Xian breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. I really trouble you. Don't take it to heart. Teal said indifferently. This is also for our own sake. While Xian and Teal were having this unknown conversation, the three people in front suddenly stopped. It seems that we have indeed found the right place. Vivian stared at the front and made a confirmation. Chapter 65 Return a favor here. At this moment, everyone in Vivian's team, including Xian and Tyr, who were still chatting privately, looked forward. But the next second, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. There's nothing. Lumia murmured this in a daze. Yes. In front of everyone. Except for the same old dilapidated road. There was nothing that could allow Vivian to confirm the target. Wait. Only Xian, with a magic perception skill, clearly noticed the clues here. Vivian looked ahead and spoke to everyone. It's not that there is nothing here. It's just that we can't see it. Vivian's words were immediately confirmed by the magician in the team. Can feel the obscure flow of magic here. Melika seemed to think of something, and said, as if she suddenly realized, is it a barrier? The answer is correct. Vivian smiled suddenly and said, someone must have set up a barrier here. And it is a very high-level barrier. Tyr said coldly, shielding, concealment, protection and confusion. There are 4 effects that can be thought of on the surface alone. In other words, Lumia said uncertainly, is it really here? The answer is obvious. If it is not here, how can such a high-level barrier appear out of thin air? Without any clues. Who would believe it? So, we found the right place. Vivian continued to stare at the front, and then asked Melika, Melika, can you solve this barrier? Melika immediately showed a very embarrassed expression and said, such a high-level barrier is rare even in the elf country. I am not very sure. Then can the barrier be destroyed directly? Teal cast her eyes on Melika and said, if you use the magic sword, you should be able to forcefully break the barrier. The magic sword is not just a powerful trick, but it can also rely on its nature to cause real damage to beings that have no entity and are immune to physical attacks. The barrier is also a non-physical barrier without an entity. So if the magic sword is powerful enough, it is completely feasible to use it to break the barrier. Melika thought about it and was about to nod. At this moment, I think it's better not to do this. Xian, who had been staring at the direction of the barrier from the beginning, suddenly spoke like this. Huh? Melika couldn't help but be stunned. Lumia was also surprised for a moment. Even Vivian and Teal paused, turned their heads, and looked at Xian. What's wrong? Vivian said seriously. Did you notice anything wrong? Obviously, Vivian attached great importance to Xian's speech. But this time, Vivian overestimated Xian a little. I don't know much about things like enchantments, and I don't have any skills in this area, so I didn't find anything wrong. Xian shook his head, but his tone seemed very weak, and said, but, if I'm not mistaken, this enchantment may be deployed using space magic. Even the magic sword can't split the space itself. Right? Space magic enchantment? Vivian was surprised and said, is this true? No way. Melika was also shocked and said, could the person who deployed this enchantment use space magic? Space magic, Lumia said tremblingly. Isn't that a very rare and difficult magic? Oh! Xian's eyes turned slightly and asked, is this kind of magic very difficult? It was not Melika or Vivian who answered this question, but Tyr, who seemed to remember something after hearing what Xian said and fell into deep thought. Space magic is a rare magic that is notoriously difficult. It is said that it is a magic system created by the Demon King himself during his lifetime. Even among the demons, only a very small number of high-level beings are involved in this magic system. Tyr said in a deep voice, there are far fewer space magic users in the human race than in the demons. Even if you look for it in history, I am afraid that you can't find more than 10 users. Yes. Melika took over Tyr's words and shouted, in the human race. Once a magician who can use space magic appears, he will immediately be treated as a state guest, invited to the palace, and become a royal exclusive court magician. Even the gods will pay special attention to people who can use space magic. Well, this is also a common setting. Xian was speechless for a long time, and then sighed, after all, it involves space. And it seems to be a matter of course that it is rare and difficult. I understand. Unfortunately, Xian can understand. But it does not mean that the others can. If the target person is a high-level magician who can use space magic, then our trip may be a bit troublesome. Vivian became serious and said to herself, do we need to go back and make a long-term plan? It seems that after peeking at a corner of the target person's strength, Vivian doesn't want to rush and head on for safety reasons. The others probably have the same idea. I agree. Melika was the first to express her opinion, saying, the opponent is a space magic user, and we don't know if there are any companions. If we rush in like this, once a conflict occurs, we are likely to be wiped out. I can do it. Tyr thought about it for a while, and then said lightly, since even the magic sword can't break through the barrier here, I have no other way to deal with it. I agree too. Lumia raised her hand and whispered, it seems very impolite to rush in directly like this. No one in Vivian's team dared to act rashly. It was conceivable that space magic had a very high status in their minds. This scene made Xian scratch his cheek. That Xian asked tentatively, does this person have to be seen? This sentence attracted everyone's attention. Yes. Vivian also looked at Xian, stared at him for a while, nodded heavily, and said, we must have a good talk with this person first. This can be said to be a top priority. Xian sensed her determination from Vivian's tone. So, Xian folded his arms and closed his eyes in thought, thinking of Vivian's many cares for him so far, and the fact that she had discovered his secret but still helped him hide it. Xian muttered in his heart, it's not bad to return a favor here. Considering this, Xian opened his eyes, raised his eyelids, and looked forward. Immediately, Xian took a deep breath, checked the water meter. A loud shout rang out from Xian's mouth, echoing around and lingering for a long time. Chapter 66 The Mist Only Wants to See You. Zixian. Wow. What happened? Xian's sudden shouting frightened Vivian, Lumia, Melika and Tyr's party. Especially Lumia. The originally timid dog girl screamed directly, as if all the hair on her body could stand up. And she was really scared. Sorry. Sorry. Xian was immediately happy, like a child who had successfully played a prank. Grinning and said, I just want the people inside to come out to greet them. I didn't mean to scare you. Although he said this, Xian's expression and tone only gave people a feeling of hypocrisy. However, Xian was telling the truth. He did want the people inside to come out by themselves. Buzz, I saw that the scenery on the same old and dilapidated road ahead suddenly twisted without any warning. No, it was not the scenery that was twisting, but the space that was twisting. As if responding to Xian's cry, the space first turned like a whirlpool, and then swayed like a mirage. Under such circumstances, the same old and dilapidated road actually dissipated like a faded painting, and then was replaced by another scene. Witnessing this scene, everyone in Vivian's team opened their eyes wide. Even Xian raised his eyebrows, and couldn't help showing an expression of amazement, because the scene in front of everyone has completely changed. The original dilapidated road has become a high-end path paved with smooth and beautiful stone bricks. A garden with birdsong and flowers has appeared on the land that was originally like an abandoned area. In the garden, there are ornamental plants that seem to have been carefully trimmed. There are also fountains that are decorated very elegantly. And there is also a luxurious mansion located in the middle, which looks like the mansion of a great noble, and is extremely pleasing to the eye. Everyone in Vivian's team was stunned. Hallucination? Theora murmured. So beautiful. Lumia couldn't help but flash her eyes. How could there be such a mansion here? Vivian was surprised from the bottom of her heart. Only Melika, as if she was greatly shocked, stretched out a hand, covered her cute little mouth, and spoke with a trembling voice. The other party is a user of space magic. So this mansion and garden, could it be that they were directly transferred and moved from somewhere else using space magic? Melika felt that she saw the truth of all this. But it was precisely because of this that she was so surprised. Next to him, Xian was also surprised when he heard Melika's words, and looked back at the garden and mansion in front of him. Use space magic to transfer it from somewhere else? This is really incredible. That guy seems to be a more remarkable person than I know. Just as everyone was in shock, a figure slowly walked in the mansion in front. The other person was wearing a maid's outfit, with long black hair that reached her waist, a pair of eyes as beautiful as rubies, a tall and plump figure, and exuded an extremely smart and capable atmosphere. Welcome to Huaming Pavilion. With a voice without any ups and downs, the maid saluted to everyone in Vivian's team. Looking at this person, the other girls were not counted. But Xian and Tyr were surprised. Are you Lexia? Seeing this young lady, who had always gone her own way to find him wearing a maid's uniform to greet him. And her temperament changed greatly. Xian really doubted his eyes. But this time, Xian was wrong. I am Laxia. Not Miss Laxia. But just a maid of this Huaming pavilion. The maid who called herself Laxia remained calm, and her voice remained unchanged. Miss Laxia is in Huaming pavilion, and asked me to come and greet her. Upon hearing this, everyone in Vivian's team looked at each other. Xian stared closely at the girl who called herself Laxia, constantly looking at her. There was no way. This person, whether in appearance, height or appearance, is exactly the same as Laxia. For a moment, Xian even thought whether this person was Laxia pretending to play with him. However, if this is the case, the acting skills of that lady are too good. Not only her expression, but also her temperament has changed greatly. Compared with the past when Xian saw her, it is completely different from heaven and earth. Could it be twins? Xian unconsciously muttered this setting that would make countless otakus ecstatic. Laxia ignored Xian and spoke calmly. Please follow me. As she spoke, Laxia made a gesture of invitation to everyone. No one moved. Sister Vivian. What should we do? Lumia and Melika both looked at Vivian, taking Vivian as the backbone. Go in? Tyr asked indifferently. Her petite body seemed to tense up, as if she was in a state of alert. What do you think? Xian? Vivian pondered for a long time. Did not make a decision, but asked Xian's opinion. Go in. Xian was still staring at Laxia, and after a while he exhaled and said, Now. I am also a little curious about that guy. Leaving these words behind, Xian took the lead and stepped into the garden, heading towards the mansion. Seeing this, Vivian and the others exchanged glances again, and then followed Xian into the garden. An accident happened at this moment. Damn! Xian, who possessed the magic perception skill, was the first to discover the abnormality. His face changed, and he turned around abruptly and rushed towards Vivian and her group. Buzz! But at the same time, accompanied by another vibration, the space twisted. Xian! Ah! Wait! TSK! The girls' exclamations rang out in unison. Under the distortion of space, Vivian, Tyr, Lumia and Melika were like being sucked into an invisible black hole, and disappeared instantly. Xian just rushed to the position where many girls were, and his outstretched hand brushed past Vivian's body, and after Vivian disappeared, it fell into the air. Thus, Xian's emotions were ignited very smoothly. Are you kidding me? Xian turned his eyes, and stared at Laxia on the side. The magic power in his body actually penetrated his body, and turned into a dark flame, burning fiercely. Thanks to this, the entire garden and mansion began to tremble, and the air also made a wailing sound. With this momentum, I am afraid that even a master of level 80 would have difficulty breathing. However, Laxia looked normal. Don't worry. They just returned to the Adventurers Guild. Laxia said expressionlessly, the eldest lady only wants to see you, not the others. Xian's momentum suddenly paused. Chapter 67 Demon King's Mansion. In the garden full of birdsong and flowers, Xian and Laxia just stared at each other, one exuding aggression, the other looking unusually calm, making the atmosphere depressing. Xian tried to confirm the truth of Laxia's words from her performance. After all, Xian was not naive enough to accept the words of a stranger. But Laxia's performance was too calm. Not only did she not reveal any emotional fluctuations, but she was also indifferent under the pressure of Xian's momentum. Obviously, she did not have any sense of power, and gave people the feeling of being an ordinary maid. Compared with that Laxia who exuded an incredible feeling, she was undoubtedly very mediocre. But even that Laxia probably couldn't be so calm when Xian's emotions broke out. A maid who had no sense of power actually did this, which was too unusual. Is she really Laxia's twin sister? If so, why would the twin sisters of the self-willed young lady consider themselves as her maids? I can't figure it out. Xian kept looking at Laxia until he was sure that he could not see through her thoughts no matter what. And then he gave up. At the moment, Xian thought for a while, and then slowly gathered his magic power. Obtain skill oppression. Do you want to learn? In this case, Xian actually got a new skill. Xian took a glance and found that this was an active skill that could mentally and even physically oppress all objects within a certain range by releasing magic power or its own momentum. Because Xian took similar actions, this skill was directly acquired by him. Right? Xian thought so and learned it for the time being. Don't let me know that you are just joking. Leaving this sentence to Laxia, Xian raised his steps again. However, this time, Xian was not going to enter the mansion, but stepped out of the garden and left directly. Where are you going? Laxia looked at Xian and asked calmly. Xian ignored him and walked out of the garden. Until I knew that you would do something unconventional again. As such a helpless voice sounded. The space around Xian twisted and the scenery changed. Xian only felt a flash before his eyes. And then he came to a luxurious reception room. Miss Laxia, who was transferred with Xian, bowed to the owner in the reception room. Thank you for your hard work. Laxia, a girl with the same figure and appearance as Laxia, but wearing a dress, sat at a reception table, smiled at Laxia, and then turned to Xian. I said, since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Laxia rolled her eyes at Xian. Xian's mood was almost calm. The eldest lady is delicate and has a bad temper. She can see whoever she wants to see, and she can drive away whoever she doesn't want to see. She is too majestic. A small-time novice adventurer like me cannot cross it. So it is better to leave quickly and tactfully. Don't you think so? The sharpness in Xian's words can be said to be quite obvious. It's just that you asked your lovers to go back. But you just left directly. It was obviously you who knocked on the door. Who has a bad temper? Laxia smiled and said, if you weren't here, they couldn't even unlock the barrier outside and couldn't get in at all. It's a reward to be able to take a look at my Huaming Pavilion. Right? Really? Xian still spoke with thorns, saying, do we have to feel honored? Of course. As a matter of course. Laxia smiled at Xian meaningfully and said, do you know what this Huaming Pavilion was called in the past? Xian frowned. Seeing this, Laxia smiled and said, in the past, this place was called the Demon King's Pavilion. This sentence made Xian's eyes move slightly. Demon King's Pavilion? Could it be that? Yes. This was the official residence used by the Demon King. And it was renamed Huaming Pavilion after I stole it? Laxia smiled and said something shocking. You stole the Demon King's official residence? Even Xian was speechless for this statement. It was just a byproduct. Laxia looked relaxed, but didn't say anything more. He just pointed to the seat in front of him and said, sit down. I finally waited for you to come. How about at least letting me buy you a cup of tea? Xian did not move, but rolled his eyes. Seeing this, Laxia looked alert. Don't do anything neurotic again. Please. It really tests your spirit and heart. Laxia almost gritted her teeth and said, don't you want to know why the people from the old demon clan came to me? You and those little girls came to me for a purpose. Right? Then it shouldn't be a bad thing to talk to me. Right? 3 consecutive questions fully expressed how much Laxia was troubled by Xian's previous unconventional actions. Xian rolled his eyes immediately, and then reluctantly stepped forward and sat down opposite Laxia. Xian had just sat down, and Laxia, who had been staying beside him without saying a word, appeared beside him without knowing when, and had a tray with tea sets in her hands without knowing when. Please have tea. Laxia spoke in a voice that was too calm and cool for a maid, while placing the cup of steaming tea with an alluring aroma in front of Xian. This time, Xian did not make any other moves. With the abnormal state resistance skill protecting him, Xian was not afraid of others poisoning his tea. Therefore, Xian took the teacup and took a sip of the tea full of tempting aroma. At this moment, the incomparable deliciousness spread in his mouth. It tastes so good. Xian couldn't help but be surprised. And he couldn't help but mutter such words. Right? Laxia immediately said happily, as if she was praised. The tea brewed by Laxia is the most delicious in the 3 realms? Laxia seemed to be proud of this. You are too flattering. Miss. Laxia replied with ordinary words. I am just telling the truth. However, Laxia showed strange stubbornness in this regard. Xian was not unable to understand Laxia's proud mood. The tea tastes really delicious and fragrant. It is almost as delicious as the tea that Xian drank from Nian before. It is understandable that he wants to show off something of the same level as the tea that the goddess used to entertain. Unfortunately, Xian didn't really come to drink tea. I won't waste any more words. Xian was not polite at all and said directly to Laxia, the person the old demons are looking for is you. Right? In response to this sentence, Laxia smiled back. And silence is better than words. This is something that can be confirmed, because the portrait that Killian carries is the portrait of Laxia. Therefore, Xian, who had a fight with Laxia, was said to carry the residual magic power of Laxia. Therefore, Killian followed this magic, found Xian, and questioned Xian. It is also normal for Thier to have clues. When he was taken down from Mongol Mountain, Lixia gave Xian his address. Although the invitation letter with the address was buried by Xian, it was picked up by Teal, who witnessed everything. So, everyone was able to find this place. Chapter 68. Let's cooperate. Just as Teal said, since Lexia claimed to have fled to Lemidgen when they first met, why did she flee is very interesting. If she needs to flee, it means someone is chasing her. With this in mind, and when you think of the guy from the old demon clan running up to you with Lexia's portrait, asking you if you have seen her and where she is, you should know that the people chasing Lexia are the old demon clan. The question is, why did the people from the old demon clan chase Lexia? Could it be that they are chasing you because you stole the official residence left by the demon king? Xian suspected so. How could it be? Lixia laughed and said with disdain, although those guys claim that they want to return the demons to their original form and follow the will of the demon king, they should not sell their dignity in order to survive and coexist with the gods and humans. But in the final analysis, they are just a group of ambitious and evil guys who use this name to act in order to do whatever they want and satisfy their selfish desires. They will not go to such great lengths for a mansion that has no use at all. The premise is that this mansion is really useless. Right? Xian simply hit the core of the problem and said, what if this mansion actually has a function that the people of the old demon clan cannot ignore? Then the other party has a reason to take action to steal this mansion. Lixia naturally understands this truth. But, don't worry. As I just said, this mansion was just stolen by the way. Although it has some strange effects, it will not cause some people with ulterior motives to fight for it. Lixia took a sip of black tea and said, they are targeting other things, which are also what I really want to steal. And they are not on the same level as this mansion. In other words, you do have something that the old demon clan wants. Right? Xian looked directly at Lixia and said, what is that? Why? Are you very concerned? Lixia smiled with interest and said, sure enough. As a brave man, you can't ignore the things that are targeted by the dangerous elements of the old demon clan. Right? Such a statement was only exchanged for Xian's expression of disapproval. Lixia raised his eyebrows. It seems that this is not the case. Lixia muttered, your interest in these things is obviously much lower than I thought. That's indeed the case. To be honest, Xian is not interested in the old demon clan or the conspiracy surrounding Lixia. Originally, Xian avoided Lixia because he knew that she was on the run. Under such circumstances, he would not care what dangerous things Lixia had on her body, and what the purpose of the old demon clan was. These have nothing to do with him. Why should Xian care? Therefore, as long as it does not directly endanger himself, Xian really does not want to get close to these troubles. But this is what is called being in the world, Xian said reluctantly. Since Vivian and the others are very concerned about this matter, I probably can't stay out of it. The people in Vivian's team are obviously acting for this town and this kingdom. Xian has received a lot of care from others, and it is still necessary to return the favor. To put it simply, that is, whether it is you or the old demon faction. Since this town has been dragged in, unless I run away, I will probably be involved sooner or later. Right? Xian said with a fake smile. Don't you think I should do something? Oh! Lexia suddenly became interested and asked curiously, what are you going to do? It's very simple, Xian said bluntly. For example, we can kill you here, throw your stolen things and your ashes into the mountains, and let the people from the old demon clan loosen the soil for your grave. No. No. No! It should be normal for you and I to cooperate to drive away the people from the old demon clan. Right? Lixia's face froze, and he couldn't help but complain loudly, obviously. That side is the evil camp. What's the idea of this solution? You are a hero, not a demon king. Obviously. Even Lixia was almost scared by Xian's strange style. Only Xian didn't think there was anything wrong with his speech. Who said that a hero must use a decent style? Xian responded with these words. In the final analysis, the hero is a means for the gods to summon from another world to deal with the devil. To put it nicely, they are heroes who save the world. And to put it bluntly, they are weapons used in war. It's just a matter of different standpoints. If the heroes are summoned by the demons instead of the gods, the heroes will probably become demons. Right? That's right. Lixia was stunned, as if she was exhausted, and said, has your brain circuit always been so strange? Why would the gods summon a guy like you to this world? You don't know. I still want to ask. Xian said, it is indeed a good thing to be able to save my life and live again. But I have recently begun to doubt whether this is really a good thing. Okay. Lixia couldn't say anything to refute. so she could only hold it in for a long time, and said, "Let me remind you first, regardless of the problem of strength, if I just want to escape, no one can kill me. Okay? As a user of space magic, if Lycia just wanted to escape, it would be difficult for anyone to catch her. Otherwise, facing the pursuit of the old demon clan, whether Lycia could continue to be free and unharmed and do her own thing is really a question. But this is exactly the question that Xian wants to ask. If you want to escape, you can escape at any time. But you stayed in Lemidgen. And you still chose to stay here when you knew that the old demon clan was looking for you. What is your purpose?" Xian finally asked the question that he cared about most. His intuition told Xian that this matter might be related to him. And Lexia's answer in the next second confirmed this idea. "My goal is you." Lexia restrained all his expressions and stared at Xian. "It is because I know that you are the new hero that I will stay. Even if I receive the news that the people of the old demon clan have infiltrated Lemidgen, I still did not leave." Hearing this, Xian had only one thought in his mind. That is, trouble is coming. As expected, let's cooperate. Lexia looked directly at Xian and said this. Chapter 69. Sure enough, this is the development. Let's cooperate. When this sentence came out of Lycia's mouth, Xian was silent. Then, Xian stood up silently, turned around, and left without looking back. Wait! Wait! Who would turn around and leave without hesitation the moment they heard about cooperation? Lycia immediately appeared behind Xian and grabbed him, shouting loudly, with a look of astonishment that was like doubting life. "Let me go!" Xian was firm in his attitude and said, "I know that this is a troublesome thing that can't be more troublesome. If I continue to listen, it is very likely that I will have to do it in the end. In this case, not listening is the best choice. Let me go now!" As he said, Xian was still ready to shake off Lycia's hand, who knew that Lycia seemed to know that his strength was not as good as Xian's. And he actually threw himself on him and hung on him. This time, Xian was completely embraced by Lycia. Not only did the place he touched feel extremely soft and comfortable, but there was also a burst of tempting body fragrance that went straight into Xian's nose. "You?" This time, it was Xian's turn to stand up in astonishment. "What do you mean by I?" Lycia said angrily. "I won't let you leave. You turned around and left while others were still talking? This is the first time I've seen someone like you." "No. If it was someone else, Xian wouldn't have done this. After all, Xian still understands the most basic courtesy. However, facing Lycia, who obviously has a lot of problems, Xian really wants to stay away from her. If he can use his rudeness to anger her away, it would be great. Even now, being hugged tightly by such a beautiful girl who smells so good, and in a very bad state in all aspects, Xian still hasn't changed his mind about fleeing. "I just want to help Vivian and the others get some useful information, not to jump into your trap. So let me go." Xian held down Lycia's head and pushed her head out. Lycia pushed back stubbornly, with a stubborn face. "I won't let go, unless you break my head. Otherwise, I will definitely not be able to do it. It hurts so much." "Stop it. It's going to break. You actually really twisted it. This is no longer a question of whether you are brave or not, but a question of whether you are a man or not." "You?" Lycia, with a stubborn face, screamed directly. The head held down by Xian suffered a merciless force and was almost broken. Lycia couldn't believe it and almost shed tears. Because she looks cute and is a woman, she will be treated gently, which makes men helpless and soft-hearted. "I'm tired of this routine," Xian sneered. "If you don't let go, I will really twist it hard this time. Okay?" The threatening voice made Lycia's face turn blue. At that moment, Lycia quickly let go of her hand and looked at Xian, angry and hateful. On the other hand, Xian looked refreshed, as if he had awakened some incredible habit, which was trembling. Lycia's chest rose and fell violently, and she felt like she wanted to bite off 2 pieces of meat from Xian's body. After a while, Lycia suppressed the frustration in her heart and took a few deep breaths. "I'm serious." Lycia could only say this. "I'm serious too." Xian responded with such words without hesitation. Lycia admitted that she really wanted to bite this man to death. However, Lycia still turned the depression in her heart into a sigh. "I'm not kidding you." Lexia tightened her face, looked at Xian, and said, "That thing must not fall into the hands of the old demon clan. Otherwise, not to mention Lemidgen, this country, and even the world itself will be in big trouble." Xian's eyes twitched. Is this really the development? No matter which story it is. Once a town, a country, or the world appears, there will be a series of cliched and bloody plots. What is puzzling is that if such a thing really happens, it will become a state of having to do it, as Sheen said. However, there are still people who call such behavior the so-called saint and criticize it. Which makes Sheen want to say, does anyone know what a saint is? Sheen absolutely does not want to be a saint. Or anyone else. However, if such a thing really happens, Sheen believes that at least, he can't do it at least by sitting back and watching. In this way, Sheen doesn't want to continue listening and let the situation become a state where he has to do it. Now. Alas. Xian sighed. Then let me listen first. Sheen half closed his eyes and said, at least, listen to the end before making a decision. That's right. Lexia was obviously relieved at once. And even wiped the sweat and said, I was really worried that you would just leave like this. If things are not right, I will still leave. Sheen warned for the time being, saying, now I just want to listen first. And your so-called cooperation will be discussed after I finish listening. This is enough for now. Lexia smiled and said, then you can sit down now? Sheen muttered a few words, sighed again, and then stepped forward and sat back in his original position. At this time, Lexia came forward. Please have tea. As if everything that had just happened was just a farce. After witnessing the interaction between Sheen and Lasha with her own eyes, Lasha remained unmoved and poured hot tea into their teacups with an expressionless face. Sheen only felt that this maid might be more amazing than he thought. As if she was used to Laxia's attitude, she picked up the teacup by herself. Then, soon, I'm afraid that the people of the old demon clan will come to Lemidgen to rescue Killian. Laxia went straight to the point. Rescue? Sheen raised his eyes. That's right. Laxia seemed to have finally calmed down and said, after all, Killian is one of the important talents of the old demon clan. With a level of 77, the people of the old demon clan will definitely not sit idly by and watch such combat power being disposed of by the human race. In this way, it is normal for someone to come to rescue. In addition, I am still here. It is estimated that the people who come will not be small characters at that time. There may even be a large force of the old demon clan, who will not hesitate to capture this town to get what I have. Laxia said so. In the past, I would definitely leave directly, and would not confront them head-on. But this time, since you are a variable, I want to teach them a lesson. Specifically, I want to work with you to destroy the old demon clan's large forces. Chapter 70. Doesn't it make sense? Laxia's angry speech surprised Sheen. Although he had only met Laxia a few times. In Sheen's opinion, this young lady was casual. But she was not the type who would play with other people's lives casually. When they met under the Mongol mountain, she didn't even have any hostility towards him. It was not until later that she forced herself to release her killing intention in order to force out her holy sword. But in the end, she left directly after trying a move. She should not be a very violent person. But now it seems that this young lady is not violent. She just picks her targets. Do you have such a big grudge against the people of the old demon clan? Sheen asked this question for the time being. What do you think? Laxia said with a smile, I have been hunted for so long. If there is no other way, do you think I will run away unilaterally without revenge? That's true. If it were Sheen, he would definitely find a way to retaliate. This is probably what Laxia is thinking now. She finally got the chance to repay the old demon clan. So she certainly doesn't want to let it go. Moreover, as long as the power of the old demon clan is properly weakened, their efforts to hunt me down will also decrease. And I can take the opportunity to do more things. While saying this, Laxia said seriously, so, I want to cooperate with you. Sheen immediately made various calculations in his mind. This sounds like it's true. But there are still a few questions that can't be avoided. For example, what's the benefit of cooperating with you? Sheen is very direct. It's not a benefit. But at least it can prevent you from getting into trouble. Laxia also said directly, you don't need me to explain it specifically. As long as the old demon clan really sends a large force. Then Lemidgen, with a combat power of only level 68 at most, will definitely not be able to resist. For this town, you already have a reason to take action. Right? How dare you say that? Sheen's eyes jumped heavily, and his eyes turned unfriendly when he looked at Laxia, saying, if you hadn't stayed here, the old demon clan wouldn't have targeted this town. It was obviously you who caused all this. Now you actually said this. Do you really think I'm a fool? If you are really fooled, how good would it be? Laxia sighed, and even said angrily, Do you think it's okay if I don't stay here? Once the things in my hands are taken by the people of the old demon clan, not to mention this town, even the entire human world will become endangered. So I'm fighting for my life here. Then you can continue to run. Xian straightened his back and said seriously without thinking, as long as you continue to run, then according to what you said, no one can catch you. And then this town will be free from danger. It's the best of both worlds. Don't think about revenge. How about just leaving? Are you still a human being like this? Lai Xia couldn't help but slap the table and said madly, I'm working so hard for you humans and the human world. Is it appropriate for you to say that? No. Even if you say so, it's not appropriate for me. Xian said innocently, I'm not from this world. Even if you tell me that you're working so hard for the people of this world, it's hard for me to feel it. Dear. Lai Xia was speechless and felt a blockage in her chest. And she wanted to shout in her heart. Why would such a guy be a hero? What are those guys from the gods thinking? No. I can't think about it anymore. Otherwise my head will be broken. Calm down. I want to calm down. Just when Lai Xia was trying so hard to comfort herself, Xian said another light sentence. Do you think what I said makes sense? Then it's not too late to change your mind now. Xian's words made Lai Xia hug her head, and she had the urge to cry. At this time, Laxia, who had been waiting on the side, suddenly spoke. Mr. Xian should have seen what kind of people the old demon clan is like. Right? Laxia said this very suddenly. You mean that pretentious person? Xian couldn't help but cast his eyes on her. Although I don't know what pretentious person you are referring to, Laxia said calmly, but in your opinion, is it really okay to leave people like that alone? Xian's eyes suddenly flickered, recalling the situation when he met Killian. She knew what Laxia was referring to. It is clear at a glance how dangerous it would be to leave a guy like that who rejects the human race, even rejects everything of the human race, and treats everything in this world as dirty things. The old demon clan is basically that kind of people. They hate everything outside the demon clan, and even hate their compatriots who have abandoned their self-esteem and pursued peace. They act recklessly just for unreasonable ideals. For this era, they are undoubtedly a cancer, Laxia said calmly. I believe you already know what Killian did in the capital 10 years ago. The old demon clan is such a dangerous person. If you leave it alone, this kingdom and even the world will be destroyed by them sooner or later. At that time, can you guarantee that this town will not become one of their future targets? These words made Xian frown. It must be said that what the maid said still has some weight for Xian. It's not that Xian is compassionate and thinks that these social cancers should be eradicated, but he knows very well that if the situation develops like that, he may not be able to escape from it in the end. Do you know why the heroes of all generations have spared no effort to defeat the Demon King? At this time, Lai Xia looked at Xian again and said, it's not because they want to be heroes, nor because they are driven by the gods. It's just because they are in this world. And once a conflict breaks out between the three races, they have to resist in their own position no matter what. Xian could understand what Lai Xia meant. I don't know what the people of the gods are planning to summon the heroes at this point. Lai Xia looked at Xian deeply and said, but since the gods have secretly summoned the heroes, it proves that something big is going to happen. Maybe our meeting is not accidental, but a kind of fate. One of them was summoned to this world by the gods in an inexplicable state, and the other was hunted down by the people of the old demon clan. In a way, it is really a fate. Besides, this matter really has no harm to you. Right? Lai Xia said so. You really don't want to consider it? After listening to these words, Xian pondered again. Lai Xia did not urge Xian, and together with Laxia, who was still very calm, quietly waited for Xian to come to a conclusion. Xian frowned and thought for a long time before raising his eyes. What did you steal that made the old demon clan chase you so hard? Xian got to the heart of the matter. You can actually go back and ask your captain about this. Lexia was silent for a while, then spoke faintly. Ask Vivian? Xian was stunned. Yes. Lexia pouted and said, she knows my identity and what I have done. You will know when you go back and ask her. Xian was speechless. Chapter 71. This is a flag. After being reminded by Lexia, Xian remembered. Before, when Vivian claimed to find Lexia, her statement was like this. The existence targeted by the people of the old demon clan is in Lemidgen. This matter itself is a very unstable factor. So we must find her. Find out her purpose of coming to Lemidgen. And even find out the reason for the whole thing. This is the commission issued to us by the president himself. That's right. Vivian said to find out Lexia's purpose and the reason for the whole thing. not to find out Lexia's identity and origin. In addition, when Killian was subdued before, the Knight Commander also had an ugly expression when he saw Lexia's portrait, which proved that Lexia's identity should not be a secret in the eyes of these people. Maybe Lexia's identity is more transparent than Qian imagined. However, this girl has been talking about stealing the Demon King's mansion and stealing very dangerous things since the beginning. Could it be that her real identity is a chivalrous thief or a righteous thief? Should we just take her back? The look in Qian's eyes when he looked at Lexia gradually became strange. Lexia was keenly aware of something and trembled all over. His expression, as he looked at Qian, also became full of vigilance. Although he didn't know what this offline hero was thinking, Lexia knew that it was definitely not a good thing. At the moment, out of the instinct of self-protection, Lexia quickly changed the subject. In short, even if I am not in the same camp as you, I will not be an enemy. There will be no harm in cooperating with me. Think about it carefully. At this point, Lexia's attitude was already very humble. This made Lexia feel tired, and the idea of doubting life became stronger and stronger. Well, she unfolded his arms and began to think about this matter seriously. Destroy the large army of the old demon clan? This is not something that cannot be done. Anyway, after meeting Killian, Qian's favorability towards the so-called old demon clan has dropped to the lowest level. Even if he really wiped them all out, he would not have any psychological burden. Besides, if the people of the old demon clan really came to rescue Killian, what would Lemijin become? Qian didn't know, but she knew that those guys would definitely cause trouble for him. After all, according to the general plot, at this time, the pretentious criminal whose name sounded very much like the small fish in a certain migrant worker comic should have hated him madly, felt insulted by him, and was in a state of wanting to kill him. If he was rescued afterwards, he would take revenge like a standard villain routine, which can basically be said to be a routine that can be thought of with knees. Moreover, the other party will definitely take revenge in a very high-profile manner, such as taking the people of this town as hostages, forcing himself into a desperate situation, or taking the people of the entire town to bury himself with him, letting himself die in pain, etc. This can be said to be a typical villain style. At that time, he would be forced to take out the holy sword and kill all the villains instantly. But he would expose his identity and enter the vision of major forces, be valued or worshipped, and establish the entire protagonist mode. This is another routine, right? If Qian wants to be the protagonist, then this is a textbook template. Just do it. Unfortunately, Qian is not that kind of person. In this case, why not take advantage of this time to secretly and risk-free to get rid of those so-called old demon clan guys, and then put all the blame on this great thief? Qian suddenly understood. But before that, Qian still has something to confirm. With just the two of us, can we destroy the large army of the old demon clan? Qian's meaning is very clear. That is, he doesn't want to run into some big shot in the end and be killed. Are you still worried about this? Lai Xiao laughed and said, you can be unscathed in front of me at such a low level. If you add the power of the holy sword, except for the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, is there anyone who can be your opponent? That's not necessarily true. Qian didn't get carried away at all, but was very cautious. He said, how do I know how high the level of the people coming will be? How strong will their abilities be? Not to mention that everyone knows that it is easy to dodge a gun, but difficult to defend against a hidden arrow. If it doesn't work, how do I know if the opponent will come to sneak? At least, Qian doesn't think that reality can be like in novels. As long as the power is strong enough, it can ignore everything. You know, in this era, the fighting nation that can blow up the planet may be almost killed by a laser gun. And the upside-down man who hides in the life support device all day will fall in front of the gun of the double-sided agent who speaks in a strange Kansai accent. Qian thinks that he should be more cautious to avoid any trouble. You are really a weird guy. Lai Xiao smiled bitterly and said, indeed, the old demon clan has many inhumane means to use, and I dare not guarantee that they will be foolproof. But this time we are the ones who attack them, not them hiding in the dark to do things. As long as you pay attention, with my and your abilities, we can save our lives and escape unscathed. Right? Qian has a very high-level resistance skill and the protection of the holy sword. Even if she can't beat him, nothing will happen. This has been confirmed in front of Lai Xiao. Lai Xiao is also a user of space magic. If she simply wants to escape, almost no one can stop her. With such ability as a guarantee, Lai Xiao dared to invite Qian to destroy the old demon clan's large forces together. unless there is a user of some strange and unique skills on the opposite side. But the probability is very low. We can rest assured. Lycia acted as if he was sure. But Xian always felt that this was a flag. But? Unique skills? Xian thought for a while. That's right. Lycia nodded and said, unique skills are very special abilities. They may be completely useless. Or they may show earth-shaking effects and overturn all unfavorable conditions. Therefore, people who can awaken unique skills are generally valued. It is because of your unique skills that you have become so extraordinary at such a low level. Right? Therefore, whether or not there are unique skills, and what kind of effects the unique skills have, will directly determine a person's role and strength. Generally speaking, it's okay if there are no unique skills. But in the case of unique skills, you must first calculate whether the unique skills are strong or not, and then calculate the level and skills, which is the standard for judging a person's strength. Lycia explained. For example, the 6 great demons in the demon world. The cadres under their command are actually not much different from them in terms of level and skills. But as the followers of the Demon King, the 6 great demons all have quite terrible unique skills, which can easily crush these cadres whose levels and skills are not much different from their own. It is also because of this that the heroes of all generations have been placed with high hopes, because they usually have powerful unique skills, and even have holy swords that are not inferior to unique skills. With these 2 conditions added up, even the 3 goddesses and the 6 great demons dare not underestimate them. You have been summoned to this world not long ago. But as a hero, you should be able to grow up quickly. When you encounter enemies in the future, you must never ignore the impact of unique skills. Right? Listening to Lycia's words, Xian pondered. Chapter 72. Go on a blind date for me. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of Lycia, Xian came out of the humming pavilion of Lycia. Then, Mr. Xian, please accept this. When they arrived outside the humming pavilion, Lycia handed something to Xian. What is this? Xian took the item with a puzzled look. I saw that a piece of ordinary-looking parchment was rolled up, tied with a thin rope, and made into a scroll in Xian's hand. It looked no different from the adventurer's license Xian had obtained in the Adventurers Guild before. But this is naturally not an ordinary parchment. This can be regarded as a magic prop, Lycia said calmly, although the prop itself is just a very ordinary material. No different from ordinary parchment. Miss Lexia has used her space magic to connect it with another parchment. As long as Miss writes the content on that parchment, the content will appear intact on the parchment in your hand. Oh! Xian understood a little and said, in other words, this is a means of communication. Right? Yes. Lexia nodded and said, Miss has set up a magic barrier for reconnaissance around Lemidgen. Once the people of the old demon clan appear, Miss will definitely be able to detect it at the first time. At that time, I hope Mr. Xian will meet with Miss after receiving the contact from Miss. That's it. In the end, Xian still accepted Lexia's invitation and decided to destroy the large force of the old demon clan with her. This is also for Xian himself. I hope the people of the old demon clan will appear soon. Xian hoped so for the time being. Indeed, Lexia said expressionlessly, if they don't show up soon, the eldest lady may have a headache, who made Killian not only a member of the old demon clan, but also the culprit who attacked the capital and carried out large-scale assassinations in the capital, resulting in the deaths of many nobles and even royal family members. The kingdom will not sit idly by for such vicious criminals. Presumably, in a short time, the kingdom will send people to escort Killian to the capital for judgment. Right? It is precisely because of this that in order to keep an eye on Killian, Lemidgen had to go to great lengths and let Riley run around for this. If things go well, when people from the capital come, Killian will be taken back to the capital, and it will undoubtedly become very difficult for the people of the old demon clan to rescue him from the people of the capital. Considering this, when someone from the capital arrives, the people of the old demon clan will most likely give up the rescue. In this way, the calculations of Xian and Lycia will be directly shattered. This is certainly not bad for Xian, but it should be the situation he wants to see. However, he does not know whether the people of the old demon clan will come to him to avenge Killian. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Xian still hopes to destroy them personally, rather than waiting until the future when he has to be on guard against a group of dangerous terrorists all the time. Naturally, so did Lexia, who hoped to take this opportunity to give the old demon clan a hard fall and make them pay for it. In view of this, Xian and Lexia both hoped that the old demon clan would show up soon. They knew that once the pretender was handed over to the people in the capital, the difficulty of rescue would increase by several levels. So after receiving the news, they should be eager to act immediately. Xian said thoughtfully, I just don't know if they can catch up. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. Laxia still looked normal, saying, Killian would definitely not come to Lemidgen alone to look for the eldest lady. That would be inefficient. He would at least bring a group of subordinates. And those subordinates might have gone back to report the matter. And the old demon clan would soon receive the news and come to rescue immediately. I hope so. Xian said this as if he had no hope, and then looked at Laxia again, looking at her obscurely, and said, by the way, Miss Laxia, aren't you coming with us? Just call me Laxia. Sir. Laxia said this, but her tone did not seem very respectful or polite. She said in a calm and frank manner, I am just Miss Laxia's maid. I am confident in handling daily chores. Unfortunately, I am not good at fighting. I am only level 10. Please don't expect anything from me. Is that so? Xian expressed great doubt, and even unconsciously muttered, generally speaking, shouldn't maids be stronger than their masters to be qualified? If this is the qualification standard, then there are probably not many qualified maids in this world who meet the conditions. Laxia seemed to be speechless for a while because of Xian's words. And then she looked at Xian and said, It has always been Miss Laixia who has protected me and given me a place to stay, so that I can continue to survive. It's just a pity that I really can't help in the battle. I can only hope that Mr. Xian will worry about the safety of the lady. As she said, Laxia bowed her head to Xian, performed an impeccable standard etiquette, and then turned around and left with no hesitation. Xian watched Laxia leave, and muttered after a while, Even if you say so, I'm afraid it's not my turn to worry about this kind of thing. There is no need to consider too much about the safety of Laixia, who possesses space magic. Right? Well, when that guy is really in danger, it would be nice for me to come and save the beauty. That is also a kind of conventional development. But if she wants to pledge herself to me, then I will post her portrait on the bulletin board of the Adventurers Guild and arrange for her to go on a blind date with a bearded adventurer for me. Xian muttered to himself maliciously, as if he was determined to carry out the standard of breaking the routine. Huh? In the reception room of Huaming Pavilion, Laixia, who was drinking black tea, suddenly sneezed cutely and shivered all over. What's going on? Why is there an inexplicable determination that my safety must be the first priority no matter what? Laixia hugged her body, resisted the cold, and tilted her head blankly, not knowing why. Xian, who didn't know all this, left the flower pavilion in a good mood. Buzz. At the same time, the space around the flower pavilion suddenly trembled, and the scenery was distorted, and the garden with birds singing and flowers was replaced by a dilapidated road like an abandoned area. Xian turned his back on all this and left, heading towards the Adventurers Guild. When Xian returned to the Adventurers Guild, he found that Vivian and others were waiting for him in the lobby on the first floor. Xian! Seeing Xian walk in from the door, Vivian immediately stood up. Back? Huh? Lumia and Melika breathed a sigh of relief. Teal seemed to stand up with Vivian as if by reflex, but then sat back down without leaving any trace. In the Adventurers Guild, all the adventurers also focused their attention on Xian because of the reaction of Vivian and others. Xian ignored it and went forward directly. Are you all okay? Xian looked at everyone and found that there was nothing wrong with them. So he was really relieved. Shouldn't we say this sentence? Vivian smiled bitterly, stretched out her hand, and grabbed Xian's palm. Let's go. Let's talk somewhere else. With that, Vivian took Xian to the second floor, and asked Teal, Lumia and Melika to follow. The adventurers around looked at this scene, and their eyes widened one by one. Hey, Miss Vivian actually. That newcomer. Everyone started to quarrel about this. Unfortunately, she didn't know what happened here, let alone that it would cause him some trouble later. Chapter 73: The True Origin of Laixia. On the second floor of the guild, in the private room. When they came back to gather here again, Xian was surrounded by the people in Vivian's team. Have you seen the owner of the flower house? Vivian asked impatiently, and it seemed that she had been waiting for Xian's news for a long time. There was no way. After being transferred back to the Adventurers Guild, we originally planned to go back immediately, but thinking that the owner of the flower house did not seem to welcome us, in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, we finally chose to wait for you to come back here. Tyr looked at Xian and told him about the actions of himself and others. Although I think it is a bit dangerous. Fortunately, The other party did not intend to harm you. Lumia and Melika said such words, obviously not too supportive of this countermeasure. After all, these two people don't know Sean as well as Vivian and Tyr. And until now they still think that Sean is just a new adventurer of level 10. So naturally, they are a little worried about leaving Sean alone there. Vivian and Tyr know Sean's peculiarity. So they put aside some worries and chose this countermeasure. Right? Sean understood everyone's thoughts at once, scratched his cheek, and then spoke. I saw it. Sean's vague tone made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. Can you tell me what you talked about? Vivian hesitated for a moment, and then asked. Presumably, Vivian still cares about this matter. Right? In fact, they didn't talk about anything important. Sean considered it for a while, and selectively revealed, originally, I wanted to help you find out the information over there. But they claimed that Vivian already knew her identity. So they asked me to come back and ask Vivian directly. With one sentence, everyone's eyes were focused on Vivian, including Xian. The same is true. Vivian was silent immediately. This reaction told everyone that Vivian did know the other party's identity. Sister Vivian? Why didn't you tell us? Lumia and Melika spoke up one after another. One was puzzled, and the other was confused. On the contrary, Tyr, who kept a silent attitude with her usual style, made people understand that this girl might also know something. This is also a very normal thing. According to Xian's speculation, Lexia's identity does not seem to be too secret, at least more transparent than he imagined. It may not be surprising that Tyr, who has seen Lexia's portrait and met her in person under the Mongol mountain, knows the other party's identity. Xian even suspected that Tyr guessed Lixia's identity when he saw her, which was why he picked up the invitation letter with Lixia's whereabouts after Xian left, and took it out when everyone wanted to find Lixia. As for Lumia and Melika, they had never seen Lixia, and they still didn't know what the target everyone was looking for looked like. In this situation, Vivian was silent for a while, and then sighed. In fact, Lumia and Melika also knew her identity, but because they hadn't seen her, they didn't know who we were looking for. Vivian said this while turning to Xian. I told you before that Killian was one of the 3 masterminds of the old demon faction who planned the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago. Right? Xian didn't quite understand what this sentence meant. How did it suddenly involve that pretentious guy? Xian muttered. But then, Xian suddenly thought of something, which made him open his eyes wide and startled. No way. Xian thought of a possibility. It seems you guessed it. Vivian smiled and said, Killian is just one of the masterminds. At that time, there were 2 other masterminds of the old demon clan who participated in the incident. Who are they? The answer is obvious. According to the records of the capital, the old demon clan that attacked the capital was led by 3 demons with a level of more than 70. The 3 high-level demons were a skinny old man, a feminine man, and a girl with good temperament. The man was Killian, and his level had reached 70 at that time. The old man was called Beto, who was the highest level among the 3 masterminds. The assassination was basically carried out under his leadership. Most of the targets at that time were also killed by this person. It is said that even the plan itself was planned by him. He was the leader of the 3. Then, Vivian looked at Xian, who was speechless because of her words, and smiled bitterly. The last one? I think you have guessed it. It should be said that it is strange not to guess. However, at this time, Vivian stood up. Compared with the previous 2, the last mastermind, although involved in the incident, did not carry out any killing. Vivian said seriously, at that time, she sneaked directly into the royal city, when everyone thought she was going to attack the royal family's direct line and cause serious damage to the Mitra kingdom. She not only did not kill anyone, but stole something important and fled. Stole something important? Xian's heart moved, and he asked quickly, what is that? For this question, Vivian's answer was a bit unsatisfactory. What exactly was stolen? In fact, I don't know. Vivian shook her head and said, that seems to be an important and confidential item. No one knows its identity except the direct descendants of the royal family. However, the king himself warned that the item is too dangerous. It was left over from the war 1,000 years ago. If it is abused, it will cause a great disaster. Therefore, compared to Beto and Killian, the girl who stole the item was the most wanted person. That's why both Vivian and the knight commander who saw the portrait at that time knew Lixia. Right? Xian always felt that this matter seemed to be getting more and more troublesome, because it sounded like there was a serious inside story. Not knowing what Xian was thinking, Vivian continued to explain. After that, the girl seemed to have directly left the old demon clan and started a life of escape with the thing. The people of the old demon clan have been sending people to hunt down the girl. It seems that they are planning to purge the traitors. But whether there are other intentions is also worth pondering. The kingdom is also looking for the girl, intending to recover the stolen important items. But on the one hand, the other party's escape method is really high, and it is difficult to have direct contact with the other party every time. On the other hand, the king has personally issued an order that if the other party is found, it must be handled with caution. Otherwise, once the other party uses the item, the consequences will be disastrous. Because of this, the superiors did not dare to send people to arrest the other party rashly. They could only send people to secretly find the other party and contact the other party to find out the purpose of the other party's appearance in Limijan and whether there was any danger before making plans. And Vivian took this task and went to Huaming Pavilion with everyone. I'm afraid that after being transferred back, the reason why Vivian didn't dare to go directly to the door was because of this concern? That guy. Xian had the urge to strip the other party naked. What do you mean that the other side is the evil camp? Obviously you were also in the evil camp before. Chapter 74 The Library in the Guild. Afterwards, Xian told Vivian and others about the conversation he had with Lai Xia in the Flower Pavilion. Of course, Xian only revealed part of it. He did not say that he would cooperate with Lai Xia to destroy the large forces of the old demon clan. If all that was said, Vivian and others would definitely not agree to it. Right? After all, it was a cooperation with a wanted felon. If this matter was known. After thinking about it for a while, Xian felt bad. Xian even wondered if this was also Lai Xia's calculation. Otherwise, if Lai Xia had revealed her identity at the beginning, Xian would definitely consider it later, and would not easily agree to such a thing. However, Xian made Lai Xia's personal intentions very clear. It seems that the person has been avoiding the pursuit of the old demon clan in order to prevent the thing from being abused. So there should be no purpose for her to appear in Limijan. Xian told Vivian and others about this matter. However, if possible, Xian would like to complain. If you don't want that thing to be abused, why steal it from the royal city? It's really nothing to do after eating. Of course, he thought so. But Xian knew very well that there must be some deeper inside story. Otherwise it would not lead to this result. And Xian may be involved in this inside story to some extent. If he continues to contact it actively, he may dig out something. Unfortunately, Xian has no such idea at all. As the saying goes, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. Forget the secret that will mess up your future life. For the above reasons, Xian doesn't want to get in touch with the inside story at all. At least, not now. You know, Xian has only been in this world for about half a month. Even if he has turned on the plug-in, he is not yet fully developed. Not only is he only level 18, but he can also learn more powerful skills by using his unique skills, making himself much stronger than he is now. Just imagine, if there is no such condition, if I am only level 18 and get involved in this situation, how miserable I will become is completely imaginable. Therefore, Xian thinks that it is better for him to avoid such things now that he can still grow rapidly. When he really can't avoid it, he has absolute strength to deal with it, which is reassuring. To put it simply, compared to struggling to fight through the Shira fields, Xian prefers to develop slowly and then push through in one wave. This can be seen from his previous style of behavior of trying to defeat the devil without any risk. Anyway, I am not interested in the otherworld level breaking mode that makes me half dead. Therefore, Xian was not too obsessed with what Lexia had taken from the royal city, and what the people of the old demon clan wanted to get. As long as the former did not have an easy time, and the latter did not succeed, the result was enough. Why worry too much about other things? In this case, Xian said everything he should say, and the rest was left to Vivian and others to judge for themselves. So, I will have a good talk with Riley about this matter. After a while of thinking, Vivian said to everyone, let's cancel our team's adventure activities temporarily. We don't know what will happen next, so we'll just wait in Limijan. This is also a stopgap measure. I have no objection. Tyr said lightly, I will live in the town recently, so that I can gather and act at any time. I have no objection either. Lumia also said with some worry, in this situation, I am not very comfortable leaving my family alone in the town. Of course, I have no objection either. Melika said quickly, if anything happens, remember to tell us as soon as possible. Sister Vivian. Well, I will. Vivian smiled and nodded, then looked at Xian. thought for a while, and said, "Unfortunately, I guess I won't accept commissions recently. But the assessment will continue. The work of adventurers is not just about combat effectiveness. You don't seem to know much about many aspects of knowledge. So I suggest that you find more opportunities to supplement your knowledge in various aspects during this period." Xian naturally accepted this suggestion. Originally, Xian did not know much about many aspects of this world. If there is a chance to supplement this knowledge and let himself know more about the things in this world, then Xian will definitely welcome it. Apart from anything else, if Xian, like everyone else, had known that the guy Lexia was wanted by the kingdom, then perhaps so many things would not have happened. In that case, Xian would definitely report this guy to the Adventurers Guild or the Knights after seeing him for the first time, to see if she dared to wander around so freely. With this in mind, Sean received a very useful piece of information from Vivian. There is a large library on the 3rd floor of the guild, which contains many useful books for adventurers. You can go there to have a look. This news made Sean's eyes light up. Why did Sean choose to become an adventurer in the first place? In addition to solving the identity problem, isn't it necessary to collect various information through the Adventurers Guild? Now, this role has arrived. I said that reality is different from novels. Adventurers need to solve various commissions and have knowledge in many aspects, such as how to dissect monster materials, how to identify various magic items, and so on. There is bound to be a channel for adventurers to understand and learn. Originally, Sean thought that the guild relied on the old to teach the newcomers knowledge. But now it seems that the guild provides assistance in this regard in a more convenient way. Perhaps this is also specially prepared by Laylee, who likes to plan ahead. In any case, this is too useful for Sean. Without further ado, I used it without hesitation. Having made up his mind, Sean immediately went to the 3rd floor of the guild after the people in Vivian's team disbanded. The 3rd floor of the guild. The library. This is an extremely vast space. The bookshelves are neatly arranged, like a long dragon, extending to the depths that cannot be seen. New and old books lie quietly in the numerous bookshelves, exuding a unique book fragrance. It's really big. Sean came here and looked at this vast place that is more like a book city than a library, and he sighed a little. Inside, many adventurers seem to be using this place, confirming something in front of the crystal-like magic props, and then dispersed around and went to the direction of the bookshelves. With curiosity, Xian came to a magic prop and found that it was a catalog showing which direction each type of book was located and which position on which bookshelf each book was placed. It looked quite realistic. Xian smiled and then confirmed the catalog as well. Chapter 75 Blessings. As Xian had thought before, most of the books in the Adventurers Guild's library were related to completing commissions. Books such as classification and composition principles of magical items, Warcraft catalog, identification and types of materials, precautions for outdoor adventures, summary of dangerous places in the human world, the location of the source of magic power, etc., whose contents can be seen at a glance, appeared one after another in the catalog. While confirming these titles, Xian tried to find the part he wanted from them. Among them, one book immediately caught Xian's eye. Omnipotensen? As soon as Xian saw the title, he immediately decided to read it first, because this book is about the origin and history of this world called Omnipotensen. According to the guidance of the catalog, Xian came to the bookshelf where the target was, and found the book smoothly. It's really convenient. While feeling the convenience of this library, Xian also began to flip through the book called Omnipotensen. It was not until this moment that Xian knew the face of this world for the first time. No, it should be said that Xian had actually known the face of this world once from Nian. According to the goddess, in the beginning, this world only had gods and demons. The gods have various abilities by controlling the power of various fields. The demons are born with extremely powerful strength, and no one can match them in the fields of fighting and destruction. Because the gods have their own beauties, they can be said to be the greatest existence in their respective fields. But because of the different fields they control, they are good at different things. So among the gods, there are individuals who are not good at fighting, or even have no fighting power at all. The demons are generally very powerful, and there is no limit on their number. The overall power of the race is far superior to that of the gods. But they cannot be as omnipotent as the gods and exercise miraculous abilities. The two races have been fighting since ancient times, which led to a series of disputes later. This part is almost exactly the same as what Nian had explained. However, Xian discovered that before this, the gods and demons actually had their own origins. The introduction in the book is like this. At the beginning of the world, there were only two lives in omnipotent forest. One was called Omnis. The other was called Claudius. Omnis is an omnipotent existence, the origin and beginning of the world. Claudius is a symbol of power, and the embodiment of destruction and ruin. The gods are a race that obtained power and authority from Omnis, and various duties. They were born based on the almighty Omnis. As one of the earliest races, they created humans, elves, dwarves, orcs and other races. They are the creators of the human race, and have been guiding the life of the human world. The demons are a race born under the influence of Claudius's magic. Their nature is similar to that of monsters born under the influence of the magic source. They are born naturally through the interference of magic. They are born with powerful strength and respect strength, which makes people fear and dread them. With these two beings as the source, the gods and demons appeared, leading to the subsequent emergence of various races. Therefore, it is completely fine to say that the origin of all things started from these two lives. However, the gods and demons have been targeting each other since the moment they were born. The reason may not even be known to the gods and demons themselves. Perhaps it is because of an irreconcilable conflict. Or perhaps one side is unhappy with the other and wants to occupy the ownership of the world alone. The real reason has long been buried in history, and no one knows. From this, we can see how long the history of the struggle between the gods and demons is. With such a long history of struggle, it is no wonder that there are people in the demons who do not want peace to appear. As Sheen read the content, he thought to himself. However, Omnis, Claudius, there is no doubt that the identities of the owners of these two names are about to be revealed. Omnis is the supreme goddess, the pinnacle of the gods, and is called the supreme god. Claudius is the demon king who brings chaos, the pinnacle of the demons, and her power even makes the supreme god temporarily avoid her. She is the strongest in this world. Therefore, the gods can only find the existence of the hero who can defeat the demon king through cross-world summons. But even so, the heroes of all generations have fallen in front of the demon king one after another, and no one has been able to successfully defeat the demon king. Until 1,000 years ago, the strongest hero of all generations, Mitra. This hero possessed unprecedented power, and even the heroes of previous generations had to bow down to him. Finally, with the help of the supreme god Omnis and various races, he defeated the demon king and saved the world. The content after that was the same as what Vivian had mentioned to me. After the demon king was defeated, the supreme god Omnis also consumed too much power. After dividing the world into 3 parts, he led the gods into the god realm and lived in the deepest part of the god realm all year round. He has not appeared again until now, and the 3 races have ushered in 1,000 years of peace. Supreme God Zion was thoughtful and cast his eyes on his special skill blessing of the supreme god. This skill, Sheehan still doesn't know its use. By the way, what is blessing? I haven't figured it out yet. Sheehan began to flip through books, and even looked for other books, until 5 minutes later he found a book related to it. Blessing of God. The so-called blessing is actually a kind of protection given by God to life in the human world. Sheehan opened the book and saw this sentence at first glance. Depending on the duties of the person who grants it, the effect of the blessing is also different. For example, if you get the blessing of the god in charge of health, you can grow up healthily, basically without illness and pain, and even live a long life. For another example, if you get the blessing of the god in charge of harvest, you will get a bonus in farming. Basically, ordinary people get the blessings of the above types of gods. Only those who have talents in other aspects will receive blessings from other types of gods and show talents that match the blessing effects in various aspects. Those with the talent of business will get the blessing of the god of commerce, and get blessing effects such as peace, business, and management. Those with artistic talents will get the blessing of the god of art, and will also get corresponding effect skills. And those with combat talents, such as adventurers, generally have blessings that improve immunity and resistance in all aspects. And when they encounter life-threatening situations, they will have the effect of prolonging life. God's blessings are varied, and there are as many kinds of blessings as there are gods with different duties. Naturally, the stronger the power of the god who bestows the blessing, the stronger the effect of the blessing. This is the blessing. Chapter 76. The effect is still unknown. This, looking at the contents of the book, Sheehan was completely speechless. If this is the case, then who exactly his supreme god's blessing came from, and to whom it was given? There is almost no need to consider it anymore. No. As early as when Sheehan heard about the existence of the supreme god, He already had some understanding of who his blessing, or Hunian who gave him the blessing, would be. Now, the contents of the book told Xian the true identity of his blessing, and Nian who gave him this blessing. One or two of them are hidden very deeply. Xian felt a little unhappy, because the more he understood these, the more he knew that he was involved in a deep vortex. According to the book, basically, all life in the human world will be blessed by God. As long as they are human, they will be taken to the temple by their parents to be blessed after 1 month of birth. If an individual with amazing potential is born, it may also attract the blessing of the higher gods. Under such circumstances, it is said that if the blessing can be bestowed by the existence of the 3 goddesses, the blessing can even make people reborn, accelerate the growth rate, and even have talents and qualities that they did not originally have, so that people can learn skills and magic that they could not learn originally. And the effect is quite amazing. Throughout the ages, there are only a handful of lives that can receive the blessing of this level of gods. The blessings that the heroes of all generations received when they were summoned to this world were given by any one of the 3 goddesses. As for the Supreme God, it seems that no individual blessing has ever been given. But now, no matter how you look at it, that legendary thing seems to have fallen into Xian's hands. Obviously, the other heroes can only get the blessing given by one of the 3 goddesses. But he directly got the blessing of the Supreme God. Is it because he is more special than those heroes? Xian always feels that the reason is definitely not just that. The summoning of the hero after 1,000 years appears now that the war has ended, and the 3 tribes have made peace with each other. This is an extraordinary situation in itself. In addition, this blessing has never been obtained by anyone, and Xian doesn't believe that there is no deeper reason. In the final analysis, it is unclear what the effect of this blessing is, since it is a blessing that no one has ever obtained. Naturally, no one knows the specific effect of this blessing. Obtain the protection of the world. Only for the gods. All conditions can be met. Only for the gods. All interference can be avoided. Only for the gods. All duties can take effect. Only for the gods. All effects can be blessed. What do these effects mean? Xian didn't understand at all. However, one thing is certain. That is, the blessing of the gods is indispensable to the life in the human world. This does not mean that people cannot live without the blessing of gods. According to the book, the blessing is the proof of the protection of gods. And anyone can have it, unless they commit unforgivable crimes. The blessing on this person will be invalid. Therefore, people who lose the blessing are hated and rejected in the human world and the gods, and may even be exiled by the country. Even the Adventurers Guild does not allow people who have lost the blessing to join. So they add the function of detecting the existence of the blessing to the magic detector, in order to find out whether the newcomers who apply to join the Adventurers Guild are extremely vicious criminals. In addition, the people of the demon race will naturally not receive the blessing. In view of this, holding the blessing is the basic condition for living in the human circle. Once it is lost, you can only become a fugitive like Lexia. By the way, both the gods and the demons are races that attach great importance to class, and the status is completely different according to the class. The pinnacle of the gods is undoubtedly the Supreme God, who is worshipped and loyal to by all gods and will never disobey. It can even be called the object of blind loyalty, because the gods are all derived from the life of the Supreme God. The gods must regard him as the mother and the absolute king. Then comes the 3 goddesses who were born first. The rest of the gods are divided into upper gods and lower gods, and their status and class are very clear. The pinnacle of the demons is undoubtedly the demon king. After the death of the demon king, the 6 demons are respected, followed by the upper demons and lower demons, which are very similar to the classes of the gods. The difference is that the gods determine the class and status based on the importance and number of their duties, while the demons are purely divided into classes based on the level of strength. If there are individuals with exceptional strength and potential, they will even be directly recruited by the 6 demons as their direct cadres, and their status will be higher than that of the upper demons. For example, Killian is a high-ranking demon who once belonged to the dragon demon, one of the 6 great demons. His superior is one of the direct subordinates of the dragon demon. If Killian continues to develop in a law-abiding manner, he may become a direct subordinate of the dragon demon in 100 years. At that time, Killian's status in the entire demon clan will be the highest, except for the 6 great demons. Unfortunately, Killian became a member of the old demon clan faction. Now he has left the dragon demon and has become a major criminal and wanted criminal. As for the gods, as mentioned above, it is not strength that determines class and status, but the importance and number of duties they hold. Therefore, there are also high-ranking gods who have no combat power at all. And there are also lower-ranking gods with extraordinary combat power. Only the 3 goddesses have unparalleled power, and belong to the same level as the 6 great demons. In other words, in the modern era when the demon king has passed away, and the supreme god is also in seclusion, the 3 goddesses and the 6 great demons are the people who are openly at the top of the world in terms of status and strength. Right? She had understood more or less. From this point of view, the world of the gods and demons is not complicated, with obvious classes and simple structures. But the human race is very complicated. The human race is divided into multiple races such as humans, dwarves, orcs and elves. The class and status standards of each race are different, and the distribution of their power is uneven. Compared with the gods and demons, it is undoubtedly much more complicated. The Mitrok kingdom where Xian is currently located is just one of the many countries in the human world. I don't know what level the highest combat power among the human race is, or who will be the highest combat power among humans. With this thought in mind, Xian returned God's blessing to the bookshelf. Of course, there are still many things that I don't understand, and Xian can only understand them slowly. Now, Xian wants to find other books. I don't know if there are any here. It can be said that this is what Xian is most looking forward to. With such expectations, Xian started to move around in the library. About half an hour later, Xian happily took a book out of the library. Title: Basics of Magic. Chapter 77. Nothing New. When Sean came down from the 3rd floor of the guild with a book and returned to the 1st floor lobby of the guild, he stopped in his tracks with a strange feeling. Sean raised his eyes and looked around. At this glance, Sean saw many adventurers looking at him in a subtle or explicit way. Is that him? That's right. He doesn't look special. He doesn't even have a decent piece of equipment. Only a weapon hidden in the bag on his shoulder. He looks like a rookie. Right? Yes. I really don't know what's going on. I thought this newcomer would be like the previous ones. Either kicked out after staying in Miss Vivian's team for a month, or done something stupid halfway and was solved by Miss Terre. That's right. Such whispered conversations were faintly heard by Sean. Perhaps the other party deliberately let him hear it. At least, Xian could see that many of the people who were having this conversation were staring at him directly, their eyes full of dissatisfaction and ridicule. Xian immediately raised his eyebrows. The content of this conversation and the change in attitude. Xian could understand what happened with a little thought. Because of Vivian and the others? It seems that the scene where Xian was pulled upstairs by Vivian in the lobby on the 1st floor of the guild stimulated the mentality of these adventurers. This development. Will it be cliché again? Xian narrowed his eyes and was quite speechless. Such a classic plot simply made Xian completely uninterested. Will someone else jump out and be slapped in the face by my pretense? Xian looked like he was not interested, compared with this boring routine plot that can be thought of dozens of chapters with knees. Xian wanted to go back to learn magic as soon as possible. After finally getting the chance to learn magic, Sean didn't want to waste his time on something that had no benefit other than showing off. I really can't get excited. Sean sighed silently, raised his steps, and headed towards the guild gate. At the same time, Sean filtered through the various plots that might appear in his mind. Not long after, hey, newcomer over there. Just as Sean was about to leave the guild, a tall figure finally appeared in front of him. It was an adventurer with muscles all over his body, blood-stained weapons on his back, a fierce look on his face, and a human-shaped giant bear-like adventurer. At this time, the other party stood in front of the guild gate, folded his arms, and looked down at Sean from a high position, his face full of contempt and sneer. The adventurers around him watched this scene, and they also showed expressions like watching a good show, and seemed to be looking forward to the development of the future. Xian was forced to stop and lower his head. Seeing this, the tall adventurer grinned. Xiao. Just when the other party opened his mouth and was about to say something, Xian suddenly raised his head. Boy, you seem to be very popular recently. Do you want to say something like this? Xian's words stunned the tall adventurer. You? The tall adventurer spoke again, as if he wanted to say something again. But Xian didn't give him a chance. Do you think it's okay to pretend to be calm? Even if you do this, I'm not going to let you go. Do you want to say that? Xian's words made the other party turn from stunned to confused. The other party was about to speak again. It's just that I am times, the leading adventurer in Limijan, with a level of times. A rookie like you. I can crush you with one hand. Pay attention to me, and don't make me angry. Do you want to say that? Xian blocked the other person's words again, causing his face to twitch and his face to turn red. Don't. The tall adventurer's red face began to show anger, and he wanted to say something, but still failed. Don't think that you can be so arrogant with Vivian's support. Believe it or not, I will make you look good now. Brat. Is that what you want to say? Xian sighed at the tall adventurer in front of him, and his half-closed eyes became very bored, as if he had no patience at all. Sorry. I know exactly what you want to say, and I can even make up several versions for you. If that's what you want to say, can you please get out of the way? I'm a little busy now. Xian was just like this, expressing his impatience in the most direct manner. As he said that, Xian didn't give the other person time to react, and passed by the tall adventurer with a book in his arms. Really? There's nothing new. Xian muttered and threw down this sentence. This sentence made the tall adventurer angry very smoothly. You? Driven by anger, the tall adventurer pulled out the bloody weapon behind him, turned around, and wanted to attack Xian. However, the moment the tall adventurer turned around, a foot caught his eye. Bang! With a dull blow, the tall adventurer like a giant bear was kicked hard and fell on the floor of the guild, knocking down countless tables and chairs along the way. Amid the exclamations of the surrounding adventurers, he was drowned by the tables and chairs. What? That newcomer actually took action. Kicked the man out with one kick. The adventurers around who seemed to be watching the show were all shocked and made a noise. In front of the guild gate, Xian, holding the book, retracted his foot, and under the astonished gaze of many adventurers, he spoke in a very speechless voice. Feeling insulted, he immediately resorted to violence without saying a word? Sure enough, there is nothing new. Xian muttered like this, without even a little nostalgia, and turned around and left here in front of everyone in the Adventurers Guild. The adventurers who witnessed all this did not react at all, looking at Xian who left without any nostalgia, and then looking at the tall adventurer who was drowned by countless tables and chairs, with a shoe print on his face and the whole person in a syncope. They were speechless for a while. When the staff of the Adventurers Guild came forward in panic, these adventurers began to look at each other, not knowing how to react. However, it must be said that Xian's performance before and after left these adventurers with an impression. That is, this newcomer is a ruthless person. When Riley and Vivian learned about this, they looked at each other in dismay. That guy. Vivian was a little helpless. What an interesting person. Riley laughed. Afterwards, this episode was mentioned as a topic of conversation among many adventurers. As for what kind of impact this would bring, only geniuses know. Chapter 78 Magic. Lamidgen. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Xian returned directly here. For him, the episode in the Adventurers Guild was not even qualified as a joke after dinner, and it was completely unworthy of mention. Now, Xian just wanted to get in touch with magic as soon as possible, or even learn magic. In this mood, the cliched plot had long been thrown out of the window. Under such circumstances, Xian went into his room as soon as he returned to the hotel, locked the door, and then threw off his shoes and jumped onto his bed. Then, Xian couldn't wait to pick up the book Basics of Magic and opened it. Magic. When he opened it, Xian immediately saw a big word magic like this. This word occupied an entire page, as if it had infinite magic power. For some reason, Xian was fascinated by it. Well, it tasted a bit metaphysical. Xian was inexplicably satisfied with this, and turned to the second page. Starting from this page, we will start to learn the basic knowledge of the concept of magic. Magic, a power that can trigger supernatural phenomena by consuming the magic power that all living things possess, is also the most mysterious and profound knowledge in the world. Magic originally originated from the demons. It was a means of using power developed by the Demon King. The purpose was to allow the demons to more efficiently use their own powerful magic power, and use stronger power to fight against the gods. That's why it is called magic, which means the method that the demons are good at using. Later, based on the same theory, the supreme god Omnis developed sacred magic specifically for dealing with demons and monsters, as well as various recovery and auxiliary magic, and granted it to the gods and other races. Magic was no longer a power exclusive to the demons, but a miracle that would appear among all races, and became popular in Omnipotentin. Nowadays, various magics and systems have been developed and spread one after another. Magic has become one of the most noble powers in the world. Magicians who specialize in magic and have made achievements in the field of magic have a higher status than ordinary warriors. because they can often exercise power that ordinary skills cannot achieve. Xian roughly understood the origin of magic. Before, Nian also mentioned this part to Xian. According to the goddess, magic is a power that can interfere with the principles of the world. It can achieve many miracles within the scope allowed by reason. So its status is so high. Thanks to this, if you want to learn magic, you also need very high talent and ability. Because it is a kind of knowledge that can even touch the principles of the world. Why are elves a natural magic race? It is because elves are lives born from nature, close to nature and close to the world. So all elves are natural magicians. Without exception, the demons were born naturally under the influence of the magic power of the demon king. They are born with extremely strong magic power, and can almost use magic. On the contrary, most of the gods cannot use even the simplest magic due to their different duties. But many gods can use sacred, recovery and auxiliary magic, which is different from the demons. What about me? Xian doesn't know if he has the talent to learn magic. In terms of magic power, he should be completely enough. Can I get close to nature and the world? I am from another world. Xian can't help but worry a little. If I knew earlier, I would have read books about heroes to see if the heroes of the past generations have learned magic. Thinking of this, Xian continued to flip through. Magic is also divided into levels according to the effect and power. Primary magic, intermediate magic, advanced magic. Generally speaking, magic is divided into these three levels. The effect and power of primary magic are the weakest, but the learning requirements are also the lowest. Many warriors who have reached a certain level can also use it, but it is undoubtedly much weaker than the level. So many warriors who have reached the learning standard will not choose to learn it. The effect and power of intermediate magic are already worth looking forward to. It has the power and effect that warriors at level 50 want to learn. But the requirements for magic power and talent become higher, and ordinary warriors cannot meet them at all. If they can meet them, then these warriors can basically learn the skills of magic sword. Advanced magic is recognized as high power and high effect. And it is also the greatest pursuit of many magicians. Magicians who can use advanced magic can be valued and were used by nobles, and even the royal family. Therefore, magicians who can learn advanced magic can basically stand out, and their status is not inferior to that of ordinary nobles. However, if you want to learn magic, you must learn the corresponding magic skills. Only those who have learned the magic fire skill can use fire magic, and those who have learned the magic ice skill can use ice magic, and so on. If you want to use a certain type of magic, you must first learn the magic skill of that type. Moreover, the level of magic skills directly determines the level of magic that can be used. When the level of magic skills is level 1, 2, or 3, you can only use elementary magic. When the level of magic skills is level 4, 5, or 6, you can use intermediate magic. When the level of magic skills is level 7, 8, or 9, you can use advanced magic. If the level of magic skills is insufficient, it is impossible to use advanced magic no matter what. This is something everyone knows. Like Melika, because she has upgraded her magic fire and magic ice skills to level 4. This elf girl can use intermediate magic and elementary magic, but she can never use advanced magic. On the other hand, Lisha's magic space skill has been upgraded to level 7, so she can use advanced space magic, and even confine and destroy space itself. At the same time, the higher the level of magic skills, the stronger the power and effect of magic. What about level 10? Xian was a little confused. He turned several pages, but he didn't see what would happen when the magic skills were upgraded to level 10. It should be because this book doesn't cover that level? Xian understands a little. After all, the title of the book is Basics of Magic, and it is easy to imagine that there is no truly profound thing in it. But this book does teach people how to learn basic magic and master magic. If you want to learn magic, it is necessary to learn the corresponding magic skills. However, only the corresponding magic skills are not enough. If you want to become a qualified magician, you first need to learn 2 skills. One is the skill chanting that can improve the chanting speed and proficiency of spells. One is the skill meditation that can change the nature and form of magic power through spirit and thought, so that it can intervene in the principles of the world. Only after learning these 2 skills can you use magic. Therefore, the first thing taught in the book is not magic, but the tricks of how to learn these 2 skills. Chapter 79 I'm a cheater. Generally speaking, a magician who wants to use a kind of magic must go through 2 steps. 1. First adjust your mental state. Concentrate your mind and attention, and transform your own magic properties and forms according to the type of magic to be used. so as to intervene in the relevant reason. This step requires the acquisition of the meditation skill. The higher the skill level, the faster, more skilled and more efficient this step can be completed. 2. After intervening in the relevant reason, chant a specific magic spell to make the magic power undergo a second change. Trigger the change of reason, form a supernatural phenomenon, and achieve miracles. This step requires the acquisition of the chanting skill. The higher the skill level, the faster, more skilled and more efficient it can be completed. If the skill level is high enough, the content of the chant can be shortened, or even the chant can be abandoned, and the change can be completed directly to make the magic take shape. These 2 necessary steps require any magician to learn the 2 skills of meditation and chanting. Otherwise, even if the magic skills are learned, magic cannot be performed. Didn't Vivian mention before that, as a magician, Melika not only has the skills of magic fire and magic ice, but also has the skills of meditation and chanting, which are essential for magicians. Therefore, any magician must learn these 2 skills, meditation and chanting, and the higher the skill level, the better. Otherwise, even if the magic skill level is high, the speed of using magic is surprisingly slow, and there is even the possibility of failure. Isn't the unique skill of that young lady to replace these 2 skills? Xian thought of Leisha's situation. That young lady doesn't need to chant at all when using magic, and she doesn't even need to read out the name of the magic. She can use magic at will with her gestures, including the advanced space magic. All magic in her hands can be activated instantly like superpowers, which is very foul. I claim that it is the effect brought by the unique skill. Then the unique skill is likely to allow the young lady to skip the steps of meditation and chanting, directly access the reason, make the reason change, and also make the magic take shape directly. In other words, it is very likely that Leisha does not have the meditation and chanting skills like ordinary magicians. No wonder she can still use such strong gravity magic. And it seems that she can also use other systems of magic. If there is no need to improve the 2 skills of meditation and chanting, then the skill points saved can be used to learn other magic. Right? In addition to the advantage of instant magic, Leisha will definitely not miss this advantage, and will definitely try to learn as many magics as possible to extremely improve the magician's ability. Compared with other magicians, how much advantage such Leisha will have is imaginable. Sure enough, the unique skills are the most important. Once the effect is surprising, it can completely subvert the gap brought by the level and skills. Although not as good as Xian, Lexia can definitely challenge a higher level. I just don't know what level that girl is. Thinking about this, Xian also began to get in touch with the acquisition of meditation and chanting skills. In the book Basics of Magic, the author clearly stated the techniques for learning these 2 skills. If you want to learn the meditation skill, you can first try to enter a state of concentration. Try to clear your distracting thoughts. Concentrate your mind. Sense your own magic power, and let the magic power change. As long as you keep trying this process and have the talent to learn magic, you will get the qualification to learn the skill at a certain moment. If you want to learn the chanting skill, you must keep practicing the chanting of magic spells. Just like the meditation skill, as long as you have the talent to become a magician, you can use the chanting of magic spells to induce changes in magic power in this process. If you successfully change the magic power, you can generally learn the skill. In view of this, the book explains in detail the techniques for these 2 steps, such as how to better sense magic power, concentrate, and enter a state of meditation, and what kind of magic spells should be practiced to smoothly, fluidly, and naturally induce changes in magic power. Various precautions are explained. The book also marks it like this. According to this method, before adulthood, if you cannot learn one of the 2 skills meditation and chanting within 3 years, it proves that you do not have the talent to learn magic. So please give up becoming a magician as soon as possible. After adulthood, if you do not learn one of the 2 skills meditation and chanting within a year, the reason is the same as above. The faster you learn the 2 skills meditation and chanting, the more talented you are as a magician. Therefore, please choose whether to go to the path of magic according to your own situation, and do not pursue it blindly. Xian carefully wrote down these contents, then pondered for a while, and made a decision. Anyway, let's try it first. Whether it is meditation or chanting, it takes time and effort to achieve results, and the results will not be seen in a short time. But Xian still wants to try. Otherwise it would be too sorry for the fact that he came to this world of swords and magic. Okay. So, Xian, who has made up his mind, put down the book in his hand and prepared to try to enter the state of meditation according to the records in the book. First, enter the state of meditation. Try to clear the distracting thoughts. Concentrate. Sense your own magic power. And let the magic power change. Shin recalled the steps, closed his eyes, and began to try. Shin knew very well that this was an assignment that would take time to complete. Therefore, Shin told himself that he must be patient. Within a year, he must keep trying. And he must not be affected by the distracting thoughts that he is a person from another world and does not know whether he can have magic talent. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. As long as you work hard, even if you are not a person from this world, one day you can also. Acquired skill meditation. Do you want to learn it? At this moment, such a message appeared in Shin's mind. Shin, who had just decided to work hard, twitched his face, opened his eyes, and looked weird. After a moment of silence, Shin picked up the book Basics of Magic again, repeatedly practicing the chanting of magic spells. According to the several magic spells recorded in the book, Shin began to practice chanting. Acquired skill chanting. Do you want to learn it? Soon, or in less than a few seconds, new information appeared in Shin's mind. Shin was silent. At this moment, Shin just felt like an idiot. A person from another world? What's there to worry about? I almost forgot that I'm a cheater. Conclusion, Shin can learn magic. Moreover, it is estimated that no one is more talented as a magician than him. A person from another world. Chapter 80. Is this elementary magic? Lamijin. Outskirts of town. At this time, Shin was walking out of the town, entering such a sparsely populated suburb, and even went into a small hill to find such a fairly empty sandy land. Is it okay here? Shin looked around furtively, and then heaved a sigh of relief, put aside the basics of magic that he had been holding in his hand, and entered the center of the sand. The purpose of coming here is naturally to experiment with the use of magic. Although he can also experiment in a hotel, there is no need to go to such a place. But Shin has not forgotten the commotion he made when he learned the magic sword last time. For the sake of safety, he finally chose to come here carefully. It feels a bit like being bitten by a snake once, and being afraid of the rope for 10 years. Shin himself is also smiling bitterly. From Basics of Magic, Shin learned 4 systems of elementary magic, which are the only 4 elementary magics recorded in this book. According to the book, everyone is good at different magic systems. Even if you have the talent to become a magician, you still need to find the magic system that suits you best. Some people are good at attack magic. Some people are good at defense magic. Some people are good at recovery magic. Some people are good at auxiliary magic. Just like skills, the path of a magician is different according to the different systems they are good at. And it can even be subdivided into categories of each system. For example, some people are good at fire magic and attack magic. And some people are good at freezing magic and attack magic. Everyone's talent and ability determine their future positioning, which needs to be treated with caution. Because the practice of magic usually takes a lot of time. If you work too hard in the wrong direction for too long, you will not only waste time, but also waste talent, and even waste skill points, which is not worth the loss. Therefore, for a magician, in addition to the necessary meditation and chanting, the first thing he should do is to find out the direction he is good at to avoid wasting his time. For example, Melika is a master of both fire magic and ice magic. She seems to have the highest talent in these 2 types of magic. So she specializes in these 2 systems of magic, and has no intention of learning other systems of magic. On the contrary, Lexia, the young lady, seems to be good at many systems of magic in addition to space magic and gravity magic. I don't know if it's because she is too talented in magic, or for other reasons. The Basics of Magic records, the 4 most basic and elementary magics. The purpose is to allow people to initially confirm the magic system they are good at by trying to practice these 4 types of magic. There are many systems and types of magic, but among these many magics, magic that can show clear attributes and directions is undoubtedly the easiest to learn and understand. This is what is said in Basics of Magic. That is, among the many systems of magic, attribute magic is the most suitable magic system for novices to contact and learn. The so-called attribute magic refers to the most common magic systems such as fire magic, ice magic, lightning magic, and wind magic. Because when using magic with clear attributes, one's own magic power will be easily changed. So attribute magic requires the lowest talent of the magician, and the difficulty of learning and improving is much lower than that of other systems of magic. In view of this, the book records a total of 4 primary attribute magics, including fire, ice, lightning, and wind, for beginners to learn. By learning these 4 magics at the same time, you can have a preliminary understanding of what magic system you are best at. After all, in the same learning time, which magic can be used the fastest, it proves that this person has the highest talent and ability in this magic system. Sheen came here just to try these 4 primary magics. According to the book, as long as you learn the skills of meditation and chanting, then in a day or a month, the learner will be able to use one of the magics. As Sheen recalled these contents, he felt very complicated. In a day or a month? Well, it's better not to take it seriously. At least, he is definitely not in this category. Sheen has reason to believe that his performance in the future cannot be evaluated by these common sense. Let's get started. Sheen put aside his distracting thoughts and turned himself into a ruthless machine to avoid being stimulated later. Then, while reviewing the spells of the 4 elementary magics he had just learned, Sheen stretched out his hand forward. First, Sheen tried the magic of the flame system. Burn, the red power of magic. Chanting the short elementary magic spells, the magic power in Sheen's body began to change. It started to flow, then suddenly became hot, and then flowed to the hand that Sheen stretched out, turning into a red flame and burning from the palm. Fire tender. Sheen used magic for the first time in his life. But, bang! In the empty sand, accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the scorching fire wave gushed out from Sheen's palm, blasting the sand in front of him and making the dust fly. A scorched pit appeared in the sand. The diameter of the pit was at least 4 meters. Obtain the skill Magic Fire. Do you want to learn it? The next second, Sheen successfully obtained his first magic skill. However, looking at the scorched pit in front of him, Sheen fell into a long silence. If I remember correctly, the effect and power of this most basic fire magic seems to be only enough to light a tree and summon a palm-sized flame? Sheen didn't dare to say too much. Nor did he dare to think too much. He could only learn the skills first, and then try the other 3 basic magics. Condensate, the ice blue magic power freezing. Shine, the dazzling magic power lightning. Sway, the invisible magic power breeze. In these elementary magic spells that are almost the same, Sheen used 3 systems of attribute magic successively. These are the 4 most basic magics recorded in Basics of Magic. So, do you want to learn the skill Magic Ice? Do you want to learn the skill Magic Thunder? Do you want to learn the skill Magic Wind? Without any surprises, Sheen successfully acquired magic skills. However, in front of Sheen, there was an ice field and a big pit in the entire desert, and there was also sand blowing all over the sky, which made Sheen unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 81. Just pretend you didn't see it. Is this elementary magic? At this moment, looking at the messy sand in front of him, Sheen's forehead was full of question marks. What is elementary magic? To put it bluntly, it is the magic with the weakest power and effect. Not to mention, Sheen used the most basic types of elementary magic. Logically speaking, its effect and power are just better than nothing. But now, looking at the scene in front of him, why does Sheen feel that even if it is intermediate magic, the power and effect are just like this? Obviously, I paid special attention to controlling the magic this time, based on the lesson of Magic Sword at that time. This time, Sheen didn't dare to use all the magic without reservation, but only used the minimum amount of magic that was enough to activate the magic. In this way, with so little magic used, it is impossible for the most basic elementary magic to exert such power. Right? If Sheen has already acquired magic skills and upgraded the level of magic skills, it is understandable. However, Sheen has just acquired the magic skills of the 4 attribute magics, and he has not even had time to learn them all. How can he show such power? I haven't even upgraded the skills of meditation and chanting. In other words, no matter how you look at it, the elementary magic used by Sheen cannot reach the power it is now, unless there are other factors that cause the power of magic to increase significantly. Sheen couldn't help but glance at one of his skills magic guide. This skill can greatly increase Sheen's magic power, and can also greatly increase the power and effect of the magic used by Sheen. It is definitely the biggest culprit for this scene. Sheen immediately retreated silently, picked up the basics of magic that he had put aside, and quickly flipped through it. In this book, such content is also recorded. The power and effect of magic depends on the level of magic skills and the amount of magic output. The efficiency and speed of magic use depends on the levels of the 2 skills meditation and chanting. However, in addition to this, there are 2 other factors that can affect magic. 1 Use specific magic potions or magic props to improve the power, effect, and efficiency of magic. Some rare magic potions and magic props can even improve the level of magic-related skills. 2. If you have unique skills, special skills, and skills that have an amplifying effect on magic, you can also affect the magic you use. Xian has both of these factors. For example, the Holy Sword can increase the level of all of Xian's skills by 10 levels, which is an extraordinary effect. This perfectly confirms the first point. As for the second point, the most representative one is Lesha's unique skill, which can abandon chanting and meditation and cast magic instantly. Of course, in addition to unique skills, there are also many skills that have an amplification effect on magic. According to the records and basics of magic, some high-level magicians have learned a skill called magic power, which can enhance the power and effect of the magic they use. There are also amplification skills such as fire magic power enhancement, frozen magic power enhancement, and lightning magic power enhancement that are only for specific magic systems. Therefore, it is normal that the power of magic will increase when learning magic amplification skills. However, Xian saw a section of content that he had to pay attention to. Among the many magic amplification skills, there is a skill called Magic Guide that is the most powerful and practical. It can not only maximize the power and effect of magic, but also enhance magic power. Unfortunately, this skill can only be learned by the gods and demons, and the human race cannot learn it. Even among the gods and demons, only a very small number of geniuses have learned this skill, and they all learned this skill after level 80. In the past, there were brave men who tried to learn this skill, but failed in the end. It must be said that this is a pity. After seeing this paragraph, Xian immediately closed the basics of magic. Well, just pretend you didn't see it. Xian made such a decision calmly. After all, Xian didn't want to be reduced to being criticized for not being a human being, and even the barrage was piled higher than the grass on the grave. Therefore, it's better to ignore it here. After putting away basics of magic, Xian took another look at the messy sand and fell into deep thought. Then, Xian upgraded the 4 magic skills he had just acquired, including Magic Fire, Magic Eyes, Magic Thunder, and Magic Wind, to the maximum level, and then instantly upgraded the previous meditation and chanting. The next second, Fire Tinder. After upgrading his skills to the maximum, Xian abandoned the chanting, stretched out his hand, and used the most powerful magic at present. Boom! In a corner on the outskirts of Limijan, a grand explosion suddenly appeared in this space. The fire wave expanded like purgatory. The blast rolled like a shock wave. The sand that was originally just a mess was directly blown away by the grand explosion this time, turning into a scorched earth. That scene, that momentum, I believe that no matter who saw it, they would think that a high-level magician of the demon clan released a powerful and superior magic here. The culprit who caused all this was holding a book in one hand and keeping the other hand stretched out, his face red in the firelight. This is elementary magic. Xian nodded calmly, but he looked like he was escaping from reality. After that, Xian ran away from the crime scene as if he wanted to escape. But in his heart, Xian was still thinking about it. No matter what, the magic I have learned now is only the simplest and most basic magic of the 4 attributes. And there are still many magics that I haven't learned. Now that the magic level has been raised, even meditation and chanting have reached the maximum level. It would be a waste if I don't learn other magic. Next time, I will try to let Melika teach me to use intermediate magic of the fire and ice systems. As for the rest of the magic, Xian wants to go back to the 3rd floor library of the Adventurers Guild to look for it. Of course, Xian doesn't think he can find a very advanced magic book. It's obvious that in a library open to the public like that, there is no way that there will be advanced magic for people to learn. But it doesn't matter if it's not advanced magic. Even if it's only at the elementary level, it's definitely powerful enough in Xian's hands. Isn't it? Chapter 82. In the following period of time, Xian almost spent all his time in the guild's library, absorbing all kinds of knowledge in this world, especially the knowledge related to magic. Xian paid special attention to it. In order to maximize the use of his plugins and skills, Xian wanted to learn as many kinds of magic as possible, whether useful or useless. Anyway, magic has such a wide range of uses. Even if it is unpopular, it is possible to use it at any time, and he can learn various magic skills at the fastest speed. So there is no need to worry about not being able to learn it. Xian naturally wants to learn all the magic that can be learned. Under such circumstances, Xian successfully found elementary magic books of attribute magic such as fire, ice, and lightning, and learned various types of elementary magic from them. No longer just the 4 simplest and most basic magic. However, even if Sheen looked through the entire library's book catalog, he still couldn't find a book on the magic system other than attribute magic, let alone a magic book above elementary magic. In other words, as Sheen had thought before, the guild's library did not have any advanced magic books. The magic that could be learned here was only the elementary magic of attribute magic. Sure enough, it was impossible for advanced magic to be learned unconditionally. Sheen was not surprised. After all, the uses of magic were too wide and too special. Magic was originally a power developed by the gods and demons one after another. Now there are systems in various fields. Every race is continuously developing magic in order to enhance the overall strength of the race. How could they let the hard-earned research results be announced casually? What if other races use it to enhance their own strength and then use it against themselves? What if the demons steal the technology in theory, resulting in the abuse and misuse of the excellent results that they have developed with great difficulty, and eventually become a power that harms others and themselves? All kinds of concerns doomed the races to be unable to make the truly profound magic knowledge public. Besides, magic is different from other combat techniques. If it is used to commit crimes, it will really cause great damage. Let's say a magician who has learned intermediate fire magic. As long as he releases an intermediate fire magic, it is easy to create a sea of fire and burn down 1 or 2 buildings. The damage caused by the power and effect of magic is different from that of simple combat methods. Even a low-level magician may cause great damage. Considering this, it is impossible to provide high-level magic for people to learn casually. Right? In view of this, no matter which country, the channels for learning magic will be strictly controlled, especially those special and useful magic systems. It is not so easy to learn. For example, through books, she knew that magic such as the sacred system, the recovery system, and the auxiliary system can only be learned in the temples of various towns. Only with the approval of the temples can you learn these systems of magic. Another example is the rare and special magic systems such as the space system and the gravity system. The country also strictly controls them, without the recommendation of the nobles or even the royal family. No magician can learn these systems of magic from public channels. As for intermediate and advanced magic, if you want to learn it, you must at least be recommended by the Adventurers Guild to apply for this level of magic books. Therefore, Sheen can only learn elementary magic from the library, and it is limited to attribute magic. For other types of magic, there are only theories and explanations of knowledge, and there will be absolutely no teaching of use. It seems that I really need to find an opportunity to ask Melika for advice. Sheen sighed. Elves are a natural magic race, and they are born from nature. They can basically learn various systems of magic from their race without any obstacles, and the restrictions are much lower than humans. That is because elves are almost all kind-hearted and will not cause harm to the world, so they are treated so specially. It is said that elves also inherited the rare magic passed down by the gods because of the favor of the gods, which shows the specialness of this race. This made Sheen feel again that he had to find an opportunity to get closer to Melika and have a good chat about life. Funny, however, the gains in magic are only here, which does not mean that Sheen has no gains in other aspects. At least, in terms of knowledge, Sheen has really supplemented a lot. Now Sheen's understanding of the world is no longer as low as before. Even if many secrets cannot be known through books, common sense is no longer his shortcoming. Sheen even found the heroic stories of the heroes of all generations and learned a lot from them. Especially the hero Mitra, who was praised as the strongest hero of all generations and defeated the devil 1,000 years ago. Sheen has seen a lot of rumors about this hero. It is said that the hero has an extremely powerful unique skill, which allows him to split into multiple bodies with exactly the same strength as himself. And he can stop the army of demons alone. It is said that the sharpness of the hero's holy sword can split the scales of a dragon, cut off a heavy shield, and even cut off half of the damage caused by any attack. It can increase the level of all his skills by 5 levels, and even the level can be blessed, making the hero's level 50 higher than his own level. In addition, the hero's holy sword has many magical uses. It can cut off all evil in the world and weaken any curse so that it cannot threaten the hero. Among the heroes of all generations, the unique skills and the power of the holy sword of this hero are unmatched. So powerful that even the 3 goddesses will be amazed. Such a record was once seen by Sheen. In response, Sheen took a look at the effect of his holy sword. Level plus 100. All skill levels plus 10. All types of damage reduced by 99%. All negative status immune. Sharpness is the highest level. Durability is the highest scale. Causes great damage to evil objects. Has the effect of purifying and expelling evil forces. At that time, Sheen quietly put the book back, pretended not to see it at all, and turned away. These are what Sheen has gained during this period of time. And Vivian and others seem to have been busy during this period of time, so that the team members rarely gather again. So, during this period of time, Sheen almost came to the guild alone. However, every time Sheen came, it would bring a very subtle atmosphere, because the eyes of the people in the guild looked at him differently. Chapter 83, bringing a different style? On this day, Sheen came to the Adventurers Guild as usual. As soon as he entered the Adventurers Guild, Sheen found that many adventurers immediately cast their eyes on him, and the noise around him was much quieter. Sheen ignored this scene, as if he had already gotten used to it, and walked slowly into the hall. The adventurers around looked at Sheen like this and whispered, "That new guy is here again. He has been coming to the guild alone recently. I wonder if anyone will bother him this time. Anyway, I definitely don't want to." Me too. A group of adventurers were discussing this privately, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Sheen. And some of the adventurers were even full of fear. There was no way. Recently, because of the previous incident, many adventurers have come to trouble Sheen, including the tall adventurer who was kicked away by Sheen before. The next day he actually brought all the people in his team, and joined other adventurers who were unhappy with Sheen, and blocked Sheen at the gate. As the saying goes, too many people make things complicated, and adventurers are a profession that is almost on the edge of a knife every day. How could they not have a bad temper? Although Sheen felt that this routine was really vulgar more than once. The profession of adventurer is like this, and the nature itself is destined to make it impossible for there to be so many law-abiding people. However, since Sheen clearly understood these routines, how could he follow them? Therefore, in order to avoid trouble, some of the means used by Sheen simply scared all the adventurers. For example, the incident mentioned above. Sheen seemed to have anticipated it long ago. The next day, when the tall adventurers were blocking the door fiercely and preparing to give Sheen some trouble, he actually dragged the knights patrolling on the street over. "Look, it's them. They tried to beat me up maliciously, and even threatened me to tell them where the wanted criminal of the old demon clan was looking for. I suspect they are spies sent by the old demon clan. Please help me, knights." At that time, Sheen took such a big blame with righteous words, which made the adventurers who blocked the door dumbfounded. But Sheen's blame was quite powerful. Originally, Sheen had subdued Killian, and this matter had long been spread among the knights. In addition, Sheen seemed to have had contact with the person the old demon clan was looking for. So the knights had been paying attention to Sheen. This was also the order of Laylee and Vivian. Both of them had said that Sheen was the only person that Lexia did not reject contact with now. In addition, the old demon clan suffered a great loss in his hands, and it was very likely that they would target him again in the future. Therefore, the two of them talked to the knights and asked them to pay more attention to Sheen's surroundings. As a result, Sheen saw through this and grasped this point, and directly threw the corpse rice bowl over. How could it not knock people out? So, that day, including the tall adventurer, all the people who blocked the door were taken back by the serious knights to have tea. If they didn't do it well, they might really be accused of being spies of the old demon clan. Witnessing this scene, the people watching the show were naturally dumbfounded for a long time. After that, whenever such adventurers came out to make trouble, Sheen turned around without saying a word and dragged a group of knights over to the street, saying that they were threatened privately, and tearfully claimed that they had caused trouble to help the kingdom arrest wanted criminals, but encountered such unfair treatment. It was really unreasonable. I almost lost faith in the kingdom and the guild, and I will never believe in this society and this world again. The people and the knights were numbed by what they said. As a result, the knights simply sent a team to patrol around the guild, so that the adventurers who knew the whole story would be as obedient as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked at Sheen with fear as if they were looking at a devil, especially those adventurers who were taken away by the knights. They knelt down to Sheen one by one after they came back, apologized, begged for mercy, and cried miserably. Afterwards, everyone knew that before these people were taken away by the knights, Sheen specifically told the knights that the people of the old demon clan might send people to rescue Killian, and those who deliberately targeted him might have been assigned a task. So they must be prevented, which led to all these adventurers being re-examined, especially before they were taken away. Sheen said that they didn't know whether the young and energetic men in the Knight's Order would be attracted to the delicate adventurer's buttocks. This made the adventurers worried and scared. They didn't even dare to sleep at night. And their spirits were tortured even more severely. In this way, how dare they find trouble with Sheen? It's true that they pray that Sheen doesn't find trouble with them. Knowing all this, how can the adventurers not look at Sheen with fear and horror? Now, there are even such rumors spreading in the Adventurers Guild. What? Are you unhappy with that newcomer? Are you short of tea at home? What? It's too arrogant for a mere newcomer to be approached by Miss Vivian and others? Are you afraid that you want to be a spy of the old demon clan? What? You look down on people who are only level 10 at the age of 20 and have no skills? Then I advise you to take care of your buttocks first. This is our advice to you as a senior. Don't mess with him. Don't mess with him. Otherwise, not to mention the suicide note, even your lines will be taken away and you will be kicked away. Don't say we didn't remind you. When you are an adventurer, it's not scary to encounter monsters. You will know how cool it is when you encounter the devil. The above is the current evaluation of Sheen by the people in the entire Lemidgeon Adventurer Guild. Sheen has single-handedly changed the style of the entire Adventurer Guild. Such Sheen seemed to be unconsciously bathing in the awe-filled gazes of many adventurers, preparing to go upstairs to the library. But before that, the staff at the guild counter notified Sheen. Ah, Mr. Sheen, Miss Vivian and the others are now in the second floor box. Let us tell you that if you come, go over. Hearing this, Sheen stopped. Can we gather again? Sheen smiled slightly, and without hesitation, he went directly to the box on the second floor. There, everyone in Vivian's team did gather again. You have done a lot of things during this period. In the box, Vivian said this very unhappily when she saw Sheen. Not to mention Vivian. Even Thierry, Lumia and Melika looked at Sheen in a very strange way, which made Sheen laugh awkwardly. Chapter 84 Going back to inherit the title. It must be said that Sheen has been too extravagant recently. If Vivian and others still don't know Sheen's heroic story, it is absolutely false. I never thought that a trainee novice adventurer who has not passed the assessment can make such a big name in the guild. Vivian felt that she didn't know whether to admire or feel helpless. Not to mention in the guild. Even outside now, you can hear your name from time to time. Tyr also glanced at Sheen. I often hear it recently. Lumia also expressed weakly. It is better to say that it is impossible not to be famous if you can drag everyone in the guild and the knights around. Melika smiled bitterly. The four girls looked at Sheen with strange eyes, and they didn't know how to evaluate this deed. Obviously, the four of them had never expected that Sheen would cause so many troubles in just a few days, which was really touching. Facing the strange gazes of the crowd, Sheen looked unhappy, but wanted to shout loudly. No, it should be said that Sheen did shout out. Who do you think this is thanks to? Sheen said as if he was complaining. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be picked on by those guys in the guild who are so idle that they have nothing to do. Hearing this, the girls were stunned for a moment, and the strange expressions on their faces turned into guilt. Speaking of which, this matter does have a lot to do with us. Tyr admitted this. Yes, I'm sorry. Lumia hurriedly bowed her head to Sheen to apologize. Woo. Melika also looked embarrassed. Not unconsciously. As for Vivian, it was even more straightforward. Regarding this part, I have to apologize to you. Vivian put away the sullenness on her face, lowered her eyes, and said to Sean, It's because of my inconsiderateness and careless actions that I caused you such trouble. Sorry. It seems that Vivian is still very clear about the reason why Sean was picked on. Well, it's not to the point where I need to apologize. Sean was embarrassed now. After all, Sean had to admit that at the beginning, he did think that this cliched plot was troublesome. But later he was also having fun. And he was so wild that he was regarded as a devil. Perhaps because he had seen too many such plots in his previous life. Sean was really poisoned. So when he saw similar situations, he always had an urge to ruin these plots with his own hands. In this case, Sean coughed dryly and spoke to Vivian. Anyway, this matter is past. Let's not mention it. Sheen said this directly without any beating around the bush. However, the person who responded was not Vivian, but an acquaintance who came in from the door. Actually, it was quite interesting. It was rare to see those rude and impolite guys fall and become as submissive as they are now. It was really interesting personally. From the perspective of the guild, it could also be used as an opportunity to teach them a lesson and make them behave themselves in the future. Therefore, both publicly and privately, this time was a sure win. The person who said this and walked in from the door was the president of the Limigian Adventurers Guild. Riley, President, Teal, Lumia, and Melika stood up immediately. So soon? Vivian also stood up, but was not surprised by Riley's arrival, as if she had known that the president would come here. As for Xian, when he saw Riley appear, he shrank his head unconsciously. That look is just like feeling guilty. In fact, Xian should feel guilty. After all, Xian has done whatever he wants in the guild in various senses, and it is still embarrassing to face Layli, the president. Layli naturally saw Xian's performance, and was immediately amused. Do you feel guilty now? Layli said with a smile. However, you don't have to feel so guilty. Although the matter is a bit serious, it is not your fault. The cause of the accident is those so-called idle guys you mentioned. Right? Hearing this, Xian thought about it, and found that it made sense. He did nothing wrong. Why should he feel guilty? Is it wrong to be too wild? Of course not. Thinking of this, Xian suddenly felt that he was right and angry. He seemed to relax and showed a very sunny smile. Seeing this, Layli hit him in a bad mood. Even if it's not your fault, don't play too much. Otherwise, if you play all the adventurers in the guild, I will really have to resign as the president and go back to inherit the title. This sentence made Xian almost roll his eyes on the spot. Listen, is this human language? Ignoring Xian's expression that seemed to be a silent protest, Layli turned her head and looked at Vivian. How is it? Are you ready? Layli asked like this. Not yet. I'm just about to explain it to everyone. Vivian shook her head and replied like this. Then I'll explain it. Layli said, this matter is more important, so it's better for me to explain it. That's fine. Vivian nodded and said, anyway, everyone in the team is here. Let's go to your side now. No, there's no need to be so troublesome. Layli also shook her head and said, just explain it here. Vivian hesitated for a moment, but then she didn't object and nodded again. Seeing Vivian and Layli talking in a riddle that only they could understand, everyone was a little confused. Is there something important that the president wants to tell us? Melika was the first to lose patience and raised her hand, asking with a little nervousness. Ter and Lumia also looked at Layli, one with questions in her eyes, and the other as nervous as Melika. On the contrary, Xian was not too surprised. Long before the gathering, Xian guessed that since they were gathering again, there must be something to do. Sure enough. In fact, I am here to issue a new commission to you. Layli bluntly stated her purpose. New commission? Everyone's face was lifted, and their eyes were focused on Layli. The same was true for Xian. But in the next second, these words came out from Riley's mouth. I have discussed the matter of Killian with Mr. Burin, and we have decided that in 2 days, the guild and the knights will send people together to escort Killian to the capital. Riley said this in a shocking voice. This matter is very important. Not only will the knights send enough people, but our guild must also send enough adventurers to carry out this mission. Your team is the first choice. This is what Riley is going to explain. Chapter 85. Hack you all. Escort Killian to the capital? Riley's words surprised everyone in Vivian's team, especially Xian, who opened his eyes wide in surprise, as if he was hit by a club from an invisible place. Looking at everyone like this, Riley couldn't help but smile. I know that you are all waiting for the people from the capital to be sent to Limizian to escort Killian away. It's better to say that many people are waiting. Right? Riley glanced at everyone and said, however, we don't know when the people from the capital will arrive. And with Limizian's current combat power, it is also very disturbing whether they can keep an eye on a demon of Killian's level. In addition, I think that the people sent by the old demons will definitely not watch an internal talent of Killian's level being escorted to the capital and judged in vain. So they are very likely to take action against Limizian and rescue Killian. Riley became serious and said, if things really turn out like that, Limizian is likely to be greatly threatened. It is not Riley's style to not solve such a threat when she knows it. The president, who likes to plan ahead and nip the crisis in the bud, made a suggestion to Burin Nereo, the manager of Limizian. After seeing all the situations clearly, the suggestion is to secretly escort Killian to the capital without waiting for the people from the capital to come. After learning about Killian's situation, the people of the old demon clan will definitely intend to rescue Killian before the people from the capital come to Limizian. Riley said very confidently, in this case, there is no reason for us to passively wait for the attack of the old demon clan here. We should consider escorting Killian to the capital as soon as possible to eliminate all risks. In this way, if the people of the old demon clan attack Limizian, they would only find that the target had already been deserted and suffer a great loss. Of course, in Riley's calculation, it was not allowed for the old demon clan to attack Lemisian, so she had already made preparations. During the period when Killian was escorted to the capital, before the people of the old demon clan attacked Lemisian, she spread the news that Killian had been escorted to the capital, so that the old demon clan gathered at Lemisian would be directly empty-handed. By then, even if Killian had not arrived at the capital, the gathered old demon clan would definitely not be able to find him and rescue him before he arrived at the capital. And without Killian as a trigger, the old demon clan would not want to take the risk of attacking the town, so they could only retreat. Right? In view of this, our guild and the knights will send personnel to secretly escort Killian to the capital. Riley smiled at everyone and said, on the knight's side, it seems that Mr. Burren is even ready to go out himself. So the guild will naturally have to send out the highest level team of adventurers to take charge of this mission. Vivian's team was chosen. Riley appeared here just to explain this. However, everyone in the team looked at each other in bewilderment. Escort a major criminal of the old demon clan? Lumia felt a little scared. We have never done such a commission. Right? Melika also felt uneasy. Should I say she is worthy of being the president of Riley? Teal murmured in a low voice, as if she was impressed by Riley's style of doing things. Only Vivian added this sentence. There is another reason for doing this. Vivian whispered, don't forget. In addition to Killian, there is another target in Lemisian who will be targeted by the old demon clan. And this target is more likely to attract the old demon clan to take action than Killian. Everyone almost guessed who Vivian was referring to, especially Sheen. The corners of his mouth twitched. For some reason, Riley cast her eyes on Sheen. In the past, that person had never stayed in a town for such a long time. In order not to be caught by the people of the old demon clan, she kept fleeing for 10 years and almost traveled all over the continent. Riley said meaningfully, this time, the other party actually stayed in Lemisian and did not leave. Even if you say that she didn't want to do anything special to Lemisian, she must have some purpose to do so. Don't you think so, Sheen? Sheen didn't dare to speak immediately. And looking at Sheen like this, Riley also became half-smiled. Although I don't know what that person is going to do. At present, she is undoubtedly a very hot visitor to Lemisian. We can neither touch her nor let her stay here, so as not to let the people of the old demon clan target Lemisian. Then, we might as well ask her to leave in a more polite way. Riley spread her hands and said, the other party stayed here because Killian was subdued. If I guess correctly, the other party might want to take some action against the old demon clan. Then we must escort Killian out as soon as possible, so that she will most likely leave with us. Which is definitely a good thing for Lemisian. In summary, in order to get Lemisian out of the danger circle, Riley took such a move. First, it can escort the important criminals away as soon as possible. Second, it can divert the attention of the old demon clan and break their rescue plan. And third, it can get rid of the hot potato. It is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Sheen just felt that he was full of wow in his heart. This president is a little bit amazing. Not only was he able to take all factors into consideration and see through other people's actions to the greatest extent, he was also able to determine the interests involved. He even saw through Leisha's purpose to a certain extent, thus seizing the initiative and unknowingly eliminating all dangerous factors from Lemisian, thus ensuring the safety of the town to a great extent, which impressed Sheen. But this would be a bit troublesome for Sheen and Leisha's plan. Once Killian was escorted away, the people of the old demon clan would change their targets, or even be caught off guard and never show up again. Then Sheen and Leisha's idea of harvesting a wave of villain-experienced monsters would be completely empty. This made Sheen say weakly, is this okay? Obviously that woman is also a wanted criminal, and she was let go. Isn't this inappropriate? Sheen said with a little confidence. Also, after the people of the old demon clan found out that they were fooled after the empty attack, wouldn't they attack Lemisian directly because of anger? Sheen's statement can't be said to be forced. However, Laylee laughed instead, and her eyes became quite playful when looking at Sheen. This made Sheen feel guilty again. Could this president have guessed the plan between him and Leisha? Damn. It's a little scary. Chapter 86, I am not the protagonist after all. In fact, it is not so incredible that Riley could guess about Sheen and Lexia. Originally, Sheen was the only one who had contact with Lexia, since Lexia did not reject him and only met him. There must be a reason. It may be that she was curious about Sheen, the so-called new adventurer who could subdue Killian. It is also possible that Lexia knew some secrets of Sheen and suspected Sheen's identity. But if that is the case, Lexia only has a reason to meet Sheen, not a reason to stay in Lemidgen. It is impossible that such a famous wanted criminal would ignore his own situation and the reality of being a fugitive for just one person, and stay here, waiting for others to cause trouble. Right? So, Lexia must have some purpose. This purpose, Sheen himself claimed that it was not aimed at Lemidgen. So it is very likely to be aimed at the old demon faction. If this possibility is taken into consideration, coupled with the fact that Sheen himself is not ordinary and has met with Lexia alone, it is not impossible for Riley to guess that Lexia wants to join hands with Sheen to trick the old demon clan. The reason why Sheen was scared was not because he was making a fuss, but because he thought that a superior like Riley would not believe his one-sided words so much, and thought that Lexia really had no intention of Lemidgen. In Sheen's view, even if he said that Lexia had no purpose in Lemidgen, Riley would never believe it immediately. In this way, Riley would definitely have doubts about Lexia's purpose, and would fall into thinking and probing and constantly groping. And it would be impossible to directly guess what he and Lexia were secretly planning to do. Who would have thought that Riley completely believed Sheen's statement, and really did not consider the direction that Lexia intended to harm Lemidgen, and then immediately locked the truth. Sheen did not expect Riley to believe his words so much. However, Sean didn't know that Riley didn't trust him. But Vivian. Riley didn't know Sean's identity, but she knew that it was a secret that couldn't be exposed. And with Vivian, a childhood friend who could be trusted, she would decisively choose to stand on Sean's side and accept Sean's words. As for Vivian, she didn't really trust Sean. Even though Vivian was kind and gentle by nature, it didn't mean that she would completely trust someone in such a short time. Vivian would guarantee Sean, and even choose to trust him so quickly, because Vivian guessed Sean's identity to some extent. In Vivian's view, Sean's identity was destined to be trustworthy, and he couldn't be a treacherous person. So, Vivian guaranteed Sean, and Riley trusted such Vivian, and finally formed a relationship chain, which led to Riley not doubting Sean's words. This is the relationship that will appear in reality. Reality is not a novel. It will not happen that everyone except the protagonist has a lowered intelligence. There will be many fools, but there are also many smart people. It is basically impossible for everyone to revolve around the protagonist like in novels. Reality is that everyone has their own ideas. Everyone has their own positions. Everyone has their own standards and judgments. And each result, at first glance, is so ordinary. But in fact it is produced after the thinking and actions of many parties are intertwined. Although Sheen has been bombarded by so many cliched plots in his previous life, he can play some cliched developments with disgust. But since it is cliched, there will naturally be no complex thoughts intertwined. Therefore, unless this world has skills such as mind reading or foresight for him to learn. Otherwise, how can he completely guess all the developments? Reality is full of surprises. Now, the accident has happened. It is impossible for all things to revolve around the protagonist, and let the protagonist achieve his goals smoothly. Other people's thoughts and judgments will also have a great impact on the current situation. Of course, Sean's mood at this time can also be summarized in one sentence. I am not the protagonist after all. It is really a sad thing. However, Sean did not know that although Laylee guessed something, she did not intend to say it. After all, she was still on Sean's side, or on Vivian's side. Therefore, Laylee answered Sean's words like this. Although she was a wanted criminal, the kingdom did not dare to act rashly against that person because of the fear of the unknown dangerous item being used. The kingdom has always been very cautious in treating that person. Unless there is absolute certainty, it can only wait and see for the time being to avoid angering the other party. Even if we let her go, no one will have any objections. Laylee explained to Sean like this. As for the people of the old demon clan, they may attack Lemidgen directly because of anger, but they are not stupid. Even Killian was subdued here. Even if they claim that you, the new adventurer I favor, use powerful magic props to succeed in a nearly sneak attack, they don't want to take a huge and meaningless risk to do something. Right? What if there are still magic props in Lemidgen that can even subdue Killian? The people of the old demon clan will definitely be so cautious. So, if Killian is still here, they may still take the risk. But if Killian is no longer in Lemidgen, they will definitely not choose to take the risk without any benefits, so as to avoid any more losses. Well, if I have that kind of prop, I don't mind them taking action directly. It's better to say that I really hope they can take action so that they can eradicate those pests. Riley gave Sheen a beautiful smile and said charmingly and seductively, If Mr. Sheen has any more powerful magic props like that, please be sure to tell me, and I can buy them for a high price. Okay? These words almost made Sean lose his composure. That's not mine. Senior Tier gave it to me for self-defense. Sean once again started to blame others. But his tone was hesitant. This made all the girls roll their eyes. Especially Tier, who wondered if she had done something wrong in the lie she had helped Sean to cover up before. Even Tier was like this. Let alone Lely and Vivian. You know, Tier only helped Sean to cover up the lie within the team, while Lely and Vivian directly helped Sean to cover up the lie, claiming that the so-called magic prop was given to Sean by them. Now, seeing Sean blaming others, he has been flying around in the guild recently, and the two of them almost doubted whether it was right or wrong to help this guy clean up the mess so many times. Anyway, that's what happened. Lely sighed and spoke to everyone like this. This commission is a secret mission, except for a few relevant people. No one can disclose it, so as to avoid the exposure of this operation. Not only will it fail to achieve the goal, but it will also lead the people of the old demon clan to your side, so that you will be attacked by the old demon clan. The guild will not let you alone to carry out this mission. In addition to you, there are 2 other high-level teams that will be commissioned. The time is in 2 days. You should prepare well. Chapter 87. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. Afterwards, Riley explained some details to everyone in Vivian's team, such as where to gather at that time, what route and action to take to avoid sight, and secretly escort the target person to the capital. In this regard, Vivian, as the captain, will be fully responsible. Now she is listening to Riley's explanation with a serious face, writing down all the key points. Fear, Lumia and Melika are also listening attentively, and they must attach great importance to this commission. It is not okay not to attach importance to it. The person they are going to escort is a demon criminal of level 77. This person is also one of the masterminds of the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago. It is unknown how many nobles he murdered that year, and even the royal family was killed. The senior officials in the capital must hate this guy to the extreme and want to make a personal judgment. How important this escort mission is, there is no need to emphasize it. In addition, the old demon clan was involved. No matter from which aspect, this commission was destined to be unusual. As an adventurer who was to execute it, he naturally had to be very alert to deal with it. Only Xian was listening carefully. But in fact, he had already said something in his heart. What should I do now? According to the current rhythm, it is probably impossible to trick the old demon clan. Should I discuss it with the young lady first? Xian thought so, but quickly rejected it. Although he and Lixia are in a cooperative relationship, this commission is so important. If he leaked it to Lixia rashly, and Lixia did something that hurt others and benefited himself for his own purpose, Xian would not be able to see Vivian. In other words, compared with Lixia, Xian wanted to stand on Vivian's side more. After all, Sean has not completely trusted Lixia. To put it nicely, the relationship between him and Lixia is called cooperation. To put it bluntly, they just got together for their own purposes. It would be strange to say that there is any trust between them. Otherwise, why can Sean be so tough in front of Lixia? It is because Sean is still on guard against Lixia. On the other hand, not only Vivian, but also Lely and Tier have given Sean a lot of care, and even helped him with many things that can be understood by each other without saying it. In this case, Sean will definitely not be a traitor. Sean is really grateful to Vivian and others. Therefore, Sean thinks that it is better not to leak this matter to Lixia. At worst, just ignore the guys of the old demon clan. Originally, Sean wanted to pit the old demon clan because he didn't want these villains to come and retaliate against him like some disgusting plots. If it really doesn't work, then Sean won't be persistent. After all, I am a man with a lot of tricks. If something really happens, I won't be completely helpless. Right? With this thought in mind, Sean gave up very neatly, and showed an extraordinary ability to accept things, just like in the past. After thinking this through, Sean also had a clear mind, and no longer cared about other trivial matters. Together with the people in Vivian's team, he listened carefully to Riley's explanation. Riley spoke for a full hour before letting everyone go. Afterwards, everyone talked about this matter for a while, and then they also went away. For the mission 2 days later, everyone had to go back and make some preparations within their ability. I have to find a way to settle my family first. Lumia said this very uneasily, obviously worried about how to arrange her 7 young sisters during the time she was away from Lemidgen. I will also ask the seniors of the elves about useful magic and the production methods of magic props. Melika also seemed to want to make as much preparation as possible. I can leave at any time. Teal was still calm and indifferent, as if telling everyone that she was ready to fight with all her strength at any time and anywhere. As for Vivian, after hesitating for a few times, she asked Sheen a question. Forget about us. Do you really plan to participate in this commission? Vivian seemed to be worried about something. There is no way. Logically speaking, you are just a newcomer who is still under assessment, and there is no reason for you to accompany us to carry out such an important task. Vivian said to Sheen very seriously, if you want to stay at Limijan, then bring it up. It seems that Vivian does not intend to treat Sheen specially because of his specialness. She knew that Vivian did not want him to think that they were using her power. Others may not know, but Vivian and Thierry must know more or less about Sean's hidden strength. So they don't want to help him decide to participate in this commission without Sean's consent. Right? Although, with Sean as a hidden card with great strength, this commission will be much more confident. But Vivian obviously doesn't want to ignore Sean's intention because of this. Sean has only one sentence for this. Am I not a member of this team? Sean's decisive words shocked Vivian and others. At least, Vivian seemed a little moved. Since you said so, Vivian smiled and apologized to Sean. Sean also smiled and told Vivian not to care, but silently complained, if I stay here, when that young lady knows that I concealed this matter and made her wait for so long in vain, I'm afraid she will come to me immediately to settle the score. Right? Xian was not afraid of her, but rather than being annoyed, Xian hoped to see the young lady get angry because she couldn't find him to settle the score. That scene, Xian felt very exciting just thinking about it. So, everyone agreed to meet again in 2 days, and then disbanded. Xian also left the guild directly, and returned to the hotel. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Not long after, the time for the secret mission came. Xian prepared some clothes and toiletries according to Vivian's instructions, packed them in a package, and took them with a holy sword that was also wrapped in a long package, and then left the hotel. However, Xian did not go to the guild, but went directly to the city center of Limijan. There is a huge building dedicated to office use. The building, like the Adventurers Guild, was located on a vast square, but the square was surrounded by a wall, and there were knights patrolling and training, like a military stronghold, full of solemn and severe atmosphere. Xian came here, and here, many people have gathered together. Chapter 88 People Gathering. At this time, about a dozen people gathered in the corner of the square. Among these dozen people, some were knights and some were adventurers. Both sides wore standard armor and swords, while the other had their own equipment. The difference was not uniform, and they could be recognized at a glance. They gathered around several carriages. In the middle of the carriages, there was a carriage with iron fences like a cage. It was obvious that the carriage was used to escort prisoners. When Sheen arrived, everyone in Vivian's team had already arrived, except for Vivian, who was talking to the captain of another adventurer team and some members of the knights. Thiele was leaning against a carriage with his arms indifferently. Lumia and Melika also talked quietly beside Thiele, acting quite restrained. This is because the adventurers and knights in the square can't help but glance at them from time to time. Even the knights and soldiers patrolling around sometimes secretly look at them, which makes them feel uneasy. Right? After all, there are only a group of old men who sweat under the hot sun for training and work all day long. If there are suddenly a few sweet and delicious little girls here, if the style is not serious, it will turn into a subplot in minutes. Xian couldn't help but complain, and then step forward and join them. Of course, Xian did not join the so-called old men, but joined the adventurer team and the knight group that gathered, which attracted the attention of many people at once. Are you here? Vivian, who was talking to someone, found Xian and smiled at Xian. Not only Vivian, but also Thiele, Lumia and Melika all reacted to Xian's arrival, although only one of them raised his head and looked at Xian, and the other two hesitated as to whether they should approach. They also told others that Xian's treatment was different from that of others around him. Sorry. Am I late? Xian came to Vivian and apologized while scratching his head. No. You came early. Now only our team and the adventurers of another team have arrived. There is another team that has not yet reported in, and the knights are still preparing. Vivian explained to Xian gently. Her kind and approachable attitude made the old men around feel healed again, and once again cast admiring eyes at her. Of course, for Xian, who could make Vivian smile so gently, everyone cast a refreshing and pleasant murderous aura. If it were in the past, Sean would have complained about this situation. But he had experienced the same situation enough and was too lazy to react to it. In this situation, Vivian slightly stepped aside, letting the adventurer who was just talking to appear in Sean's field of vision. "Let me introduce you," Vivian said to Sheen. "This is the captain of another adventurer team that is carrying out the escort mission with us today. Alice." Vivian was referring to a 40-year-old middle-aged man who was wearing heavy full-body armor like her, with a sword on his waist, but no shield. "Are you the newcomer that has been rumored in the guild recently?" Alice smiled at Sheen with a refreshing smile, like a sunny uncle, and said, "I didn't expect you to come too. I thought that with Vivian's protective desire, she would not bring you with such an important and slightly dangerous commission. Not only Alice thinks so, but everyone else thinks so too. Right? At least, the adventurers who seemed to be members of Alice's team were stunned when they saw Sheen. And then they whispered to each other in surprise, obviously talking about this matter. Sheen didn't have any feelings about it. "This time I asked to come by myself," Sheen said modestly. "After all, it is an important task that rarely appears. Even if I am lucky enough to pass the assessment and become a formal adventurer, I don't know when I can see such a commission again at my level. Therefore, since this opportunity is rare, I took advantage of Captain Vivian's gentleness and asked her to take me to see the world and broaden my horizons." This is the excuse Sheen had already thought of. The reason is very simple. For such a high-level commission task, you can tell with your knees that if a person of too low level participates, not only can he not help, but he may even be a drag. Sheen certainly doesn't want to do anything to play the pig and eat the tiger, but he will not advertise how awesome he is all over the world. In this way, there will definitely be more or less people who will question it. In this case, Sheen thinks that it is better to take all the responsibilities on himself first. Otherwise, it will be fine for himself. But if others question Vivian, it will be troublesome. It's easy to imagine that if Vivian, as the captain of a team preparing to carry out an important mission, actually brought a rookie to hang out in such an occasion, Sean could easily imagine several plots, such as someone looking down on Vivian, or being dissatisfied with Vivian's behavior, etc., thinking that she is not qualified as a captain. At that time, Sean is confident that he will kick all those guys away at the first time, and will never do the cliché of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and then slap them in the face later. So, no matter what, put the blame on yourself first. Well, I'm used to shirking the blame, and I can even blame myself. Is this the highest level? While Sean was thinking about it randomly, Alice laughed. "So that's it. Have you seen the world?" Alice patted Sheen on the back and said in a familiar manner, "This is indeed a good opportunity. But I don't believe that the devil that everyone is talking about is here just to see the world. Not to mention that the Vivian I know would not bring a newcomer to carry out such a dangerous commission for this reason. Are you hiding some powerful means?" Hearing this, Sean looked at Alice a little sideways. As expected of the captain of a high-level adventurer team, he seems to be very familiar at first glance. But he is quite thoughtful. Sean thought so. "Okay, Alice, don't bully Sean." Vivian slapped Alice's hand on Sean and said unhappily, "Although Sean is a newcomer, he has a bright future." Even Laylee did not object to his participation in this commission. "As a senior, you should help him more within your ability, and don't be so frivolous all the time." It seems that Vivian and Alice have a good private relationship, and they are less polite when talking. Really strict. Alice laughed and said, "Well, since you are a promising junior, I will certainly do what I can. Let me look forward to your subsequent development." "Thank you." Sean thanked him for the time being. However, at this moment, an inappropriate voice intervened. He is only level 10 at the age of 20, and has not yet acquired any skills. Can such a newcomer be considered to have a bright future? Chapter 89 Unwelcome Companions. The sudden harsh voice made everyone present frown, especially Sheen, who raised his eyebrows when he heard the voice and turned to look at the source of the sound. The rest of the people did the same. All looked over. And Ter, Lumia and Melika all cast their eyes over. But this look made many people's faces change. The smile on Vivian's face disappeared. Alice's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Ter's face began to turn cold. Melika's breath was choked, and some fear emerged in her eyes, making her hug Lumia next to her. But Lumia's performance was not much better, as if she had seen someone she wanted to stay away from. Trembling, and almost ran away. In this situation, 3 figures approached one after another. They were 3 very distinctive adventurers. The one walking in front is a handsome man who looks like a star. with a kind and friendly face. He is only about 20 years old. He is the kind of handsome man who will definitely make the crazy fans scream when he walks on the street. There are a man and a woman next to this handsome man. The man looks younger than the former, but he is wearing gorgeous and luxurious high-end equipment. He even holds his head high and looks very high-spirited. The woman is older and looks quite outstanding, but she is not as pure and gentle as Vivian and others. Nor is she an intellectual beauty like Riley. Instead, she tends to be voluptuous and charming. The impressions of these three adventurers are completely different. One makes people feel good and handsome. One only gives people the feeling of a nouveau riche, and is quite carefree. The other one makes the men around him shine, and it is obvious that he is very stimulating to men. However, when seeing these three people, Vivian and others' expressions are not very good. Leon? Why are you here? Alice looked at the handsome man who led the group in amazement. However, before the other party could speak, the upstart man spoke first. Of course, we are here to carry out this secret mission, the other party said with a sneer and a complacent tone. This mission is so important that it naturally needs to be entrusted to an excellent adventurer team. In this case, how could our team not be selected? This statement is simply boasting to the extreme. At least, Sheehan didn't need to identify it to know that such a standard supporting role mode. The sarcastic remarks just now must have come from this guy's mouth. Even the other party showed the 4 words arrogant to the fullest, and looked at Vivian without waiting for Alice to answer, and approached her with some excitement. Captain Vivian, long time no see. An excited speech was interrupted before it could be finished. I am no longer your captain, Master Mager. Vivian interrupted the other party's speech, lowered his head and said, but it has been a long time since we last met. Please forgive me for not greeting you for a long time. These words sounded so polite and courteous, but in fact, the meaning of rejecting people from 1,000 miles away was so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. The man called Mager naturally heard it, a little embarrassed, and a little ashamed, but in the end, he couldn't wait to speak. Since Miss Vivian of the Vivian team is here, what about Melika? Is Melika here too? As he said, Mager looked around, and after a while, he saw Melika holding Lumia, with a pale face. Melika. Mager's expression suddenly became more excited, and he subconsciously wanted to step forward. But at this moment, a black wind blew in front of Mager and stopped him. Ugh! Mager was frightened and couldn't help but take several steps back. Then he saw the other person clearly, and the excitement on his face began to be replaced by astonishment and anger. Tyr! That person was Tyr. Tyr looked at Mager coldly, and he didn't know when he had a sharp blade in his hand. If you go forward, your leg will be broken again. The cold and ruthless words made Mager both shocked and angry, but there was more fear in his eyes. Tyr! Lumia hurried to Tyr's side. Melika wanted to follow, but when she saw Mager, her face was very ugly, as if she had awakened some psychological shadow, and she couldn't move at all. Seeing Melika like this, Vivian stepped forward, hugged her in her arms, and comforted her softly, which made Melika relax a lot. In this situation, the rest of the people also gathered. What are you doing, Master Mager? Alice said rudely, don't scare me. Okay? It's none of your business. Alice. Mager seemed to have found a way out, but he said angrily to Alice, watch your attitude when you speak. This pretentious remark made many people unhappy. Indeed, I offended. Alice admitted this, but his tone did not become polite. Instead, he spoke again to the handsome man next to him and said, so, as the captain of the young master, shouldn't you restrain the people in the team? Lion? Hearing this, the handsome man called Lion by Alice smiled. That smile was very elegant and refreshing, making people feel like being bathed in spring breeze, and also made the charming woman next to her blush and show her fascination. Then, the other party said this. Sorry. Mager has always been so impulsive. I have told him several times, but he is young after all, so please forgive him. Lion said this while speaking to Mager gently. Mager, you should control yourself. Even if you are happy to see Miss Melika, being so impulsive will bring shame to the reputation of the Flit family. Right? Mager was speechless, and seemed to take Lion's words seriously. However, even so, Mager still kept looking in the direction of Melika, with undisguised admiration, excitement, reluctance and happiness in his eyes. Facing such Mager, Melika not only did not feel happy, but bit her lips tightly and buried her head in Vivian's arms. Looking at this scene, Sheen, who had been watching silently, had a lot of murmurs in his heart. This atmosphere. I am afraid there are many personal grudges. Sheen looked at the three uninvited guests. Vivian also comforted Melika, and brought Melika to Teal and Lumia before she stepped forward. So you are the third adventurer team to carry out the secret mission? When she said this, Vivian's tone was more or less worried and helpless. Yes. I don't know if Leon noticed this. Looking directly at Vivian, as if she was the only one in his eyes, and smiled happily. I know that President Laley will definitely choose you. Vivian. I really hope that the next cooperation will make both parties have a pleasant experience. After hearing what Leon said, Vivian still didn't feel happy at all, but fell into silence. And even Alice on the side smiled bitterly. She didn't expect Vivian and Alice to behave like this. That upstart is fine. But this guy named Leon doesn't seem to be a bad person. Right? What's going on? Chapter 90, it will be more troublesome than expected. The atmosphere in the whole square became a little heavy at this moment. The knights and adventurers around looked over here, looking at Vivian and others with a heavy atmosphere. Their faces full of surprise. Sheen has been thinking about the problem. And for a while, he also did not speak. The person who broke the dull atmosphere was Leon. In any case, we have to carry out this secret mission together. As a member of the Limijan Adventurer Guild, we have to do this mission beautifully even for Limijan. Please give us more advice. Okay? Lion said this in a gentle voice and stretched out a hand to Vivian. Seeing this, everyone was speechless one after another. And even Vivian looked at the hand stretched out in front of her, her expression full of hesitation. After a while, Vivian sighed and prepared to shake hands with Leon. But at this time, someone came out to stop it. There is a difference between men and women. Let me take your place. Captain Lion. The charming woman who had been looking at Lion with an infatuated look suddenly stepped forward and held Vivian's outstretched hand, looking at Vivian with hostility in her eyes. Eudalis. Vivian whispered the other person's name. It's me. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Vivian. The charming woman called Eudalis had a smile on her face, but there was no smile in her eyes. Lion, whose handshake was snatched away by Eudalis, frowned imperceptibly, and then immediately let go and put down the outstretched hand. Vivian and Eudalis, who didn't notice this, started a conversation. I didn't expect you to come too. Vivian fixed her eyes on Eudalis's face. The captain is here, so I will come too. Eudalis said this as if it was a matter of course. Is that so? Vivian seemed to sigh again. But then she showed her signature gentle smile and said, it's the same as before. No matter where Leon appears, you will be there. This is a compliment to me. Eudalis smiled and said, originally, I didn't want to come, but I knew that you would come. What the implication is, it is quite clear. Eudalis is saying that because Vivian appeared here, she will follow. So what? Vivian turned her eyes and looked at Leon, and asked, you came here? Is it because of Lely's commission? This is the first thing Vivian wants to figure out. Because Vivian knew that Lely must be very clear about the gap between her team and Leon's team. Since she commissioned herself to come to execute this commission, it should be impossible to commission Leon's team to come. Alice was also very clear about the problems between Vivian's team and Lion's team. So she was so surprised that Lion's team would appear here. Although there was no big hatred between Vivian's team and Lion's team, there was indeed a gap between the two. If it were someone else, they might not care about this. But as Vivian's childhood friend and lifelong friend, Riley would never entrust Lion's team to come when she knew about this problem. This is also the fact. Originally, President Riley entrusted another team. Lion did not hide it, and smiled and said, however, that team had some problems temporarily, so we came directly for them. Now President Riley should have received the news almost immediately. Right? In one sentence, not only did it not ease the atmosphere, but it made it more and more dangerous. In other words, did you kill first and report later? Alice said casually, if I remember correctly. This secret mission is not allowed to be disclosed. Right? That is to say, the person who received this commission cannot directly reveal the inside story to others. So, where did Leon and others get such secret information and execute this time without reporting? The answer was given soon. This is of course the news I received. Maker, who had been staring at Melika, finally retracted his gaze and spoke triumphantly. For others, this mission is naturally extremely secret. But my father is also one of the decision makers of this mission. As a son, is it strange that I know this? Upon hearing this, Alice was very blatantly shocked. Not to mention Alice, even Sheen, who was still watching the situation on the side, was speechless in his heart. This guy named Mager is not a simple person. His father seems to be one of the decision makers of Limigen. It is not surprising that he knows the inside story of this secret mission. However, as one of the decision makers of the town, he actually told his son about such an important mission, and even let his son spread it. This kind of operation really makes people wonder if he has a brain problem. Presumably, Riley must have jumped up and down in the guild after receiving this news? And these uninvited guys seem to intend to intervene in this mission by relying on their status and position. No wonder Alice was shocked. They also said that their team was so good that it was impossible not to be selected. This is clearly inconsistent. She had understood the reason why the Lion team was not welcomed. Vivian took a deep breath and said, I think I have to wait for the decision from President Riley before I can cooperate with you. Obviously, Vivian wanted to wait for Riley to come and stop Lion and others. However, there is no need. When such a voice sounded, everyone was stunned. Because this voice did not come from anyone at the scene, but from a young man who was supported by many knights. He looked young, but was fully armed and full of majesty, with a solemn face. Seeing this young man, everyone stood up straight. Lord Burren, including the domineering Mager. Everyone present saluted to the other party and told Sheen, who was confused, who the other party was. The visitor was Burren Mureo, the son of the Lord of the Marquis of Mureo, the leader of the knights, and the highest decision maker of this Limigen. The intervention of the Lion team was approved by me. Burren glanced around at everyone and said lightly, I know there is a gap between you, but you are all excellent talents. I hope to use the excellent combat power of Limigen as much as possible in this mission. Please put the overall situation first. I believe President Riley will understand. Got it. Vivian was silent for a long time, then said expressionlessly, since Lord Burren has said so, we will do our best. Yes. Leon also said respectfully, in the face of the overall situation, we cannot tolerate private fighting. I hope you can understand. Burren's stern face relaxed a little, and said, there is no time to lose. Let's get ready for departure now. Everyone immediately bowed their heads and said yes. Sheehan stood aside and witnessed all this, and he was very dissatisfied in his heart. Although he didn't know what happened specifically, he was sure of one thing. This journey would be much more troublesome than imagined.